Introduction. Chapter 1, Globalization and Global Politics. Introduction. Making sense of globalization. Conceptualizing globalization. Contemporary globalization. A world transformed, globalization and distorted global politics. From distorted global politics to cosmopolitan global politics. Conclusion. Part 1, The Historical Context. Chapter 2, The Evolution of International Society. Introduction, The Idea of International Society. Ancient Worlds. The Christian and Islamic Orders. The emergence of the modern international society. The globalization of international society. Conclusion, Problems of Global International Society. Chapter 3, International History 1900 to 90. Introduction. Modern Total War. End of Empire. Cold War. Conclusion. Chapter 4, From the Cold War to the War on Terror. Introduction. The end of the Cold War. Mapping the post-Cold War era. From superpower to hyperpowerous primacy. Europe in the New World System. Russia, from Yeltsin to Putin. East Asia, primed for rivalry. The haves and the have-nots. The War on Terror, from 9/11 to Iraq. Conclusion. Part 2, Theories of World Politics. Chapter 5, Realism. Introduction, The Timeless Wisdom of Realism. One realism, or many. The Essential Realism. Conclusion, Realism and the Globalization of World Politics. Chapter 6, Liberalism. Introduction. Core Ideas in Liberal Thinking on International Relations. Liberalism and Globalization. Conclusion. Chapter 7, Contemporary Mainstream Approaches, Neorealism and Neoliberalism. Introduction. Neorealism. Neoliberalism. The Neo-Neo debate. Neoliberals and Neorealists on globalization. Conclusion, Narrowing the agenda of international relations. Chapter 8, Marxist Theories of International Relations. Introduction, The Continuing Relevance of Marxism. The Essential Elements of Marxist Theories of World Politics. World System Theory. Gramscianism. Critical Theory. New Marxism. Conclusion, Marxist Theories of International Relations and Globalization. Chapter 9, Social Constructivism. Introduction. The main constructivist tenets. Constructivism and Global Change. Conclusion. Chapter 10, Alternative Approaches to International Theory. Introduction. Explanatory/constitutive theories and foundational/anti-foundational theories. Historical sociology. Feminist theory. Postmodernism. Postcolonialism. Conclusion. Chapter 11, International Ethics. Introduction. The ethical significance of boundaries, cosmopolitanism and its alternatives. Anti-cosmopolitanism, realism and pluralism. Global ethical issues. Conclusion. Part 3, Structures and Processes. Chapter 12, The Changing Character of War. Introduction. Definitions. The nature of war. The revolution in military affairs. Postmodern war. New wars. Conclusion. Chapter 13, International and Global Security. Introduction. What is meant by the concept of security? The traditional approach to national security. The difficulties of cooperation between states. The opportunities for cooperation between states. Alternative views on international and global security. Critical security studies. Global society and international security. Conclusion, the continuing tensions between national, international, and global security. Chapter 14, International Political Economy in an Age of Globalization. Introduction. The Post-War World Economy. Traditional and New Approaches to IPE. The globalization debate in IPE. International institutions in the globalizing world economy. Conclusion. Chapter 15, Gender in World Politics. Introduction. Feminist theories. Feminists define gender. Putting a gender lens on global politics. Gendering security. Gender in the global economy. Using knowledge to inform policy practice. Conclusion. Chapter 16, International Law. Introduction, The Paradox of International Law. Order and Institutions. The modern institution of international law. From international to supranational law. The laws of war. Theoretical approaches to international law. Conclusion. Chapter 17, International Regimes. Introduction. The nature of regimes. Competing theories of regime formation. Conclusion. Chapter 18, The United Nations. Introduction. A brief history of the United Nations and its principal organs. The United Nations and the maintenance of international peace and security. The United Nations and intervention within states. The United Nations and economic and social questions. The reform process in the economic and social arrangements of the United Nations. Conclusion. Chapter 19, Transnational Actors and International Organizations in Global Politics. Introduction. Problems with the state-centric approach. Transnational companies as political actors. Non-legitimate groups and liberation movements as political actors. Non-governmental organizations as political actors. International organizations as structures of global politics. Conclusion, Issues and Policy Systems in Global Politics. Part 4, International Issues. Chapter 20, Environmental Issues. Introduction. Environmental issues on the international agenda, a brief history. The functions of international environmental cooperation. Climate change. The environment and international relations theory. Conclusion. Chapter 21, Terrorism and Globalization. Introduction. Definitions. Terrorism, from transnational to global phenomenon, 1968 to 2001. Terrorism, the impact of globalization. Globalization, technology, and terrorism. Combating terrorism. Conclusion. Chapter 22, Nuclear Proliferation. Introduction. Nature of nuclear weapons and their effects. Diffusion of nuclear and missile technology. Theorizing nuclear proliferation and non-proliferation. Evolution of global nuclear control and anti-proliferation measures. Conclusion. Chapter 23, Nationalism. Introduction, Concepts and Debates. Nationalism, Nation-states, and Global Politics in History. Nationalism, Nation-states, and Global Politics Today. Conclusion. Chapter 24, Culture in World Affairs. Introduction, Culture in Human Affairs. The Counter-Revolutionaries of the Global Age. A counter-revolution at the civilizational level, the case of Islam. Islamic fundamentalism. Conclusion. Chapter 25, Regionalism in International Affairs. Introduction. Regional cooperation and regional integration. Regional cooperation in a global context. The process of European integration. Conclusion. Chapter 26, Global Trade and Finance. Introduction. A globalizing economy. Global trade. Global finance. Continuity and change in economic globalization. Conclusion. Chapter 27, Poverty, Development, and Hunger. Introduction. Poverty. Development. Hunger. Conclusion, Looking to the future globalization with a human face. Human security. Introduction. What is human security? Debates about human security. Dimensions of human security. Promoting human security. Conclusion. Chapter 29, Human Rights. Introduction. On rights in general. The liberal account of human rights. 1948 and the modern agenda. Political and economic rights. Universalism challenged. Conclusion. Chapter 30, Humanitarian Intervention in World Politics. Introduction. The case for humanitarian intervention. The case against humanitarian intervention. The 1990s, a golden era of humanitarian activism. Humanitarian intervention and the war on terror. The responsibility to protect. Conclusion. Part 5, Globalization in the Future. Chapter 31, Globalization and the Transformation of Political Community. Introduction. What is a political community? Nationalism and political community. Community and citizenship. The changing nature of political community. Beyond realism. Conclusion. Chapter 32, Globalization and the Post-Cold War Order. Introduction. A typology of order. The elements of contemporary order. Globalization and the post-Westphalian order. Globalization and legitimacy. An international order of globalized states. Conclusion. Glossary. References. Index. Dedicated with love to Marion, Jeannie, and Jane. Preface. We have tried in this new edition of the Globalization of World Politics to follow much the same format as the previous 3 editions which have proved so successful. However, a number of improvements have been made. Oxford University Press commissioned over 20 reviews of the 3rd edition, and we gained enormously from their comments. They told us what worked and what didn't. We have also been contacted by many of the teachers of international relations around the world who use the book on a regular basis. Together, all of these comments have helped us identify a number of additional areas that should be covered. To make sure we didn't make the book even longer than it already was, we cut out some chapters that had appeared in the 3rd edition, and also combined some of the history chapters. In their place we added new chapters on the changing character of war, international ethics, and human security. Based on reviewers' comments, we also decided to commission a new chapter on gender and move it to the section on structures and processes to highlight the role of gender in structuring world politics. As the book has been taken up as a major text in more and more countries, we have become increasingly aware of the danger of what might be described as an Anglo-Saxon approach to international relations. For this reason, in the new edition, authors have been asked to provide as wide a range of examples from around the world as possible. We have also introduced case studies which focus, in particular, on Africa and the developing world. Readers who have used previous editions will notice that the 2 original editors have been joined by Patricia Owens. Patricia had been heavily involved in previous editions and we all agreed that she should become a full editor of the book. Acknowledgements. Once again we would like to thank all those who sent us or Oxford University Press comments on the strengths and weaknesses of the 3rd edition. We hope that those who have gone to the trouble of contributing to the review process will see many of the changes they recommended reflected in the new edition. We would also like to thank our contributors for being so helpful in responding yet again to our detailed requests for revisions to the chapters that had appeared in the 3rd volume. We would also like to thank those whose chapters appeared in the previous editions but which do not appear in the 4th edition. Thank you for your understanding. However, our most sincere thanks must go to Sheena Chestnut, who has done a truly splendid job in helping us with the editorial work with this new edition. She has been untiring, extremely efficient, and conscientious in the work she has done. The editorial burden on her shoulders has been very heavy at times, especially as she has had to contend also with examinations at Oxford. However, she has never complained and always completed the tasks we have given her with great dedication. The book is significantly better as a result of her contribution. The editors would also like yet again to thank Ruth Anderson of Oxford University Press for her professionalism, support, and advice during the production of this new edition, and Sarah Berry for her excellent copy editing. John Baylis, Steve Smith, and Patricia Owens. Introduction. Steve Smith. John Baylis. Patricia Owens. The events of September 11, 2001, hereafter, 9/11, probably more than any other single event, brought home just how globalized the contemporary world is. The subsequent war in Afghanistan, 2001-2, and the particularly controversial attack on Iraq in 2003, and the subsequent insurgency and civil war, are further clear examples of what it means to call the current era globalized. They involved international coalitions and transnational violent networks in conflicts that linked events in seemingly unrelated parts of the world. Let us open up some aspects of how these events illustrate globalization, using 9/11 as an example. First, 9/11 was an event taking place in one country, the United States, but immediately observed throughout the world. The television pictures of the second plane crashing into the World Trade Center are probably the most widely seen images in television history. Thus 9/11 was a world event, which had far more of an effect than represented by the simple fact of the number of deaths involved. About 3,000 died in the 4 attacks that day. On an average day 30,000 children throughout the world die of malnutrition, though not often of course in front of the gaze of the television cameras. Second, the attacks were carried out by 19 individuals in the name of an until then shadowy organization known as Al-Qaeda. This organization was not a state or formal international body, but a loose coalition of committed men based, it is claimed, in over 50 countries. This was a truly globalized organization. Third, the attacks were coordinated by using some of the most powerful technologies of the globalized world, namely mobile phones, international bank accounts, and the Internet. Moreover, the key personnel traveled regularly between continents, using yet another symbol of globalization, mass air travel. Fourth, the reactions to the events throughout the world were intense, instantaneous, and very mixed. In some Arab and Muslim countries there was jubilation that the West generally, and the United States specifically, had been hit. In many other countries there was profound shock and an immediate empathy with the United States. Fifth, although the attacks were on buildings in the United States, these were not ordinary buildings. While the Pentagon is the symbol of the United States military power, the World Trade Center was, as the name implies, an iconic symbol of the world financial network. Sixth, it is worth noting that although these were attacks on the United States, many individuals of other nationalities were killed. It is estimated that citizens from about 90 countries were killed in the attacks on the World Trade Center. Finally, though there is a lot of disagreement over why Osama bin Laden ordered the attacks, the main reasons seem to have concerned events in yet other parts of the world. Bin Laden himself cited the plight of the Palestinians and the continued support of the United States for the current Saudi regime, and the presence of their advisors on that country's holy soil. Therefore, though there are many indicators that the world has been becoming increasingly globalized over the last 30 years, 9/11 in many ways best symbolizes globalization. The aim of this book is to provide the reader with an overview of world politics in this globalized world. Let us start, though, with a few words about the title of this book. The title is not accidental. First, we want to introduce you to world politics, as distinct from international politics or international relations. Second, many think that the contemporary, post-Cold War world is distinctly different from previous periods because of the effects of globalization. We think that it is especially difficult to explain world politics in such an era because globalization is a particularly controversial term. There is considerable dispute over just what it means to talk of this being an era of globalization, and whether that means that the main features of world politics are any different from those of previous eras. In this introduction we want to explain how we propose to deal with the concept of globalization and offer you some arguments in favor of seeing it as an important new development in world politics and also some arguments against such a view. Before turning to look at globalization in order to set the scene for the chapters that follow, we want to do two things. We will first say something about the various terms used to describe global politics, and then we will spend some time looking at the main ways in which global politics has been explained. We need to do this because our aim in this introduction is not to put forward one view of how to think about globalization, agreed by all the contributors to this volume. Rather, we want to give the reader a context within which to read the chapters that follow, and that means giving a variety of views on globalization and how to think about it. Our central concern is to point out that the main theoretical accounts of world politics all see globalization differently. Some treat it as nothing more than a temporary phase in human history, and one which does not mean that we need to fundamentally rethink how we understand world politics. Others see it as but the latest manifestation of the growth of Western capitalism and modernization, and some see it as representing a fundamental transformation of world politics, one that requires new ways of understanding. The different contributors to this book hold no one agreed view, and in fact there are representatives of all the responses just mentioned. Thus, for example, they would each have a different take on the events of 9/11. From what we have said so far, you should note that there are three main aims of this book. To offer an overview of world politics in an era of globalization. To summarize the main theoretical approaches available to explain contemporary world politics. To provide the material necessary to answer the question of whether globalization marks a fundamental transformation in world politics. From international politics to world politics. Why does the main title of this book refer to world politics rather than international politics or international relations? These are the traditional names used to describe the kinds of interactions and processes that are the concern of this book. Indeed, you could look at the table of contents of many other introductory books and find a similar listing of main topics dealt with, yet often these books would have either international relations or international politics as their main title. Furthermore, the discipline that studies these issues is nearly always called international politics or international relations. Our reason for choosing the phrase world politics is that we think it is more inclusive than either of the alternative terms. It is meant to denote the fact that our interest is in the politics and political patterns in the world, and not only those between nation-states, as the term international politics implies. Thus, we are interested in relations between organizations that may or may not be states, such as, for example, multinational companies, terrorist groups, or human rights non-governmental organizations, NGOs. These are all known as transnational actors. Similarly, the term international relations seems too exclusive. Of course, it does represent a widening of our concern from simply the political relations between nation-states, but it still restricts our focus to international relations, whereas we think that relations between, say, cities and other governments or international organizations can be equally important to what states do. So we prefer to characterize the relations we are interested in as those of world politics, with the important proviso that we do not want the reader to define politics too narrowly. You will see this issue arising time and time again in the chapters that follow, since many contributors want to define politics very widely. One obvious example concerns the relationship between politics and economics. There is clearly an overlap, and a lot of bargaining power goes to the person who can persuade others that the existing distribution of resources is simply economic rather than a political issue. So, we want you to think about politics very broadly for the time being, as several of the chapters will describe as political features of the contemporary world that you may not have previously thought of as such. Our focus is with the patterns of political relations, defined broadly, that characterize the contemporary world. Many will be between states, but many, perhaps most, will not. Theories of world politics. The basic problem facing anyone who tries to understand contemporary world politics is that there is so much material to look at that it is difficult to know which things matter and which do not. Where on earth would you start if you wanted to explain the most important political processes? How, for example, would you explain 9/11, or the 2003 war in Iraq? Why did al-Qaeda attack the United States? Why did President Bush and Prime Minister Tony Blair authorize the attack on Saddam Hussein's Iraq? As you will know, There are very different answers to questions such as these, and there seems no easy way of arriving at a definitive answer to them. Was the attack on Iraq motivated by a concern with human rights, with oil, with unfinished business, with imperialism, with the war against terrorism? Whether they are aware of it or not, whenever individuals are faced with such a problem, they have to resort to theories. A theory is not simply some grand formal model with hypotheses and assumptions. Rather, a theory is a kind of simplifying device that allows you to decide which facts matter and which do not. A good analogy is with sunglasses with different colored lenses. Put on the red pair and the world looks red, put on the yellow pair and it looks yellow. The world is not any different, it just looks different. Well, so it is with theories. Shortly we are going to summarize the main theoretical views that have dominated the study of world politics, so you will get an idea of which colors they paint world politics. But before we do so, please note that we do not think that theory is an option. It is not as if you can say that you do not want to bother with a theory, all you want to do is to look at the facts. We believe that this is simply impossible, since the only way in which you can decide which of the millions of possible facts to look at is by adhering to some simplifying device which tells you which ones matter the most. We think of theory as such a simplifying device. Note also that you may well not be aware of your theory. It may just be the view of the world that you have inherited from family, peer group, or the media. It may just seem common sense to you and not at all anything complicated like a theory. But we fervently believe that all that is happening in such a case is that your theoretical assumptions are implicit rather than explicit, and we prefer to try to be as explicit as possible when it comes to thinking about world politics. People have tried to make sense of world politics for centuries, and especially so since the separate academic discipline of international politics was formed in 1919 when the Department of International Politics was set up at the University of Wales, Aberystwyth. Interestingly, the man who set up that department, a Welsh industrialist called David Davies, saw its purpose as being to help prevent war. By studying international politics scientifically, scholars could find the causes of the world's main political problems and put forward solutions to help politicians solve them. For the next 20 years, the discipline was marked by such a commitment to change the world. This is known as a normative position, with the task of academic study being one of making the world a better place. Its opponents characterized it as idealism, in that it had a view of how the world ought to be and tried to assist events to turn out that way. In its place, its opponents preferred an approach they called realism, which, rather unsurprisingly, stressed seeing the world as it really is rather than how we would like it to be. And, the real world as seen by realists is not a very pleasant place. Human beings are at best selfish and probably much worse. Notions such as the perfectibility of human beings and the possibility of an improvement of world politics seem far-fetched. This debate between idealism and realism has continued to the present day, but it is fair to say that realism has tended to have the upper hand. This is mainly because it appears to accord more with common sense than does idealism, especially when the media bombard us daily with images of how awful humans can be to one another. Having said this, we would like you to think about whether such a realist view is as neutral as it is commonsensical. After all, if we teach world politics to generations of students and tell them that people are selfish, then doesn't that become common sense? And don't they, when they go off into the media or to work for government departments, or the military, or even when they talk to their children over the dinner table, simply repeat what they have been taught and, if in positions of power, act accordingly? We will leave you to think about this. For now, we would like to keep the issue open and simply point out that we are not convinced that realism is as objective or non-normative as it is portrayed as being. What is certainly true is that realism has been the dominant way of explaining world politics in the last 100 years. What we are now going to do is to summarize the main assumptions underlying realism and then do the same for its three main rivals as theories of world politics: liberalism, Marxism, and constructivism. These theories will be discussed in much more detail in part 2 of this book, along with chapters dealing with some of the more recent alternative and normative approaches that seek to explain contemporary world politics. They will also be reflected in 3 of the other 4 parts that comprise the book. In Part 1 we look at the historical background to the contemporary world. In Part 3 we will look at the main structures and processes of contemporary world politics. In Part 4 we will deal with some of the main issues in the globalized world. So although we will not go into much depth now about these theories, we do need to give you a flavor of their main themes since we want, after summarizing them, to say something about how each might think about globalization. Realism and world politics. For realists, the main actors on the world stage are states, which are legally sovereign actors. Sovereignty means that there is no actor above the state that can compel it to act in specific ways. Other actors, such as multinational corporations or international organizations, all have to work within the framework of interstate relations. As for what propels states to act as they do, realists see human nature as centrally important. For realists, human nature is fixed, and crucially it is selfish. To think otherwise is to make a mistake, and it was such a mistake that the realists accused the idealists of making. As a result, world politics, or more accurately for realists international politics, represents a struggle for power between states, each trying to maximize their national interests. Such order as exists in world politics is the result of the workings of a mechanism known as the balance of power, whereby states act so as to prevent any one state dominating. Thus world politics is all about bargaining and alliances, with diplomacy a key mechanism for balancing various national interests. But finally, the most important tool available for implementing states' foreign policies is military force. Ultimately, since there is no sovereign body above the states that make up the international political system, world politics is a self-help system in which states must rely on their own military resources to achieve their ends. Often these ends can be achieved through cooperation, but the potential for conflict is ever present. In recent years, an important variant of realism, known as neorealism, has developed. This view stresses the importance of the structure of the international political system in affecting the behavior of all states. Thus during the Cold War there were 2 main powers dominating the international system, and this led to certain rules of behavior. Now that the Cold War has ended, the structure of world politics is said to be moving towards multipolarity, after a phase of unipolarity, which for neorealists will involve very different rules of the game. Liberalism and world politics. Liberals have a different view of world politics, and like realists, have a long tradition. Earlier we mentioned idealism, and this was really one rather extreme version of liberalism. There are many variants of liberalism, but the main themes that run through liberal thought are that human beings are perfectible, that democracy is necessary for that perfectibility to develop, and that ideas matter. Behind all this lies a belief in progress. Accordingly, liberals reject the realist notion that war is the natural condition of world politics. They also question the idea that the state is the main actor on the world political stage, although they do not deny that it is important. They see multinational corporations, transnational actors such as terrorist groups, and international organizations as central actors in some issue areas of world politics. In those issue areas in which the state acts, they tend to think of the state not as a unitary or united actor but as a set of bureaucracies, each with its own interests. Therefore there can be no such thing as a national interest, since it merely represents the result of whatever bureaucratic organizations dominate the domestic decision-making process. In relations between states, liberals stress the possibilities for cooperation, and the key issue becomes devising international settings in which cooperation can be best achieved. The picture of world politics that results from the liberal view is of a complex system of bargaining between many different types of actor. Military force is still important, but the liberal agenda is not as restricted as is the realist one. Liberals see national interests in more than just military terms, and stress the importance of economic, environmental, and technological issues. Order in world politics emerges not from a balance of power but from the interactions between many layers of governing arrangements, comprising laws, agreed norms, international regimes, and institutional rules. Fundamentally, liberals do not think that sovereignty is as important in practice as realists think it is in theory. States may be legally sovereign, but in practice they have to negotiate with all sorts of other actors, with the result that their freedom to act as they might wish is seriously curtailed. Interdependence between states is a critically important feature of world politics. Marxist theories and world politics. The third main theoretical position we want to mention, Marxist theory, is also known as structuralism or world system theory, which immediately gives you clues as to its main assumptions. We want to point out that Marxist theory has been historically less influential than either realism or liberalism, and has less in common with either realism or liberalism than they do with each other. For Marxist theory, the most important feature of world politics is that it takes place within a world capitalist economy. In this world economy, the most important actors are not states but classes, and the behavior of all other actors is ultimately explicable by class forces. Thus states, multinational corporations, and even international organizations represent the dominant class interest in the world economic system. Marxist theorists differ over how much leeway actors such as states have, but all agree that the world economy severely constrains the freedom of maneuver of states. Rather than world politics being an arena of conflict between national interests or an arena with many different issue areas, Marxist theorists conceive world politics as the setting in which class conflicts are played out. As for order in world politics, Marxist theorists think of it primarily in economic rather than in military terms. The key feature of the international economy is the division of the world into core, semi-periphery, and periphery areas. Within the semi-periphery and the periphery there exist cores which are tied into the capitalist world economy, while within even the core area there are peripheral economic areas. In all of this, what matters is the dominance of the power not of states but of international capitalism, and it is these forces that ultimately determine the main political patterns in world politics. Sovereignty is not nearly as important for Marxist theorists as for realists, since it refers to political and legal matters, whereas the most important feature of world politics is the degree of economic autonomy, and here Marxist theorists see all states as having to play by the rules of the international capitalist economy. Constructivism. Social constructivism is a relatively new theory about world politics, one that developed in the late 1980s and is becoming increasingly influential since the mid-1990s. The approach arose out of a set of events in world politics, notably the disintegration of the Soviet Empire, as symbolized most notably by the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. This indicated that human agency had a much greater potential role in world politics than implied by realism, liberalism, and Marxism. But the theoretical underpinnings of the approach are much older, and relate to a series of social, scientific, and philosophical works that dispute the notion that the social world is external to the people that live in it, and is not easily changed. Realism, liberalism, and Marxism, to different degrees, stress the regularities and certainties of political life, though liberalism is somewhat less adamant than the other two theories. By contrast, constructivism argues that we make and remake the social world, and so there is much more of a role for human agency than other theories suggest. Moreover, constructivists note that those who see the world as fixed underestimate the possibilities for human progress and for the betterment of the lives of people. In the words of one of the most influential constructivist theorists, Alexander Wendt, even the self-help international system portrayed by realists is something that we make and remake. As he puts it, anarchy is what states make of it, Wendt 1992. Therefore, the world that realists portray as natural or given is in fact far more open to change, and constructivists think that self-help is only one possible response to the anarchical structure of world politics. Even more subversively, they think that not only is the structure of world politics amenable to change, but so are the identities and interests that the other theories take as given. In other words, constructivists think that it is a fundamental mistake to think of world politics as something that we cannot change. The seemingly natural structures, processes, identities, and interests of world politics could in fact be different from what they currently are, and implying otherwise is a political act. The four theories and globalization. The first three of these theoretical perspectives, realism, liberalism, and Marxism, have tended to be the main theories that have been used to understand world politics, with constructivism becoming increasingly influential since the mid-1990s. In the 1980s it became common to talk of there being an interparadigm debate between realism, liberalism, and Marxism, that is to say that the three theories, known as paradigms after the influential philosopher of natural science, Thomas Kuhn, were in competition and that the truth about world politics lay in the debate between them. At first sight each seems to be particularly good at explaining some aspects of world politics better than the others, and an obvious temptation would be to try to combine them into some overall account. But this is not the easy option it may seem. This is because the four theories are not so much different views of the same world, but are instead four views of different worlds. Let us explain this briefly. While it is clear that each of the four theories focuses on different aspects of world politics, realism on the power relations between states, liberalism on a much wider set of interactions between states and non-state actors, Marxist theory on the patterns of the world economy, and constructivism on the ways in which we can develop different social structures and processes, each is saying more than this. Each view is claiming that it is picking out the most important features of world politics and that it offers a better account than do the rival theories. Thus, the four approaches are really in competition with one another, and while you can certainly choose between them, it is not so easy to add bits from one to the others. For example, if you are a Marxist theorist, you think that state behavior is ultimately determined by class forces, forces that the realist does not think affect state behavior. Similarly, constructivism suggests that actors do not face a world that is fixed, and thus it is one that they can in principle change, in direct contrast to the core beliefs of realists and Marxists alike. In other words, these four theories are really versions of what world politics is like rather than partial pictures of it. They do not agree on what it is. We do not think that any one of these theories has all the answers when it comes to explaining world politics in an era of globalization. In fact, each sees globalization differently. We do not want to tell you which theory seems best, since the purpose of this book is to give you a variety of conceptual lenses through which you might want to look at globalization. All we will do is say a few words about how each theory might respond to globalization. We will then go on to say something about the rise of globalization and offer some ideas on its strengths and weaknesses as a description of contemporary world politics. 1. For realists, globalization does not alter the most significant feature of world politics, namely the territorial division of the world into nation-states. While the increased interconnectedness between economies and societies might make them more dependent on one another, the same cannot be said about the state system. Here, states retain sovereignty, and globalization does not render obsolete the struggle for political power between states. Nor does it undermine the importance of the threat of the use of force or the importance of the balance of power. Globalization may affect our social, economic, and cultural lives, but it does not transcend the international political system of states. 2. For liberals, the picture looks very different. They tend to see globalization as the end product of a long-running transformation of world politics. For them, globalization fundamentally undermines realist accounts of world politics since it shows that states are no longer such central actors as they once were. In their place are numerous actors, of differing importance according to the issue area concerned. Liberals are particularly interested in the revolution in technology and communications represented by globalization. This increased interconnectedness between societies, which is economically and technologically led, results in a very different pattern of world political relations from that which has gone before. States are no longer sealed units, if ever they were, and as a result the world looks more like a cobweb of relations than like the state model of realism or the class model of Marxist theory. 3. For Marxist theorists, globalization is a bit of a sham. It is nothing particularly new, and is really only the latest stage in the development of international capitalism. It does not mark a qualitative shift in world politics, nor does it render all our existing theories and concepts redundant. Above all, it is a Western-led phenomenon which basically simply furthers the development of international capitalism. Rather than make the world more alike, it further deepens the existing divide between the core, the semi-periphery, and the periphery. For constructivist theorists, globalization tends to be presented as an external force acting on states, which leaders often argue is a reality that they cannot challenge. This, constructivists argue, is a very political act, since it underestimates the ability of leaders to challenge and shape globalization, and instead allows them to duck responsibility by blaming the way the world is. Instead, constructivists think that we can mold globalization in a variety of ways, notably because it offers us very real chances to create cross-national social movements aided by modern technological forms of communication such as the Internet. By the end of the book we hope you will work out which of these theories, if any, best explains globalization. Alternative theories are also discussed in this book which you might find even more compelling. We spend a lot of time in part 2 outlining these theories in more detail so as to give you much more of an idea of the main ideas involved. We will also introduce you to a set of other theories that many believe are crucial in explaining globalization, but which have not been the dominant theories in the discipline of international relations. However, the central point we want to make here is to reinforce our comment earlier that theories do not portray the truth. In other words, the theories we have mentioned will see globalization differently because they have a prior view of what is most important in world politics. Therefore, the option is not available of simply answering the tempting question of which theory has the truest or correct view of globalization. Globalization and its precursors. The focus of this book is globalization, and as we have already said, our concern is with offering you an overview of world politics in a globalized era. By globalization we simply mean the process of increasing interconnectedness between societies such that events in one part of the world more and more have effects on peoples and societies far away. A globalized world is one in which political, economic, cultural, and social events become more and more interconnected, and also one in which they have more impact. In other words, societies are affected more and more extensively and more deeply by events of other societies. These events can conveniently be divided into 3 types: social, economic, and political. In each case, the world seems to be shrinking, and people are increasingly aware of this. The World Wide Web is but the most graphic example of this, since it allows you to sit at home and have instant communication with websites around the world. Electronic mail has also transformed communications in a way that the editors of this book would not have envisaged 15 years ago. But these are only the most obvious examples. Others would include worldwide television communications, global newspapers, international social movements such as Amnesty International or Greenpeace, global franchises such as McDonald's, Coca-Cola, and Pizza Hut, the global economy. Go and look in your nearest supermarket and work out the number of countries' products represented there, and global risks such as pollution, global warming, and AIDS. There are, of course, many other examples, but you get the picture. It is this pattern of events that seems to have changed the nature of world politics from what it was just a few years ago. The important point to stress is that it is not just that the world has changed but that the changes are qualitative and not merely quantitative. A strong case can be made that a new world political system has emerged as a result of globalization. Having said this, we want to point out that globalization is not some entirely new phenomenon in world history. Indeed, as we will note later on, many argue that it is merely a new name for a long-term feature. While we want to leave it to you to judge whether in its current manifestation it represents a new phase in world history or merely a continuation of processes that have been around for a long time, we do want to note that there have been several precursors to globalization. In other words, globalization bears a marked similarity to at least 9 features of world politics discussed by writers before the contemporary period. We will now note these briefly. First, globalization has many features in common with the theory of modernization, see Modelsky 1972 and Morse 1976. According to these writers, industrialization brings into existence a whole new set of contacts between societies, and changes the political, economic, and social processes that characterized the pre-modernized world. Crucially, industrialization altered the nature of the state, both widening its responsibilities and weakening its control over outcomes. The result is that the old power politics model of international relations becomes outmoded. Force becomes less usable, states have to negotiate with other actors to achieve their goals, and the very identity of the state as an actor is called into question. In many respects it seems that modernization is part of the globalization process, differing only in that it applied more to the developed world and involved nothing like as extensive a set of transactions. Second, there are clear similarities with the arguments of influential writers such as Walt Rostow, 1960, who argued that economic growth followed a pattern in all economies as they went through industrialization. Their economies developed in the shadow of more developed economies until they reached the stage where they were capable of self-sustained economic growth. What this has in common with globalization is that Rostow saw a clear pattern to economic development, one marked by stages which all economies would follow as they adopted capitalist policies. There was an automaticity to history that globalization theory also tends to rely on. Third, there was the important literature emerging out of the liberal paradigm discussed above. Specifically, there were very influential works on the nature of economic interdependence, Cooper 1968, The Role of Transnational Actors, Keohane and Nye 1977, and the resulting cobweb model of world politics, Mansbach, Ferguson, and Lampert 1976. Much of this literature anticipates the main theoretical themes of globalization, although again it tends to be applied much more to the developed world than is the case with globalization. Fourth, there are notable similarities between the picture of the world painted by globalization and that portrayed in Marshall McLuhan's, 1964, influential work on the global village. According to McLuhan, advances in electronic communications resulted in a world where we could see in real time events that were occurring in distant parts of the world. For McLuhan, the main effects of this development were that time and space become compressed to such an extent that everything loses its traditional identity. As a result, the old groupings of political, economic, and social organizations simply do not work anymore. Without doubt, McLuhan's work significantly anticipates some of the main themes of globalization, although it should be noted that he was talking primarily about the communications revolution, whereas the globalization literature tends to be much more extensive. Fifth, there are significant overlaps between some of the main themes of globalization and the work of writers such as John Burton, 1972, who spoke of the emergence of a world society. According to Burton, the old state system was becoming outmoded, as increasingly significant interactions took place between non-state actors. It was Burton who coined the phrase the cobweb model of world politics. The central message here was that the most important patterns in world politics were those created by trade, communications, language, ideology, etc., along with the more traditional focus on the political relations between states. Sixth, in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s, there was the visionary work of those associated with the World Order Models Project, WOMP, which was an organization set up in 1968 to promote the development of alternatives to the interstate system which would result in the elimination of war. What is most interesting about their many studies, see, for example, Mendelowitz, 1975, and Falk, 1975, 1995b, is that they focused on the questions of global government that today are central to much work going on under the name of globalization. For WOMPers, as they were known, the unit of analysis is the individual, and the level of analysis is the global. Interestingly, by the mid-1990s WOMP had become much wider in its focus, concentrating on the world's most vulnerable people and the environment. Seventh, There are important parallels between some of the ideas of globalization and the thoughts of those who argued for the existence of an international society. Prominent among these was Hedley Bull, 1977, who pointed to the development over the centuries of a set of agreed norms and common understandings between state leaders, such that they effectively formed a society rather than merely an international system. However, although Bull was perturbed by the emergence of what he called the new medievalism, in which a series of subnational and international organizations vied with the state for authority, he did not feel that the nation-state was about to be replaced by the development of a world society. Eighth, globalization theory has several points in common with the infamous argument of Francis Fukuyama, 1992, about the end of history. Fukuyama's main claim is that the power of the economic market is resulting in liberal democracy replacing all other types of government. Though he recognizes that there are other types of political regime to challenge liberal democracy, he does not think that any of the alternatives, such as communism, fascism, or Islam, will be able to deliver the economic goods in the way that liberal democracy can. In this sense, there is a direction to history, and that direction is towards the expansion of the economic market throughout the world. Finally, there are very marked similarities between some of the political aspects of globalization and long-standing ideas of liberal progress. These have most recently been expressed in the liberal peace theory of writers such as Bruce Russett, 1993, and Michael Doyle, 1983a and 1983b, although they go back centuries to writers such as Immanuel Kant. The main idea is that liberal democracies do not fight one another, and although of course there can be dispute as to what is a liberal democracy, adherents to this view claim quite plausibly that there is no case where two democracies have ever gone to war. The reason they claim this is that public accountability is so central in democratic systems that publics will not allow leaders easily to engage in wars with other democratic nations. Again, the main link with globalization is the assumption that there is progress to history, and that this is making it far more difficult to start wars. Globalization, myth or reality? Our final task in this introduction is to offer you a summary of the main arguments for and against globalization as a distinct new phase in world politics. We do not expect you to decide where you stand on the issue at this stage, but we think that we have to give you some of the main arguments so that you can keep them in mind as you read the rest of this book. Because the arguments for globalization being an important new phase of world politics have been rehearsed above, and also because they are most effectively summarized in the chapter that follows, we will spend a little more time on the criticisms. The main arguments in favor of globalization comprising a new era of world politics are: 1. The pace of economic transformation is so great that it has created a new world politics. States are no longer closed units and they cannot control their economies. The world economy is more interdependent than ever, with trade and finances ever expanding. 2. Communications have fundamentally revolutionized the way we deal with the rest of the world. We now live in a world where events in one location can be immediately observed on the other side of the world. Electronic communications alter our notions of the social groups we work with and live in. 3. There is now, more than ever before, a global culture, so that most urban areas resemble one another. Much of the urban world shares a common culture, much of it emanating from Hollywood. 4. The world is becoming more homogeneous. Differences between peoples are diminishing. 5. Time and space seem to be collapsing. Our old ideas of geographical space and of chronological time are undermined by the speed of modern communications and media. 6. There is emerging a global polity, with transnational social and political movements and the beginnings of a transfer of allegiance from the state to sub-state, transnational, and international bodies. 7. A cosmopolitan culture is developing. People are beginning to think globally and act locally. 8. A risk culture is emerging, with people realizing both that the main risks that face them are global, pollution and AIDS, and that states are unable to deal with the problems. However, just as there are powerful reasons for seeing globalization as a new stage in world politics, often allied to the view that globalization is progressive, that is to say that it improves the lives of people, there are also arguments that suggest the opposite. Some of the main ones are given below. One obvious objection to the globalization thesis is that it is merely a buzzword to denote the latest phase of capitalism. In a very powerful critique of globalization theory, Hurst and Thompson, 1996, argue that one effect of the globalization thesis is that it makes it appear as if national governments are powerless in the face of global trends. This ends up paralyzing governmental attempts to subject global economic forces to control and regulation. Believing that most globalization theory lacks historical depth, they point out that it paints the current situation as more unique than it is, and also as more firmly entrenched than it might in fact be. Current trends may well be reversible. They conclude that the more extreme versions of globalization are a myth, and they support this claim with 5 main conclusions from their study of the contemporary world economy, 1996, 2-3. First, the present internationalized economy is not unique in history. In some respects they say it is less open than the international economy was between 1870 and 1914. Second, they find that genuinely transnational companies are relatively rare, most are national companies trading internationally. There is no trend towards the development of international companies. Third, there is no shift of finance and capital from the developed to the underdeveloped worlds. Direct investment is highly concentrated among the countries of the developed world. Fourth, the world economy is not global, rather trade, investment, and financial flows are concentrated in and between 3 blocks: Europe, North America, and Japan. Finally, they argue that this group of 3 blocks could, if they coordinated policies, regulate global economic markets and forces. Note that Hurst and Thompson are only looking at economic theories of globalization, and many of the main accounts deal with factors such as communications and culture more than economics. Nonetheless, theirs is a very powerful critique of one of the main planks of the more extreme globalization thesis, with their central criticism that seeing the global economy as something beyond our control both misleads us and prevents us from developing policies to control the national economy. All too often we are told that our economy must obey the global market. Hurst and Thompson believe that this is a myth. Another obvious objection is that globalization is very uneven in its effects. At times it sounds very much like a Western theory applicable only to a small part of humankind. To pretend that even a small minority of the world's population can connect to the World Wide Web is clearly an exaggeration when in reality most people on the planet have probably never made a telephone call in their lives. In other words, globalization only applies to the developed world. In the rest of the world, there is nothing like the degree of globalization. We are in danger of overestimating the extent and the depth of globalization. A related objection is that globalization may well be simply the latest stage of Western imperialism. It is the old modernization theory discussed above in a new guise. The forces that are being globalized are conveniently those found in the Western world. What about non-Western values? Where do they fit into this emerging global world? The worry is that they do not fit in at all, and what is being celebrated in globalization is the triumph of a Western worldview, at the expense of the worldviews of other cultures. 4 critics have also noted that there are very considerable losers as the world becomes more globalized. This is because it represents the success of liberal capitalism in an economically divided world. Perhaps one outcome is that globalization allows the more efficient exploitation of less well-off nations, and all in the name of openness. The technologies accompanying globalization are technologies that automatically benefit the richest economies in the world, and allow their interests to override local ones. So, not only is globalization imperialist, it is also exploitative. 5. We also need to make the straightforward point that not all globalized forces are necessarily good ones. Globalization makes it easier for drug cartels and terrorists to operate, and the World Wide Web's anarchy raises crucial questions of censorship and preventing access to certain kinds of material. 6. Turning to the so-called global governance aspects of globalization, the main worry here is about responsibility. To whom are the transnational social movements responsible and democratically accountable? If IBM or Shell becomes more and more powerful in the world, does this not raise the issue of how accountable it is to democratic control? David Held has made a strong case for the development of what he calls cosmopolitan democracy, 1995, but this has clearly defined legal and democratic features. The worry is that most of the emerging powerful actors in a globalized world precisely are not accountable. This argument also applies to seemingly good global actors such as Amnesty International and Greenpeace. 7. Finally, there seems to be a paradox at the heart of the globalization thesis. On the one hand, it is usually portrayed as the triumph of Western, market-led values. But how do we then explain the tremendous economic success that some national economies have had in the globalized world? Consider the so-called tigers of Asia, countries such as Singapore, Taiwan, Malaysia, and Korea, which have enjoyed some of the highest growth rates in the international economy, but subscribe to very different Asian values. These nations emphatically reject Western values, and yet they have had enormous economic success. The paradox, then, is whether these countries can continue to modernize so successfully without adopting Western values. If they can, then what does this do to one of the main themes of globalization, namely the argument that globalization represents the spreading across the globe of a set of values? If these countries do continue to follow their own roads towards economic and social modernization, then we must anticipate future disputes between Western and Asian values over issues like human rights, gender, and religion. We hope that these arguments for and against the dominant way of representing globalization will cause you to think deeply about the utility of the concept of globalization in explaining contemporary world politics. The chapters that follow do not take a common stance for or against globalization. We will end by posing some questions that we would like you to keep in mind as you read the remaining chapters. Is globalization a new phenomenon in world politics? Which theory discussed above best explains globalization? Is globalization a positive or a negative development? Is globalization merely the latest stage of capitalist development? Does globalization make the state obsolete? Does globalization make the world more or less democratic? Is globalization merely Western imperialism in a new guise? Does globalization make war more or less likely? In what ways is war a globalizing force in itself? We hope that this introduction and the chapters that follow help you to answer these questions, and that this book as a whole provides you with a good overview of the politics of the contemporary world. Whether or not you conclude that globalization is a new phase in world politics, and whether you think it is a positive or a negative development, we leave you to decide. But, returning to 9/11 and its aftermath, we think it important to conclude this chapter by stressing that globalization, be it a new form of world politics or merely a new name for an age-old set of features, clearly is a very complex phenomenon that is contradictory and difficult to comprehend. Just as the internet is for most of us a liberating force, so was it the way in which those who planned the 9/11 attacks communicated. Similarly, television can bring live stories right into our living rooms so that we understand more about the world. But on September 11 it was also a means of communicating a very specific message about the vulnerability of the United States, and ultimately a way of constructing the categories within which we reacted. Finally, maybe the most fundamental lesson of 9/11 is that not all people in the world share a view of globalization as a progressive force in world politics. Those who undertook the attacks were rejecting, in part, the globalization as westernization project. Globalization is therefore not one thing. How we think about it will reflect not merely the theories we accept, but our own positions in this globalized world. In this sense, the ultimate paradox of 9/11 is that the answers to questions such as what it was, what it meant, how to respond to it, etc., may themselves be ultimately dependent on the social, cultural, economic, and political spaces we occupy in a globalized world. In other words, world politics suddenly becomes very personal. How does your economic position, your ethnicity, your gender, your culture, or your religion determine what globalization means to you? Guide to further reading. There are several good introductory guides to globalization. A comprehensive discussion is found in D. Held et al. 1999, Global Transformations, Cambridge, Polity Press. See also D. Held and A. McGrew, eds. 2003, The Global Transformations Reader, 2nd ed., Cambridge, Polity Press. J. A. Skolt, 1993, International Relations of Social Change, Buckingham, Open University Press, is an extremely clear and comprehensive introduction to the social relations aspects of globalization. His latest book, 2000, Globalization, A Critical Introduction, London, Macmillan, offers an excellent overview. Also see Chamsi Elogila and Patrick Hayden, 2006, Critical Theories of Globalization, London, Palgrave Macmillan. A. McGrew and P. Lewis, 1992, Global Politics, Cambridge, Polity Press, is a good collection of essays about global politics and contains some very relevant chapters on the relationship between the three theories discussed above and globalization. R. Robertson, 1992, Globalization, Social Theory and Global Culture, London, Sage, is a very widely cited survey of the relations between globalization and global culture. J. N. Rosna and ed. Champiel, 1992, Governance Without Government, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, is a good collection of essays dealing with the political aspects of globalization. J. N. Rosna, 1990, Turbulence in World Politics, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press, and J. A. Camilleri and J. Falk, 1992, The End of Sovereignty, Aldershot, Edward Elgar, are both very good at looking at the main trends in world politics at the beginning of the 1990s. Cynthia Enlow, 2007, Globalization and Militarism, Feminists Make the Link, Lanham, M.D., Roman and Littlefield, is a good analysis from a leading feminist of the connections between globalization and various forms of violence. Excellent critiques of the globalization thesis are David Held and Anthony McGrew, 2002, Globalization Lanti-Globalization, Cambridge, Polity Press, Barry Gills, ed. 2002, Globalization and the Politics of Resistance, London, Palgrave Macmillan, and Barry K. Gills and William R. Thompson, eds. 2006, Globalization and Global History, London, Routledge, Joseph Stiglitz, 2003, Globalization and Its Discontents, London, Penguin, and, 2006, Making Globalization Work, New York, W. W. Norton, R. Falk, 1999, Predatory Globalization, A Critique, Cambridge, Polity Press, L. Weiss, 1998, The Myth of the Powerless State, Cambridge, Polity Press, P. Hurst and G. Thompson, 1999, Globalization in Question, 2nd ed., Cambridge, Polity Press, Tariq Barkawi, 2006, Globalization and War, Oxford, Rowman and Littlefield, and Ray Keeley, 2007, The New Political Economy of Development, Globalization, Imperialism, Hegemony, London, Palgrave Macmillan. Mary Calder, 2003, has written a powerful account of the relationship between globalization and international civil society in her Global Civil Society, An Answer to War, Cambridge, Polity Press. See also the series of yearbooks she and others have edited on global civil society, which is now in its 5th edition. The latest is Helmut and Heyer, Mary Calder and Marlies Glacieuse, eds. Global Civil Society Yearbook 2006-7, Oxford, Oxford University Press. For another very influential analysis of the relationship between globalization and governance, see David Held and Anthony McGrew, 2002, Governing Globalization, Power, Authority and Global Governance, Cambridge, Polity Press, and David Held et al. 2005, Debating Globalization, Cambridge, Polity Press. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/UK/org/Baylis_Smith 4E. Chapter 1. Globalization and Global Politics. Anthony McGrew. Reader's Guide. This chapter offers an account of globalization and its consequences for world politics. It defines globalization as a historical process which involves the widening, deepening, speeding up and growing impact of worldwide interconnectedness. This process, however, is highly uneven, such that far from bringing about a more cooperative world, it generates powerful sources of friction, conflict, and fragmentation. It also has important consequences for the nation-state, though it by no means, as many have argued or desired, prefigures its demise. Globalization is transforming world politics, and this chapter explores some of those significant transformations. It concludes that a conceptual shift in our thinking is required to grasp fully the nature of these changes. This conceptual shift involves embracing the idea of global politics, the politics of an embryonic global society in which domestic and world politics, even if conceptually distinct, are practically inseparable. It also requires rethinking many of the traditional organizing assumptions and institutions of modern political life, from sovereignty to democracy, since in a globalized world power is no longer simply organized along national or territorial lines. The radically uneven distribution of power in today's world, however, makes for a distorted global politics in which the interests of the few more often than not take precedence over the interests of the majority of humankind. Whether a more just and democratic global politics can be fashioned out of the contemporary global condition is a matter of intense debate among theorists, practitioners, and political activists alike. This chapter has three interrelated objectives: to elucidate and elaborate the concept of globalization, to examine and explore its implications for world politics, and to reflect upon the key normative issues it poses for the study of world politics. Introduction. Globalization, simply the widening, deepening, and speeding up of worldwide interconnectedness, is a contentious issue in the study of world politics. Some the hyperglobalists argue that it is bringing about the demise of the sovereign nation-state as global forces undermine the ability of governments to control their own economies and societies. Ami 1995, Skold 2000. Others, the skeptics, reject the idea of globalization as so much globaloney, and argue that states and geopolitics remain the principal forces shaping world order. Krasner 1999, Gilpin 2001. This chapter takes a rather different approach, a transformationalist perspective, arguing that both the hyperglobalists and skeptics alike exaggerate their arguments and thereby misconstrue the contemporary world order. By contrast, while the transformationalist perspective takes globalization seriously, it acknowledges that it is leading not so much to the demise of the sovereign state but to a globalization of politics, to the emergence of a conspicuously global politics in which the traditional distinction between domestic and international affairs is not terribly meaningful. Under these conditions, politics everywhere, it would seem, are related to politics everywhere else, such that the orthodox approaches to international relations which are constructed upon this very distinction provide at best only a partial insight into the forces shaping the contemporary world. Rosnaw in Mansbach, Ferguson, and Lampert 1976, 22. Since it is such a slippery and misused concept, it is hardly surprising that globalization should engender such intense debate. Accordingly, this chapter commences by elucidating the concept of globalization before exploring its implications for the study of world politics. The chapter is organized into three main sections. Section 1 will address several interrelated questions, namely, what is globalization? How is it best conceptualized and defined? How is it manifest today, most especially given the events of 9/11? Is it really all that new? Section 2 will discuss the ways in which globalization is contributing to the emergence of a distorted global politics which is highly skewed in favor of a global power elite and to the exclusion of the majority of humankind. Finally, Section 3 will reflect upon the ethical challenges posed by the realities of this distorted global politics. It examines current thinking about the conditions, and prospects, for a more humane global politics which is both more inclusive of, and responsive to, those in greatest need in the global community. Making sense of globalization. Over the last 3 decades, the sheer scale and scope of global interconnectedness has become increasingly evident in every sphere from the economic to the cultural. Worldwide economic integration has intensified as the expansion of global commerce, finance, and production links together the fate of nations, communities, and households across the world's major economic regions and beyond within an emerging global market economy. Crises in one region, whether the collapse of the Argentinian economy in 2002 or the East Asian recession of 1997, take their toll on jobs, production, savings, and investment many thousands of miles away, while a slowdown in the U.S. economy is felt everywhere from Birmingham to Bangkok. Every day over $1.88 trillion flows across the world's foreign exchange markets so that no government, even the most powerful, has the resources to resist sustained speculation against its currency and thereby the credibility of its economic policy, ch 26. In 1992 the British government was forced to abandon its economic strategy and devalue the pound as it came under sustained attack from currency speculators. Transnational corporations now account for between 25 and 33% of world output, 70% of world trade, and 80% of international investment, while overseas production by these firms exceeds considerably the level of world exports, making them key players in the global economy controlling the location and distribution of economic and technological resources. New modes and infrastructures of global communication have made it possible to organize and mobilize like-minded people across the globe in virtual real time, as expressed in coordinated worldwide protests in early 2003 against military intervention in Iraq and the 45,000 international non-governmental organizations, NGOs, from Greenpeace to the Climate Action Network, not to mention the activities of transnational criminal and terrorist networks, from drugs cartels to Al-Qaeda. With a global communications infrastructure has also come the transnational spread of ideas, cultures, and information, from Madonna to Muhammad, both among like-minded peoples and between different cultural groups, reinforcing simultaneous tendencies towards both an expanded sense of global solidarity among the like-minded and difference, if not outright hostility, between different cultures, nations, and ethnic groupings. People with their cultures are also on the move in their millions, whether legally or illegally, with global migration almost on a scale of the great 19th century movements but transcending all continents, from south to north and east to west, while over 600 million tourists are on the move every year. As globalization has proceeded, so has the recognition of transnational problems requiring global regulation, from climate change to the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. Dealing with these transnational issues has led to an explosive growth of transnational and global forms of rulemaking and regulation. This is evident in both the expanding jurisdiction of established international organizations, such as the International Monetary Fund or the International Civil Aviation Organization, and the literally thousands of informal networks of cooperation between parallel government agencies in different countries, from the Financial Action Task Force, which brings together government experts on money laundering from different countries, and the Dublin Group, which brings together drug enforcement agencies from the European Union, USA, and other countries. With the recognition of global problems and global interconnectedness has come a growing awareness of the multiple ways in which the security and prosperity of communities in different regions of the world is bound together. A single terrorist bombing in Bali has repercussions for public perceptions of security in Europe and the USA, while agricultural subsidies in the USA and the EU have significant consequences for the livelihoods of farmers in Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Box 1.1 Definitions of Globalization. Globalization is variously defined in the literature as 1. The intensification of worldwide social relations which link distant localities in such a way that local happenings are shaped by events occurring many miles away and vice versa. Giddens 1990, 21. 2. The integration of the world economy. Gilpin 2001:364. 3. Deterritoriatization or, the growth of superterritorial relations between people. Skoll 2000, 46. 4. Time-space compression. Harvey 1989. We inhabit a world in which the most distant events can rapidly, if not almost instantaneously, come to have very profound consequences for our individual and collective prosperity and perceptions of security. For those of a skeptical persuasion, however, this is far from a novel condition, nor is it necessarily evidence of globalization if that term means something more than simply international interdependence, that is, linkages between countries. What, then, distinguishes the concept of globalization from notions of internationalization or interdependence? What, in other words, is globalization? Key points. Over the last 3 decades, the sheer scale and scope of global interconnectedness has become increasingly evident in every sphere from the economic to the cultural. Skeptics do not regard this as evidence of globalization if that term means something more than simply international interdependence, i.e., linkages between countries. The key issue becomes what we understand by the term globalization. Conceptualizing globalization. Initially, it might be helpful to think of globalization as a process characterized by a stretching of social, political, and economic activities across political frontiers so that events, decisions, and activities in one region of the world come to have significance for individuals and communities in distant regions of the globe. Civil wars and conflict in the world's poorest regions, for instance, increase the flow of asylum seekers and illegal migrants into the world's affluent countries. The intensification, or the growing magnitude, of interconnectedness, in almost every sphere of social existence from the economic to the ecological, from the activities of Microsoft to the spread of harmful microbes, such as the SARS virus, from the intensification of world trade to the spread of weapons of mass destruction. The accelerating pace of global interactions and processes as the evolution of worldwide systems of transport and communication increases the rapidity or velocity with which ideas, news, goods, information, capital, and technology move around the world. Routine telephone banking transactions in the UK are dealt with by call centers in India in real time. The growing extensity, intensity, and velocity of global interactions is associated with a deepening enmeshment of the local and global insofar as local events may come to have global consequences and global events can have serious local consequences, creating a growing collective awareness or consciousness of the world as a shared social space, that is globality or globalism. This is expressed, among other ways, in the worldwide diffusion of the very idea of globalization itself as it becomes incorporated into the world's many languages, from Mandarin to Gaelic. As this brief description suggests, there is more to the concept of globalization than simply interconnectedness. It implies that the cumulative scale, scope, velocity, and depth of contemporary interconnectedness is dissolving the significance of the borders and boundaries which separate the world into its some 193 constituent states or national economic and political spaces, Rosnaw 1997. Rather than growing interdependence between discrete bounded national states, or internationalization as the skeptics refer to it, the concept of globalization seeks to capture the dramatic shift that is underway in the organization of human affairs, from a world of discrete but interdependent national states to the world as a shared social space. The concept of globalization therefore carries with it the implication of an unfolding process of structural change in the scale of human social and economic organization. Rather than social, economic, and political activities being organized primarily on a local or national scale today, they are also increasingly organized on a transnational or global scale. Globalization therefore denotes a significant shift in the scale of social organization, in every sphere from the economic to the security, transcending the world's major regions and continents. Central to this structural change are contemporary informatics technologies and infrastructures of communication and transportation. These have greatly facilitated new forms and possibilities of virtual real-time worldwide organization and coordination, from the operations of multinational corporations to the worldwide mobilization and demonstrations of the anti-globalization movement. Although geography and distance still matter, it is nevertheless the case that globalization is synonymous with a process of time-space compression, literally a shrinking world in which the sources of even very local developments, from unemployment to ethnic conflict, may be traced to distant conditions or decisions. In this respect, globalization embodies a process of deterritorialization, as social, political, and economic activities are increasingly stretched across the globe. They become in a significant sense no longer organized solely according to a strictly territorial logic. Terrorist and criminal networks, for instance, operate both locally and globally. National economic space, under conditions of globalization, is no longer coterminous with national territorial space since, for example, many of the UK's largest companies have their headquarters abroad, while many domestic companies now outsource their production to China and East Asia, among other locations. This is not to argue that territory and borders are now irrelevant, but rather to acknowledge that under conditions of globalization their relative significance, as constraints upon social action and the exercise of power, is declining. In an era of instantaneous real-time global communication and organization, the distinction between the domestic and the international, inside and outside the state, breaks down. Territorial borders no longer demarcate the boundaries of national economic or political space. Case Study 1: Global Production and the iPod. Take just one component of the iPod Nano, the central microchip provided by the US company Portal Player. The core technology of the chip is licensed from British firm ARM and is modified by Portal Player's programmers in California, Washington State, and Hyderabad. Portal Player then works with microchip design companies in California that send the finished design to a foundry in Taiwan, China, that produces wafers, thin metal discs, imprinted with thousands of chips. The capital costs of these foundries can be more than $2.5 million. These wafers are then cut up into individual discs and sent elsewhere in Taiwan, China, where each one is tested. The chips are then encased in plastic and readied for assembly by Silicon Ware in Taiwan, China, and Amkor in the Republic of Korea. The finished microchip is then warehoused in Hong Kong, China, before being transported to mainland China, where the iPod is assembled. Working conditions and wages in China are low relative to Western standards and levels. Many workers live in dormitories and work long hours. It is suggested that overtime is compulsory. Nevertheless, wages are higher than the average of the region in which the assembly plants are located and allow for substantial transfers to rural areas and hence contribute to declining rural poverty. Portal Player was only established in 1999 but had revenues in excess of $225 million in 2005. Portal Player's chief executive officer has argued that the outsourcing to countries such as India and Taiwan, China, of non-critical aspects of your business has been crucial to the development of the firm and its innovation. It allows you to become nimbler and spend R&D dollars on core strengths. Since 2003, soon after the iPod was launched, the share price of Apple, the company that produces and sells the iPod, has risen from just over $6 to over $60. Those who own shares in Apple have benefited from the globalization of the iPod. Source: C. Joseph, The iPod's Incredible Journey, Mail on Sunday, July 15, 2006, Meet the iPod's Intel Business Trends 32, 4, April, 2006. World Bank, 2006, Global Economic Prospects 2007, Managing the Next Wave of Globalization, Washington, D.C., World Bank 118. A shrinking world implies that sites of power and the subjects of power quite literally may be continents apart. Under these conditions, the location of power cannot be disclosed simply by reference to local circumstances. As the war in Iraq, 2003, demonstrates, the key sites of global power, whether in Washington, the United Nations in New York, or London, are quite literally oceans apart from the local communities whose destiny they may determine. In this regard, globalization involves the idea that power, whether economic, political, and cultural or military, is increasingly organized and exercised at a distance. As such, the concept of globalization denotes the relative denationalization of power insofar as, in an increasingly interconnected global system, power is organized and exercised on a trans-regional, transnational, or transcontinental basis, while see the discussion of political globalization. Many other actors, from international organizations to criminal networks, exercise power within, across, and against states. States no longer have a monopoly of power resources, whether economic, coercive, or political. To summarize, globalization is a process which involves much more than simply growing connections or interdependence between states. It can be defined as a historical process involving a fundamental shift or transformation in the spatial scale of human social organization that links distant communities and expands the reach of power relations across regions and continents. Such a definition enables us to distinguish globalization from more spatially delimited processes such as internationalization and regionalization. Whereas internationalization refers to growing interdependence between states, the very idea of internationalization presumes that they remain discrete national units with clearly demarcated borders. By contrast, globalization refers to a process in which the very distinction between the domestic and the external breaks down. Distance and time are collapsed, so that events many thousands of miles away can come to have almost immediate local consequences, while the impacts of even more localized developments may be diffused rapidly around the globe. This is not to argue that distance and borders are now irrelevant. It is rather to acknowledge that, under conditions of globalization, their relative significance, as limits upon the exercise of power, is not quite so strong as it may have been in the past. Box 1.2 Globalization since 9/11. 2004 was still a good one for globalization. International trade grew by a robust 9%, and trade became more central to most national economies. Trade in merchandise led the way, growing even faster than services. Many countries in the developing world shared in the profits as commodity prices soared, thanks to powerful demand from China. And it wasn't just steel, fuel, and concrete that headed east. So too did piles of mostly Western cash. Foreign investment in Asia jumped 45% from the previous year. Latin America also got a boost from foreign investors, who upped their ante in the region by 44%. Overall, foreign direct investment increased 9%, and most of that increase was due to investment in developing countries. Foreign Policy, November/December 2006. If globalization refers to transcontinental or transregional networks, flows, or interconnectedness, then regionalization can be conceived as the intensification of patterns of interconnectedness and integration among states which share common borders or are geographically proximate, as in the European Union, ch. 25. Accordingly, whereas flows of trade and finance between the world's three major economic blocs, North America, Asia-Pacific, and Europe, constitute globalization, by contrast, such flows within these blocs are best described as regionalization. Key points. Globalization is evident in the growing extensity, intensity, velocity, and deepening impact of worldwide interconnectedness. Globalization denotes a shift in the scale of social organization, the emergence of the world as a shared social space, the relative deterritorialization of social, economic, and political activity, and the relative denationalization of power. Globalization can be conceptualized as a fundamental shift or transformation in the spatial scale of human social organization that links distant communities and expands the reach of power relations across regions and continents. Globalization is to be distinguished from internationalization and regionalization. Contemporary globalization. According to John Gray, the cataclysmic attacks on the United States on September 11, 2001 heralded a new epoch in world affairs. The era of globalization is over. NIM 2002. States have reasserted their power and borders have been sealed, however imperfectly, in response to the perceived worldwide terrorist threat. Measured in terms of flows within the circuits of the world economy, economic globalization undoubtedly stalled by comparison with the position at the turn of the century. This has been seized upon by those of a skeptical persuasion as confirmation of their argument, Hurst and Thompson 2003. Skeptics conclude that not only has globalization been highly exaggerated, but it is a myth which has concealed the reality of a world which is less interdependent than it was in the 19th century and one which remains dominated by geopolitics. Hurst and Thompson 1999, Gilpin 2002. By contrast, for many of a more globalist persuasion, 9/11 and the climate of insecurity it has engendered are evidence of a pervasive clash of globalizations. This is expressed in the form of a heightening confrontation between the globalization of Western modernity, i.e. ways of life, and the globalization of reactions against it. What is at issue here, at least in part, are differing, theoretical and historical, interpretations of globalization. One of the problems of the skeptical argument is that it tends to conflate globalization solely with economic trends. It thus tends to overlook other evidence. Indeed, contemporary globalization is not a singular process, it operates within all aspects of social life from politics to production, culture to crime, and economics to education. It is implicated directly and indirectly in many aspects of our daily lives, from the clothes we wear, the food we eat, the knowledge we accumulate, through to our individual and collective sense of security in an uncertain world. Evidence of globalization is all around us. Universities are literally global institutions, from the recruitment of students to the dissemination of academic research. To understand contemporary globalization therefore requires a mapping of the distinctive patterns of worldwide interconnectedness in all of the key sectors of social activity, from the economic and the political through to the military, the cultural, and the ecological. Box 1.3 The skeptical view of globalization. Skeptical accounts of globalization tend to dismiss its significance for the study of world politics. They do so on the grounds that 1. By comparison with the period 1870 to 1914, the world is much less globalized economically, politically, and culturally. 2. Rather than globalization, the contemporary world is marked by intensifying geopolitics, regionalization, and internationalization. 3. The vast bulk of international economic and political activity is concentrated within the group of OECD states. 4. By comparison with the heyday of European global empires, the majority of the world's population and countries in the South are now much less integrated into the global system. 5. Geopolitics, state power, nationalism, and territorial boundaries are of growing, not less, importance in world politics. 6. Internationalization or regionalization are creatures of state policy, not corporate actors or capitalist imperatives. 7. Globalization is at best a self-serving myth or ideology which reinforces Western and particularly U.S. hegemony in world politics. Hurst and Thompson 1999, 2003, Hay 2000, Hugveld 2001, Gilpin 2002. As Box 1.4 illustrates, globalization is occurring, albeit with varying intensity and at a varying pace, in every domain of social activity. Of course, it is more advanced in some domains than others. For instance, economic globalization is much more extensive and intensive than is cultural or military globalization. To this extent, contemporary globalization is highly uneven, with the result that in seeking to understand it we have to ask the prior question, the globalization of what? Contrary to the skeptics, it is crucial to recognize that globalization is a complex multidimensional process. Patterns of economic globalization and cultural globalization are not identical. In this respect, to draw general conclusions about globalizing trends simply from one domain produces a false picture. As noted, in the aftermath of 9/11, the slowdown in economic globalization was heralded by skeptics as marking the end of globalization, yet this ignored the accelerating pace of globalization in the military, technological, and cultural domains. Moreover, what is highly distinctive about contemporary globalization is the confluence of globalizing tendencies across all the key domains of social activity. Significantly, these tendencies have proved remarkably robust in the face of global instability and military conflicts. Box 1.4 Patterns of contemporary globalization. Globalization, to varying degrees, is evident in all the principal sectors of social activity. Economic: in the economic sphere, patterns of worldwide trade, finance, and production are creating global markets and, in the process, a single global capitalist economy, what Castells, 2000, calls global informational capitalism. Multinational corporations organize production and marketing on a global basis, while the operation of global financial markets determines which countries get credit and upon what terms. Military: in the military domain, the global arms trade, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, the growth of transnational terrorism, the growing significance of transnational military corporations, and the discourse of global insecurity point to the existence of a global military order. Legal: the expansion of transnational and international law from trade to human rights, alongside the creation of new world legal institutions such as the International Criminal Court, is indicative of an emerging global legal order. Ecological: a shared ecology involves shared environmental problems, from global warming to species protection, alongside the creation of multilateral responses and regimes of global environmental governance. Cultural: involves a complex mix of homogenization and increased heterogeneity given the global diffusion of popular culture, global media corporations, communications networks, etc., simultaneously with the reassertion of nationalism, ethnicity, and difference. But few cultures are hermetically sealed off from cultural interaction. Social: shifting patterns of migration from south to north and east to west have turned migration into a major global issue as movements come close to the record levels of the great 19th century movements of people. If patterns of contemporary globalization are uneven, they are also highly asymmetrical. It is a common misconception of many skeptics that globalization implies universalism, that the global in globalization implies that all regions or countries must be similarly enmeshed in worldwide processes. This is plainly not the case, for it very markedly involves differential patterns of enmeshment, giving it what Castells calls its variable geometry, Castells 2000. The rich OECD countries are much more globalized than many of the poorest sub-Saharan African states. Globalization is not uniformly experienced across all regions, countries, or even communities, since it is inevitably a highly asymmetrical process. Even within OECD states and sub-Saharan African states, many elites are in the vanguard of globalization while others find themselves excluded. As a highly asymmetrical process, globalization exhibits a distinctive geography of inclusion and exclusion, resulting in clear winners and losers not just between countries but within and across them. For the most affluent, it may very well entail a shrinking world jet travel, global television, and the World Wide Web, but for the largest slice of humanity it tends to be associated with a profound sense of disempowerment. Inequality is inscribed deeply in the very processes of contemporary globalization, such that it is more accurately described as asymmetrical globalization. Box 1.5: The engines of globalization. Explanations of globalization tend to focus on three interrelated factors, namely, technics, technological change and social organization, economics, markets and capitalism, and politics, power, interests, and institutions. Technics is central to any account of globalization, since it is a truism that without modern communications infrastructures, in particular, a global system or worldwide economy would not be possible. Economics: crucial as technology is, so too is it specifically. Economic logic. Capitalism's insatiable requirement for new markets and profits lead inevitably to the globalization of economic activity. Politics, shorthand here for ideas, interests, and power, constitutes the third logic of globalization. If technology provides the physical infrastructure of globalization, politics provides its normative infrastructure. Governments, such as those of the USA and the UK, have been critical actors in nurturing the process of globalization. Given such asymmetries, it should not be surprising to learn that globalization does not prefigure the emergence of a global community or an ethic of global cooperation. On the contrary, as 9/11 tragically demonstrated, the more the world becomes a shared social space, the greater the sense of division, difference, and conflict it creates. Asymmetrical globalization is principally perceived beyond the OECD core as Western globalization, provoking fears of a new imperialism and significant counter-reactions, from the protests of the anti-globalization movement to the actions of different cultural or national communities seeking to protect their indigenous culture and way of life. Rather than a more cooperative world order, contemporary globalization, in many respects, has exacerbated existing tensions and conflicts, generated new divisions and insecurities, creating a more unruly world. Globalization is a complex process embodying contradictory tendencies towards global integration and fragmentation, cooperation and conflict, order and disorder. This has been its history. Violence has always been central to globalization, whether in the form of the new imperialism of the 1890s or the current war on global terror. By comparison with previous periods, contemporary globalization combines a remarkable confluence of dense patterns of global interconnectedness, alongside their unprecedented institutionalization through new global and regional infrastructures of control and communication, from the World Trade Organization, WTO, to transnational corporations. In nearly all domains, contemporary patterns of globalization have not only surpassed those of earlier epochs, but also displayed unparalleled qualitative differences, that is, in terms of how globalization is organized and managed. The existence of new real-time global communications infrastructures, in which the world literally is transformed into a single social space, distinguishes very clearly contemporary globalization from that of the past. In these respects it is best described as a thick form of globalization or globalism, held, McGrew et al. 1999, Keohane and Nye 2003. Box 1.6 The Three Waves of Globalization. Globalization is not a novel phenomenon. Viewed as a secular historical process by which human civilizations have come to form a single world system, it has occurred in three distinct waves. In the first wave, the Age of Discovery, 1450 to 1850, globalization was decisively shaped by European expansion and conquest. The second wave, 1850 to 1945, evidenced a major expansion in the spread and entrenchment of European empires. By comparison, contemporary globalization, 1960 on, marks a new epoch in human affairs. Just as the Industrial Revolution and the expansion of the West in the 19th century defined a new age in world history, so today the microchip and the satellite are icons of a globalized world order. As such, it delineates the set of constraints and opportunities which confront governments and thereby conditions their freedom of action or autonomy, most especially in the economic realm. For instance, the unprecedented scale of global financial flows at over $1.88 trillion a day imposes a significant discipline on any government, even the most economically powerful, in its conduct of national economic policy. Thick globalization embodies a powerful systemic logic insofar as it structures the context in which states operate and thereby defines the parameters of state power. It therefore has significant consequences for how we understand world politics. Key points. The contemporary phase of globalization has proved more robust in the aftermath of 9/11 than the skeptics recognize. Contemporary globalization is a multidimensional, uneven, and asymmetrical process. Contemporary globalization is best described as a thick form of globalization or globalism. A world transformed, globalization and distorted global politics. Consider a political map of the world. Its most striking feature is the division of the entire Earth's surface into over 190 neatly defined territorial units, namely states. To a student of politics in the Middle Ages, such a representation of the world, which gave primacy to borders and boundaries, would make little sense. Historically, borders are a relatively recent invention, as is the idea that states are sovereign, self-governing, territorially delimited political communities or polities. Although today a convenient fiction, this presumption remains central to orthodox state-centric conceptions of world politics as the pursuit of power and interests between sovereign states. Globalization, however, calls this state-centric conception of world politics into question. Taking globalization seriously therefore requires a conceptual shift in the way we think about world politics. The Westphalian Constitution of World Order. The peace treaties of Westphalia and Osnabrück, 1648, established the legal basis of modern statehood and by implication the fundamental rules or constitution of modern world politics. Although Pope Innocent referred to the Westphalian settlement at the time as null, reprobate, and devoid of meaning for all time, in the course of the subsequent 4 centuries it has formed the normative structure or constitution of the modern world order. At the heart of the Westphalian settlement was agreement among Europe's rulers to recognize each other's right to rule their own territories free from outside interference. This was codified over time in the doctrine of sovereign statehood. But it was only in the 20th century, as global empires collapsed, that sovereign statehood and with it national self-determination finally acquired the status of universal organizing principles of world order. Contrary to Pope Innocent's desires, the Westphalian Constitution by then had come to colonize the entire planet. Constitutions are important because they establish the location of legitimate political authority within a polity and the rules which inform the exercise and limits of political power. In codifying and legitimating the principle of sovereign statehood, the Westphalian Constitution gave birth to the modern state system. It welded together the idea of territoriality with the notion of legitimate sovereign rule. Westphalian sovereignty located supreme legal and political authority within territorially delimited states. Sovereignty involved the rightful entitlement to exclusive, unqualified, and supreme rule within a delimited territory. It was exclusive insofar as no ruler had the right to intervene in the sovereign affairs of other nations, unqualified in that within their territories rulers had complete authority over their subjects, and supreme in that there was no legal or political authority beyond the state. Of course, for many, especially weak states, sovereignty as the legitimate claim to rule has not always translated into effective control within their territories. As Krasner recognizes, the Westphalian system has for many states been little more than a form of organized hypocrisy, Krasner 1999. Nevertheless, this never fundamentally compromised its influence upon the developmental trajectory of world politics. Although the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights modified aspects of the Westphalian Constitution, in qualifying aspects of state sovereignty, it remains the founding covenant of world politics. However, many argue that contemporary globalization presents a fundamental challenge to the Westphalian ideal of sovereign statehood and in so doing is transforming world order. Box 1.7 The Westphalian Constitution of World Politics. 1. Territoriality. Humankind is organized principally into exclusive territorial, political, communities with fixed borders. 2. Sovereignty. Within its borders the state or government has an entitlement to supreme, unqualified, and exclusive political and legal authority. 3. Autonomy. The principle of self-determination or self-governance constructs countries as autonomous containers of political, social, and economic activity in that fixed borders separate the domestic sphere from the world outside. From state-centric geopolitics to geocentric global politics. As globalization has intensified over the last 5 decades, it has become increasingly difficult to maintain the popular fiction of the Great Divide, that is, treating political life as having 2 quite separate spheres of action, the domestic and the international, which operate according to different logics with different rules, actors, and agendas. There is a growing recognition that, as former President Clinton described it, the once bright line between domestic and foreign policy is blurring. If I could do anything to change the speech patterns of those of us in public life, I would like almost to stop hearing people talk about foreign policy and domestic policy, and instead start discussing economic policy, security policy, environmental policy. Quoted in Cusimano 2006. Box 1.8 The Post-Westphalian Order. Territoriality. Borders and territory still remain important, not least for administrative purposes. Under conditions of globalization, however, a new geography of political organization and political power is emerging which transcends territories and borders. State sovereignty. The sovereign power and authority of national government. The entitlement of states to rule within their own territorial space is being transformed but not necessarily eroded. Sovereignty today is increasingly understood as the shared exercise of public power and authority between national, regional, and global authorities. State autonomy. In a more interdependent world, simply to achieve domestic objectives, national governments are forced to engage in extensive multilateral collaboration and cooperation. But in becoming more embedded in systems of global and regional governance, states confront a real dilemma. In return for more effective public policy and meeting their citizens' demands, whether in relation to the drugs trade or employment, their capacity for self-governance, that is state autonomy, is compromised. As the substantive issues of political life consistently ignore the artificial foreign/domestic divide, from the worldwide coordination of anti-globalization protests to national courts enforcing the rulings of the World Trade Organization, the Westphalian Constitution appears increasingly anachronistic. A post-Westphalian world order is emerging, and with it a distinctive form of global politics. To talk of global politics is to recognize that politics itself has been globalized, and that as a consequence there is much more to the study of world politics than conflict and cooperation between states, even if this remains crucial. In other words, globalization challenges the one-dimensionality of orthodox accounts of world politics, which conceive it purely in terms of geopolitics and the struggle for power between states. By contrast, the concept of global politics focuses our attention upon the global structures and processes of rule-making, problem-solving, and the maintenance of security and order in the world system. Brown, 1992. It requires us to acknowledge the importance of states and geopolitics, but not a priori to grant them a privileged status in understanding and explaining contemporary world affairs. For under conditions of political globalization, states are increasingly embedded in thickening and overlapping worldwide webs of multilateral institutions and multilateral politics, such as NATO and the World Bank, transnational associations and networks, from the International Chamber of Commerce to the World Muslim Congress, global policy networks of officials, corporate and non-governmental actors, dealing with global issues, such as the Global AIDS Fund and the Rollback Malaria Initiative. And those formal and informal, transgovernmental, networks of government officials dealing with shared global problems, including the Basel Committee of Central Bankers and the Financial Action Task Force on Money Laundering, Fig. 1.1. Global politics directs our attention to the emergence of a fragile global polity within which interests are articulated and aggregated, decisions are made, values allocated, and policies conducted through international or transnational political processes. Bugard, 2004, 5. In other words, to how the global order is, or fails to be, governed. Since the UN's creation in 1945, a vast nexus of global and regional institutions has evolved, surrounded by a proliferation of non-governmental agencies and networks seeking to influence the governance of global affairs. While world government remains a fanciful idea, there does exist an evolving global governance complex embracing states, international institutions, transnational networks, and agencies, both public and private, which functions, with variable effect, to promote, regulate, or intervene in the common affairs of humanity. Fig. 1.2. Over the last 5 decades, its scope and impact have expanded dramatically, with the result that its activities have become significantly politicized, as global protests against the WTO attest. Figure 1.1. The World Wide Web. Figure 1.2. The Global Governance Complex. This evolving global governance complex encompasses the multitude of formal and informal structures of political coordination among governments, intergovernmental and transnational agencies, public and private, designed to realize common purposes or collectively agreed goals through the making or implementing of global or transnational rules, and the regulation of transborder problems. A good illustration of this is the creation of international labor codes to protect vulnerable workers. The International Convention on the Elimination of Child Labor, ICEL, for instance, was the product of a complex politics involving public and private actors, from trade unions, industrial associations, humanitarian groups, governments, legal experts, not forgetting officials and experts within the International Labour Organization, ILO. Within this global governance complex, private or non-governmental agencies have become increasingly influential in the formulation and implementation of global public policy. The International Accounting Standards Board establishes global accounting rules, while the major credit rating agencies, such as Moody's and Standard & Poor's, determine the credit status of governments and corporations around the globe. This is a form of private global governance in which private organizations regulate, often in the shadow of global public authorities, aspects of global economic and social affairs. In those realms in which it has become highly significant, mainly the economic and the technological, this private global governance involves a relocation of authority from states and multilateral bodies to non-governmental organizations and private agencies. Coextensive with the global governance complex is an embryonic transnational civil society. In recent decades, a plethora of NGOs, transnational organizations, from the International Chamber of Commerce, international trade unions, and the Rainforest Network to the Catholic Church, advocacy networks, from the women's movement to Nazis on the net, and citizens groups have come to play a significant role in mobilizing, organizing, and exercising political power across national boundaries. This has been facilitated by the speed and ease of modern global communications and a growing awareness of common interests between groups in different countries and regions of the world. At the 2006 ministerial meeting of the WTO in Hong Kong, the representatives of environmental, corporate, and other interested parties outnumbered the formal representatives of government. Of course, not all the members of transnational civil society are either civil or representative. Some seek to further dubious, reactionary, or even criminal causes, while many lack effective accountability. Furthermore, there are considerable inequalities between the agencies of transnational civil society in terms of resources, influence, and access to key centers of global decision-making. Multinational corporations, like Rupert Murdoch's News International, have much greater access to centers of power, and capacity to shape the global agenda, than does the Rainforest Action Network. Case Study 2: Security and Violence in Global Politics. Paradoxically, the same global infrastructures which make it possible to organize production on a worldwide basis can also be exploited to lethal effect. National security increasingly begins abroad, not at the border, since borders are as much carriers as barriers to transnational organized violence. This has become increasingly evident in relation to new wars, complex irregular warfare in the global south. Interstate war has been almost entirely supplanted by intrastate and trans-state conflict located in the global south, or on the perimeters of the west. These so-called new wars are primarily located in weak states and rooted in identity politics, local conflicts, and rivalries. They involve complex irregular warfare between military, paramilitary, criminal, and private forces which rages through, but often around and across, state borders with little discrimination between civilians and combatants. The United Nations estimates, for instance, that 35 people die every hour across the globe as a consequence of irregular armed conflict. These new wars, whether in Bosnia, Darfur, or Venezuela, are curiously modern since they are sustained largely by the capacity of combatants to exploit global networks to provide finance, arms, émigré support, or aid, as well as to facilitate profiteering, racketeering, and shadow economies, such as the diamond or drugs trade, which pays for arms and influence. Despite their apparently localized quality, new wars are in fact a manifestation of the contemporary globalization of organized violence. Disorder in one part of the world, as in Darfur in 2006, or in Kosovo and Somalia in the 1990s, combines with global media coverage and the speed of travel to feed insecurity, creating overlapping global security complexes. These complexes bind together the security of societies across the North-South divide. They also highlight a major disjuncture between the distribution of formal military power and the distribution of effective coercive power in the world today. Al-Qaeda, the triads, private military companies, drug cartels, narco-terrorism, and the illicit global arms trade are all examples of the growth of informal organized violence or post-international violence. They pose, as Keohane starkly notes, a profound challenge since states no longer have a monopoly on the means of mass destruction. More people died in the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon than in the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. Keohane 2002a, 284. If global politics involves a diversity of actors and institutions, it is also marked by a diversity of political concerns. The agenda of global politics is anchored to not just traditional geopolitical concerns but also to a proliferation of economic, social, cultural, and ecological questions. Pollution, drugs, human rights, and terrorism are among an increasing number of transnational policy issues which, because of globalization, transcend territorial borders and existing political jurisdictions, and thereby require international cooperation for their effective resolution. Politics today is marked by a proliferation of new types of boundary problem. In the past, of course, nation-states principally resolved their differences over boundary matters by pursuing reasons of state backed by diplomatic initiatives and, ultimately, by coercive means. But this geopolitical logic appears singularly inadequate and inappropriate to resolve the many complex issues, from economic regulation to resource depletion and environmental degradation to chemical weapons proliferation, which engender at seemingly ever greater speeds an intermeshing of national fortunes. This is not to argue that the sovereign state is in decline. The sovereign power and authority of national government, the entitlement of states to rule within their own territorial space, is being transformed but by no means eroded. Locked into systems of global and regional governance, states now assert their sovereignty less in the form of a legal claim to supreme power than as a bargaining tool, in the context of transnational systems of rule-making, with other agencies and social forces. Sovereignty is bartered, shared, and divided among the agencies of public power at different levels from the local to the global. The Westphalian conception of sovereignty as an indivisible, territorially exclusive form of public power is being displaced by a new sovereignty regime, in which sovereignty is understood as the shared exercise of public power and authority. In this respect, we are witnessing the emergence of a post-Westphalian world order. Furthermore, far from globalization leading to the end of the state, it elicits a more activist state. This is because, in a world of global enmeshment, simply to achieve domestic objectives, national governments are forced to engage in extensive multilateral collaboration and cooperation. But in becoming more embedded in frameworks of global and regional governance, states confront a real dilemma. In return for more effective public policy and meeting their citizens' demands, their capacity for self-governance, that is, state autonomy, is compromised. Today, a difficult trade-off is posed between effective governance and self-governance. In this respect, the Westphalian image of the monolithic, unitary state is being displaced by the image of the disaggregated state, in which its constituent agencies increasingly interact with their counterparts abroad, international agencies, and NGOs in the management of common and global affairs. Slaughter 2004, Fig 1.3. Global politics is a term which acknowledges that the scale of political life has fundamentally altered. Politics, understood as that set of activities concerned primarily with the achievement of order and justice, does not recognize territorial boundaries. It questions the utility of the distinction between the domestic and the foreign, inside and outside the territorial state, the national and the international, since decisions and actions taken in one region impact upon the welfare of communities in distant parts of the globe, with the result that domestic politics is internationalized and world politics becomes domesticated. It acknowledges that power in the global system is not the sole preserve of states but is distributed, unevenly, among a diverse array of public and private actors and networks, from international agencies, through corporations to NGOs, with important consequences for who gets what, how, when, and where. It recognizes that political authority has been diffused not only upwards to superstate bodies, such as the European Union, but also downwards to sub-state bodies, such as regional assemblies, and beyond the state to private agencies, such as the International Accounting Standards Board. It accepts that sovereignty remains a principal juridical attribute of states but concludes that it is increasingly divided and shared between local, national, regional, and global authorities. Finally, it affirms that, in an age of globalization, national polities no longer function as closed systems. On the contrary, it asserts that all politics understood as the pursuit of order and justice are played out in a global context. However, as with globalization, inequality and exclusion are endemic features of contemporary global politics. There are many reasons for this, but three factors in particular are crucial. First, enormous inequalities of power between states. Second, global governance is shaped by an unwritten constitution that tends to privilege the interests and agenda of global capitalism. Third, the technocratic nature of much global decision-making, from health to security, tends to exclude many with a legitimate stake in the outcomes. Figure 1.3 The disaggregated state. These three factors produce cumulative inequalities of power and exclusion, reflecting the inequalities of power between North and South, with the result that contemporary global politics is more accurately described as distorted global politics, distorted in the sense that inevitably those states and groups with greater power, resources and access to key sites of global decision-making tend to have the greatest control or influence over the agenda and outcomes of global politics. In short, global politics has few democratic qualities. This sits in tension with a world in which democracy is generally valued. Whether a more democratic global politics is imaginable and what it might look like is the concern of normative theorists and is the subject of the concluding section of this chapter. Key points. Globalization is transforming but not burying the Westphalian ideal of sovereign statehood. It is producing the disaggregated state. Globalization requires a conceptual shift in our thinking about world politics from a primarily geopolitical perspective to the perspective of geocentric or global politics, the politics of worldwide social relations. Global politics is more accurately described as distorted global politics because it is afflicted by significant power asymmetries. From distorted global politics to cosmopolitan global politics. Globalization, it can be argued, is associated with a double democratic deficit. On the one hand, it has compounded the tension between democracy as a territoriality-rooted system of rule and the operation of global markets and transnational networks of corporate power. For if democratic governments are losing the capacity to manage transnational forces in accordance with the expressed preferences of their citizens, then the very essence of democracy, namely self-governance, is decidedly compromised. On the other hand, it is associated with the emergence of a distorted global politics in which power asymmetries and global institutions more often than not enhance the interests of global elites at the expense of the wider world community. Many of the agencies of global civil society too are highly unrepresentative of the world's peoples. Distorted global politics, in other words, has weak democratic credentials. Arguably, redressing this double democratic deficit, alongside global poverty reduction, is the greatest ethical and political challenge of the 21st century. Box 1.9 Cosmopolitan democracy. Within the normative theory of world politics, one particular approach speaks directly to the failings of distorted global politics, namely, cosmopolitanism, CCH 11, held 2002, Moellendorf 2002. Cosmopolitanism presents a radical critique of distorted global politics for the manner in which it perpetuates global inequalities and therefore global injustices. Realizing a more humane and just world order requires a reformed and more democratic system of global governance, which can at a minimum regulate global markets and prevent transnational harm to the most vulnerable. This might be termed the project of cosmopolitan democracy, Box 1.9. Cosmopolitan democracy can be conceived as a basis for combining the democratization of global governance with the pursuit of global social justice, CCH 31. It seeks to nurture and institutionalize some of the core values of social democracy: the rule of law, political equality, democratic governance, social justice, social solidarity, and economic efficiency within global power systems. Cosmopolitan democracy seeks to reinvigorate democracy within states by extending democracy to relations between and across states. Only through such a double democratization will the double democratic deficit created by globalization be addressed. In effect, those global sites and transnational networks of power, which at present escape effective national democratic control, will be brought to account, so establishing the conditions befitting the realization of a more humane and democratic global politics. In the context of a deeply divided world, in which violence is endemic and might seeks to impose right, the prospects for its realization might currently appear somewhat remote. Yet its advocates argue that it is rooted in the actually existing conditions of global politics. Cosmopolitanism builds upon the argument that globalization is bringing about a post-Westphalian order. As a result, the present world order combines, in an unstable mix, elements of both paradise and power, that is, of democratic principles and realpolitik, see ch 5 and ch 7. Thus the principles of self-determination, the rule of law, popular sovereignty, democratic legitimacy, the legal equality of states, and even redistribution, through aid, are embedded in global politics. So too are the ideas that might is right and that the national interest has primacy over all else. Globalization thereby has provoked major political reactions which in their more progressive manifestations have engendered a wider political debate about the democratic credentials of the existing global governance complex. Regulating globalization in the public and global interest has become a paramount political issue across the world. Witness, for instance, the global campaign in 2005 to make poverty history. There is now increased political pressure on G8 governments especially to bring good governance to global governance by making it more transparent, accountable, and legitimate. A broader global consensus appears to be emerging on the need for such reform, drawing political support from across the North-South divide and among diverse constituencies of transnational civil society. In short, distorted global politics gives expression to diverse democratic impulses and constituencies. However, it would be foolish to assume that such impulses and constituencies will triumph in the near future, since arrayed against them are powerful global forces which resist the creation of a more cosmopolitan or humane global politics. Arguably, distorted global politics embodies a historic struggle between the logic of power politics, statism, and the logic of cosmopolitanism, between power and paradise. Its future trajectory, however, remains wholly speculative. That it is so is a source of both intellectual despair and huge relief, despair since it reaffirms the limits of our current theories of world politics insofar as they offer scant guide to the future, relief because it confirms that the future remains to be made, even if, to paraphrase Marx, it is not within the conditions of our own choosing. Therefore globalization undoubtedly will remain a powerful force for global change, hopefully for the better but quite possibly for the worse. Key points. Globalization creates a double democratic deficit in that it places limits on democracy within states and new mechanisms of global governance which lack democratic credentials. Global politics has engendered its own global political theory which draws upon cosmopolitan thinking. Cosmopolitanism offers an account of the desirability and feasibility of the democratization of global politics. Distorted global politics can be interpreted as expressing a contest between the forces of statism and cosmopolitanism in the conduct and management of world affairs. Conclusion. This chapter has sought to elucidate the concept of globalization and identify its implications for the study of world politics. It has argued that globalization reconstructs the world as a shared social space. But it does so in a far from uniform manner. Contemporary globalization is highly uneven, it varies in its intensity and extensity between different spheres of activity, and is highly asymmetrical, and it engenders a highly unequal geography of global inclusion and exclusion. In doing so it is as much a source of conflict and violence as of cooperation and harmony in world affairs. In focusing upon the consequences of globalization for the study of international relations, this chapter has argued that it engenders a fundamental shift in the constitution of world politics. A post-Westphalian world order is in the making as sovereign statehood is transformed by the dynamics of globalization. A conceptual shift in our thinking is therefore required, from geopolitics, or interstate politics, to global politics, the politics of state and non-state actors within a shared global social space. Global politics is imbued with deep inequalities of power such that in its current configuration it is more accurately described as distorted global politics, a politics of domination, contestation, and competition between powerful states and transnational social forces. Cosmopolitan theory, it was noted, suggests that a more democratic form of global politics is both desirable and feasible. To this extent, the trajectory of global politics will be shaped significantly by the struggle between the forces of statism and cosmopolitanism, or might is right versus right is might. The outcome of this contest will determine whether 21st century global politics will be a politics of hope or of fear, in other words, whether a more humane and democratic global politics can be fashioned out of today's distorted global politics. Questions. 1. Distinguish the concept of globalization from that of regionalization and internationalization. 2. What do you understand by the Westphalia Constitution of World Order? 3. Why is global politics today more accurately described as distorted global politics? 4. Outline the principal causes of globalization. 5. Review the sceptical argument and critically evaluate it. 6. What are the principal characteristics of the post-Westphalian order? 7. Identify some of the key elements of political globalization. 8. What are the principal characteristics of contemporary globalization? 9. Distinguish the concept of global politics from that of geopolitics and interstate politics. 10. Outline the main elements of cosmopolitan global politics. 11. Is the state being eclipsed by the forces of globalization and global governance? 12. Is state sovereignty being eroded or transformed? Explain your answer. Guide to further reading. Castells, M. 2000, Oxford, Blackwells. This is a now contemporary classic account of the political economy of globalization, which is comprehensive in its analysis of the new global informational capitalism. Duffield, M. 2001, Global Governance and the New Wars, London, Z. A very readable account of how globalization is leading to the fusion of the development and security agendas within the global governance complex. Gilpin, R. 2001, Global Political Economy, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. A more skeptical view of economic globalization which, although taking it seriously, conceives it as an expression of Americanization or American hegemony. Held, D. and McGrew, A. 2007, Globalization, Anti-Globalization, Beyond the Great Divide, 2nd ed., Cambridge, Polity Press. A short introduction to all aspects of the current globalization debate and its implications for the study for world politics. Hurst, P. and Thompson, G. 1999, Globalization in Question, 2nd ed., Cambridge, Polity Press. An excellent and sober critique of the hyperglobalist argument, which is thoroughly skeptical about the globalization thesis, viewing it as a return to the Belle Époque and heavily shaped by states. Holden, R. 2005, Making Globalization, London, Palgrave. A comprehensive overview of globalization and its implications for the study of the social sciences written from a sociological perspective. Kennedy, P. et al. 2002, Global Trends and Global Governance, London, Pluto Press. A good introduction to how globalization is reshaping world politics and the nature of global governance. Robertson, R. 2003, The Three Waves of Globalization, A History of Developing Global Consciousness, London, Z. A very good account of globalization as a long-term historical process driven by a combination of economic and political factors. Skolt, J.A. 2005, Globalization, A Critical Introduction, 2nd ed., Basingstoke, Macmillan. An excellent introduction to the globalization debate from its causes to its consequences for the global political economy from within a critical political economy perspective. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith4E. Part 1. The historical context. In this part of the book, we want to provide you with a historical context within which to make sense of globalization. We have two main aims. First, we want to introduce you to the main aspects of international history, and we will do this by giving you a more chronologically concentrated set of chapters. We start with an overview of international society from its origins in ancient Greece through to the beginning of the 21st century. We think that you need to have some basic understanding of the main developments in the history of world politics, as well as some kind of context for thinking about the contemporary period of world history. This is followed by a chapter that looks at the main themes of 20th century history until the end of the Cold War. The final chapter of this section looks at developments within international history since 1990. We want these chapters to give you a lot of historical information which will be of interest in its own right, but our second aim is to draw to your attention the main themes of international history so that you can develop a deeper understanding of the issues, both theoretical and empirical, that are dealt with in the remaining 4 parts of this book. We think that an overview of international history gives you a context within which to begin thinking about globalization. Is it a new phenomenon that fundamentally changes the main patterns of international history, or are there precedents for it that make it seem less revolutionary? Chapter 2. The Evolution of International Society. David Armstrong. Reader's Guide. This chapter discusses the idea of international society and some of its historical manifestations. International society refers to the rules, institutions, and shared practices that different groups of political communities have developed in the course of their interaction with each other. It has taken many forms over 5,000 years, but today's international society is composed of interconnected but independent sovereign states. It faces a complex range of challenges in the era of globalization. Introduction, the idea of international society. There are many different ways of characterizing the overall structure and pattern of relations among distinct political communities. At one hypothetical extreme, we might imagine an unrestrained struggle of all against all, in which war, conquest, and the slaughter or enslavement of the defeated constituted the sole forms of contact between the communities. At the other extreme, we might conceive a world government in which the individual societies retained distinctions based on such features as language, culture, or religion, but their political and legal independence were no greater than that of the constituent parts of the USA. Between these extremes we find the many forms of interaction that have emerged in different times and places throughout world history. These range from empires, which can themselves be loosely or tightly organized, more or less centralized and relatively formal or informal, to international systems organized on the basis of the independence of individual units or their sovereignty, with various kinds of international hierarchical orders in between. In the broadest sense, the term international society may be applied to any of these modes of interaction that are governed to some degree by common rules and practices. However, the term has come to be applied more narrowly to a particular historical narrative and to a theoretical perspective derived, in part, from this historical narrative. The narrative concerns the emergence of the European state system, with its key principles of sovereignty and non-intervention, from the complex medieval order that preceded it. In one version of these events, the European states formed an association referred to as the Family of Nations or the International Society. This was seen as founded both on their determination to safeguard their sovereign status and on a set of values, or a standard of civilization, that marked out the members of this inner circle from those outside. Within the club, relations were to be governed by the principles of sovereign equality and non-intervention and the rules of international law, ch. 16. Outside it, those societies deemed uncivilized could be subject to various means of control or domination, ranging from the unequal treaties which were used to carve out Western spheres of influence in China to outright colonization elsewhere. The theoretical perspective that draws upon this experience as well as upon earlier ideas advanced by foundational figures in international law, notably Grotius, is known as the International Society approach or the English School of International Relations, the most systematic and comprehensive presentation of whose ideas came from Hedley Bull. Like Waltz and the neorealists, ch. 5 and ch. 7, Bull's starting point is that, as states accept no higher power than themselves, they exist in a condition of international anarchy, absence of government. Like Waltz, he sees the central facet of the overall international structure as an essential determinant of international relations. Unlike Waltz, who emphasizes the inevitability of power struggles that can only be constrained by a balance of power, he sees order in world politics as also potentially deriving from the existence of an international society. Historical examples of such international societies all had a common culture encompassing linguistic, ethical, religious, and artistic elements which assisted the degree of communication and mutual understanding that were required for common rules and institutions to emerge. Both the English school and the much older historical narrative on which it draws have been attacked for helping to legitimize what was, in reality, an oppressive and exploitative colonial order. Although the notion of a Christian international society predated Columbus, it was used in a more systematic way to justify the European seizure of land from the indigenous peoples of America and elsewhere, Keel 2003. Similarly, the idea of the standard of civilization was employed to rationalize 19th-century imperialism and the unequal treatment of nations like China and the Ottoman Empire. Some would argue that, from this perspective, the use today of terms like the international community merely masks the same old reality, one dominated by the great powers. Box 2.1 Bull on International Society. A society of states, or international society, exists when a group of states, conscious of certain common interests and common values, form a society in the sense that they conceive themselves to be bound by a common set of rules in their relations with one another, and share in the working of common institutions. Bull 1977, 13. Such criticisms of the international society tradition may have much validity, but it is also important to remain aware of the insights into world politics that a more nuanced and balanced understanding of international society can yield. The interactions among states and other international actors can only be fully comprehended if we can appreciate the larger context within which these interactions take place. There are, of course, many ways of conceptualizing this larger context, each of which gives rise to its own distinct perspective and findings. An emphasis on the world economic structure might interpret events in terms of the development of capitalism. A stress on the power relativities among states might see the world in terms of an ongoing struggle to contain attempts by one great power to achieve preponderance through a balance of power. An interpretation of world history in terms of the clash between different structures of ideas might perceive developments as part of an inevitable dialectic between modernity and reaction. Yet, while major transitions might have been driven by various deep-seated economic, power political, or cultural factors, human agency has always played the key role in determining the underlying rules, norms, and institutions that shape the relations among international actors at any given time. The term international society is, in essence, a shorthand way of depicting the overall structure constituted by such norms, rules, and institutions. In this sense, far from being a purely European invention, it has been present in different forms throughout world history. Key points. International society is any association of distinct political communities which accept some common values, rules, and institutions. It is the central concept of the English School of International Relations. Although originally coined to refer to relations among European states, the term may be applied to many different sets of political arrangements among distinct political communities. Ancient worlds. Contemporary international society comprises the norms, rules, established practices, and institutions governing the relations among sovereign states, communities occupying a defined territory within which they exercise juridical independence. Its essential principles, such as non-intervention and legal equality in international relations, reflect the common interest underpinning such an association, namely protecting and legitimizing sovereignty itself and excluding other contenders for legal authority within the state. No early international society quite resembles this model, mainly because none has quite the unambiguous emphasis on sovereign equality, the equal status in international law of all states that characterizes contemporary international society. In some cases, such as Imperial China at its peak, one powerful state would only deal with others on the basis of an acknowledgement of its own superior standing. In some, other kinds of subordinate relationships prevailed. In others, such as early Islam and medieval Europe, different forms of supranational religious authority, the Caliphate and the Papacy, coexisted in a sometimes uneasy relationship with their secular, usually monarchical, counterparts. Medieval Europe was also marked by a complex mosaic of subnational and transnational entities, all of which claimed various entitlements and frequently possessed some independent military capacity. These included barons, dukes, bishops, chivalric orders like the Knights Templar and associations of trading cities, like the Hanseatic League. The term international society may, however, still be used in all of these cases since they all engaged in regular interaction that was, at least sometimes, nonviolent and was also characterized by rules and shared values, or at least similar underlying normative assumptions. Such characteristics were in evidence even when the earliest communities began to settle in fixed territorial areas and consequently to develop more complex hierarchical social orders and more varied economies than their hunter-gatherer ancestors had enjoyed, as well as more comprehensive structures of religious beliefs, Busan and Little 2000. Territorial possession needed to be defined, defended, and, if possible, accepted by outside groups. Growing economic complexity and diversity gave rise to increasing trade relations with other communities, which in turn produced the need for mutual understanding and, ideally, rules about such issues as the rights of foreigners to travel through or reside in other lands. As rulers extended their authority over ever larger areas, so they were increasingly drawn to less violent, and therefore cheaper and safer, means of consolidating and legitimizing their positions. Diplomatic envoys, treaties, and careful definition of the rights and duties of lesser kings all played their part in such endeavors. Finally, as primitive religious beliefs evolved into comprehensive ideologies, embracing complex notions of right and wrong and divine reward and retribution, so did the relations among early societies acquire common normative assumptions. That, in turn, made it possible for agreements among these societies to include sanctions in the form of the threat of divine punishment for oath breakers. Box 2.2 Key dates. It is probable that some variant of these processes was apparent wherever tribes began to establish settled communities or city-states. In the ancient Middle East, the pattern from the 3rd millennium BCE onwards was for the great kings of Akkadia, Sumeria, Assyria, the Hittite Empire and Egypt to claim dominion over lesser lords, their vassals who, in return for their allegiance, retained some freedom to form alliances and even have their own vassal states. Treaties between great kings and their vassals concerned matters such as borders, trade, grazing rights, intermarriage, extradition, defense, and the rights and duties of citizens of one state visiting or residing in another. Treaties were accompanied by ceremonies and rituals, and they generally contained clauses invoking divine sanctions upon treaty breakers. They were often negotiated by diplomatic envoys, who did not, strictly speaking, enjoy the equivalent of diplomatic immunity characteristic of modern international society. They could be punished and held hostage, and in several cases were actually killed. However, like ancient treaties, the institution of diplomacy was invested with religious solemnity. The fragmentary written evidence from this period offers tantalizing glimpses of the normative underpinnings of the relations among the major states. One post-war treaty between Egypt and the Hittites, c. 1300 BCE, pledged permanent alliance, freedom of commerce, and extradition of criminals, subject to the surprisingly humane provision that neither they nor their close relatives should be subjected to extreme punishment. However, The elements of international society that we can discern were almost certainly marginal aspects of a world in which the frequently brutal struggle for survival in economic conditions of bare subsistence constituted the central reality. As economic circumstances improved and settled communities became less vulnerable to marauding nomadic tribes who were outside and impervious to any conception of international rules, so more refined international systems began to appear. In the period from about 700 BCE to the beginnings of Roman domination in the 1st century BCE, the three most notable examples of such systems were to be found in China, India, and Greece. In all three cases, the countries were divided for much of the period into separate polities, but, alongside often fierce competition and conflict, they also retained a sense of their cultural unity. In Greece, the city-states shared a common language and religion, together with institutions like the Olympic Games and the Delphic Oracle that were designed to emphasize this unity. All city-states placed a high value on their independence, which enabled them to unite against the threat of Persian hegemony. Their common Greek identity did not prevent several bids at hegemony that were sometimes accompanied by brutal warfare. The most famous of these, the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta, 431 to 404 BCE, witnessed the notorious Melian dialogue, when Athens rebuffed a request from the island of Melos to remain neutral in the war. Melian appeals to justice, morality, and honor all fell on deaf ears. The Athenians stated bluntly, "Let us not waste time with fine words which nobody will believe. You know as well as we do that the question of justice hardly ever comes into human affairs. The truth is that the powerful take what they can and the weak grant what they must, also see ch. 5. When the Melians still refused, the Athenians, after a siege, killed all the men and enslaved all the women and children, Thucydides 1954-1972. This, of course, represents one of the most cold-blooded assertions of an ultra-realist view of international relations. Only power counts, rules and morality play no part. Numerous similar occasions of ruthless conflict between Greek city-states caution against exaggerating the degree to which they constituted a highly developed international society. Nonetheless, other aspects of intercity relations suggest that an authentic and well-established international society was also a genuine element in their affairs. First, there was a rudimentary institutional basis of international society in the form of the Amphictyonic Council, the use of arbitration to settle certain intercity disputes, and the proxenea. The council was essentially a religious institution, whose concern was to provide some protection for shrines such as the Delphic Oracle and to enable Greeks to engage in religious rituals even during times of war. It also occasionally played a limited role in helping to bring war to an end. Resort to third-party arbitration to settle disputes was more common, especially in the case of territorial disputes where the land in question had a particular religious, strategic, or economic significance. The proxenea was essentially an ancient version of the modern institution of the consulate, in which a proxenos, lit. For the foreigner, was appointed to represent the interests of the foreign communities in the larger states. Greek international society was also underpinned by shared moral understandings about rightful international conduct that were ultimately derived from religious norms. These concerned areas like diplomacy, the sanctity of treaties, entry into war, and the treatment of enemy dead. Although violations in all these areas certainly occurred, there were also various forms of sanction, including incurring a reputation for unreliability or dishonesty and being punished following a subsequent arbitration. Ancient India similarly had numerous religious norms that in principle, if not always in practice, applied to international relations. This was especially true of warfare, where India had a much wider and more complex set of norms than any of the other ancient societies. These ranged from conceptions of what constituted a just war through various rituals to be observed at the commencement of war to numerous prohibitions on certain forms of conduct during and after war. The concept of dharma, a multifaceted term signifying natural and eternal laws, provided the underlying moral foundation for these injunctions. Kautilya's Arthasastra, 4th century BCE, added a sophisticated set of maxims concerning the rules to be followed by kings seeking to dominate the Indian state system. These present the necessity for humane conduct in war as a requirement of prudent statecraft rather than simply of morality. As with Greece and the earlier Near Eastern societies, treaties in India were regarded as having a sacred quality, although additional securities against the breaking of a treaty, such as hostages, were sometimes insisted on. In the case of China during the 500 years before its separate kingdoms were unified under the Qin dynasty in 221 BCE, international relations, as with India and Greece, took place in a context of cultural and intellectual richness and dynamism. This produced a complex range of contending schools of thought which, inevitably, touched upon questions of war and peace and other international issues. As with Greece and India, it is hard to determine with any precision the degree to which the principles of conduct elaborated by Confucius and other thinkers influenced the actual practice of the contending states. In the earlier spring and autumn period, 722 to 481 BCE, the frequent wars that characterized the constant struggle for hegemony were sometimes fought almost in a formalistic manner, with rules of chivalry strictly observed. During the later Warring States period, 403 to 221 BCE, however, great improvements in the techniques of warfare produced a fierce and brutal struggle for dominance that was eventually won by the Qin state. The new imperial China was to last in different forms and with varying degrees of unity for more than 2,000 years. It came to adopt the formal position that its civilization was so superior to all the others that relations with foreigners, outer barbarians, were only possible on the basis of an acknowledgement by the foreigners of China's higher status, including the payment of tribute to the emperor. In so far as the term international society may be applied at all to this perspective, it needs to be formulated in very different ways from those revolving around the concept of a system of interacting, independent states. The Chinese identified themselves, at least in Confucian theory, essentially in cultural terms and saw their place in the world as at the center of a culturally determined hierarchy. Our final ancient society, Rome, was obliged during its republican period to deal with rival powers, such as Carthage, on a basis of equality. Such relationships were based on similar principles relating to treaties and diplomacy to those found in Greece and India. Rome, however, developed a more extensive legal terminology than any other ancient society, and some of this was carried over into its international relations. Republican Rome often sought legal means of settling certain kinds of disputes with other states and also required various religious rituals to be gone through before a war could be declared just, and therefore legal. Rome also acknowledged a set of norms known as ius gentium, law of nations. As Rome's power grew from the 1st century BCE, its need to deal with other states on a basis of equality declined. Key points. Elements of international society may be found from the time of the first organized human communities. Early forms of diplomacy and treaties existed in the ancient Middle East. Relations among the city-states of ancient Greece were characterized by more developed societal characteristics, such as arbitration. Ancient China, India, and Rome all had their own distinctive international societies. The Christian and Islamic orders. Rome left a long shadow on Europe even after the formal division of the empire into eastern and western parts in 395 AD. Indeed, the Eastern, Byzantine Empire, with its capital at Constantinople, modern Istanbul, survived and even flourished for nearly 1,000 years, although faced with constant pressure from the rising power of Islam, whose forces finally overthrew it in 1453. Byzantium, which also became the center of Orthodox Christianity, made up for its relative military weakness vis-a-vis the Islamic world by building up a highly effective intelligence network and using policies of divide and rule among its enemies, aided by the most organized and well-trained, if also the most duplicitous, diplomatic corps to have appeared in world politics up to that point. In the West, the papacy long maintained its claim to have inherited Rome's supranational authority over the complex structure of subnational, transnational, and national entities that coexisted in medieval Europe. The Pope's role was usually conceptualized in terms of its authority rather than power, and specific papal edicts were frequently ignored by secular rulers. Nonetheless, The Catholic Church was an important unifying element in medieval Europe's international society. The Church's comprehensive moral and ethical code touched upon international relations in several key respects. There were, for example, prohibitions against dealing with Muslim or other non-Christian states. In reality, neither the Papal Code nor the similar Islamic doctrine prevented either trade or alliance with non-believers, but it needed to be taken into account, if only because violations might need to be justified later. To back up its religious doctrines, the Church constructed an elaborate legal order, comprising a system of sanctions, the use of arbitration, formal legal hearings, and numerous specific rules called canon law. The Church laid down rules on the safe conduct of diplomats and on many aspects of treaties, including injunctions against their violation and the grounds on which they could be annulled. The Church's main sanction was the threat of excommunication, but it could also order lesser punishments, such as fines or public penance. The structure as a whole was maintained by the priesthood, a massive international bureaucracy, in Martin White's words, 1977, 22. The Church also elaborated the most systematic doctrine to date of just war, the norms to be observed in embarking upon a war in the first place and in the actual conduct and conclusion of war. All of the ancient societies we considered in the last section formulated sets of moral and ethical principles relating to war. The specific problem confronting Augustine, Aquinas and other Christian thinkers was how to reconcile war which might be necessary to defend Christian lands from their enemies with fundamental Christian doctrines such as turning the other cheek to enemies. Their attempted resolution of this conundrum, through requirements for war to have a just cause, use proportionate force, be declared by a proper authority, have a fair prospect of success and be waged with the right intention, were seldom, if ever, observed fully in practice. However, they entered the international discourse and stayed there to the present day. They also influenced later attempts to devise international conventions aimed at limiting the horrors of war. The other great religion of this period, Islam, also had profound implications for international politics. First, the dramatic and rapid expansion of the Arab peoples in the century after the death of Muhammad in 632 across the Middle East and into Africa, Asia, and Europe created a dynamic new force that soon found itself at odds with both Roman and Byzantine Christianity. Second, Islam was originally conceived as creating a single unifying social identity for all Muslims, the Ummah or community of believers that overrode other kinds of social identity, such as tribe, race, or state. In its early stages, the ideal of the Ummah was to some extent realized in practice through the institution of the Caliphate, the successor to the governing role of Muhammad. The great schism between Sunni and Shia branches of the faith, together with the urge to independence of the numerous local leaders, brought an end to the Caliphate as an effective central political institution, although the adoption of Islam by the nomadic Turks brought a new impetus. The Turks established the Ottoman Empire, 1299 to 1922, which, at its peak, dominated much of southern Europe, the Middle East and North Africa. It did not suffer a major defeat in Europe until the Battle of Vienna in 1683, after which it gradually declined in significance. In early Islamic theory, the world was divided into the Dar al-Harb, the abode of war, and the Dar al-Islam, the abode of Islam. A permanent state of war existed between the two abodes, although truces, lasting up to a maximum of 10 years, were possible. Muslims were theoretically obliged to wage jihad, struggle by heart, words, hand, and sword, until the Dar al-Harb had embraced Islam. The sole exception were the peoples of the book, Christians and Jews, although the designation was sometimes pragmatically extended to other religions, who were permitted to continue their religions, albeit at the price of paying a poll tax and accepting fewer rights than Muslims. The periods of truce between the two abodes required treaties. Once signed, these were to be strictly observed by Muslims. Indeed, Islamic doctrine on honoring treaty commitments was rather stricter than its Catholic equivalent. Islam also laid down various moral principles to be observed in the course of war. Although, as with Christian just war ideas, these were frequently disregarded, there were occasions when military leaders, such as Saladin during the Crusades, attempted to observe them. These doctrines were developed by Muslim jurists during Islam's initial, dramatic expansion. Inevitably, as Islam's internal unity broke down and various nations successfully resisted the advance, the Islamic world had to accept the necessity of peaceful coexistence with unbelievers for rather longer than the 10-year truce. Close commercial links between the two abodes developed, and in some cases Christian rulers were allowed to set up settlements with some extraterritorial privileges in Muslim countries. The heads of these settlements were called consuls. By the 16th century, the Ottoman Empire had also become an important player in the great power politics of Europe. In a noted treaty of 1535 between Sultan Suleiman and Francis I, King of France, the Ottomans lined up with one Christian king against the most powerful Christian force of the time, the Habsburg Empire. Key points. Medieval Europe's international society was a complex mixture of supranational, transnational, national, and subnational structures. The Catholic Church played a key role in elaborating the normative basis of medieval international society. Islam developed its own distinctive understanding of international society. The emergence of the modern international society. As we have indicated, the contemporary international society is based upon a conception of the state as an independent actor that enjoys legal supremacy over all non-state actors, or that is sovereign. Logical corollaries of this essential facet include, first, the legal equality of all states, since any other system would be hierarchical, hegemonial, or imperial. The second corollary is the principle of non-intervention by outside forces, including other states, in the domestic affairs of states, since acknowledgement of a right by outsiders to intervene would implicitly give some other actor, such as the Pope, superior authority. The three central institutions of an international society based on these principles derive from its essential attributes. First, formal communication between states was carried on by diplomats who, because they stood for their sovereign masters, should have the same immunity from the laws of the land they were based in as their masters had. Second, rules given the status of international law could not be binding upon states without their consent. Third, given that order in international affairs could not be maintained as it is in domestic societies by a higher authority vested with adequate means of enforcement, such international order as was possible could only emerge from the ongoing struggle among states to prevent any of their number from achieving preponderance, or, more precisely, from the balance of power that such a struggle might produce. By the 18th century, the balance of power had come to be seen not just as a fortuitous occurrence in international relations but as a fundamental institution and even as part of international law. These constituent ingredients of European international society took hundreds of years to take shape. The key development was the emergence of the modern state, which began with the assertion of monarchical power against other contenders such as the Pope or local barons. At the same time, the power struggles among the royal houses as well as the external threat from the Ottomans pushed them constantly to refine what were to become the familiar tools of statecraft. These included, most crucially, the establishment of centralized and efficient military power, but three other elements were also of great importance: a professional diplomatic service, an ability to manipulate the balance of power, and the evolution of treaties from essentially interpersonal contracts between monarchs sanctioned by religion to agreements between states that had the status of law. It is impossible to allocate a precise date to any of these developments since, in reality, they were taking place in a random manner across Europe over centuries. The Byzantines, as we have seen, took diplomacy and intelligence gathering to a higher level. Even before the Italian Renaissance, Venice had learnt this new craft from its own interaction with Byzantium and issued the first set of formal rules relating to diplomacy in the 13th century. The jealous rivalry among the Italian city-states led them to set up the first system of resident ambassadors in order to keep a watchful eye on each other. The Italian states also engaged in a constant balance of power game, including frequent wars. Other European states absorbed Italian ideas about international relations so that permanent embassies, together with agreed rules about diplomatic immunity and other ambassadorial privileges, became an established part of European international society. 14th century Italy also saw an early statement of one of the key doctrines of the sovereignty principle, the king is emperor in his own kingdom. Box 2.3 The Council of Constance. An important legal controversy that may be seen as anticipating modern doctrines of international society occurred at the Council of Constance, 1414-18. One issue before the council concerned Poland's alliance with the non-Christian state of Lithuania against the Teutonic Order, which had been authorized to spread Christianity by force. The alliance contradicted the prevailing doctrine that pagan communities had no legal rights and war against them was, therefore, justified. The Polish defense of their alliance argued that the question whether a community had rights under the law of nations depended entirely on whether they exercised effective jurisdiction over a given territory, not on their religious beliefs, a revolutionary doctrine at the time but one that gradually became established orthodoxy. Alexandroas, ch. 1963, Paulus V. Latimeri and the Development of the Doctrine of Coexistence of Christian and Non-Christian Countries British Yearbook of International Law, 441-48. Three key developments from about the end of the 15th century played a crucial role in shaping the post-medieval European international society. First, the larger, more powerful states, such as France and the Habsburg Empire, were increasingly dominating some of the smaller states. Second, the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century dealt a devastating blow to the Catholic Church's claim to supreme authority, thus indirectly enhancing the counterclaim of state sovereignty. Finally, Columbus's voyage to the New World in 1492, followed by Vasco da Gama's discovery of a sea route to India in 1498, thus enabling the dangerous and Muslim-controlled land route to be bypassed, had enormous consequences for European international relations. These included a new spatial awareness and interest in cartography, leading to a much stronger emphasis on territory and strictly defined boundaries. Two parallel developments need to be borne in mind in evaluating the significance of all this for international society. The first is the struggle for power in Europe. Europe was to experience 450 more years of increasingly violent and widespread war, punctuated by Spanish, French, and German bids at hegemony and by intermittent periods of peace before something resembling a final resolution of the tensions unleashed by these forces was reached. History increasingly unfolded globally rather than regionally as the rest of the world was drawn into Europe's conflicts, first through colonization, then in the two world wars of the 20th century, finally through the many consequences of decolonization. But the trend towards a uniform politico-legal entity, namely the sovereign state, was unstoppable, first in Europe and eventually in the rest of the world. Second, there was an ongoing attempt further to develop the few ordering devices permitted by a society of sovereign states. The voyages of discovery gave a huge impetus both to the study of international law and to its use in treaties designed to clarify and define more precisely the various entitlements and responsibilities to which the age of discovery had given rise. In addition, the balance of power came to be increasingly recognized as the most effective instrument against would-be hegemonial powers, making its mastery one of the supreme objects of statecraft. Finally, several of the major wars were followed by systematic attempts to refine and improve upon such means of pursuing international order. The first 16th century writings on international law came mainly from Spanish jurists, such as Francisco de Vitoria, c. 1480-1546, who considered the thorny issue of whether the indigenous inhabitants of the Americas possessed any legal rights. Traditional Catholic theory denied them any such rights, but Vitoria, though supporting the Spanish conquista, advanced a complex counter-argument, to the effect that the Indians did have some, albeit limited, rights under natural law. In doing so, however, he also went some way towards shifting the location of legitimate authority from the Pope to the emerging sovereign states. This argument, given the extreme inequality of power between the Indians and the Spanish, has been criticized more recently as advancing an early use of the sovereignty doctrine as a justification for imperial exploitation and oppression, Anghe 1996. Later writings on international law attempted to define the rights and duties owed by sovereign states towards each other, the nature of the international society within which sovereign states existed, and the role of the balance of power in this international society, as well as setting down a host of specific rules relating to such matters as diplomacy, treaties, commerce, the law of the sea, and, most of all, war. Their works, especially those of Grotius and Vattel, were of considerable influence, being carefully scrutinized by, among others, the governments of China and Japan in the 19th century, when they came under strong pressure from Europeans to grant what the Europeans were claiming as legal rights, for example, to trade. The 30 Years' War, 1618–48, is often seen as Europe's last religious war, but in fact it was not just a struggle for power but a conflict over legitimate authority among several different kinds of contenders. The papacy was certainly one of these, but one of its chief supporters, the Habsburg Empire, stood for a kind of dynastic hegemony, while the Holy Roman Emperor was less concerned with his traditional religious dimension than with his continuing hold over the many German states, which, in their turn, stood for the new doctrine of sovereign independence. Holland's struggle, which had been proceeding ever since Philip II of Spain had declared a death sentence on all its inhabitants for heresy in 1568, may be regarded as an early example of a struggle to establish a state based on what was to become the dominating element of nationality. The Peace of Westphalia, 1648, which ended the 30 Years' War, is regarded by many as the key event ushering in the contemporary international system. The peace established the right of the German states that constituted the Holy Roman Empire to conduct their own diplomatic relations, a very clear acknowledgement of their sovereignty. They were also formally stated to enjoy an exact and reciprocal equality, the first formal acceptance of sovereign equality for a significant number of states. More generally, the peace may be seen as encapsulating the very idea of a society of states. The participants very clearly and explicitly took over from the papacy the right to confer international legitimacy upon individual rulers and states, and to insist that states observe religious toleration in their internal policies. Armstrong 1993, 30–8. The balance of power was formally incorporated in the Treaty of Utrecht, 1713, which ended the War of the Spanish Succession, 1701–14, when a just equilibrium of power was formally declared to be the best and most solid basis of mutual friendship and durable harmony. The period from 1648 to 1776 saw the international society that had been taking shape over the previous 200 years come to fruition. Wars were frequent, if lacking the ideological intensity of the 30 Years' War. Some states, notably the Ottoman Empire, slowly declined, others, such as Britain and Russia, rose. Hundreds of many states still existed, but it was the interaction among no more than 10 key players that determined the course of events. Yet despite constant change and many wars, European writers from de Calera in 1716 to Heeren in 1809 were unanimous in their view that Europe in its entirety constituted a kind of republic. White 1919, Heeren 1971. Some pointed to religious and cultural similarities in seeking to explain this phenomenon, but the central elements that all were agreed on were a determination by all states to preserve their freedom, a mutual recognition of each other's right to an independent existence, and above all a reliance on the balance of power. Diplomacy and international law were seen as the other two key institutions of international society, so long as the latter was based clearly on state consent. It should be noted that some scholars have disputed this interpretation of 18th century international society. The French historian, Albert Sarrail, dismissed the notion of an 18th century Christian republic as an august abstraction, arguing that ruthless self-interest was the only principle that mattered. Cobbin and Hunt 1969. Indeed, even some, such as Edmund Burke, who believed that there was a true European international society, were appalled by the dismemberment of Poland from 1772 onwards, which Burke saw as a first move away from a system founded on treaties, alliances, common interest, and public faith towards a Hobbesian state of nature, Stanley's 1953. More recently, Stephen Krasner, 1999, has argued more generally that sovereignty was never more than a legal fiction or an organized hypocrisy that disguised the extent to which powerful states were able to pursue their own interests without hindrance. Such viewpoints, at the very least, caution against the more idealistic formulations of an international society whose foundation stone was undoubtedly the self-interest of its members. The American and French revolutions were to have profound consequences for international society. In the case of the USA, these mainly stemmed from its emergence as a global superpower in the 20th century. The consequences of the French Revolution were more immediate. First, the revolutionary insistence that sovereignty was vested in the nation rather than the rulers, especially dynastic imperial rulers like the Habsburgs, gave a crucial impetus to the idea of national self-determination. This was the principle that was increasingly to dominate international politics in the 19th and 20th centuries and to endanger imperial systems that were seen as denying the rights of nations, people defined by linguistic, ethnic, and cultural bonds, to become sovereign states themselves. The second consequence of the French Revolution stemmed from the response to it of the main European powers. After the defeat of Napoleon, the leading states increasingly set themselves apart from the smaller ones as a kind of great powers club. This system, known as the Concert of Europe, lasted until the First World War. It was characterized by regular meetings of the club that had the aims of maintaining the European balance of power drawn up at the end of the Napoleonic Wars and reaching collective decisions on various potentially divisive issues. The leading dynastic powers, Austria and Russia, wanted the concert to give itself the formal right to intervene against any revolution. This was strongly resisted by Britain, which was the least threatened by revolution, on the grounds that such a move would violate the key principle of non-intervention. However, the concert unquestionably marked a shift away from the free-for-all and highly decentralized system of 18th-century international society towards a more managed, hierarchical system. This affected all three of the key institutional underpinnings of the Westphalian international society: the balance of power, diplomacy, and international law. In 1814 the powers had already formally declared their intention to create a system of real and permanent balance of power in Europe, and in 1815 they carefully redrew the map of Europe to implement this system. The main diplomatic development was the greatly increased use of conferences to consider and sometimes settle matters of general interest. In a few technical areas, such as international postal services, telegraphy, and sanitation, permanent international organizations were set up. In international law, the powers sought to draft what Clark, 1980, 91, terms a procedure of international legitimation of change, especially in the area of territorial change. There were attempts by the great powers collectively to guarantee various treaties, such as those defining the status of Switzerland, Belgium, and Luxembourg. A great many treaties laid down rules in various technical and economic areas as well as over a few humanitarian issues, notably slavery and the treatment of those wounded in war. It should be noted, however, that, while the concert did help to bring some measure of peace and order to Europe, elsewhere it was one of the mechanisms whereby the European powers legitimized their increasing domination of Asia and Africa. For example, the Congress of Berlin of 1885 helped to prevent a major war over rival claims in Africa, but it also set out the rules governing new acts of occupation. Pious sentiments about bringing the benefits of civilization to Africa meant little. The First World War brought an abrupt and permanent end to the concert of Europe. New powers, notably the United States and Japan, had appeared and there were increasing demands for national liberation in India and other parts of the European empires. Moreover, existing smaller states were less willing to be dictated to by the Great Powers Club, as was apparent in the deliberations to set up the world's first multipurpose, universal international organization, the League of Nations, in 1919. This may be seen as the first comprehensive attempt to establish a formal organizational foundation for international society which would enshrine all of its key rules and norms. If 19th century Europe's international society had taken the form of a joint hegemony by the Great Powers Club, the League represented a significant departure from this in two important respects. First, in line with the belief of the highly influential American President, Woodrow Wilson, that the balance of power system itself had been a major cause of the war, the League was based on a new principle of collective security rather than a balance of power. The central notion here was that all states would agree in advance to unite against any act of aggression. This, it was hoped, would deter any potential aggressor. Second, League membership was worldwide, not merely European. The League represented an ambitious attempt to construct a more highly organized international society capable of bringing order across a whole range of issues. The international system, however, remained one firmly based on the sovereignty principle and hence still reliant upon a balance of power among the major states. The reality of the post-war period was that one power, the United States, had refused to join the League and was pursuing a policy of non-involvement in European international relations. By the 1930s, four of the remaining powers, Germany, Italy, Japan, and Russia, all had governments characterized by extremist ideologies and expansionist tendencies that threatened the interests of other great powers, with only Britain and France committed to the status quo. In other words, there was a serious imbalance of power. Key points. The main ingredients of contemporary international society are the principles of sovereignty and non-intervention and the institutions of diplomacy, the balance of power, and international law. These took centuries to develop, although the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, was a key event in their establishment throughout Europe. The Napoleonic Wars were followed by a shift to a more managed, hierarchical, international society within Europe and an imperial structure in Europe's relations with much of the rest of the world. The League of Nations was an attempt to place international society on a more secure organizational foundation. The globalization of international society. A significant cause of the League's weakness had been the refusal of the American Senate to ratify the post-war peace treaty of Versailles, including the League Covenant, and it was largely American determination not to make the same mistake in 1945 that led to a considerably stronger new version of the League in the shape of the United Nations, also CCH18. In practice, however, the UN was very seldom able to play the leading role envisioned for it in the post-war international society, largely because the Cold War prevented agreement between the two most important members of the Security Council, the United States and the Soviet Union. Indeed, the Cold War meant, effectively, the division of the world into two contending hegemonial international societies. Although Soviet-American competition affected all aspects of world politics, the rough balance of power between the two superpowers did help to secure a degree of order, especially in Europe, where the military confrontation was greatest. There were also many relatively non-contentious areas where the two were able to agree to further development of international law. Elsewhere, decolonization brought about what amounted to the globalization of European international society as the newly free colonies unanimously opted for state sovereignty and for an international society based on the various corollaries of sovereignty that had emerged in European international society: mutual recognition, non-intervention, diplomacy, and consensual international law. Successive leaders in the developing countries did attempt to promote alternatives, such as Pan-Africanism, Pan-Arabism, and Pan-Islam, but to no avail. The collapse of the Soviet Union from 1989 completed the globalization of international society. Although in some respects resembling a traditional European empire, the Soviets had also stood for an alternative conception of international society, one based on the notion that the working classes of all countries enjoyed a solidarity that cut across state boundaries. This had enabled Moscow to call upon the loyalty of communist parties round the world, as well as the services of sympathizers in the diplomatic and scientific establishments of several Western countries. After the 1979 Iranian Revolution, the Ayatollah Khomeini made a similar call on Muslims to see their religion rather than their state as the central focus of their loyalties. Key points. The United Nations was intended to be a much improved League of Nations, but the Cold War prevented it from functioning as such. Decolonization led to the worldwide spread of the European model of international society. The collapse of the Soviet Union completed this process. Case study: the Iranian Revolution 1979. Since 1941, Iran had been governed by Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who liked to portray himself as heir to the great Persian emperors. He allied himself closely to the United States and pursued modernization along Western lines, but as his regime came increasingly to be seen as corrupt, brutal, and wasteful of its huge oil wealth, the USA was associated with his growing unpopularity. Opposition to his rule came from many groups, including liberals and leftists, but after the Iranian Revolution of 1979 the country was increasingly dominated by conservative Muslim clerics, led by Ayatollah Khomeini, and declared itself an Islamic republic. Khomeini challenged not just American power but the prevailing conceptions of international society. He believed the problems of the Middle East and other Muslim countries to have been caused by their disregard of Islamic religious principles and called for the overthrow of the illegitimate political powers that now rule the entire Islamic world and their replacement by religious governments. More generally, he argued that not only were earthly governments illegitimate, but the state itself and the concept of nationality were equally invalid. In opposition to the Westphalian division of the world into sovereign states, each defined by territorial boundaries, the product of a deficient human mind, Khomeini insisted that the only important social identity for Muslims was their membership of the community of believers, or Ummah. If Khomeini had little time for the state itself, he had even less for the notion of a society of states with rules, norms of behavior, and institutions to which Iran was supposed to adhere. For Khomeini, the correct approach to international relations, as to everything else, was determined by Islam. The relations between nations should be based on spiritual grounds. These placed the transnational bonds of the Ummah above unnatural territorial boundaries that merely served to divide Muslims from each other. Relations with non-Muslim societies were also to be conducted according to traditional Islamic principles. As interpreted by Khomeini, these included, in the words of the Iranian constitution, support for the just struggle of the oppressed and deprived in every corner of the globe. International institutions like the UN were merely part of the superpowers' structure of oppression, while international law should only be observed if it accorded with the Quran. Similarly, Khomeini supported the seizure of the American embassy in Tehran and the holding of many diplomats there hostage for more than a year. Although Iran espouses the minority, Shia, branch of Islam, which is strongly opposed by many adherents of the majority, Sunni, branch, the Iranian Revolution, particularly its anti-American and Islamist aspects, had many admirers in the Muslim world and may be seen as a key event in the rise of radical Islamist movements around the world. Armstrong 1993, 188-97. Conclusion: Problems of Global International Society. As we have seen, in most earlier international societies some measure of independence coexisted with clear hegemonial or imperial elements. International society after the Cold War was the first when sovereign equality was in practice as well as theory the central legal norm for the whole world. At the start of the new millennium, all 192 UN members had formally agreed to what Jackson terms a global covenant enshrining the core values of independence, non-intervention, and, generally, the sanctity, integrity, and inviolability of all existing states, regardless of their level of development, form of government, political ideology, pattern of culture or any other domestic characteristic or condition. Jackson and Owens 2001, 58. They had also agreed to severe constraints on their right to go to war and to promote respect for human rights for all. However, this conception of international society raises several major questions. Box 2.4 Robert Jackson on Freedom and International Society. The Global Covenant can be read as an extended essay on international freedom. Modern international society is a very important sphere of human freedom. It affords people the political latitude to live together within their own independent country, according to their own domestic ideas and beliefs, under a government made up of people drawn from their own ranks, international freedom based on state sovereignty. Jackson 2007. First, globalization itself is serving to dissolve traditional social identities as countless virtual communities emerge and as the global financial markets limit states' freedom to control their own economic policies. Some argue that globalization is bringing in its wake a new cosmopolitan culture, in which the central norms revolve around the rights of individuals rather than states. They point to the growing importance of global civil society in the form of non-governmental organizations like Amnesty or Greenpeace as a key aspect of this process, CCH 19. Others use examples of humanitarian intervention to argue that a more solidarist international society is emerging in which a strict principle of non-intervention can be qualified in the event of serious humanitarian emergencies, Wheeler and Dunn 1998. Second, the post-Cold War order has produced an increasing number of collapsed, failed, or fragmenting states, especially in Africa. Sovereign equality implies an ability not just to participate as an equal on the international stage but to maintain orderly government within the state. One consequence of the inability of some governments to perform these functions is a new set of serious security problems within rather than between states, with which international society because of the principle of non-intervention is poorly equipped to deal. Third, American military power is currently greater than that of the next 10 most powerful states combined. This has produced a situation without precedent in international history, which some term a unipolar moment. Although China and a united Europe both have the potential eventually to balance American power, there is no realistic prospect of this happening in the next few decades. Since 9/11, the United States has, in both rhetoric and action, shown a willingness to employ its power unilaterally if necessary to defend what it sees as its vital interest. Fourth, earlier European international societies were underpinned by a common culture and shared values. Although all states have signed up to human rights norms and most declare their support of democracy, these are often interpreted very differently by different societies. Moreover, there is a growing tendency in developing states to see such values as part of a hypocritical Western strategy of imperialism. Radical Islamist movements have been at the forefront of this kind of resistance. Fifth, two issues: the environment and severe poverty, CH20 and CH27, are at the same time increasing in importance and difficult to accommodate within a sovereignty-based international society. Tackling global poverty might require sustained and far-reaching involvement by richer states in the poorer states' domestic affairs, together with constraints on economic freedom in the leading economies. Dealing with climate change, a problem that does not observe national boundaries, may need not just extensive international legislation but enforcement mechanisms that also severely curtail states' freedom. All these issues revolve, in different ways, around two central questions: can an international society founded on the principle of sovereignty endure? And should it? English school theorists, like Bull, have always argued the need for international society to have a foundation of agreed ideas and values, which may mean much greater absorption of non-Western elements if it is to become genuinely universal. One possible future, that of a clash of civilizations, Huntington 1996, starts from the assumption that Western and non-Western values are simply incompatible. What is envisaged here is essentially the existence of two or more distinct international societies in contention with each other, much as Christendom and Islam interacted in the Middle Ages. Another argues for a more assertive Westernism, including the imposition of Western values, if necessary, a return, in some respects, to the 19th century's international society, albeit with more altruistic intentions. A third emphasizes the need to develop globally institutionalized political processes by which norms and rules can be negotiated on the basis of dialogue and consent, rather than simply imposed by the most powerful, Hurl 2006, 213. In this formulation, Sovereignty would remain the cornerstone of international society, but with more inclusive, responsive, and effective collective decision-making processes. Box 2.5 Andrew Hurrell on the future of international society. All stable societies have to find some agreed process and procedure by which moral conflicts can be adjudicated and managed, if not resolved. Within world politics, the challenge is still more daunting given the diversity and divisiveness of sentiments, attachments, languages, cultures, and ways of living, combined with the massive inequalities of power, wealth, and capacity. A global moral community in which claims about justice can both secure authority and be genuinely accessible to a broad swathe of humanity will be one that is built around some minimal notion of just process, that prioritizes institutions that embed procedural fairness, and that cultivates the shared political culture and the habits of argumentation and deliberation on which such institutions necessarily depend. Hurrell 2006, 213. Sovereignty has always shown itself capable of evolving to meet different circumstances. Dynastic sovereignty gave way to popular sovereignty, and states have accepted increasing limitations on their freedom to do as they choose, including in their right to go to war. In the 20th century, the term came to be indelibly linked to the concept of national self-determination, bringing an end to the European powers' ability to insist on respect for all of their sovereign rights, while simultaneously denying these to their colonies. Peoples who have only won independence in the last few decades are unlikely to wish to relinquish it in favor of a more truly cosmopolitan order, so international society is likely to remain firmly based on the sovereignty principle. Whether such an international society will be able to deal with the new challenges it faces will depend on its capacity to evolve again as it has in the past. Key points. Globalization poses serious problems for a sovereignty-based international society. These include the challenges emanating from new forms of community, failing states in Africa, American hyperpower, growing resistance to Western ideas, and global poverty and environmental issues. Questions. 1. Discuss and evaluate Hedley Bull's concept of international society. 2. Compare and contrast medieval Christian and Islamic conceptions of international society. 3. Why has the balance of power been such a central institution of a society of sovereign states? 4. Critically evaluate the general view of the Peace of Westphalia as the founding moment of modern international society. 5. Was 19th-century European international society merely a means of legitimizing imperialism? 6. Why has an originally European society of states become the general norm around the world? 7. Why did the 1979 Iranian Revolution pose such a challenge to the accepted understanding of international society? 8. Can an international society of sovereign states resolve such problems as extreme poverty and climate change? Guide to further reading. Bellamy, A.J. 2005, International Society and Its Critics, Oxford, Oxford University Press. Useful recent collection of essays using several theoretical perspectives to look at the English school's contemporary relevance. Bull, H. 2002, The Anarchical Society, A Study of Order in World Politics, Basingstoke, Palgrave. The third edition of this classic statement of the English school approach to international society, with valuable forewords by Andrew Hurrell and Stanley Hoffman. Bull, H. and Watson, A. eds. 1984, The Expansion of International Society, Oxford, Clarendon Press. Edited collection of essays, including 5 by Bull and Watson, on different aspects of the historical expansion of European international society to the rest of the world. Buzen, B. 2004, From International to World Society. English School Theory and the Social Structure of Globalization, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. An important study that attempts to develop more rigorous conceptualizations of English school theory, particularly in the context of globalization. Buzen, B. and Little, R. 2000, International Systems in World History, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A theoretically informed and wide-ranging discussion of the development of different kinds of international systems over 5,000 years. Clark, I. 2005, Legitimacy in International Society, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A historical and theoretical discussion of the notion of international legitimacy, conclusively demonstrating its centrality to the concept of an international society. Jackson, R. 2000, The Global Covenant, Human Conduct in a World of States, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A richly textured re-examination of the underlying pluralist norms of classical international society theory in the contemporary world. Kiel, p. 2003, European Conquest and the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, The Moral Backwardness of International Society, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A challenging recent study of the contribution of international society to the destruction and dispossession of indigenous peoples. Keane, E. 2002, Beyond the Anarchical Society, Grotius, Colonialism and Order in World Politics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A valuable discussion of the dualistic nature of classical notions of international society, pluralistic toleration of difference alongside promotion of the standard of civilization. Little, R., and Williams, J. eds. 2006, The Anarchical Society in a Globalized World, Basingstoke, Palgrave. A recent collection of essays considering Bull's classic work after 30 years. Watson, A. 1992, The Evolution of International Society, London, Routledge. A general historical account of international society since the earliest times, with a particular focus on hegemony. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/UK/org/Baylis_Smith4E. Chapter 3. International History 1900 to 90. Len Scott. Reader's Guide. This chapter examines some of the principal developments in world politics from 1900 to 1990, the development of total war, the onset of the Cold War, the advent of nuclear weapons, and the end of European imperialism. The dominance of, and conflict between, European states in the first half of the 20th century was replaced as the key dynamic in world affairs by the confrontation betwixt the United States of America and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. The Cold War encompassed ideological, political, and military interests of the two states, and their allies, and extended around the globe. How far, and in what ways, global conflict was promoted or prevented by the Cold War are central questions. Similarly, how decolonization became entangled with East-West conflicts is central to understanding many struggles in the Third World. Finally, how dangerous was the nuclear confrontation between East and West? The chapter explores the role of nuclear weapons in specific phases of the Cold War, notably in détente, and then with the deterioration of Soviet-American relations in the 1980s. Introduction. The First World War, also known as the Great War, began between European states on European battlefields, but extended across the globe. It was the first modern, industrialized total war, as the belligerents mobilized their populations and economies as well as their armies, and as they endured enormous casualties over many years. The Second World War was even more total in nature and global in scope, and helped bring about fundamental changes in world politics. Before 1939, Europe had been the arbiter of world affairs, when both the USSR and the USA remained, for different reasons, preoccupied with internal development at the expense of a significant global role. The Second World War brought the Soviets and the Americans militarily and politically deep into Europe, and helped transform their relations with each other. This transformation was soon reflected in their relations outside Europe, where various confrontations developed. Like the Second World War, the Cold War had its origins in Europe, but quickly spread, with enormous consequences for countries and peoples around the world. The Great War brought the demise of four European empires, Russian, German, Austro-Hungarian, and Ottoman, in Turkey. After 1945, European power was in eclipse. The economic plight of the wartime belligerents, including those who emerged as victors, was increasingly apparent, as was growing realization of the military and economic potential of the USA and the USSR. Both emerged as superpowers, combining global political ambition with military capabilities that included weapons of mass destruction. European political, economic, and military weakness contrasted with the appearance of Soviet strength and the growing Western perception of malign Soviet intent. The onset of the Cold War in Europe marked the collapse of the wartime alliance between the UK, the USSR, and the USA. Whether this was inevitable after 1945 remains contentious. The most tangible legacy of the Second World War was the atomic bomb, built at enormous cost, and driven by fear that Nazi Germany might win this first nuclear arms race. After 1945, nuclear weapons posed unprecedented challenges to world politics and to the leaders responsible for conducting post-war diplomacy. The Cold War provided context and pretext for the growth of nuclear arsenals that threatened the very existence of humankind, and which have continued, and continue to spread, beyond the end of the Cold War and the East-West confrontation. Since 1900, world politics has been transformed in a variety of ways, reflecting political, technological, and ideological developments, of which three are examined in this chapter. 1. The transition from European crises to modern, industrialized total war. 2. The end of empire and the withdrawal of European countries from their imperial acquisitions. And 3. The Cold War, the political and military and nuclear confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union. There have, of course, been other important changes, and indeed equally important continuities, which are explored in other chapters. Nevertheless, the three principal changes outlined above provide a framework for exploring events and trends that have shaped international politics and the world we now inhabit. Modern total war. The origins of the Great War have long been debated. For the victorious Allies, the question of how the First World War began became a question of how far the Germans and their allies should be held responsible. At Versailles, the victors imposed a statement of German war guilt in the final settlement, primarily to justify the reparations they demanded. Debates among historians about the war's origins focused on political, military, and systemic factors. Some suggested that responsibility for the war was diffuse, as its origins lay in complex dynamics of the respective alliances and their military imperatives. One of the more influential post-war interpretations, however, came from the West German historian, Fritz Fischer, who in his 1967 book, Germany's Aims in the First World War, argued that German aggression, motivated by the internal political needs of an autocratic elite, was responsible for the war. However complex or contested the origins of the war were in retrospect, the motivations of those who fought were more explicable. The masses of the belligerent nations shared nationalist beliefs and patriotic values. As they marched off to fight, most thought war would be short, victorious, and in many cases, glorious. The reality of the European battlefield and the advent of trench warfare was otherwise. Defensive military technologies, symbolized by the machine gun, triumphed over the tactics and strategy of attrition, though by November 1918 the Allied offensive finally achieved the rapid advances that helped bring an end to the fighting. It was total war in the sense that whole societies and economies were mobilized, men were conscripted into armies and women went to work in factories. The Western and Eastern fronts remained the crucibles of the fighting, though conflict spread to various parts of the globe, including when Japan went to war in 1914 as an ally of Britain. Most importantly, the United States entered the war in 1917 under President Woodrow Wilson, whose vision of international society, articulated in his 14 points, was to drive the agenda of the Paris Peace Conference in 1919. The overthrow of the Tsar and the seizure of power by Lenin's Bolsheviks in November 1917 soon led Russia, now the USSR, to negotiate withdrawal from the war. Germany no longer fought on two fronts, but soon faced a new threat as the resources of the USA were mobilized. With the failure of its last great military offensive in the West in 1918, and with an increasingly effective British naval blockade, Germany agreed to an armistice. The peace treaty of Versailles failed to tackle what was for some the central problem of European security after 1870, a united and frustrated Germany, and precipitated German revanchism by creating new states and devising contested borders. For some scholars, 1914–45 represented a 30-year war. Others saw the period 1919 to 1939 as a 20-year crisis. Economic factors were also crucial. The effects of the Great Depression, triggered in part by the Wall Street crash of 1929, weakened the forces of liberal democracy in many areas and strengthened the appeal of communist, fascist, and Nazi parties. The effect on German society was particularly significant. All modernized states suffered mass unemployment, but in Germany, inflation was acute. Economic and political instability provided the ground in which support for the Nazis took root. By 1933, Adolf Hitler had achieved power, and the transformation of the German state began. There remain debates about how far Hitler's ambitions were carefully thought through and how far he seized opportunities. A controversial analysis was provided by A.J.P. Taylor in his 1961 book, Origins of the Second World War, in which he argued that Hitler was no different from other German political leaders. What was different was the particular philosophy of Nazism and ideas of racial supremacy and imperial expansion. British and French attempts to negotiate with Hitler culminated in the Munich Agreement of 1938. Hitler's territorial claims over the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia were accepted as the price for peace, but within months Germany had seized the rest of Czechoslovakia and was preparing for war on Poland. Recent debates about appeasement have focused on whether there were realistic alternatives to negotiation, given the lack of military preparedness with which to confront Hitler. By 1939, the defensive military technologies of the Great War gave way to armored warfare and air power, as the German Blitzkrieg brought speedy victories over Poland, and in the West. Hitler was also drawn into the Balkans in support of his Italian ally, Mussolini, and into North Africa. With the invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941, the scale of fighting and scope of Hitler's aims were apparent. Massive early victories on the Eastern Front gave way to winter stalemate, and the mobilization of Soviet peoples and armies. German treatment of civilian populations and Soviet prisoners of war reflected Nazi ideas of racial supremacy, and resulted in the deaths of millions. German antisemitism and the development of concentration camps gained new momentum after a decision on the final solution of the Jewish question in 1942. The term Holocaust entered the political lexicon of the 20th century, as the Nazis attempted the genocide of the Jewish people and other minorities, such as the Roma, in Europe. The rise and fall of Japan. After 1919, international attempts to provide collective security were pursued through the League of Nations. The U.S. Senate prevented American participation in the League, however, and Japanese aggression against Manchuria in 1931, the Italian invasion of Abyssinia in 1935, and German involvement in the Spanish Civil War 1936–9 were met with ineffective international responses. In 1868, Japan had emerged from several centuries of isolationism to pursue industrial and military modernization, and then imperial expansion. In 1937, China, already embroiled in civil war between communists and nationalists, was invaded by Japan. Tokyo's ambitions, however, could only be realized at the expense of European empires and American interests. President Roosevelt increasingly sought to engage the USA in the European War, against strong isolationist sentiments, and by 1941, German submarines and American warships were in an undeclared war. The imposition of American economic sanctions on Japan precipitated Japanese military preparations for a surprise attack on the U.S. fleet at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. When Germany and Italy declared war on America in support of their Japanese ally, Roosevelt decided to prioritize the European over the Pacific theater. After a combined strategic bombing offensive with the British against German cities, The Allies launched a second front in France, for which the Soviets had been pressing. Table 3.1 Second World War estimated casualties. Defeat of Germany in May 1945 came before the atomic bomb was ready. The destruction of the Japanese cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, remains a controversy. Aside from moral objections to attacking civilian populations, their destruction generated fierce debate, particularly among American historians, about why the bomb was dropped. Gar Alperovitz, in his 1965 book Atomic Diplomacy, argued that, as President Truman knew Japan was defeated, his real motive was to coerce Moscow in pursuit of post-war American interests in Europe and Asia. Such claims generated angry and dismissive responses from other historians. Ensuing scholarship has benefited from more historical evidence, though debate persists over how far Truman dropped the bomb simply to end the war, and how far other factors, including coercion of the Soviet Union in post-war affairs, entered his calculations. Key points. Debates about the origins of the First World War focus on whether responsibility should rest with the German government or whether war came because of more complex systemic factors. The Paris peace settlement failed to address the central problems of European security, and in restructuring the European state system created new sources of grievance and instability. The rise of Hitler posed challenges that European political leaders lacked the ability and will to meet. The German attack on the Soviet Union extended the scope and barbarity of the war from short and limited campaigns to extended, large-scale, and barbaric confrontation, fought for total victory. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor brought America into the war in Europe and eventually led Germany into war on two fronts, again. Debate persists about whether the atomic bomb should have been used in 1945, and about the effect that this had on the Cold War. End of empire. The demise of imperialism in the 20th century marked a fundamental change in world politics. It reflected, and contributed to, the decreasing importance of Europe as the arbiter of world affairs. The belief that national self-determination should be a guiding principle in international politics marked a transformation of attitudes and values. During the age of imperialism, political status accrued to imperial powers. After 1945, imperialism became a term of opprobrium. Colonialism and the United Nations Charter were increasingly recognized as incompatible, though independence was often slow and sometimes marked by prolonged and armed struggle. The Cold War often complicated and hindered the transition to independence. Various factors influenced the process of decolonization: the attitude of the colonial power, the ideology and strategy of the anti-imperialist forces, and the role of external powers. Political, economic, and military factors played various roles in shaping the transfer of power. Different imperial powers and newly emerging independent states had different experiences of withdrawal from empire. Table 3.2 Principal Acts of European Decolonization, 1945–80. Britain. In 1945, the British Empire extended across the globe. Between 1947 and 1980, 49 territories were granted independence. There was political disagreement within Britain over the UK's imperial role, but after 1945, a growing recognition of the justice of self-determination, combined with an understanding of the strength of nationalism, brought about a reappraisal of policy. Withdrawal from India, the jewel in the crown of the empire, in 1947 was the most dramatic. It paved the way for the creation of the world's largest democracy, though the creation of India and Pakistan led to intercommunal ethnic cleansing and hundreds of thousands of deaths. How far the ensuing hostility between India and Pakistan was avoidable and how far it reflected previous British efforts to divide and rule are issues for debate. What is clear is that Indian independence was largely an exception in the early post-war years, as successive British governments were reluctant to rush towards decolonization. End of empire in Africa came towards the end of the 1950s and early 1960s, symbolized by Prime Minister Harold Macmillan's speech in South Africa in February 1960 when he warned his hosts of the wind of change blowing through their continent. British withdrawal from Africa was relatively peaceful, save for conflicts with indigenous revolutionaries, notably in Kenya, 1952-6, and Malaya, 1948-60. From a European perspective, the British experience was more successful than the French. In Rhodesia/Zimbabwe, however, the transition to one person one vote and black majority rule was prevented by a white minority prepared to disregard both the British government and world opinion. This minority was aided and abetted by the South African government. Under apartheid, after 1948, the South Africans engaged in what many saw as the internal equivalent of imperialism. South Africa also conducted more traditional imperialist practices in its occupation of Namibia. It also exercised an important influence in post-colonial/Cold War struggles in Angola and Mozambique after the last European empire in Africa, that of Portugal, collapsed when the military dictatorship was overthrown in Lisbon, France. The British experience of decolonization stood in contrast to that of the French. France had been occupied during the Second World War, and successive governments sought to preserve French international prestige by maintaining her imperial status. In Indochina after 1945, Paris attempted to preserve colonial role, only withdrawing after prolonged guerrilla war and military defeat at the hands of Vietnamese revolutionary forces, the Viet Minh, led by Ho Chi Minh. In Africa, the picture was different. The wind of change also blew through French Africa, and under President Charles de Gaulle, France withdrew from empire, while attempting to preserve its influence. In Algeria, however, the French refused to leave. Algeria was regarded by many French people to be part of France itself. The resulting war, from 1954 to 1962, led to up to 45,000 deaths, and France itself was brought to the edge of civil war. Legacies and consequences: nationalism or communism. The pattern of decolonization in Africa was thus diverse, reflecting attitudes of colonial powers, the nature of local nationalist or revolutionary movements, and in some cases the involvement of external states, including Cold War protagonists. Tribal factors were also an ingredient in many cases. How far tribal divisions were created or exacerbated by the imperial powers is an important question in examining the political stability of the newly independent states. Equally important is how capable the new political leaderships in these societies were in tackling their political and economic problems. In Asia, the relationship between nationalism and revolutionary Marxism was a potent force. In Malaya, the British defeated an insurgent communist movement, 1948-60. In Indochina, 1946-54, the French failed to do likewise. For the Vietnamese, centuries of foreign oppression, Chinese, Japanese, and French, soon focused on a new imperialist adversary, the United States. For Washington, early reluctance to support European imperialism gave way to incremental and covert commitments, and, from 1965, open involvement with the newly created state of South Vietnam. American leaders spoke of a domino theory, in which if one state fell to communism, the next would be at risk. Chinese and Soviet support provided additional Cold War contexts. Washington failed, however, to coordinate limited war objectives with an effective political strategy, and once victory was no longer possible, sought to disengage through peace with honor. The Tet, Vietnamese New Year, offensive of the Viet Cong guerrillas in 1968 marked a decisive moment, convincing many Americans that the war would not be won, though it was not until 1973 that American forces finally withdrew, 2 years before South Vietnam was defeated. The global trend towards decolonization was a key development in the 20th century, though one frequently offset by local circumstances. Yet, while imperialism withered, other forms of domination or hegemony took shape. The notion of hegemony has been used as criticism of the behavior of the superpowers, most notably with Soviet hegemony in Eastern Europe, and American hegemony in Central America. Key points. The First World War produced the collapse of 4 European empires, the Russian, German, Austro-Hungarian, and the Ottoman Empire in Turkey. Different European powers had different attitudes to decolonization after 1945, some, such as the British, decided to leave, while others sought to preserve their empires, in part, the French, or whole, the Portuguese. European powers adopted different attitudes to different regions/countries. For example, British withdrawal from Asia came much more quickly after 1945 than from Africa. The process of decolonization was relatively peaceful in many cases. It led to revolutionary wars in others, Algeria, Malaya, and Angola, whose scale and ferocity reflected the attitudes of the colonial power and the nationalist movements. The struggle for independence/national liberation became embroiled in Cold War conflicts when the superpowers and/or their allies became involved, for example Vietnam. Whether decolonization was judged successful depends, in part, on whose perspective you adopt, that of the European power, the independence movement, or the people themselves. Cold War. The rise of America as a world power after 1945 was of paramount importance in international politics. Its conflict with the Soviet Union provided one of the crucial dynamics in world affairs, and one that affected directly or indirectly every part of the globe. In the West, historians have debated with vigor and acrimony who was responsible for the collapse of the wartime relationship between Moscow and Washington. The rise of the USSR as a global power after 1945 is equally crucial in this period. Relations between Moscow and its Eastern European allies, with the People's Republic of China, PRC, and with revolutionary forces in the Third World, have been vital issues in world politics, as well as key factors in Soviet American affairs. Some historians date the origins of the Cold War to the Russian Revolution of 1917, while most focus on events between 1945 and 1950. Whether the Cold War was inevitable, whether it was the consequence of mistakes and misperceptions, or whether it reflected the response of courageous Western leaders to malign and aggressive Soviet intent, are central questions in debates about the origins and dynamics of the Cold War. Hitherto, these debates have drawn from Western archives and sources, and reflect Western assumptions and perceptions. With the end of the Cold War, greater evidence has emerged of Soviet motivations and understanding. 1945–53, onset of the Cold War. The onset of the Cold War in Europe reflected failure to implement the principles agreed at the wartime conferences of Yalta and Potsdam. The future of Germany, and of various Central and Eastern European countries, notably Poland, were issues of growing tension between the former wartime allies. Reconciling principles of national self-determination with national security was a formidable task. In the West, there was growing feeling that Soviet policy towards Eastern Europe was guided not by historic concern with security but by ideological expansion. In March 1947, the Truman administration sought to justify limited aid to Turkey and Greece with rhetoric designed to arouse awareness of Soviet ambitions, and a declaration that America would support those threatened by Soviet subversion or expansion. The Truman Doctrine and the associated policy of containment expressed the self-image of the United States as inherently defensive, and were underpinned by the Marshall Plan for European Economic Recovery, proclaimed in June 1947, which was essential to the economic rebuilding of Western Europe. In Eastern Europe, democratic socialist and other anti-communist forces were undermined and eliminated as Marxist-Leninist regimes, loyal to Moscow, were installed. The only exception was in Yugoslavia, where the Marxist leader, Marshal Tito, consolidated his position while maintaining independence from Moscow. Subsequently, Tito's Yugoslavia was to play an important role in the Third World non-aligned movement. The first major confrontation of the Cold War took place over Berlin in 1948. The former German capital was left deep in the heart of the Soviet zone of occupation, and in June 1948 Stalin sought to resolve its status by severing road and rail communications. West Berlin's population and political autonomy were kept alive by a massive airlift. Stalin ended the blockade in May 1949. The crisis saw the deployment of American long-range bombers in Britain, officially described as atomic-capable, though none were actually armed with nuclear weapons. U.S. military deployment was followed by political commitment enshrined in the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, treaty signed in April 1949. The key article of the treaty that an attack on one member would be treated as an attack on all accorded with the principle of collective self-defense enshrined in Article 51 of the Union Charter. In practice, the cornerstone of the alliance was the commitment of the USA to defend Western Europe. In reality, this soon meant the willingness of the United States to use nuclear weapons to deter Soviet aggression. For the Soviet Union, political encirclement soon entailed a growing military, and specifically nuclear, threat. While the origins of the Cold War were in Europe, events and conflicts in Asia and elsewhere were also crucial. In 1949, the 30-year-long Chinese Civil War ended in victory for the Communists under Mao Zedong. This had a major impact on Asian affairs and on perceptions in both Moscow and Washington. In June 1950, the North Korean attack on South Korea was interpreted as part of a general communist strategy, and a test case for American resolve, and the will of the United Nations to withstand aggression. The resulting American and UN commitment, followed in October 1950 by Chinese involvement, led to a war lasting 3 years, in which over 3 million people died before pre-war borders were restored. North and South Korea themselves remained locked in seemingly perpetual hostility, even after the end of the Cold War. Assessing the impact of the Cold War on the Middle East is more difficult. The founding of the State of Israel in 1948 reflected the legacy of the Nazi genocide and the failure of British colonial policy. The complexities of politics, diplomacy, and armed conflict in the years immediately after 1945 cannot be readily understood through the prism of Soviet-American ideological or geostrategic conflict. Both the Soviet Union and the United States helped the creation of a Jewish state in previously Arab lands, though in the 1950s, Soviet foreign policy supported Arab nationalism. The pan-Arabism of the charismatic Egyptian leader, Gamal Abdel Nasser, embraced a form of socialism, but was far removed from Marxist-Leninism. The State of Israel was created by force, and owed its survival to a continuing capacity to defend itself against adversaries who did not recognize the legitimacy of its existence. Israel developed relations with the British and the French, culminating in their secret agreement to attack Egypt in 1956. Over time, a more crucial relationship developed with the United States, with whom a de facto strategic alliance emerged. Yet, Britain, France, and America also developed a complex of relationships with Arab states, reflecting historical, strategic and economic interests. 1953–69, Conflict, Confrontation, and Compromise. One consequence of the Korean War was the build-up of American forces in Western Europe, lest communist aggression in Asia distract from the real intent in Europe. The idea that communism was a monolithic political entity controlled from Moscow became an enduring American fixation, not shared in London and elsewhere. Western Europeans nevertheless depended on the USA for military security, and this dependence deepened as the Cold War confrontation in Europe was consolidated. The rearmament of the Federal Republic of Germany in 1954 precipitated the creation of the Warsaw Pact in 1955. The military build-up continued apace, with unprecedented concentrations of conventional and, moreover, nuclear forces. By the 1960s, there were some 7,000 nuclear weapons in Western Europe alone. NATO deployed nuclear weapons to offset Soviet conventional superiority, while Soviet theater nuclear forces in Europe compensated for overall American nuclear superiority. The death of Stalin in 1953 portended significant consequences for the USSR at home and abroad. Stalin's eventual successor, Nikita Khrushchev, strove to modernize Soviet society, but helped unleash reformist forces in Eastern Europe. While Poland was controlled, the situation in Hungary threatened Soviet hegemony, and in 1956 the intervention of the Red Army brought bloodshed to the streets of Budapest and international condemnation on Moscow. Soviet intervention coincided with an attack on Egypt by Britain, France, and Israel, precipitated by Colonel Nasser's seizure of the Suez Canal. The British government's actions provoked fierce domestic and international criticism, and the most serious rift in the special relationship between Britain and the United States. President Eisenhower was strongly opposed to his allies, and in the face of what were effectively U.S. economic sanctions, the British abandoned the operation, and their support for the French and Israelis. International opprobrium at the Soviet action in Budapest was lessened and deflected by what many saw as the final spasms of European imperialism. Khrushchev's policy towards the West mixed a search for political coexistence with the pursuit of ideological confrontation. Soviet support for movements of national liberation aroused fears in the West of a global communist challenge. American commitment to liberal democracy and national self-determination was often subordinated to Cold War perspectives, as well as U.S. economic and political interests. The Cold War saw the growth of large permanent intelligence organizations, whose roles ranged from estimating intentions and capabilities of adversaries to covert intervention in the affairs of other states. Crises over Berlin in 1961 and Cuba in 1962, see case study, marked the most dangerous moments of the Cold War. In both, there was a risk of direct military confrontation and, certainly in October 1962, the possibility of nuclear war. How close the world came to Armageddon during the Cuban Missile Crisis and exactly why peace was preserved remain matters of debate among historians and surviving officials. The events of 1962 were followed by a more stable period of coexistence and competition. Nuclear arsenals, nevertheless, continued to grow. Whether this is best characterized as an arms race, or whether internal political and bureaucratic pressures drove the growth of nuclear arsenals, are open to interpretation. For Washington, commitments to NATO allies also provided pressures and opportunities to develop and deploy shorter-range, tactical and theater, nuclear weapons. The global nuclear dimension increased with the emergence of other nuclear weapon states, Britain in 1952, France in 1960, and China in 1964. Growing concern at the spread or proliferation of nuclear weapons led to the negotiation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, NPT, in 1968, wherein states that had nuclear weapons committed themselves to halt the arms race, while those who did not promised not to develop them. Despite successes of the NPT, by 1990 several states had developed or were developing nuclear weapons, notably Israel, India, Pakistan, and apartheid South Africa. Case study: the Cuban Missile Crisis. In October 1962, the United States discovered that, contrary to private and public assurances, the Soviet leadership was secretly deploying nuclear missiles in Cuba. President Kennedy responded with a naval blockade of the island, and American nuclear forces moved to unprecedented states of alert. The superpowers stood eyeball to eyeball, and most historians believe this was the moment in the Cold War when the risk of nuclear war was greatest. Evidence from Soviet archives and sources, together with Western records, suggest that as the crisis reached its climax on 26 to 28 October, both Kennedy and Khrushchev were increasingly anxious to reach a diplomatic settlement, including by political concessions. The United States possessed overwhelming nuclear superiority at this time, but both leaders recognized the risk of escalation to nuclear war would be a global, national, and personal disaster. Nevertheless, recent evidence suggests that the risk of inadvertent nuclear war arising from a concatenation of misperception, the actions of subordinates, and organizational failure was much greater than was realized by political leaders then or by historians later. The diplomatic impasse was resolved 6 days after Kennedy announced the blockade, when Nikita Khrushchev undertook to withdraw the missiles in return for assurances that America would not invade Cuba. It has also now emerged that President Kennedy provided a secret undertaking to remove equivalent NATO nuclear missiles from Europe. While much of the literature has focused on the Soviet-American confrontation, greater attention has been given to the Cuban side. It is now clear that one of Khrushchev's primary objectives was to deter an American attack on Cuba that both Moscow and Havana anticipated. Fidel Castro's role has also received closer scrutiny. As the crisis reached its climax, he cabled Khrushchev, who interpreted the message as advocating a preemptive nuclear attack on the United States. Castro also later stated that he would have wanted to use the tactical nuclear weapons which, unbeknownst to the Americans, the Soviets had sent to fight an American invasion. Castro's message to Khrushchev reinforced the Soviet leader's determination to strike a deal with Kennedy, which he did without consulting the Cubans. In the aftermath of the crisis, important progress was made towards negotiation of the Partial Test Ban Treaty in 1963, which banned the testing of nuclear weapons in the atmosphere. There was recognition that crises were to be avoided, and no further attempts were made by Moscow to coerce the West over Berlin. However, both sides continued the build-up of their nuclear arsenals. Table 3.3 Cold War Crises 1969–79, the rise and fall of détente. As America's commitment in Vietnam was deepening, Soviet-Chinese relations were deteriorating. Indeed, by 1969 the PRC and the USSR fought a minor border war over a territorial dispute. Despite, or because of, these tensions, the foundations for what became known as détente were laid between the USSR and USA, and for what became known as rapprochement between China and the United States. Détente in Europe had its origins in the Ostpolitik of the German Socialist Chancellor, Willy Brandt, and resulted in agreements that recognized the peculiar status of Berlin, and the sovereignty of East Germany. Soviet-American détente had its roots in mutual recognition of the need to avoid nuclear crises, and in the economic and military incentives in avoiding an unconstrained arms race. Both Washington and Moscow also looked towards Beijing when making their bilateral calculations. Table 3.4 Revolutionary Upheavals in the Third World, 1974–80. Source: Halliday F. 1986, The Making of the Second Cold War, London, Verso 92. In the West, détente was associated with the political leadership of President Richard Nixon and his advisor Henry Kissinger, who were also instrumental in Sino-American rapprochement. This new phase in Soviet-American relations did not mark an end to political conflict, as each side pursued political goals, some of which were increasingly incompatible with the aspirations of the other superpower. Both sides supported friendly regimes and movements, and subverted adversaries. All this came as various political upheavals were taking place in the Third World, see Table 3.4. The question of how far the superpowers could control their friends, and how far they were entangled by their commitments, was underlined in 1973 when the Arab-Israeli War embroiled both the USA and the USSR in what became a potentially dangerous confrontation. Getting the superpowers involved in the war, whether by design or serendipity, helped create the political conditions for Egyptian-Israeli rapprochement. Diplomatic and strategic relations were transformed as Egypt switched its allegiance from Moscow to Washington. In the short term, Egypt was isolated in the Arab world. For Israel, fear of a war of annihilation fought on two fronts was lifted. Yet continuing political violence and terrorism, and the enduring enmity between Israel and other Arab states, proved insurmountable obstacles to a more permanent regional settlement. In Washington, Soviet support for revolutionary movements in the Third World was seen as evidence of duplicity. Some Americans claim that Moscow's support for revolutionary forces in Ethiopia in 1975 killed détente. Others cite the Soviet role in Angola in 1978. Furthermore, the perception that the USSR was using arms control agreements to gain military advantage was linked to Soviet behavior in the Third World. Growing Soviet military superiority was reflected in growing Soviet influence, it was argued. Critics claimed the SALT, Strategic Arms Limitation Talks, process enabled the Soviets to deploy multiple independently targetable warheads on their large intercontinental ballistic missiles, ICBMs, threatening key American forces. America faced a window of vulnerability, it was claimed. The view from Moscow was different, reflecting different assumptions about the scope and purpose of détente, and the nature of nuclear deterrence. Other events were also seen to weaken American influence. The overthrow of the Shah of Iran in 1979 resulted in the loss of an important Western ally in the region, though the ensuing militant Islamic government was hostile to both superpowers. December 1979 marked a point of transition in East-West affairs. NATO agreed to deploy land-based cruise and Pershing II missiles in Europe if negotiations with the Soviets did not reduce what NATO saw as a serious imbalance. Later in the month, Soviet armed forces intervened in Afghanistan to support their revolutionary allies. The USSR was bitterly condemned in the West and in the Third World for its actions, and soon became committed to a protracted and bloody struggle which many compared to the American war in Vietnam. In Washington, President Carter's image of the Soviet Union fundamentally changed. Nevertheless, Republicans increasingly used foreign and defense policy to attack the Carter presidency. Perceptions of American weakness abroad permeated domestic politics, and in 1980, Ronald Reagan was elected president. He was committed to a more confrontational approach with the Soviets on arms control, Third World conflicts, and East-West relations in general. 1979–86, the Second Cold War. In the West, critics of détente and arms control argued that the Soviets were acquiring nuclear superiority. Some suggested that the United States should pursue policies and strategies based on the idea that victory in nuclear war was possible. The election of Ronald Reagan in 1980 was a watershed in Soviet-American relations. One issue that Reagan inherited, and which loomed large in the breakdown of relations between East and West, was nuclear missiles in Europe. NATO's decision to deploy land-based missiles capable of striking Soviet territory precipitated a period of great tension in relations between NATO and the USSR, and political friction within NATO. Reagan's own incautious public remarks reinforced perceptions that he was as ill-informed as he was dangerous in matters nuclear, though key arms policies were consistent with those of his predecessor, Jimmy Carter. On arms control, Reagan was disinterested in agreements that would freeze the status quo for the sake of getting agreement, and Soviet and American negotiators proved unable to make progress in talks on long-range and intermediate-range weapons. One particular idea had significant consequences for arms control and for Washington's relations with its allies and its adversaries. The Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, quickly dubbed Star Wars, was a research program designed to explore the feasibility of space-based defenses against ballistic missiles. The Soviets appeared to take SDI very seriously, and claimed that Reagan's real purpose was to regain the nuclear monopoly of the 1950s. The technological advances claimed by SDI proponents did not materialize, however, and the program was eventually reduced and marginalized. The resulting period of tension and confrontation between the superpowers has been described as the Second Cold War and compared to the early period of confrontation and tension between 1946 and 1953. In Western Europe and the Soviet Union, there was real fear of nuclear war. Much of this was a reaction to the rhetoric and policies of the Reagan administration. American statements on nuclear weapons and military intervention in Grenada in 1983, and against Libya in 1986, were seen as evidence of a new belligerence. Reagan's policy towards Central America, and support for the rebel Contras in Nicaragua, were sources of controversy within the United States and internationally. In 1986, the International Court of Justice found the United States guilty of violating international law for the CIA's covert attacks on Nicaraguan harbors. The Reagan administration's use of military power was nonetheless limited, rhetoric and perception were at variance with reality. Some operations ended in humiliating failure, notably in the Lebanon in 1983. Nevertheless, there is evidence that the Soviet leadership took very seriously the words, and deeds, of the Reagan administration and believed that Washington was planning a nuclear first strike. In 1983, Soviet air defenses shot down a South Korean civilian airliner in Soviet airspace. The American reaction, and the imminent deployment of U.S. nuclear missiles in Europe, created a climate of great tension in East-West relations. And in November 1983, Soviet intelligence misinterpreted a NATO training exercise, codenamed Able Archer, and led the Soviet leadership to believe that NATO was preparing to attack them. How close the world came to a serious nuclear confrontation in 1983 is not yet clear. Emerging evidence from Soviet sources suggests that the risk of inadvertent nuclear war in this period could have been significant. Throughout the early 1980s, the Soviets were handicapped by a succession of aging political leaders, Brezhnev, Andropov, and Chernenko, whose ill health further inhibited Soviet responses to the American challenge and the American threat. This changed dramatically after Mikhail Gorbachev became president in 1985. Gorbachev's new thinking in foreign policy, and his domestic reforms, created a revolution, both in the USSR's foreign relations and within Soviet society. At home glasnost, or openness, and perestroika, or restructuring, unleashed nationalist and other forces which, to Gorbachev's dismay, were to destroy the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Gorbachev's aim in foreign policy was to transform relations with the United States and Western Europe. His domestic agenda was also a catalyst for change in Eastern Europe, though unlike Khrushchev, he was not prepared to react with force or coercion. When confronted with revolt in Eastern Europe, Gorbachev's foreign ministry invoked Frank Sinatra's song, "I Did It My Way," to mark the end of the Brezhnev doctrine that had limited Eastern European sovereignty and political development. The Sinatra doctrine meant that Eastern Europeans were now allowed to do it their way. Throughout Eastern Europe, Moscow-aligned regimes gave way to democracies, in what for the most part was a peaceful as well as speedy transition, CCH4. Most dramatically, Germany was united and East Germany, the German Democratic Republic, disappeared. Gorbachev paved the way for agreements on nuclear and conventional forces that helped ease the tensions that had characterized the early 1980s. In 1987, he traveled to Washington to sign the Intermediate Nuclear Forces, INF, Treaty, banning intermediate-range nuclear missiles, including cruise and Pershing II. This agreement was heralded as a triumph for the Soviet president, but NATO leaders, including Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, argued that it was vindication of the policies pursued by NATO since 1979. The INF Treaty was concluded more quickly than a new agreement on cutting strategic nuclear weapons, in part because of continuing Soviet opposition to SDI. And it was Reagan's successor, George Bush, who concluded a Strategic Arms Reductions Treaty, START, agreement that reduced long-range nuclear weapons, though only back to the level they had been in the early 1980s. Gorbachev used agreements on nuclear weapons as a means of building trust, and demonstrated the serious and radical nature of his purpose. However, despite similar radical agreements on conventional forces in Europe, culminating in the Paris Agreement of 1990, the end of the Cold War marked success in nuclear arms control rather than nuclear disarmament. The histories of the Cold War and of the bomb are very closely connected, but while the Cold War is now over, nuclear weapons are still very much in existence. Table 3.5 Principal nuclear weapon states, Nuclear Arsenals, 1945-90. Source, Norris, R.S. and Christensen, H. 2006, Nuclear Notebook, Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, 62, 4, July/August 66. Table 3.6 Principal Arms Control and Disarmament Agreements. Source, adapted from Harvard Nuclear Study Group, 1985, Arms Control and Disarmament, What Can and Can't Be Done, in F. Holroyd, ed., Thinking About Nuclear Weapons, Buck and Gone, Open University 96. Key points. There are disagreements about when and why the Cold War began, and who was responsible. Distinct phases can be seen in East-West relations, during which tension and the risk of direct confrontation grew and receded. Some civil and regional wars were intensified and prolonged by superpower involvement, others may have been prevented or shortened. The end of the Cold War has not resulted in the abolition of nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons were an important factor in the Cold War. How far the arms race had a momentum of its own is a matter of debate. Agreements on limiting and controlling the growth of nuclear arsenals played an important role in Soviet-American, and East-West, relations. Various international crises occurred in which there was the risk of nuclear war. Judging how close we came to nuclear war at these times remains open to speculation. Conclusion. The changes that took place in 20th century politics were enormous. Assessing their significance raises many complex issues about the nature of international history and international relations. How did war come in 1914? What accounts for the rise of Hitler? Who won the Cold War, how, and with what consequences? These are questions that have generated robust debate and fierce controversy. Several points are emphasized in this conclusion concerning the relationship between the three aspects explored in the chapter: Total War, End of Empire, and Cold War. However, war came in 1914, the transformation of warfare into industrialized total war reflected a combination of technological, political, and social forces. Political leaders proved incapable of restoring peace and stability, and attempts to reconstruct the European state system after 1919 failed to address enduring problems and created new obstacles to a stable order. The rise of Nazi Germany brought a new conflagration and new methods of fighting and killing. The scale of carnage and suffering was unprecedented. Nazi ideas of racial supremacy brought brutality and mass murder across Europe and culminated in genocide against the Jews. One consequence was the creation of Israel in 1948, which helped set in motion conflicts and events that continue to have global repercussions. The rise of an aggressive military regime in Tokyo likewise portended protracted and brutal war across the Pacific. The period of history since 1945 has witnessed the end of European empires constructed before, and in the early part of, the 20th century, and has also witnessed the rise and fall of the Cold War. The relationship between the end of empire and Cold War conflicts in the Third World is a close, though complex, one. In some cases, the involvement of the superpowers helped bring about change. In others, direct superpower involvement resulted in escalation and prolongation of the conflict. Marxist ideology in various forms provided inspiration to many Third World liberation movements, but provocation to the United States, and others. The example of Vietnam is most obvious in these respects, but in a range of anti-colonial struggles the Cold War played a major part. Precisely how the Cold War influenced decolonization is best assessed on a case-by-case basis. One key issue is how far the values and objectives of revolutionary leaders and their movements were nationalist rather than Marxist. It is claimed that both Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam and Fidel Castro in Cuba were primarily nationalists, who only turned to Moscow and to communism in the face of American and Western hostility. The divisions between the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China also demonstrate the diverging trends within the practice of Marxism. In several instances, conflict between communists became as bitter as conflict between communists and capitalists. In other areas, notably the Middle East, Marxism faced the challenge of radical political ideas, pan-Arabism, revolutionary Islam, that held greater attraction for the peoples involved. The role of the superpowers was nevertheless apparent, even if their involvement was more complex and diffuse. In moments of crisis it was nevertheless significant. Similarly, the relationship between the Cold War and the history of nuclear weapons is a close, though problematic, one. Some historians contend that the use of atomic weapons by the United States played a decisive part in the origins of the Cold War. Others would see the paranoia generated by the threat of total annihilation as central to understanding Soviet defense and foreign policy. The unprecedented threat of devastation is crucial to understanding the mutual hostility and fear of leaders in the nuclear age. It is also argued that without nuclear weapons direct Soviet-American conflict would have been much more likely, and that had nuclear weapons not acted as a deterrent, then war in Europe would have been much more likely. On the other hand, there are those who contend that nuclear weapons played a limited role in East-West relations, and that their importance is exaggerated. Nuclear weapons have been a focus for political agreement, and during détente, nuclear arms agreements acted as the currency of international politics. Yet how close we came to nuclear war in 1961, Berlin, or 1962, Cuba, or 1973, Arab-Israeli War, or 1983, Exercise Able Archer, and what lessons might be learned from these events, are crucial questions for historians and policy makers alike. One central issue is how far Cold War perspectives and the involvement of nuclear-armed superpowers imposed stability in regions where previous instability led to war and conflict. The Cold War may have led to unprecedented concentrations of military and nuclear forces in Europe, but this was a period characterized by stability and great economic prosperity, certainly in the West. Both the Cold War and the Age of Empire are over, though across the globe their legacies, good and bad, seen and unseen, persist. The age of the bomb, and of other weapons of mass destruction, chemical and biological, continues. How far the clash of communist and liberal/capitalist ideologies helped facilitate or retard globalization is a matter for reflection. Despite the limitations of the human imagination, the global consequences of nuclear war remain all too real. The accident at the Soviet nuclear reactor at Chernobyl in 1986 showed that radioactivity knows no boundaries. In the 1980s, scientists suggested that if only a fraction of the world's nuclear weapons exploded over a fraction of the world's cities, it could bring an end to life itself in the Northern Hemisphere. While the threat of strategic nuclear war has receded, the global problem of nuclear weapons remains a common and urgent concern for humanity in the 21st century. Questions. 1. How far was Germany responsible for the outbreak of war in 1914? 2. In what ways was the Versailles Treaty a contributory factor to European political instability in the period 1919 to 39? 3. Were there effective alternatives to the appeasement of Hitler? 4. Why were atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki? 5. Why did the United States become involved in wars in Asia after 1945? Illustrate your answer by reference to either the Korean or Vietnam Wars. 6. Did détente succeed? 7. Why did France try to remain an imperial power in Indochina and Algeria? 8. Were the British successful at decolonization after 1945? 9. Compare and contrast the end of empire in Africa with that in Asia after 1945. 10. What kept the peace in Europe after 1945? 11. How close did we come to nuclear war during either the Berlin Crisis, 1961, or the Cuban Missile Crisis, 1962? 12. What role did nuclear weapons play in Soviet-American relations during the 1980s? Guide to further reading. Best, A. Hanhimaki, J.M., Mayalo, J.A., and Schultz, K.E. 2004, International History of the 20th Century, London, Routledge. A comprehensive and authoritative account of 20th century history. Betts, R. 1998, Decolonization, London, Routledge. This book provides an introductory theoretical overview that examines the forces that drove decolonization, and explores interpretations of post-colonial legacies. Chamberlain, M.E. 1999, Decolonization, The Fall of the European Empires, Oxford, Blackwell. An analysis of the end of British, French and smaller European empires on a region-by-region basis. Halliday, F. 1986, The Making of the Second Cold War, 2nd ed., London, Verso. This book explores the phase in the Cold War of Soviet-American antagonism, 1979–85, and places this within a broader thematic and critical analysis of the Cold War. Keeler, W.R. 2006, The 20th Century World and Beyond, An International History Since 1900, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A comprehensive and balanced assessment of 20th century international history. Muelter, J. 1990, Retreat from Doomsday, The Obsolescence of Major War, New York, Basic Books. A distinctive perspective on 20th century warfare and the importance, or otherwise, of nuclear weapons in international politics. Newhouse, J. 1989, The Nuclear Age, London, Michael Joseph. An accomplished history of nuclear weapons that examines the technological and political aspects of the arms race, from Hiroshima to debates on nuclear strategy in the 1980s. Young, J. and Kent. J. 2003, International Relations since 1945, Oxford, Oxford University Press. A comprehensive survey of the impact of the Cold War on world politics since 1945, providing an analysis of war in the Middle East, the development of European integration, and the demise of the European empires in Africa and Asia. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/UK/org/Baylis_Smith 4e. Chapter 4. From the Cold War to the War on Terror. Michael Cox. Reader's Guide. This chapter provides a broad overview of the period since 1989. The chapter is divided into three main sections. Section 1 begins with the unexpected end of the Cold War itself. Section 2 goes on to discuss the main trends of the 1990s. The remainder of the chapter looks at September 11, the reasons for the war in Iraq, and the possible long-term consequences of both. Three broad theses will be advanced in this chapter. The first is that even if we speak of the world after 1989 as being post-Cold War, we should never understate the extent to which this world was shaped by the way the Cold War ended and the many problems and opportunities it left behind. The second relates to U.S. primacy and notes that even though one of the more obvious structural features of the post-Cold War international system has been a renewed U.S. hegemony, what some in international relations have defined as the unipolar moment, this new position of strength has neither guaranteed international order nor is it likely to endure forever. The third thesis is that new challenges to the status quo, and there are several, from terrorism, the spread of nuclear weapons, growing instability in the Middle East, and the rise of new economic powers in Asia, took unlikely to have a major impact on the underlying dynamics driving globalization. Thus we seem to confront a most interesting new period in the history of international politics, where, on the one hand, the world economy appears to be ever more successful and interdependent as globalization theory might have predicted, but on the other hand, where international political relations are becoming increasingly uncertain. Introduction. When major wars end, they invariably pose enormous problems for those whose task it is to make the peace. This was true following the Napoleonic Wars, when the influential statesmen of the day sat down at the Congress of Vienna in an effort to construct a new European order after a 20-year period of revolutionary turmoil. It was true once again following the even greater human catastrophe that was the First World War. And after the Second World War, the major states convened yet again to settle the world in the wake of a conflict that left 50 million dead, millions displaced, and two of the most advanced countries in the world, Germany and Japan, in tatters. Great wars not only generate much suffering, however, they also create high expectations. Indeed, at the end of each major conflagration, many hoped that the world might be made anew, that global justice would prevail and peace would be secured forever. Unfortunately, those who sat round the various high tables of international politics in 1815, 1919, and 1945 were driven by less lofty ambitions. Order, above all, was what tended to animate them, and to this end they devoted their often not inconsiderable talents to produce a desired diplomatic end that would both protect their interests and secure the international system from further disturbance and destruction. So it was, once again, in 1989, when the last of the great wars of the 20th century, the Cold War, finally wound down. As we shall see, the world it left behind was full of promise, especially for the victors, but full of potential risk as well. It was also one pregnant with the sources of further conflict. In fact, looking back now from the perspective of the post-9/11 world, it would appear as if the years following the end of the Cold War were but a mere interregnum, a resting point between two ages, one defined by an ongoing struggle between two competing secular ideologies, and the other shaped by an emerging clash between two conceptions of civilization itself. How and why the promise of the end of the Cold War concluded with a conflict between the modern West and radical Islamism is the subject of what follows. The end of the Cold War. The Cold War divided the world for over 40 years, threatened humanity with instant destruction, and led to the death of at least 25 million people, most of these occurring in that highly contested zone that came to be referred to during the Cold War, though less after, as the Third World. Yet in spite of these dangers and costs, the Cold War in its central core areas still managed to create a degree of stability that the world had not experienced since the early part of the 20th century. For this reason many came to view the bipolar order after 1947 as something that was not merely the expression of a given international reality but something that was desirable and defensible too. Indeed, realists like Kenneth Waltz almost seemed to celebrate the superpower relationship on the grounds that a world in which there were two balancing powers limiting the actions of the other was likely to be a far more stable world than one in which there were several competing states. If one feature of the Cold War was its bipolar structure, another was its highly divided character born in the last analysis out of profoundly opposing views about the best way of organizing society. Yet for all its intensity the Cold War was very much a managed conflict in which both sides recognized the limits of what they could and could not do. Certainly, policy makers in East and West appeared to accept in private if not in public that their rival had legitimate security concerns that the other should recognize. The Cold War was thus fought within the framework of a set of informal rules. This in part helps explain why it remained cold. Indeed, how and why the Cold War remained cold has been the subject of much debate. Few, however, would dispute the fact that whatever else may have divided the two superpowers, ideology, economics, and the struggle for global influence, they were in full agreement about one thing: the overriding need to prevent a nuclear war that neither could win without destroying the world and themselves. This in the end is why the superpowers acted with such caution for the greater part of the Cold War era. In fact, given the very real fear of outright nuclear war, the shared aim of the two superpowers was not to destroy the other, though a few on both sides occasionally talked in such terms, but rather of containing its ambitions while avoiding anything that might lead to dangerous escalation. Only once in 1962 did the two come close to a nuclear exchange. This, in turn, helps explain another important feature of the Cold War, its stalemated and hence seemingly permanent character. One can thus imagine the enormous shockwaves produced by what happened in Eastern Europe in 1989. The world at the time was already undergoing dramatic changes, the result in the main of radical new policies introduced by Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev. Many of course hoped that Gorbachev's several reforms would make the world a safer and more humane place. Hardly anybody, though, seriously anticipated the collapse of communism and the coming down of the Berlin Wall. Moreover, few believed that this revolutionary process could be achieved peacefully. Such an eventuality had never been envisaged except by a few intellectual loners. Nor had policymakers planned for it. It was all rather disturbing, and not just for those whose difficult job it was now to integrate former enemies back into the West. Academics too had to come to terms with changes they had not anticipated and a world they had not thought possible. At least two big questions now faced them. One revolved around the problematic issue of prediction, or more precisely, why most of the experts failed to anticipate one of the most important events of the 20th century. Here there was much shrugging of the proverbial shoulders but little by way of serious reflection other than to suggest that prediction was either impossible or that getting this mere data point wrong proved very little about their different theories. The other question focused on the issue of causation. This discussion produced a large and useful literature. It did not, however, arrive at a clear conclusion. Thus, while most writers accepted that Gorbachev was critical to what happened to 1989, not all international events it seemed could be reduced to structure, they could not agree as to his exact role. A few saw him as being far-sighted. Some though wondered whether he had ever intended to end the Cold War at all. Nor did analysts come to any firm conclusion about the part played by Gorbachev's American counterpart, Ronald Reagan. To many Americans, Reagan's early tough policies towards what he termed the evil empire effectively consigned the USSR into the dustbin of history. Others, however, were less persuaded, arguing that other, more objective factors, long-term Soviet economic decline, East European debt to the West, and the attractive pull of Western capitalism on a moribund socialist system, played a much more important role in undermining communism. Finally, the end of the Cold War generated a lively debate within the academic discipline of international relations, IR. Indeed, the events of 1989 played a major role in shaping many of the discussions within the field during the 1990s, with an increasingly embattled group of realists continuing to stress the importance of material factors in compelling the USSR towards the negotiating table, and a rising generation of constructivists, many of whom had done their original research on the end of the Cold War, insisting that the big transformation of the late 1980s was less the byproduct of a change in the relative capabilities of either the USSR or the USA and more the result of Gorbachev's adoption of a set of ideas that undermine the logic of confrontation. In this way, a major discussion concerning one critical event in world politics helped to define the great debates that divided scholars of IR in the years thereafter. Box 4.1 The end of an era. Gorbachev may have earlier vowed that he would redefine the East-West relationship. In reality, he did much more, and whether as a result of Soviet economic decline, a shift in ideas, imperial overstretch, or a simple failure to understand the consequences of his own actions, set off a series of chain reactions that did not just place the relationship on a new footing but brought it to an end forever. Michael Cox, 2007, Hans J. Morgenthau, Realism and the Rise and Fall of the Cold War, in Michael C. Williams, ed., Realism Reconsidered, Oxford, Oxford University Press 166. Key points. The Cold War was a complex relationship that assumed competition but remained cold in large part because of the existence of nuclear weapons. Most experts assumed the Cold War would continue and were surprised when it came to a peaceful conclusion. There is no academic consensus as to why the Cold War came to an end when it did or why it did. The Cold War divided and still divides international relations scholars into mainstream realists and ideas-oriented constructivists. Mapping the post-Cold War era. The end of the Cold War therefore not only brought about a fundamental change in the structure of the international system but produced a series of divisions within the wider academic community. Naturally, many in the West celebrated the passing of an opposing economic system which they claimed had denied freedom and prosperity to millions. Indeed, the soon-to-be famous liberal writer, Francis Fukuyama, interpreted the collapse of communism as marking the final end of one particular phase of history, when collectivism had posed a very real challenge to bourgeois society, and the beginning of another, where liberal principles would now be dominant. Others, though, were less sanguine about the future. Liberals may now be celebrating the collapse of the Cold War system but, as John Mearsheimer pointed out in a much-discussed realist piece authored at the time, the passing of the old world was bound to pose a series of disturbing questions to which policymakers may not have an easy answer. Western policymakers appeared to agree, judging by the caution and energy they now displayed. The tasks they confronted certainly seemed very great, ranging from the institutional one of devising new tasks for bodies such as NATO, the United Nations, and the European Union, to the more economic challenge of facilitating the transition in countries that had had little experience of running market democracies. Some even wondered whether or not the West could survive in an environment where there was no longer a well-defined threat. Certainly, many questioned the need for high military spending, arguing that if the world was now becoming a safer and more integrated place, what then was the purpose of spending billions on weapons that would no longer be required to fight enemies that did not exist in an international system that was rapidly becoming more united? Globalization, a new international order? If the Cold War period was marked by a clear and sharp divide between opposing socio-economic systems operating by radically different standards, then the post-Cold War order could readily be characterized as one where states were compelled to play by a single set of rules within an increasingly competitive world economy. The term most frequently used to describe this new order was globalization, a notion that had barely been used before 1989, but now came to employed ever more regularly to define an apparently new system of international relations. Globalization, however, seemed to mean different things to different theorists. Thus for one school it was assumed to be undermining borders and states, quite literally abolishing the Westphalian system. Others took a less cataclysmic view. Globalization, they agreed, was providing a different context within which international relations was now being played out. But it would be absurd to conclude that it was doing away with the state or destroying the underlying logic of anarchy. Some writers were even skeptical of whether there was anything especially novel about globalization. Capitalism, after all, had always been a global system. Since the 16th century, interdependence had been one of its more obvious features. So why assume that there was very much new about the phenomenon simply because academics and publicists talked about it with greater frequency? Such skepticism, however, did not prevent its many critics, and equally influential defenders, engaging in an extended and at times heated debate about the impact of globalization on global inequality, climate change, and the more general distribution of power in the international system. Indeed, in one of the more heated exchanges between David Held, a social democratic critic, and Martin Wolf, a free market defender, it was almost as if the two combatants were talking about quite different things. It was all very confusing. It also made very little difference to what governments tended to say and do. Globalization, they insisted with increasing regularity, was a simple fact of economic life. There was no escaping its logic. The only thing one could do, using the oft-repeated words of President Clinton, was to compete, not retreat. Moreover, if one did not do so, the future for one's own people, and by implication one's state, was bleak. His ideological companion, Tony Blair, even appeared to use the menace of globalization as a means of attacking those in Europe who would defend old economic ways. In a world of global competition, Blair observed, there was really very little choice. Europe either had to reform or decline. There was no other way. If globalization as a discourse, as much as a reality, served various political and economic purposes, it also raised a series of important questions for international relations as a theoretical field. In fact, in many ways it helped recast a long-standing debate going back to Hans J. Morgenthau and continued afresh by that great iconoclast of international relations, Susan Strange, about the precise relationship between politics and economics. Obviously, for realists like Morgenthau and later Kenneth Waltz, globalization could not change the essence of how politics was conducted between states, or the fact that international relations was bound to remain a primarily political activity. According to Strange, no apologist for globalization, this old-fashioned, statist approach simply missed the point, the most obvious one being that markets were fast becoming more important than states, and that until realists recognized this, it would remain ill-equipped to understand the modern world. But if there was little meeting of minds among academics, there was little doubting the impact globalization was having on the world economy, and in particular on those three central core areas of it located in North America, Europe, and East Asia. Here at least the theoretical debate about the novelty, existence, and the meaning of the phenomenon was being resolved as this very special triad of economic power, over 80% of the world's total, experienced reasonable growth, increased economic interdependence, and massive wealth creation. No doubt the process created great national uncertainty as firms became ever more internationalized. There was also something distinctly unethical about an apparently unregulated economic process that literally made billions for the few, especially those in the financial sector, while generating insecurity for the many. However, this was a price well worth paying, or so its defenders inferred, if there was to be any semblance of economic progress. In a world where extreme competition ruled and money moved at the flick of a switch, there was only one thing worse than being part of this runaway system, and that was not being part of it. Box 4.2 The gravity of globalization. Globalization is like gravity, there's no point denying its existence. Our job is to defy gravity and build a plane that flies. Our responsibility is to secure the benefits of globalization for all, to turn despair into hope and poverty into opportunity. C.K. Prahlad, 2007, The World for Sale, cited in Foreign Policy, May/June, 50. Key points. The term globalization was rarely used before 1989 but became one of the most popular ways of defining international politics after the Cold War. Though globalization is a much disputed term, analysts agree that it describes a one-world system where all actors have to play by the same economic rules. Globalization has become the master discourse of governments around the world. Globalization has produced many winners and a large number of losers, but there would appear to be no escaping its competitive logic. From superpower to hyperpower primacy. If a one-world economy operating under the same set of highly competitive rules was at least one consequence of the end of the Cold War, another was a major resurgence of American self-confidence in a new international system where it seemed to have no serious rival. This was not only a development that few had foretold. In the 1970s and 1980s many believed that the USA was in decline, it was one that many had thought impossible. Most realists in fact believed that after the Cold War the world would become genuinely multipolar. It was also a situation that many feared on the grounds that an America with no obvious peer competitor would act more assertively and with less restraint. That aside, all of the most obvious indicators by the late 1990s military, economic, and cultural seemed to point to only one conclusion, that as a result of the Soviet collapse, followed in short order by the economic crisis in Japan and Europe's manifest failure in former Yugoslavia, the United States by the turn of the century had been transformed from a mere superpower, its designation hitherto, to what the French Foreign Minister Hubert Védrine in 1998 termed a hyperpower. This new global conjuncture raised a series of important questions for both scholars of international relations and U.S. foreign policy makers alike. The most central was how long could this position of primacy actually endure? There was no easy answer. Most realists, unsurprisingly, took it as read that other great powers would in time emerge to balance the United States. Others believed that because it enjoyed special advantage in nearly every sphere, the new U.S. hegemony would last well into the 21st century. This in turn fed into a second debate concerning the exercise of U.S. power under conditions of unipolarity. Liberals in general tended to advise restraint and the embedding of U.S. power into international institutions as the most effective and acceptable way of it exercising global hegemony. Liberals also believed that the spread of democracy in an increasingly interdependent world economy would make the international system a safer place. Others of a more nationalist persuasion argued against such optimism and such constraint. The USA, they insisted, had the power. It had always used it wisely in the past. And there was no reason to suspect it would not use it wisely again in the future. Indeed, there was every reason for it to act alone when it deemed it necessary. The greater danger in fact was not an America that acted alone, but an America that did not lead. This claim to unilateral privilege was linked to a particularly bleak view of the world that tended to be shared by many, though not all, U.S. policy makers. The Cold War may have been over, they agreed, America might have emerged triumphant. But this was no reason to be complacent. To use a phrase often used at the time, although the dragon in the form of the USSR might have been slain, there were still many vipers and snakes lurking in the long grass. Among the three most dangerous and pernicious of these were various rogue states, Iran, Iraq, North Korea, Libya, and Cuba, the constant threat of nuclear proliferation, made all the more likely because of the disintegration of the USSR and the unfolding nuclear arms race between Pakistan and India, and the threat of Islamic terrorism, all the more virulent now because of the fallout arising from the last great battlefield of the Cold War in Afghanistan. Indeed, long before September 11 the dangers posed by radical Islamism were very well known to U.S. intelligence. The near destruction of the World Trade Center in 1993, the devastating bombings of the U.S. embassies in Tanzania and Kenya 5 years later, and the audacious attacks on USS Cole in 2000 all pointed to a new form of terrorism that could neither be deterred nor easily defeated by conventional means. Box 4.3 The Paradox of Power. There is a paradox between the magnitude of American power and Washington's inability to use that power to always get what it wants in international politics. Hegemony is not omnipotence. Christopher Lane, 2006, Impotent Power, cited in the National Interest, September/October 41-2. Yet in spite of these several threats, there was no clear indication that the United States was especially keen during the 1990s to project its power with any serious purpose. The United States may have possessed vast capabilities, and various American writers may have waxed lyrical about this new Rome on the Potomac. But there appeared to be no real desire in a post-Cold War environment of expending American blood and treasure in foreign adventures, a feeling that grew in intensity following the debacle in Somalia in 1993 when the death of only 18 U.S. soldiers created its own kind of syndrome that made any more U.S. forays abroad extremely unlikely. The United States after the Cold War was thus a most curious hegemon. On the one hand, its power seemed to be unrivaled, and was, on the other, it seemed to have very little idea about how to use this power other than to bomb the occasional rogue when deemed necessary, as in former Yugoslavia, while supporting diplomatic solutions to most problems when needs be, as in the cases of the Middle East and North Korea. The end of the Cold War and the disappearance of the Soviet threat may have rendered the international system more secure and the USA more powerful, but it also made the United States a very reluctant warrior. In a very important sense, the United States during the 1990s remained a superpower without a mission. Key points. Most experts did not anticipate and some did not look forward to the new American hegemony following the end of the Cold War. In spite of the spread of democracy and globalization, most U.S. policymakers still viewed the world as a threatening and dangerous place during the 1990s. After the fiasco in Somalia, the majority of Americans were reluctant to use U.S. forces abroad. The United States after the Cold War is best described as a superpower without a mission. Europe in the New World System. If for the United States the biggest post-Cold War problem was how to develop a coherent global policy in a world where there was no single major threat to its interests, then for Europeans the main issue was how to manage the new enlarged space that had been created as a result of the events in 1989. Indeed, while more triumphant Americans would continue to proclaim that it was they who had actually won the Cold War in Europe, it was Europeans who were the real beneficiaries of what had taken place in the late 1980s. There were sound reasons for thinking thus. A continent that had once been divided was now whole again. Germany had been peacefully united. The states of Eastern Europe had achieved one of the most important of international rights, the right of self-determination. The threat of serious war with potentially devastating consequences for Europe had been eliminated. Naturally, the transition from one order to another was not going to happen without certain costs being borne, most notably by those who would now have to face up to life under competitive capitalism. Nor was the collapse of communism in some countries an entirely bloodless affair, as events in former Yugoslavia, 1990-9, revealed only too tragically. That said, Europe and enlarged Europe still had much to look forward to. But what kind of Europe would it be? To this there was more than one kind of answer, with some, especially the French, believing it should now develop its own specific European security arrangements, an optimism that soon foundered on the killing fields of Bosnia, and others that it should remain closely tied to the United States, a view most forcefully expressed by the new elites of Central Europe themselves. Europeans could not agree either about what kind of Europe they preferred. There were genuine federalists who sought an ever deeper union that would fulfill the European dream while being able to balance the powerhouses of the United States and Japan. There were others who feared such a development and, marching under the traditional banner of sovereignty, managed to play the Eurosceptic card with some success among ordinary Europeans, who seemed more critical of the European project than the elites in Brussels themselves. Finally, Europeans divided over economics, with a clear line being drawn between dirigistes, who favored greater state involvement in the management of a specifically European social model, and free marketers led by the British who argued that under conditions of global competition such a protected system was simply not sustainable and that thoroughgoing economic reform was essential. While many in old Europe debated Europe's future, policymakers themselves were confronted with the more concrete issue of how to bring the East back into the West, a process that went under the general heading of enlargement. In terms of policy outcome, the strategy scored some notable successes. Indeed, by 2007 the European Union had grown to become 27 members, and NATO one less at 26. The two bodies also changed their club-like character in the process, much to the consternation of some older members who found the new entrants to be as much trouble as asset. In fact, according to critics, enlargement had proceeded so rapidly that the essential core meaning of both organizations had been lost. The EU, it was now argued by some, had been so keen to enlarge that it had lost the will to integrate. NATO meanwhile could no longer be regarded as a serious military organization with an integrated command structure. Still, it was difficult not to be impressed by the capacity of institutions that had helped shape part of Europe during the Cold War being employed now in quite new roles to help manage the relatively successful, though never easy, transition from one kind of European order to another. For those realists who had earlier disparaged the part institutions might play in preventing anarchy in Europe, the important roles played by the EU and NATO seemed to prove that institutions were essential. Institutions alone, though, did not provide a ready answer to what Europe ought or ought not be doing in a world system. Here again there was more than one European view. Hence several analysts continued to feel that Europe was bound to remain a largely civilian power, spreading its own values and acting as example, but should not become a serious military actor. Others took a more robust view. Europe's growing weight in the world economy, they felt, its inability to act as a body in former Yugoslavia, not to mention the great capabilities gap that was rapidly opening up between itself and the United States, all compelled Europe to think more seriously about hard power. The result was the birth of the European Security and Defense Policy in 1998, followed by a series of other moves that culminated with the publication of the European Security Strategy, in 2003, EC 2003. Viewing security in broadly globalist terms, where open borders and disturbing events in far-away places, especially poor ones, were bound to spew up their consequences on Europe's shores, Europe, it argued, was compelled by the logic of interdependence to engage seriously with international affairs. Isolationism or parochialism was no more an option for Europe as it was for the United States. However, unlike the United States, the document assumed these problems could only be tackled in association with others. Indeed, at several points, even talked in decidedly English school terms of the need to maintain a well-functioning international society underpinned by functioning international institutions and a system of rules, CCH2. Thus, while insisting that a strong transatlantic relationship remained essential to order in the world, it was evident that how Europe hoped to achieve that and how the United States would do so, would be quite different. Significantly, the one question did not try to address was Europe's future. Europe, it was generally recognized, remained what it had effectively been since the end of the Second World War, a work in progress. The problem was that nobody could quite agree when, if ever, this work would be completed, and where, if anywhere, would the European Union end. Some analysts remained remarkably upbeat. The EU's capacity in dealing with the consequences of the end of the Cold War, the successful introduction of a single currency, the euro, and its ability to bring in new members, all pointed to one obvious conclusion, that its future was assured. A few even speculated that the new 21st century would itself be European rather than American. Many, however, were more skeptical. After a decade-long period of expansion and experimentation, Europe, they felt, had reached a dead end, more divided than united over basic constitutional ends and facing several challenges economic, cultural, and political to which there seemed to be no easy answers. Indeed, according to some commentators, European leaders not only confronted older issues to which they had no ready-made solutions, they also faced a host of new ones: Turkish membership of the EU, how to integrate its 13 million Muslim citizens, rising economic competition from China, to which they had no answer at all. As one seasoned observer of the European scene noted, Europe, by the beginning of the 21st century, may have been well aware of where it was coming from, but it had no blueprint for where it wanted to go to. In some ways, it had lost the plot. Box 4.4 Europe's midlife crisis. The future of the EU is hard to predict. Over the next decade it could undergo a bout of further integration, it could fall apart into opposing camps of those who would go forward or those who would go back, or perhaps most likely, it could just muddle through. Cited in The Economist, 17-23 March 2007, Special Report on the European Union, p. 20. Key points. In spite of the breakup of former Yugoslavia, Europe benefited as much from the end of the Cold War as the United States. Europeans after the Cold War were divided over a series of key issues, most notably the degree of European integration, economic strategy, and the foreign policy aspirations of the European Union. The European Security Strategy of 2003 was one of the first serious efforts by the EU to think about its international role under conditions of globalization. Many issues face Europe, including Turkish membership of the EU, the position of Europe's Muslims, and China's economic challenge. Russia, from Yeltsin to Putin. One of the many problems facing the new Europe after the Cold War was how to define its relationship with post-communist Russia, a country confronting several degrees of stress after 1991 as it began to travel the road that would one day move it, hopefully, from what it had once been a superpower with a planned economy and a formal Marxist ideology to what it might one day become democratic, liberal, and market-oriented. As even the most sanguine of Europeans accepted, none of this was ever going to be easy for a state that had had the same system for nearly 3/4 of a century. And so it proved during the 1990s, an especially painful decade during which Russia moved from being what it had once been before a superpower that could effectively challenge the United States to a declining power with diminishing economic and ideological assets. Nor was there much by way of economic compensation. On the contrary, as a result of its speedy adoption of Western-style privatization, Russia experienced something close to a 1930s-style depression, with industrial production plummeting, living standards falling, and whole regions once devoted to Cold War military production experiencing free fall. President Boris Yeltsin's foreign policy meanwhile did little to reassure many Russians. Indeed, his decision to get close to Russia's old capitalist enemies gave the distinct impression that he was selling out to the West. This may have made him a hero outside Russia. However, to many ordinary Russians it seemed as if he, like his predecessor Gorbachev, was conceding everything and getting very little in return. Nationalists and old communists, of whom there were still a significant number, were especially scathing. Yeltsin and his team, they argued, had not only given away Russia's assets at knockdown prices to a new class of oligarchs, but he was also trying to turn Russia into a Western dependency. In short, he was not standing up for Russia's national interest. Whether his successor Vladimir Putin had a clear vision for Russia when he took over the presidency matters less than the fact that having assumed office he began to stake out very different positions. These included a greater authoritarianism and nationalism at home, a much clearer recognition that the interests of Russia and those of the West would not always be one and the same, and what turned into a persistent drive to bring the Russian economy and Russia's huge natural resources back under state control. This did not lead to a turning back of the clock. What it did mean, though, was that the West could no longer regard Russia as forever being what it had earlier hoped it would become, a strategic partner. Certainly, it could no longer assume that Russia would forever be in a state of almost irreversible decline. With almost unlimited supplies of oil and gas at its command, and with a leadership that looked determined to defend Russia's interests, Russia no longer looked like the sick man of Europe. Russia, it seemed, had turned yet another corner. Still, the West had less to fear now than it had during the Cold War proper. Russia, after all, had nothing like the same resources as the old USSR. In the meantime, economic reform had made it dependent on the West, though some Western countries, like Germany, were dependent on it for their energy requirements. Furthermore, the official ideology did not in any way challenge Western institutions or values. The world had changed forever since 1991. Nor was Russia the power it had once been during former Soviet times. Indeed, not only was it unable to prevent some of its former republics from either signing up to former enemy institutions like NATO, or moving more openly into the Western camp, by 2007 it was effectively encircled by the three Baltic republics to the northwest, an increasingly pro-Western Ukraine to the south, and Georgia in the Caucasus. Adding to its potential woes was the fact that many of its more loyal, regional allies ran highly repressive and potentially unstable republics. Meanwhile, in Chechnya, it faced an insurgency which not only revealed deep weaknesses in the Russian military, but brought down Western opprobrium on its head, perhaps not to the point of causing a rupture, but certainly enough to sour relations and compel many in the United States, and a few in Europe, to conclude that while Russia may have changed in many positive ways since the collapse of the USSR in 1991, at the end of the day it still remained historic Russia with an authoritarian outlook, a disregard for human rights, and an inclination towards empire. A new future may have beckoned, but the heavy hand of the past continued to influence relations between Russia and the West. Box 4.5 A New Cold War? The West needs to calm down and take Russia for what it is, a major outside player that is neither an eternal foe nor an automatic friend. Dmitry Trenin, 2006, Russia Leaves the West, Foreign Affairs, 85, 4, July/August, 95. Key points. The first Russian president, Boris Yeltsin, sought a new partnership with the West but was often accused by his domestic enemies of not defending the Russian national interest. Vladimir Putin, his successor, has pursued more authoritarian policies at home, brought Russia's economic assets back under state control, and pursued a more nationalist foreign policy abroad. A new Cold War between the West and Russia is unlikely because of the important economic and political changes that have occurred in Russia since the collapse of the USSR in 1991. Eastasia, primed for rivalry? If history continues to play a crucial role in shaping modern Western images of post-Soviet Russia, then the past also plays a part in defining the international relations of Eastasia, and a most bloody past it had been since the Second World War, punctuated by several devastating wars, in China, Korea, and Vietnam, revolutionary insurgencies, in the Philippines, Malaya, and Indonesia, authoritarian rule, nearly everywhere, and revolutionary extremism, most tragically in Cambodia. The contrast with the post-war European experience could not have been more pronounced. In fact, scholars of international relations have been much taken with the comparison, pointing out that whereas Europe managed to form a new liberal security community during the Cold War, Eastasia did not. In part this was the result of the formation of the EU and the creation of NATO, organizations of which there were no equivalent in Asia. But it was also because Germany managed to effect a serious reconciliation with its immediate neighbors while Japan, for largely internal reasons, did not. Nor did the end of the Cold War do much to bring about a speedy resolution of these various issues. In fact, whereas the end of the Cold War in Europe transformed the continent dramatically, this was much less true in Eastasia, where powerful communist parties continued to rule in China, North Korea, and Vietnam, and at least two outstanding territorial disputes, one less important one between Japan and Russia, and a potentially far more dangerous one between China and Taiwan, continued to threaten the security of the region. For all these reasons, one very influential American scholar, Aaron Friedberg, argued in an equally influential article in 1993 that, far from being primed for peace, Eastasia was still ripe for new rivalries. Indeed, According to Aaron Friedberg, Europe's very bloody past between 1914 and 1945 could easily turn into Asia's future. This was not a view shared by every commentator, however. In fact, as events unfolded, this uncompromisingly tough-minded realist perspective came under sustained criticism. This did not deny the possibility of future disturbances. How could one argue otherwise given Korean division, North Korea's nuclear program, and China's claim to Taiwan? But it did suggest that the region was not quite the powder keg painted by Friedberg. There were several reasons why. The first and most important reason was the great economic success experienced by the region itself. The sources of this have been much debated, with some suggesting that the underlying reasons were cultural, Asian values, others that it was directly economic, cheap labor plus plentiful capital, and a few that it was the byproduct of the application of a non-liberal model of development employing the strong state to drive through rapid economic development from above. Some have also argued that the United States played a crucial role by opening its market to East Asian goods while providing the region with critical security on the cheap. Whatever the cause or combination of causes, the simple fact remains that East Asia by the end of the 20th century had become the third powerhouse in the global economy, accounting for nearly 25% of world GDP. Second, though many states in East Asia might have had powerful memories of past conflicts, these were beginning to be overridden in the 1990s by a growth in regional trade and investment. Indeed, though East Asia carried much historical baggage, some of this deliberately exploited by political elites in search of legitimacy, economic pressures, and material self-interest appeared to be driving countries in the region together rather than apart. The process of East Asian economic integration may have been slow to develop. ASEAN was only formed in 1967. Nor was integration accompanied by the formation of anything like the European Union. However, once regionalism began to take off during the 1990s, it showed no signs of slowing down. A third reason for optimism lay with Japan. Here, in spite of an apparent inability to unambiguously apologize for past misdeed and atrocities, a failure that cost it dear in terms of soft power influence in the region, its policies could hardly be characterized as disturbing. On the contrary, having adopted its famous peace constitution in the 1950s and renounced the possibility of ever acquiring nuclear weapons, Japan was one of the strongest upholders of the original non-proliferation treaty. Japan demonstrated no interest at all in upsetting its suspicious neighbors by acting in anything other than a benign manner. Furthermore, by spreading its not inconsiderable largesse in the form of aid and large-scale investment, it went some of the way in fostering better international relations in the region. Even its old rival China was a significant beneficiary, and by 2003 over 5,000 Japanese companies were operating on the Chinese mainland. This leads us then to China itself. Much has been written about rising China, especially by realists who argue in classical fashion that when new powerful states emerge onto the international stage, they are bound to disturb the peace. China may look benign now, they agree. That, however, is not how things will look in a few years' time once it has risen. Again, though, there may be more cause for guarded optimism than pessimism, largely because China itself has adopted policies, both economic and military, whose purpose clearly is to reassure its neighbors that it can rise peacefully and thus effectively prove the realists wrong. It has also translated these reassuring words into concrete policies by supporting regional integration, exporting its not inconsiderable capital to other countries in East Asia, and working as a responsible rather than a spoiler inside regional multilateral institutions. Certainly, such policies are beginning bear fruit, with once skeptical neighbors, even possibly Japan, increasingly now viewing China as a benign instrument of development rather than threat. In the end, though, all strategic roads in China, and for East Asia as a whole, lead to the one state whose presence in the region remains critical, the United States of America. Though theoretically opposed to a unipolar world in which there is only one significant global player, the new Chinese leadership has pursued a most cautious policy towards the USA. No doubt some Americans will continue to be wary of a state run by the Communist Party whose human rights record can hardly be described as exemplary. However, so long as China continues to act in a cooperative fashion, of bandwagoning rather than balancing, there is every chance that relations will continue to prosper. But there is no guaranteeing the long-term outcome. With growth rates running at something like 10% per annum, with its apparently insatiable demand for overseas raw materials, and enormous dollar reserves at its disposal, China has already changed the terms of the debate about the future of international politics. For some time to come, it may well remain what one observer has called a colossus with a feet of clay, overly dependent on foreign investment and still militarily light years behind the United States. But even such a colossus presents a set of challenges that simply did not exist in the much simpler days of the Cold War. Indeed, one of the great ironies of international history may be that China as a rising capitalist power playing by the rules of the market may turn out to be more of a problem for the West than China the communist power in those far-off days when it denounced the imperialists across the ocean and called upon Asians to drive the Yankees out of the region. Box 4.6 The China Challenge. The task of creating more effective institutions to deal with short-term threats to regional stability is made all the more urgent because in the long run there is a very real structural transformation taking place that could alter the relatively benign constellation of factors currently at play, namely the rise of China. Thomas Berger, 2000, Set for Stability. Prospects for Conflict and Cooperation in East Asia, Review of International Studies, 26, 427-8. Key points. Compared to Europe after 1945, the international relations of East Asia during the Cold War were highly volatile, marked by revolutions, wars, and insurgencies. The end of the Cold War left many issues in its wake and led Aaron Friedberg, 1993, to conclude that Asia was primed for further rivalry. Friedberg's thesis has been challenged as being too pessimistic. Economic growth, regional integration, America's presence, and Japan's peaceful foreign policy continue to make the region less dangerous than he suggested. One of the big questions now facing the region and the United States is rising China. Realists insist it will challenge the status quo. Others believe it can rise peacefully. The haves and the have-nots. Often the most significant facts about the international system are those sometimes least talked about by the discipline of international relations, at least that used to be the case during the Cold War when most academics were almost completely fixated on the intentions and capabilities of the two superpowers. The world, from this point of view, mattered not for its own sake, but in terms of the part it played in the larger drama involving its two principal actors, the United States and the USSR. Nowhere was this more true of course than in that vast sprawling undefined zone of formerly colonized countries known as the Third World, a vague and loose term conceived in the 1950s to denote a sense of popular solidarity among the poor married to the possibility of a different economic future outside the world market. Vague though it was, the term did at least have one advantage from the point of view of the two superpowers, of placing the less developed countries in their rightful place at the end of the political and economic queue. Not that the USSR and USA were entirely indifferent to the fate of the Third World. They fought their often bloody proxy wars there, sought whatever kind of allies they could muster, few progressive or democratic, and piled in their arms in a determined effort to outflank their main ideological rival in places as far apart as Cuba and Afghanistan, Vietnam, and Angola. The end of the Cold War not only saw a rash of settlements in the Third World and the effective abandonment of many front-line states by their superpower backers, often with disastrous political and economic results for the countries in question, but something of an intellectual crisis as analysts tried to come to terms with what was happening. Some now wondered whether the term Third World itself was of utility any longer in a world where there was no rivalry between the first capitalist world and the second communist one. The whole idea in fact seemed to make no sense at all under conditions of globalization, where some previously underdeveloped countries were beginning to experience real development while others were busily signing up to new economic terms that were less concerned to defend the wretched of the earth and more geared to attracting foreign investment. Moreover, What was the scientific status of a notion that put together continents as different as Africa and Latin America, countries as far apart economically as Tanzania and Argentina, and regions as dissimilar as the Middle East and Asia? Many analysts therefore drew the not unreasonable conclusion that the concept of the Third World ought to be abandoned altogether. Getting rid of the concept, however, did not alter the appalling material conditions under which the vast majority of the world's people continued to live. Recognizing the reality of mass poverty, however, did not help analysts explain its existence nor create a consensus about how best to eradicate it. Here the more general debate about globalization and the more specific problem of underdevelopment intersected. For the opponents of globalization, the only way of reducing poverty was either through less globalization or a much more regulated form of it. Supporters dismissed such fantasies. Globalization, they claimed, was here to stay. Indeed, the biggest problem facing the less developed countries was not getting drawn into the process but of remaining outside it. Here rapid economic growth in both China and India were deployed to make the case for globalization in the most spectacular fashion possible. For once, the facts did seem to tell a most credible story of once planned economic systems abandoning their old protectionist ways and successfully joining up to the world market. The results were spectacular, with over 30 million Chinese being taken out of the poverty trap and a new wave of middle-class Indians emerging in a state that had once sneered at success. Naturally, this did not eliminate poverty nor inequality, quite the opposite. Nonetheless, in a relatively short space of time, the two most populous countries in the world had shown to others what could be achieved by competing successfully in a global world economy. Still, the triumph of capitalism in some previously underdeveloped countries did not guarantee its success elsewhere. China and India may have made important economic leaps forward. However, the picture in other parts of the world was a much darker one, as the fate of sub-Saharan Africa during the 1990s most tragically demonstrated. Indeed, while millions in China and many in India may have been enjoying the benefits of globalization, the situation for billions around the globe remained dire. Thus half of the world's population, nearly 3 billion people, still continued to live on less than $2 a day. The GDP of the 48 poorest nations in the world, a quarter of the world's countries, was less than the wealth of the world's 3 richest people combined. Of the 10.5 children under the age of 5 who died in 2006, over 98% came from the less developed countries. Meanwhile, 790 million people remained chronically undernourished. Nor did things appear to be improving. In fact, whereas in 1960, 20% of the world's people in the richest countries had 30 times the income of the poorest 20%, by 2000 the figure had risen to nearly 75 times as much. Box 4.7 Poverty Threats. Since September 11, 2001, the U.S. has launched a war on terrorism, but it has neglected the deeper causes of global instability. The nearly $500 billion that the U.S. will spend this year on the military will never buy lasting peace if the U.S. continues to spend only 1/30 of that, around $16 billion, to address the plight of the poorest in the world, whose societies are destabilized by extreme poverty. Jeffrey D. Sachs, 2005, The End of Poverty, Time magazine, March 6. Of course, it could be argued that while all of this constituted a human tragedy, in and of itself it did not represent a serious problem for the international system as such. This, though, is not how modern governments, especially those in the richer parts of the world, tended to view things. First, they recognized that with the gap growing between some parts of the world and others, it was inevitable that those from the less developed countries would do what they had always done before, namely make every effort to move to where they could at least eke out an existence of sorts. Second, poverty and inequality together bred insecurity, and insecurity fostered instabilities that would either force the more powerful countries to do something. By 2006 over 25 million peoples had been displaced within their own countries, or be compelled to deal with the results in the shape of refugees who turned up at their borders. Finally, so long as there was injustice, or at least the perception of such, there was always the risk that this would breed discontent. Political violence is no doubt the byproduct of several factors, only one of which is material deprivation. Still, in a world where the haves appeared to have so much and the have-nots so little, there was every chance that this would create a ready market for violent opposition. Blowback against the powerful and the privileged, including those living in the United States, may not have been inevitable. Inequality, however, always made it more likely. Key points. One of the defining areas of instability during the Cold War was the Third World. With the end of the Cold War, the term Third World has been challenged by many analysts. China and India are prime examples of countries where globalization has produced high levels of development. Inequality creates security challenges in the form of migration, refugees, and in certain instances, political violence directed against the more powerful West. The War on Terror, from 9/11 to Iraq. If the end of the Cold War marked one of the great turning points of the late 20th century, September 11 was a reminder that the international order that had come into being as a result was not one that found ready acceptance everywhere. Bin Laden was no doubt motivated by far more than a distaste for globalization and American primacy. As his many would-be analysts have pointed out, his vision was one that pointed back to a golden age of Islam rather than forward to something modern. That said, his chosen method of attacking the United States using 4 planes, his use of video to communicate with followers, his employment of the global financial system to fund operations, and his primary goal of driving the United States out of the Middle East, whose control by the West was essential to the continued working of the modern international economy, could hardly be described as medieval. U.S. policymakers certainly did not regard him as some odd throwback to earlier times. Indeed, the fact that he threatened to use the most modern and dangerous weapons, namely weapons of mass destruction, to achieve his objectives, made him a very modern threat, one though that could not be dealt with by the kind of traditional means developed during the Cold War. As the Bush administration constantly reiterated, this new danger meant that old methods, such as containment and deterrence, were no longer relevant. If this was the beginning of a new Cold War, as some seemed to argue at the time, then it was one unlikely to be fought using policies and methods learned between 1947 and 1989. The very peculiar character of this new non-state threat, led by a man whose various pronouncements owed more to holy texts than anything else, made it difficult for some in the West to understand the true character of radical Islamic terrorism. A few in fact believed that the threat was more existential than serious, more functionally useful for the United States in its quest for global preeminence than actually genuine. Furthermore, as the controversial war on terror unfolded first in Afghanistan and then in other parts of the world, a few critics of a more radical persuasion began to wonder where the real danger actually lay. Indeed, as the United States began to flex its not inconsiderable military muscle and widen the war on terror to include Iraq, North Korea, and Iran, some began to turn their critical attention away from the original threat posed by radical Islamism towards the United States itself. In this way, the original target of 9/11 was transformed from the early status of victim into the imperial source of most of the world's unfolding problems. The various controversies surrounding the Bush administration's responses to international terrorism should not, however, obscure one simple fact: the impact that 9/11 was to have upon both the United States and U.S. foreign policy more generally. Most obviously, the new threat environment provided the United States with a fixed point of reference around which to organize its international affairs, and organize it did, in the shape of building close relations with those many states, Russia, India, and China perhaps being the more important, that were now prepared to join it in waging a global war against terror. 9/11 also compelled the United States to act in a far more assertive fashion abroad. Indeed, some of Bush's more conservative supporters believed that one of the reasons for the attack on the USA in the first place was that it had not been assertive enough in the 1990s. Finally, in what some saw as a near revolution in U.S. foreign policy, the Bush team seemed to abandon the defense of the status quo in the Middle East. 9/11, they argued, had changed the original formula whereby the United States turned a blind eye to autocratic regimes that existed in the region in exchange for cheap oil and stability. This was no longer enough, especially when it involved the USA doing deals with states like Saudi Arabia that produced the dangerous ideologies that had inspired those who had flown those planes on September 11, or who directly or indirectly had given, and were still giving, aid and comfort to terrorists around the world. In this way the intellectual ground was prepared for the war against Iraq in 2003. The war, though, still remains something of a conundrum. After all, Iraq had not been involved in 9/11, the regime itself was secular, and it shared the same goal as the United States in at least one respect, of seeking to contain the geopolitical ambitions of Islamic Iran. For all these reasons, different analysts have identified rather different factors to explain the war, ranging from the ideological influence exercised by the neocons on President Bush, America's close relationship with Israel, and America's desire to control Iraq's oil. No doubt all these things fed into the final decision. However, one is still left with more questions than easy answers, with possibly the most credible answer being the less conspiratorial one that the United States went to war partly because it thought it would win fairly easily, partly because it got its intelligence wrong, and partly because it thought rather unwisely that building a new regime in Iraq would be just as easy as getting rid of the old one. Whatever the original calculations made by those who planned this least realist of all modern wars, it is by now clear that this so-called war of choice was a strategic blunder that has neither delivered stable democracy to Iraq nor inspired others in the region to undertake serious political reform. It has also had the doubly dangerous consequence of disturbing the whole of the Middle East, while making it possible for Iran to gain even greater influence in the region than it had before. In fact, by undermining the old regime in Iraq, the United States has effectively created a vacuum into which an increasingly self-confident Iranian regime has marched. Finally, as a result of its action in Iraq, the United States and its allies have provided radical Islamists around the world with a rallying point which they appear to have exploited with some skill. The bombings in London and Madrid were no doubt the result of many factors, however, few now believe they were entirely unconnected to what had been happening in the Middle East since 2003. With or without Iraq, however, the West would still be confronted by a challenge in the form of violent radical Islam, one that not only feeds off Western blunders and policies, especially American ones in the Middle East, but a set of cultural values, state practices, and historical grievances that made it almost impossible to deal with effectively without compromising what it meant to be part of the West. Herein, though, lay another problem, of how precisely to define this conflict. It was certainly not fashionable among some to characterize it as one between two different civilizations, a term originally made popular by the American writer Samuel Huntington back in 1993. Nevertheless, there was something distinctly uncompromising about a conflict between those who on the one side supported democracy, pluralism, individualism, and a separation between state and church, and those on the other who preached intolerance and supported theocracy while calling for armed struggle and jihad against the unbeliever. Not that these views were shared by all Muslims. Indeed, they were roundly condemned by the overwhelming majority. Still, as the antagonism unfolded, there seemed to be enough disaffected people in enough societies, including Western ones, to make this aggressive ideology an occasional but potent threat, and how the world in general, and the West in particular, chose to deal with it was likely to determine the shape of international relations for many years to come. Box 4.8 End the Crusade. The debacle that is Iraq reaffirms the lesson that there is no such thing as a good crusade. This was true 1,000 years ago when those European Christian knights tried to impose their faith and way of life on the Holy Land, and is equally true today. Divine missions and sensible foreign policy just don't go together. Dimitri K. Symes, 2007, End the Crusade, in the National Interest, 87, January-Feb 5. Key points. September 11 effectively brought the post-Cold War era to an end and in the process transformed U.S. foreign policy. The war to remove Saddam Hussein was sold as part of the War on Terror. Very few analysts, however, saw a connection between Iraq and 9/11. The reasons for going to war have been much disputed, though most people now believe it was a strategic error. The longer-term impact of the Bush Doctrine could very easily weaken America's global position over the long term. Case study: the Iraq War and its origins. International relations as a field has always been concerned to understand the origins of wars. Long-term changes in the balance of power, fear of encirclement, imperial ambition, not to mention misperception and ideology, have all been employed at one time or another to explain why states engage in military action. The Iraq War presents a useful, and possibly difficult, test case for various theories of war origins. Several competing explanations have been advanced so far to explain the U.S. decision to go to war against Iraq in 2003. These include, among others, the official argument that Iraq represented a serious and potentially rising threat to a critically important region, the more materialist thesis that the United States was determined to secure direct control of Iraq's massive reserves of oil, and the popular claim that the war was the product of pressures arising from within the United States itself. Here identified as being the Israel lobby, the ideologically inclined neoconservatives, and their various supporters on the Christian right. The student of world politics, however, is still left with a number of unanswered questions. First, would the war have happened without the quite unexpected election of George W. Bush in late 2000? In other words, didn't the individual make a huge difference to the decision taken? Second, could Bush have then taken the United States to war without the profound shock created by the equally unexpected attack of 9/11? To this extent, wasn't the war largely the byproduct of fear and insecurity as much as anything else? Third, what role did British Prime Minister Tony Blair play? Indeed, was this a war made possible by an alliance with a middle-range power? Fourth, would it have been feasible at all if various American writers had not thought the United States so powerful that it could more or less do anything in the world? To what extent, in other words, did the notion of the unipolar moment contribute to the final decision to go to war? Furthermore, were the intellectual grounds for the war not also laid by those during the post-Cold War period who thought it wise to promote democracy and encouraged others to intervene into the internal affairs of sovereign states for humanitarian purposes? Finally, to what extent could one argue that the Iraq War was in the U.S. national interest, and if it was, then why did so many realists oppose the war? Conclusion. Thus, nearly 20 years after the end of a Cold War that had produced such high hopes, the world seemed to be facing a more uncertain future. One should not exaggerate, of course. In Europe, peace reigned. Great power war was not about to destroy the structure of the international system. The actual numbers being killed in wars around the world was on the decline. Globalization meanwhile continued to benefit more people than it disadvantaged. Still, in spite of these many obvious and positive features, the future contained many uncertainties, especially perhaps for the United States, a hegemon by any measure but one that fast seemed to be losing its capacity either to lead others or to solve the many challenges confronting it. It may be too soon to talk, as some are already beginning to, of the end of the American era, or, more dramatically, of the collapse of what some of late have been calling a new American empire. It is certainly premature to predict somebody else's century replacing that of the United States. But only a few years after the collapse of its main ideological foe in the shape of the USSR, America no longer looked or sounded as self-confident as it once did when it appeared to be riding high during the glory days of the 1990s. Pundits have predicted the decline of the United States before and been proved wrong. This time some believe they may be right. Perhaps another world order beckons. Questions. 1. How have scholars of international relations attempted to explain the end of the Cold War? 2. Why did liberal theorists assume the world would become a more stable place after the end of the Cold War, and why did realists disagree with them? 3. If the United States won the Cold War, why did it have such problems defining a grand strategy for itself after 1989 and before September 11? 4. Has globalization changed the basic character of world politics? 5. How successfully has Europe adapted to the challenges facing it since the end of the Cold War? 6. Is the West facing a new Cold War with post-communist Russia? 7. Has East Asia become ripe for rivalry? 8. Does poverty and inequality in the poorer countries threaten the security of the international system? 9. How has the war on terror changed international politics? 10. Why did the USA go to war against Iraq? 11. Has George W. Bush's foreign policy made the USA stronger or weaker? 12. Is the world a more or less dangerous place in the early part of the 21st century? Guide to further reading. Bisley, N. 2006, Rethinking Globalization, Basingstoke, Palgrave. The best single volume on the subject. Booth, K. and Dunn, T. eds. 2002, Worlds in Collision, Basingstoke, Palgrave. This is a collection of short, well-written essays on the world after September 11. Burstein, D. and Dekiger, A. 1998, Big Dragon, The Future of China, New York, Simon & Schuster. In spite of the title, this is a relatively balanced account of China. Cox, M., Booth, K. and Dunn, T. eds. 1999, The Interregnum, Controversies in World Politics, 1989–1999, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. A wide-ranging survey of most of the key issues facing the world after 1989. Cox, M., Lkenberry, G.J., and Inoguchi, T. eds. 2000, American Democracy Promotion, Impulses, Strategies, and Impacts, Oxford, Oxford University Press. This book looks at a critically important and neglected facet of U.S. foreign policy. Grider, W. 1997, One World Ready or Not, The Manic Logic of Global Capitalism, Harmon-Swarth, Penguin. A racy but highly readable account which argues that there is a fundamental instability at the heart of the new global economy. Held, D. et al. 2005, Debating Globalization, Cambridge, Polity Press. A useful collection of opposing views. Calder, M. 1999, New and Old Wars, Organized Violence in a Global Era, Cambridge, Polity Press. This book explains why millions have died in small wars since the end of the Cold War. Kapstein, E. and Mastanaduno, M. eds. 1999, Unipolar Politics, Realism and State Strategies After the Cold War, New York, Columbia University Press. An empirically rooted attempt to show that the struggle for power between states did not stop when the Cold War ended. Leonard, M. 2005, Why Europe Will Run the 21st Century, London, Fourth Estate. A now unfashionably optimistic perspective on the future of Europe. Mann, J. 2004, Rise of the Vulcans, The History of Bush's War Cabinet, New York, Viking Press. An indispensable background on how the Bush administration viewed the world at large after 2001. O'Meara, P., Mettlinger, H.D., and Crane, M. eds. 2000, Globalization and the Challenges of a New Century, Bloomington, IND, Indiana University Press. This is a very useful collection of many well-known essays about global order and disorder. Pillar, P.R. 2001, Terrorism and U.S. Foreign Policy, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution. A useful guide. Ruthven, M. 2002, A Fury for God, The Islamist Attack on America, London, Granta Books. This is a fine analysis of the ideology of radical Islamism. Sifrai, M.L., and Cerf, C. eds. 2003, The Iraq Reader, New York, Touchstone Books. The best collection on the debate to go to war. Woodward, B. 2006, State of Denial, Bush at War, Part 3, New York, Simon & Schuster. The most detailed insider account of the Bush team's decision to go to war with Iraq. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith4e. Part 2. Theories of World Politics. In this part of the book we introduce you to the main theories that try to explain world politics. We have two main aims. First, we want you to be able to grasp the main themes of the theories that have been most influential in explaining world politics. To this end, we have included in this section chapters on the four main theoretical perspectives on world politics: realism, liberalism, Marxism, and constructivism. Of these, realism has been by far the most influential theory, but, as we mentioned in the introduction, it has also attracted fierce criticism for being an ideology masquerading as an objective theory. Most of the history of international relations theory has seen a dispute between realism and its liberal and Marxist rivals, with the debate between realism and liberalism being the most long-standing and well-developed. For this reason we have a chapter on contemporary mainstream debates between neorealists and neoliberals. This is followed by a chapter on the increasingly important approach of social constructivism. We then introduce you to other recent theoretical work in world politics, giving you an up-to-date survey of some alternative approaches to international theory, namely historical sociology, feminism, postmodernism, and postcolonialism. Given the growing importance of explicitly normative approaches to world politics, we have decided to add a new chapter on this subject in this edition. So, by the end of this part we hope that you will be able to understand the main themes of the various theories and be able to assess their comparative strengths and weaknesses. Our second aim is to give you the overview of theory that you need to be able to assess the significance of globalization for our understanding of world politics. After reading these chapters on theory we hope that you will be in a better position to see how these theories of world politics might interpret globalization in different ways. We feel that you should then be able to decide for yourself both which interpretation you find most convincing and what kind of evidence you might find in the remaining sections of the book to enable you to be able to work out just how much globalization marks a new distinct stage in world politics, requiring new theories, or whether it is simply a fad or fashion which might alter the surface of world politics but not its main underlying features. Chapter 5. Realism. Tim Dunn. Brian C. Schmidt. Reader's Guide. Realism is the dominant theory of international relations. Why? Because it provides the most powerful explanation for the state of war, which is the regular condition of life in the international system. This is the bold claim made by realists in defense of their tradition, a claim which will be critically examined in this chapter. The second section will ask whether there is one realism or a variety of realisms. The argument presented below suggests that despite important differences, particularly between classical and structural realism, it is possible to identify a shared core set of assumptions and ideas. Section 3 outlines these common elements, which we identify as self-help, statism, and survival. In the final section, we return to the question how far realism is relevant for explaining or understanding the globalization of world politics. Although there are many voices claiming that a new set of actors and forces are collectively challenging the Westphalian sovereign state system, realists are generally skeptical of these claims, arguing that the same basic patterns that have shaped international politics in the past remain just as relevant today. Introduction: The timeless wisdom of realism. The story of realism most often begins with a mythical tale of the idealist or utopian writers of the interwar period, 1919 to 39. Writing in the aftermath of the First World War, the idealists, a term that realist writers have retrospectively imposed on the interwar scholars, focused much of their attention on understanding the cause of war so as to find a remedy for its existence. Yet according to the realists, the interwar scholars' approach was flawed in a number of respects. They, for example, ignored the role of power, overestimated the degree to which human beings were rational, mistakenly believed that nation-states shared a set of common interests, and were overly optimistic that humankind could overcome the scourge of war. The outbreak of the Second World War in 1939 confirmed, for the realists at least, the inadequacies of the idealists' approach to studying international politics. A new approach, one based on the timeless insights of realism, replaced the discredited idealist approach. 1 Histories of the academic field of international relations describe a great debate that took place in the late 1930s and early 1940s between the interwar idealists and a new generation of realist writers, which included E. H. Carr, Hans J. Morgenthau, Reinhold Niebuhr, and others, who all emphasized the ubiquity of power and the competitive nature of politics among nations. The standard account of the Great Debate is that the realists emerged victorious, and the rest of the international relations story is, in many respects, a footnote to realism. It is important to note, however, that at its inception, there was a need for realism to define itself against an alleged idealist position. From 1939 to the present, leading theorists and policy makers have continued to view the world through realist lenses. Realism taught American leaders to focus on interests rather than ideology, to seek peace through strength, and to recognize that great powers can coexist even if they have antithetical values and beliefs. The fact that realism offers something of a manual for maximizing the interests of the state in a hostile environment explains in part why it remains the dominant tradition in the study of world politics. This also helps to explain why alternative perspectives, ch 10, must of necessity engage with, and attempt to go beyond, realism. The theory of realism that prevailed after the Second World War is often claimed to rest on an older, classical tradition of thought. Indeed, many contemporary realist writers often claim to be part of an ancient tradition of thought that includes such illustrious figures as Thucydides, c. 460-406 BC, Niccolò Machiavelli, 1469–1527, Thomas Hobbes, 1588–1679, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 1712–78. The insights that these realists offered on the way in which state leaders should conduct themselves in the realm of international politics are often grouped under the doctrine of raison d'etat, or reason of state. Together, writers associated with raison d'etat are seen as providing a set of maxims to leaders on how to conduct their foreign affairs so as to ensure the security of the state. According to the historian Friedrich Meinecke, raison d'etat is the fundamental principle of international conduct, the state's first law of motion. It tells the statesman what he must do to preserve the health and strength of the state, 1957, 1. Most importantly, the state, which is identified as the key actor in international politics, must pursue power, and it is the duty of the statesperson to calculate rationally the most appropriate steps that should be taken so as to perpetuate the life of the state in a hostile and threatening environment. For realists of all stripes, the survival of the state can never be guaranteed, because the use of force culminating in war is a legitimate instrument of statecraft. As we will see, the assumption that the state is the principal actor, coupled with the view that the environment which states inhabit is a perilous place, helps to define the essential core of realism. There is, however, one issue in particular that theorists associated with raison d'etat, and classical realism more generally, were concerned with, that is, the role, if any, that morals and ethics occupy in international politics. Realists are skeptical of the idea that universal moral principles exist and, therefore, warn state leaders against sacrificing their own self-interests in order to adhere to some indeterminate notion of ethical conduct. Moreover, realists argue that the need for survival requires state leaders to distance themselves from traditional morality which attaches a positive value to caution, piety, and the greater good of humankind as a whole. Machiavelli argued that these principles were positively harmful if adhered to by state leaders. It was imperative that state leaders learned a different kind of morality which accorded not to traditional Christian virtues but to political necessity and prudence. Proponents of raison d'etat often speak of a dual moral standard, one moral standard for individual citizens living inside the state and a different standard for the state in its external relations with other states. Justification for the two moral standards stems from the fact that the condition of international politics often make it necessary for state leaders to act in a manner, For example, cheating, lying, killing, that would be entirely unacceptable for the individual. But before we reach the conclusion that realism is completely immoral, it is important to add that proponents of raison d'etat argue that the state itself represents a moral force, for it is the existence of the state that creates the possibility for an ethical political community to exist domestically. Preserving the life of the state and the ethical community it envelopes becomes a moral duty of the Staatsperson. Thus it is not the case that realists are unethical, rather they find that sometimes it is kind to be cruel. 2003. Although the advanced student might be able to detect some subtle differences, it is fair to say that there is a significant degree of continuity between classical realism and modern variants. Indeed, the three core elements that we identify with realism: statism, survival, and self-help are present in the work of a classical realist such as Thucydides and structural realists such as Kenneth Waltz. Realism identifies the group as the fundamental unit of political analysis. When Thucydides and Machiavelli were writing, the basic unit was the polis or city-state, but since the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, realists consider the sovereign state as the principal actor in international politics. This is often referred to as the state-centric assumption of realism. Statism is the term given to the idea of the state as the legitimate representative of the collective will of the people. The legitimacy of the state is what enables it to exercise authority within its domestic borders. Yet outside the boundaries of the state, realists argue that a condition of anarchy exists. By anarchy, what is most often meant is that international politics takes place in an arena that has no overarching central authority above the individual collection of sovereign states. Thus, rather than necessarily denoting complete chaos and lawlessness, the concept of anarchy is used by realists to emphasize the point that the international realm is distinguished by the lack of a central authority. Following from this, realists draw a sharp distinction between domestic and international politics. Thus, while Hans J. Morgenthau argues that international politics, like all politics, is a struggle for power, he goes to great lengths to illustrate the qualitatively different result this struggle has on international politics as compared to domestic politics. 1948-1955, 25. A prominent explanation that realists provide for this difference in behavior relates to the different organizational structure of domestic and international politics. Realists argue that the basic structure of international politics is one of anarchy, in that each of the independent sovereign states consider themselves to be their own highest authority and do not recognize a higher power above them. Conversely, domestic politics is often described as a hierarchical structure in which different political actors stand in various relations of super and subordination. It is largely on the basis of how realists depict the international environment that they conclude that the first priority for state leaders is to ensure the survival of their state. Under anarchy, the survival of the state cannot be guaranteed. Realists correctly assume that all states wish to perpetuate their existence. Looking back at history, however, realists note that the actions of some states resulted in other states losing their existence. For example, Poland has experienced this fate 4 times in the past 3 centuries. This is partly explained in light of the power differentials of states. Intuitively, states with more power stand a better chance of surviving than states with less power. Power is crucial to the realist lexicon and traditionally has been defined narrowly in military strategic terms. Yet irrespective of how much power a state may possess, the core national interest of all states must be survival. Like the pursuit of power, the promotion of the national interest is, according to realists, an iron law of necessity. Self-help is the principle of action in an anarchical system where there is no global government. According to realism, each state actor is responsible for ensuring its own well-being and survival. Realists do not believe it is prudent for a state to entrust its safety and survival on another actor or international institution, such as the United Nations. States, in short, should not depend on other states or institutions to ensure their own security. Unlike in domestic politics, there is no emergency number that states can dial when they are in mortal danger. You may at this point be asking what options are available to states to ensure their own security. Consistent with the principle of self-help, if a state feels threatened, it should seek to augment its own power capabilities by engaging, for example, in a military arms build-up. Yet this may prove to be insufficient for a number of smaller states who feel threatened by a much larger state. This brings us to one of the crucial mechanisms that realists throughout the ages have considered to be essential to preserving the liberty of states: the balance of power. Although various meanings have been attributed to the concept of the balance of power, the most common definition holds that if the survival of a state or a number of weaker states is threatened by a hegemonic state or coalition of stronger states, they should join forces, establish a formal alliance, and seek to preserve their own independence by checking the power of the opposing side. The mechanism of the balance of power seeks to ensure an equilibrium of power, in which case no one state or coalition of states is in a position to dominate all the others. The Cold War competition between the East and West, as institutionalized through the formal alliance system of the Warsaw Pact and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, provides a prominent example of the balance of power mechanism in action. The peaceful conclusion of the Cold War caught many realists off guard. Given that many realists claim a scientific basis to their causal account of the world, it is not surprising that their inability to foresee the dynamics that led to the end of the bipolar Cold War system sparked the publication of several powerful critiques of realist theory. Critics also maintained that realism was unable to provide a persuasive account of new developments such as regional integration, humanitarian intervention, the emergence of a security community in Western Europe, and the growing incidence of intrastate war racking the global South. In addition, proponents of globalization argued that realism's privileged actor, the state, was in decline relative to non-state actors such as transnational corporations and powerful regional institutions. Critics also contend that realism is unable to explain the increasing incidence of intrastate wars plaguing the global South. As Box 5.1 discusses, realists claim that their theory does indeed explain the incidence of intrastate conflicts. The cumulative weight of these criticisms led many to question the analytical and moral adequacy of realist thought. By way of a response to the critics, it is worth reminding them that the death knell of realism has been sounded a number of times already, by the scientific approach in the 1960s and transnationalism in the 1970s, only to see the resurgence of a robust form of structural realism in the 1980s, commonly termed neorealism. In this respect, realism shares with conservatism, its ideological godfather, the recognition that a theory without the means to change is without the means of its own preservation. The question of realism's resilience touches upon one of its central claims, namely, that it is the embodiment of laws of international politics that remain true across time, history, and space, geopolitics. Thus, while political conditions have changed since the end of the Cold War, realists believe that the world continues to operate according to the logic of realism. Box 5.1 Realism and Intrastate War. Since the end of the Cold War, intrastate war, internal conflicts in one state, have become more prevalent than interstate war. Since realists generally focus on the latter type of conflict, critics contend that realism is irrelevant to the predicament of the global South that has been racked by nationalist and ethnic wars. But this is not the case, and realists have turned their attention to analyzing the causes of intrastate war and recommending solutions. Structural realists maintain that when the sovereign authority of the state collapses, such as in Somalia and Haiti, internal wars happen for many of the same reasons that wars between states happen. In a fundamental sense, the dichotomy between domestic order and international disorder breaks down when the state loses the legitimate authority to rule. The resulting anarchy inside the state is analogous to the anarchy among states. In such a situation, realist theory contends that the different groups inside the state will vie for power in an attempt to gain a sense of security. Barry Posen, 1993, has applied the key realist concept of the security dilemma to explain the political dynamics that result when different ethnic, religious, and cultural groups suddenly find themselves responsible for their own security. he argues that it is natural to expect that security will be their first priority and that they will seek the means to perpetuate their own existence. Yet just as in the case of states, one group's attempt to enhance its security will create uncertainty in the minds of rival groups, which will in turn seek to augment their own power. Realists argue that this revolving spiral of distrust and uncertainty leads to intense security competition and often to military conflict among the various independent groups who were earlier subject to the sovereign power of the state. In addition to analyzing the cause of intrastate wars, realists have prescribed solutions. Unlike many liberal solutions to civil and ethnic wars that rest on power-sharing agreements and the creation of multi-ethnic states, realists have advocated separation or partition. For realists, anarchy can be eliminated by creating a central government. And while the creation of multi-ethnic states might be a noble endeavor, realists argue that they do not have a very good success rate. Ethnically, homogeneous states are held by realists to be more stable and less dependent on outside military occupation. The question whether realism does embody timeless truths about politics will be returned to in the conclusion of the chapter. In the following section we will begin to unravel realism in order to reveal the way in which the tradition has evolved over the last 25 centuries. After considering the main tributaries that flow into the realist stream of thinking, the third section will establish a core set of realist principles to which all realists could subscribe. Key points. Realism has been the dominant theory of world politics since the beginning of academic international relations. Outside the academy, realism has a much longer history in the work of classical political theorists such as Thucydides, Machiavelli, Hobbes, and Rousseau. The unifying theme around which all realist thinking converges is that states find themselves in the shadow of anarchy such that their security cannot be taken for granted. At the end of the millennium, realism continues to attract academicians and inform policy makers, although in the period since the end of the Cold we have seen heightened criticism of realist assumptions. 1. Realism, or many. The intellectual exercise of articulating a unified theory of realism has been criticized by writers who are both sympathetic and critical of the tradition, M. J. Smith 1986, Doyle 1997. The belief that there is not one realism, but many leads logically to a delineation of different types of realism. A number of thematic classifications have been offered to differentiate realism into a variety of distinct categories. The most simple distinction is a form of periodization that differentiates realism into three historical periods: classical realism, up to the 20th century, which is frequently depicted as beginning with Thucydides' text on the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta and incorporating the ideas of many of those included in the classic canon of Western political thought; modern realism, 1939–79, which typically takes the so-called First Great Debate between the scholars of the interwar period and a new wave of scholars who began to enter the field immediately before and after the Second World War as its point of departure; and structural or neorealism, 1979 onwards, which officially entered the picture following the publication of Kenneth Waltz's landmark text Theory of International Politics, 1979. While these different periods suggest a neat historical sequence, they are problematic insofar as they close down the important question about divergence within each historical phase. Rather than opt for the neat but intellectually unsatisfactory system of historical periodization, we outline below our own representation of realisms that makes important connections with existing categories deployed by other thinkers in the field. A summary of the varieties of realism outlined below is contained in Table 5.1. Classical realism. The classical realist lineage begins with Thucydides' representation of power politics as a law of human behavior. The drive for power and the will to dominate are held to be fundamental aspects of human nature. The behavior of the state as a self-seeking egoist is understood to be merely a reflection of the characteristics of the people that comprise the state. It is human nature that explains why international politics is necessarily power politics. This reduction of realism to a condition of human nature is one that frequently reappears in the leading works of the realist canon, most famously in the work of the high priest of post-war realism, Hans J. Morgenthau. Classical realists argue that it is from the nature of man that the essential features of international politics, such as competition, fear, and war can be explained. Morgenthau notes, politics, like society in general, is governed by objective laws that have their roots in human nature, Morgenthau 1948-1955, 4. The important point for Morgenthau is, first, to recognize that these laws exist and, second, to devise the most appropriate policies that are consistent with the basic fact that human beings are flawed creatures. For both Thucydides and Morgenthau, the essential continuity of the power-seeking behavior of states is rooted in the biological drives of human beings. Table 5.1 A Taxonomy of Realisms. Another distinguishing characteristic of classical realism is its adherents' belief in the primordial character of power and ethics. Classical realism is fundamentally about the struggle for belonging, a struggle that is often violent. Patriotic virtue is required in order for communities to survive in this historic battle between good and evil, a virtue that long predates the emergence of sovereignty-based notions of community in the mid-17th century. Classical realists therefore differ from contemporary realists in the sense that they engaged with moral philosophy and sought to reconstruct an understanding of virtue in light of practice and historical circumstance. Two classical realists who wrestled with the degree to which state leaders could be guided by ethical considerations were Thucydides and Machiavelli. Thucydides was the historian of the Peloponnesian War, a conflict between two great powers in the ancient Greek world, Athens and Sparta. Thucydides' work has been admired by subsequent generations of realists for the insights he raised about many of the perennial issues of international politics. Thucydides' explanation of the underlying cause of the war was the growth of Athenian power and the fear which this caused in Sparta, 1.23. This is considered to be a classic example of the impact that the anarchical structure of international politics has on the behavior of state actors. On this reading, Thucydides makes it clear that Sparta's national interest, like that of all states, was survival, and the changing distribution of power represented a direct threat to its existence. Sparta was, therefore, compelled by necessity to go to war in order to forestall being vanquished by Athens. Thucydides also makes it clear that Athens felt equally compelled to pursue power in order to preserve the empire it had acquired. The famous Athenian leader, Pericles, claimed to be acting on the basis of the most fundamental of human motivations, ambition, fear, and self-interest. One of the significant episodes of the war between Athens and Sparta is known as the Melian dialogue and represents a fascinating illustration of a number of key realist principles. The case study reconstructs the dialogue between the Athenian leaders who arrived on the island of Melos to assert their right of conquest over the islanders and the response this provoked. In short, what the Athenians are asserting over the Melians is the logic of power politics. Because of their vastly superior military force, they are able to present a fait accompli to the Melians, either submit peacefully or be exterminated. The Melians for their part try to buck the logic of power politics, appealing in turn with arguments grounded in justice, God, and their allies the Spartans. As the dialogue makes clear, the Melians were forced to submit to the realist iron law that the strong do what they have the power to do and the weak accept what they have to accept. Later classical realists, notably Machiavelli and Morgenthau, would concur with Thucydides' suggestion that the logic of power politics has universal applicability. Instead of Athens and Melos, we could just as easily substitute the vulnerability of Machiavelli's beloved Florence to the expansionist policies of external great powers. In Morgenthau's era, there were many examples where the innate drive for more power and territory seemed to confirm the realist iron law, for example, Nazi Germany and Czechoslovakia in 1939, and the Soviet Union and Hungary in 1956. The seemingly endless cycle of war and conflict confirmed in the minds of 20th-century classical realists the essentially aggressiveness impulses in human nature. For Morgenthau, the drives to live, to propagate, and to dominate are common to all men, Morgenthau 1955, 30. How is a leader supposed to act in a world animated by such dark forces? The answer given by Machiavelli is that all obligations and treaties with other states must be disregarded if the security of the community is under threat. Moreover, imperial expansion is legitimate as it is a means of gaining greater security. Other classical realists, however, advocate a more temperate understanding of moral conduct. Mid-20th century realists such as Butterfield, Carr, Morgenthau, and Wolfers believed that anarchy could be mitigated by wise leadership and the pursuit of the national interest in ways that are compatible with international order. Taking their lead from Thucydides, they recognized that acting purely on the basis of power and self-interest without any consideration of moral and ethical principles frequently results in self-defeating policies. After all, as Thucydides showed, Athens suffered an epic defeat while following the realist tenet of self-interest. Case study: the Machian dialogue, realism and the preparation for war. Athenians. Then we on our side will use no fine phrases saying, for example, that we have a right to our empire because we defeated the Persians. And we ask you on your side not to imagine that you will influence us by saying that you, though a colony of Sparta, have not joined Sparta in the war, or that you have never done us any harm. You know as well as we do that, when these matters are discussed by practical people, the standard of justice depends on the equality of power to compel, and that in fact the strong do what they have the power to do and the weak accept what they have to accept. Melians. Then in our view, since you force us to leave justice out of account and to confine ourselves to self-interest, you should not destroy a principle that is to the general good of all men, namely, that in the case of all who fall into danger there should be such a thing as fair play and just dealing. Athenians. We do not want any trouble in bringing you into our empire, and we want you to be spared for the good both of yourselves and of ourselves. Melians. And how could it be just as good for us to be the slaves as for you to be the masters? Athenians. You, by giving in, would save yourselves from disaster. We, by not destroying you, would be able to profit from you. Melians. So you do not agree to our being neutral, friends instead of enemies, but allies of neither side? Athenians. No, if we were on friendly terms with you, our subjects would regard that as a sign of weakness in us, whereas your hatred is evidence of our power. So that by conquering you we shall increase not only the size but the security of our empire. Melians. But do you think there is no security for you in what we suggest? For here again, since you will not let us mention justice, but tell us to give in to your interests, we, too, must tell you what our interests are, and, if yours and ours happen to coincide, we must try to persuade you of the fact. Is it not certain that you will make enemies of all states who are at present neutral, when they see what is happening here, and naturally conclude that in course of time you will attack them too? Yet we know that in war, fortune sometimes makes the odds more level. Athenians. Hope, that comforter in danger. Melians. We trust that the gods will give us fortune as good as yours, because we are standing for what is right against what is wrong, and as for what we lack in power, we trust that it will be made up for by our alliance with the Spartans, who are bound, if for no other reason, than for honor's sake, and because we are their kinsmen, to come to our help. Athenians. So far as the favor of the gods is concerned, we think we have as much right to that as you have. Our opinion of the gods and our knowledge of men lead us to conclude that it is a general and necessary law of nature to rule whatever one can. This is not a law that we made ourselves, nor were we the first to act upon it when it was made. We found it already in existence, and we shall leave it to exist forever among those who come after us. We are merely acting in accordance with it, and we know that you or anybody else with the same power as ours would be acting in precisely the same way. And therefore, so far as the gods are concerned, we see no good reason why we should fear to be at a disadvantage. But with regard to your views about Sparta and your confidence that she, out of a sense of honor, will come to your aid, we must say that we congratulate you on your simplicity but do not envy you your folly. Of all people we know the Spartans are most conspicuous for believing that what they like doing is honorable and what suits their interests is just. Melians. But this is the very point where we can feel most sure. Their own self-interest will make them refuse to betray their own colonists, the Melians. Athenians. You seem to forget that if one follows one's self-interest, one wants to be safe, whereas the path of justice and honor involves one in danger. Do not be led astray by a false sense of honor. You, if you take the right view, will be careful to avoid this. And, when you are allowed to choose between war and safety, you will not be so insensitively arrogant as to make the wrong choice. You will see that there is nothing disgraceful in giving way to the greatest city in Hellas when she is offering you such reasonable terms alliance on a tribute-paying basis, and giving way to the greatest city in Hellas when she is offering you liberty to enjoy your own property. This is the safe rule: to stand up to one's equals, to behave with deference to one's superiors, and to treat one's inferiors with moderation. Melians. Our decision, Athenians, is just the same as it was at first. We are not prepared to give up in a short moment the liberty which our city has enjoyed from its foundation for 700 years. Athenians. You seem to us, to see uncertainties as realities, simply because you would like them to be so. This is an edited extract from Thucydides, The Peloponnesian War, trans. Rex Wammer, London, Penguin Classics, 1954, 360-5. Structural realism. Structural realists concur that international politics is essentially a struggle for power, but they do not endorse the classical realist assumption that this is a result of human nature. Instead, structural realists attribute security competition and interstate conflict to the lack of an overarching authority above states and the relative distribution of power in the international system. Waltz defined the structure of the international system in terms of three elements: organizing principle, differentiation of units, and distribution of capabilities. Waltz identifies two different organizing principles: anarchy, which corresponds to the decentralized realm of international politics, and hierarchy, which is the basis of domestic order. He argues that the units of the international system are functionally similar sovereign states, hence unit-level variation is irrelevant in explaining international outcomes. It is the third tier, the distribution of capabilities across units, that is, according to Waltz, of fundamental importance to understanding crucial international outcomes. According to structural realists, the relative distribution of power in the international system is the key independent variable to understanding important international outcomes such as war and peace, alliance politics, and the balance of power. Structural realists are interested in providing a rank ordering of states so as to be able to differentiate and count the number of great powers that exist at any particular point in time. The number of great powers, in turn, determines the structure of the international system. For example, during the Cold War from 1945 to 1989 there were two great powers, the United States and the Soviet Union, that constituted the bipolar international system. How does the international distribution of power impact the behavior of states, particularly their power-seeking behavior? In the most general sense, Waltz argues that states, especially the great powers, have to be sensitive to the capabilities of other states. The possibility that any state may use force to advance its interests results in all states being worried about their survival. According to Waltz, power is a means to the end of security. In a significant passage, Waltz writes, because power is a possibly useful means, sensible statesmen try to have an appropriate amount of it. He adds, in crucial situations, however, the ultimate concern of states is not for power but for security. Waltz 1989-40. In other words, rather than being power maximizers, states, according to Waltz, are security maximizers. Waltz argues that power maximization often proves to be dysfunctional because it triggers a counterbalancing coalition of states. A different account of the power dynamics that operate in the anarchic system is provided by John Mearsheimer's theory of offensive realism, which is another variant of structural realism. While sharing many of the same basic assumptions with Waltz's structural realist theory, which is frequently termed defensive realism, Mearsheimer differs from Waltz when it comes to describing the behavior of states. Most fundamentally, offensive realism parts company with defensive realism over the question of how much power states want. Mearsheimer 2001:21. According to Mearsheimer, the structure of the international system compels states to maximize their relative power position. Under anarchy, he agrees that self-help is the basic principle of action. Yet he also argues that not only do all states possess some offensive military capability, but there is a great deal of uncertainty about the intentions of other states. Consequently, Mearsheimer concludes that there are no satisfied or status quo states, rather, all states are continuously searching for opportunities to gain power at the expense of other states. Contrary to Waltz, Mearsheimer argues that states recognize that the best path to peace is to accumulate more power than anyone else. Indeed, the ideal position, although one that Mearsheimer argues is virtually impossible to achieve, is to be the global hegemon of the international system. Yet because Mearsheimer believes that global hegemony is impossible, he concludes that the world is condemned to perpetual great power competition. Contemporary realist challenges to structural realism. While offensive realism makes an important contribution to realism, some contemporary realists are skeptical of the notion that the international distribution of power alone can explain the behavior of states. Since the end of the Cold War, a group of scholars have attempted to move beyond the parsimonious assumptions of structural realism and incorporated a number of additional factors located at the individual and domestic level into their explanation of international politics. While systemic factors are recognized to be an important influence on the behavior of states, so are factors such as the perceptions of state leaders, state-society relationships, and the motivation of states. In attempting to build a bridge between structural and unit-level factors, which many classical realists emphasized, this group of scholars has been characterized by Gideon Rose, 1998, as neoclassical realists. According to Stephen Walt, the causal logic of neoclassical realism places domestic politics as an intervening variable between the distribution of power and foreign policy behavior. Walt 2002, 211. One important intervening variable is leaders themselves, namely how they perceive the international distribution of power. There is no objective, independent reading of the distribution of power, rather, what matters is how state leaders derive an understanding of the distribution of power. While structural realists assume that all states have a similar set of interests, neoclassical realists such as Randall Schweller, 1996, argue that historically this is not the case. He argues that with respect to Waltz, the assumption that all states have an interest in security results in neorealism exhibiting a profoundly status quo basis. Schweller returns to the writings of realists such as Morgenthau and Kissinger to remind us of the key distinction that they made between status quo and revisionist states. Neoclassical realists would argue that the fact that Germany was a revisionist state in the 1930s and a status quo state since the end of the Second World War is of fundamental importance to understanding its role in the international system. Not only do states differ in terms of their interests, but they also differ in terms of their ability to extract and direct resources from the societies that they rule. Fareed Zakaria, 1998, introduces the intervening variable of state strength into his theory of state-centered realism. State strength is defined as the ability of a state to mobilize and direct the resources at its disposal in the pursuit of particular interests. Neoclassical realists argue that different types of state possess different capacities to translate the various elements of national power into state power. Thus, contrary to Waltz, all states cannot be treated as like units. Given the varieties of realism that exist, it is hardly surprising that the overall coherence of the realist tradition of inquiry has been questioned. The answer to the question of coherence is, of course, contingent upon how strict the criteria are for judging the continuities which underpin a particular theory. Here it is perhaps a mistake to understand traditions as a single stream of thought, handed down in a neatly wrapped package from one generation of realists to another. Instead, it is preferable to think of living traditions like realism as the embodiment of both continuities and conflicts. Despite the different strands running through the tradition, there is a sense in which all realists share a common set of propositions. Key points. There is a lack of consensus in the literature as to whether we can meaningfully speak about realism as a single coherent theory. There are good reasons for delineating different types of realism. Structural realism divides into two camps: those who argue that states are security maximizers, defensive realism, and those who argue that states are power maximizers, offensive realism. Neoclassical realists bring individual and unit variation back into the theory. The essential realism. The previous paragraphs have argued that realism is a theoretical broad church, embracing a variety of authors and texts. Despite the numerous denominations, we argue that all realists subscribe to the following three S's: statism, survival, self-help. Each of these elements is considered in more detail in the subsections below. Statism. For realists, the state is the main actor and sovereignty is its distinguishing trait. The meaning of the sovereign state is inextricably bound up with the use of force. In terms of its internal dimension, to illustrate this relationship between violence and the state, we need to look no further than Max Weber's famous definition of the state as the monopoly of the legitimate use of physical force within a given territory, M. J. Smith 1986, 23.3. Within this territorial space, sovereignty means that the state has supreme authority to make and enforce laws. This is the basis of the unwritten contract between individuals and the state. According to Hobbes, for example, we trade our liberty in return for a guarantee of security. Once security has been established, civil society can begin. But in the absence of security, there can be no art, no culture, no society. The first move, then, for the realist is to organize power domestically. Only after power has been organized, can community begin. Realist international theory appears to operate according to the assumption that, domestically, the problem of order and security is solved. However, on the outside, in the relations among independent sovereign states, insecurities, dangers, and threats to the very existence of the state loom large. Realists largely explain this on the basis that the very condition for order and security, namely, the existence of a sovereign, is missing from the international realm. Realists claim that in anarchy, states compete with other states for power and security. The nature of the competition is viewed in zero-sum terms, in other words, more for one actor means less for another. This competitive logic of power politics makes agreement on universal principles difficult, apart from the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other sovereign states. But even this principle, designed to facilitate coexistence, is suspended by realists who argue that in practice non-intervention does not apply in relations between great powers and their near abroad. As evidenced by the most recent behavior of the United States in Afghanistan and Iraq, powerful states are able to overturn the non-intervention principle on the grounds of national security and international order. Given that the first move of the state is to organize power domestically, and the second is to accumulate power internationally, it is self-evidently important to consider in more depth what realists mean by their ubiquitous fusion of politics with power. It is one thing to say that international politics is a struggle for power, but this merely begs the question of what realists mean by power. Morgenthau offers the following definition of power: man's control over the minds and actions of other men, 1948-1955, 26. There are two important points that realists make about the elusive concept of power. First, power is a relational concept. One does not exercise power in a vacuum, but in relation to another entity. Second, power is a relative concept. Calculations need to be made not only about one's own power capabilities, but about the power that other state actors possess. Yet the task of accurately assessing the power of states is infinitely complex, and often is reduced to counting the number of troops, tanks, aircraft, and naval ships a country possesses, in the belief that this translates in the ability to get other actors to do something they would not otherwise do. There have been a number of criticisms made of how realists define and measure power, many of which are discussed in later chapters. Critics argue that realism has been purchased at a discount precisely because its currency, power, has remained under-theorized and inconsistently used. Simply by asserting that states seek power provides no answer to crucial questions. Why do states struggle for power? Surely power is a means to an end rather than an end in itself? Is there not a difference between the mere possession of power and the ability to change the behavior of others? Structural realists have attempted to bring more conceptual clarity to bear on the meaning of power. Waltz tries to overcome the problem by shifting the focus from power to capabilities. He suggests that capabilities can be ranked according to their strength in the following areas: size of population and territory, resource endowment, economic capability, military strength, political stability, and competence. 1979, 131. The difficulty here is that resource strength does not always lead to military victory. For example, in the 1967 Six-Day War between Israel and Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, the distribution of resources clearly favored the Arab coalition, and yet the supposedly weaker side annihilated its enemy's forces and seized their territory. The definition of power as capabilities is even less successful at explaining the relative economic success of Japan over China. A more sophisticated understanding of power would focus on the ability of a state to control or influence its environment in situations that are not necessarily conflictual. An additional weakness with the realist treatment of power concerns its exclusive focus upon state power. For realists, states are the only actors that really count. Transnational corporations, international organizations, and ideologically driven terrorist networks, such as Al-Qaeda, rise and fall, but the state is the one permanent feature in the landscape of modern global politics. Yet many today question the adequacy of the state-centric assumption of realism. Survival. The second principle that unites realists is the assertion that, in international politics, the preeminent goal is survival. Although there is an ambiguity in the works of the realists as to whether the accumulation of power is an end in itself, one would think that there is no dissenting from the argument that the ultimate concern of states is for security. Survival is held to be a precondition for attaining all other goals, whether these involve conquest or merely independence. According to Waltz, beyond the survival motive, the aims of states may be endlessly varied. 1979, 91. Yet, as we mentioned in the previous section, a recent controversy among structural realists has arisen over the question of whether states are in fact principally security or power maximizers. Defensive realists such as Waltz argue that states have security as their principal interest and therefore only seek the requisite amount of power to ensure their own survival. According to this view, states are profoundly defensive actors and will not seek to gain greater amounts of power if that means jeopardizing their own security. Offensive realists such as Mearsheimer argue that the ultimate goal of all states is to achieve a hegemonic position in the international system. States, according to this view, always desire more power and are willing, if the opportunity arises, to alter the existing distribution of power even if such an action may jeopardize their own security. In terms of survival, defensive realists hold that the existence of status quo powers lessens the competition for power, while offensive realists argue that the competition is always keen because revisionist states and aspiring hegemons are always willing to take risks with the aim of improving their position in the international system. Niccolò Machiavelli tried to make a science out of his reflections on the art of survival. His short and engaging book, The Prince, was written with the explicit intention of codifying a set of maxims that will enable leaders to maintain their hold on power. In important respects, we find two related Machiavellian themes recurring in the writings of modern realists, both of which derive from the idea that the realm of international politics requires different moral and political rules from those which apply in domestic politics. The task of understanding the real nature of international politics, and the need to protect the state at all costs, even if this may mean the sacrifice of one's own citizens, places a heavy burden on the shoulders of state leaders. In the words of Henry Kissinger, the academic realist who became Secretary of State during the Nixon presidency, a nation's survival is its first and ultimate responsibility, it cannot be compromised or put to risk, 1977, 204. Their guide must be an ethic of responsibility, the careful weighing up of consequences, the realization that individual acts of an immoral kind might have to be taken for the greater good. By way of an example, think of the ways in which governments frequently suspend the legal and political rights of suspected terrorists in view of the threat they pose to national security. An ethic of responsibility is frequently used as a justification for breaking the laws of war, as in the case of the United States' decision to drop nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. The principal difficulty with the realist formulation of an ethics of responsibility is that, while instructing leaders to consider the consequences of their actions, it does not provide a guide to how state leaders should weigh the consequences. M. J. Smith 1986, 51. Not only does realism provide an alternative moral code for state leaders, it suggests a wider objection to the whole enterprise of bringing ethics into international politics. Starting from the assumption that each state has its own particular values and beliefs, realists argue that the state is the supreme good and there can be no community beyond borders. This moral relativism has generated a substantial body of criticism, particularly from liberal theorists who endorse the notion of universal human rights. For a fuller discussion, see ch. 6. Self-help. Waltz's Theory of International Politics, 1979, brought to the realist tradition a deeper understanding of the international system within which states coexist. Unlike many other realists, Waltz argued that international politics was not unique because of the regularity of war and conflict, since this was also familiar in domestic politics. The key difference between domestic and international orders lies in their structure. In the domestic polity, citizens do not have to defend themselves. In the international system, there is no higher authority to prevent and counter the use of force. Security can therefore only be realized through self-help. In an anarchic structure, self-help is necessarily the principle of action, Waltz 1979, 111. But in the course of providing for one's own security, the state in question will automatically be fueling the insecurity of other states. The term given to this spiral of insecurity is the security dilemma. According to Wheeler and Booth, security dilemmas exist when the military preparations of one state create an unresolvable uncertainty in the mind of another as to whether those preparations are for defensive purposes only, to enhance its security in an uncertain world, or whether they are for offensive purposes, to change the status quo to its advantage. 1992, 30. This scenario suggests that one state's quest for security is often another state's source of insecurity. States find it very difficult to trust one another and often view the intentions of others in a negative light. Thus the military preparations of one state are likely to be matched by neighboring states. The irony is that at the end of the day, states often feel no more secure than before they undertook measures to enhance their own security. In a self-help system, structural realists argue that the balance of power will emerge even in the absence of a conscious policy to maintain the balance, i.e. prudent statecraft. Waltz argues that balances of power result irrespective of the intentions of any particular state. In an anarchic system populated by states who seek to perpetuate themselves, alliances will be formed that seek to check and balance the power against threatening states. Classical realists, however, are more likely to emphasize the crucial role state leaders and diplomats play in maintaining the balance of power. In other words, the balance of power is not natural or inevitable, it must be constructed. There is a lively debate among realists concerning the stability of the balance of power system. This is especially the case today in that many argue that the balance of power has been replaced by an unbalanced unipolar order. It is questionable whether other countries will actively attempt to balance against the United States as structural realism would predict. Whether it is the contrived balance of the concert of Europe in the early 19th century, or the more fortuitous balance of the Cold War, balances of power are broken either through war or peaceful change and new balances emerge. What the perennial collapsing of the balance of power demonstrates is that states are at best able to mitigate the worst consequences of the security dilemma but are not able to escape it. The reason for this terminal condition is the absence of trust in international relations. Historically, realists have illustrated the lack of trust among states by reference to the parable of the stag hunt. In Man, the State, and War, Kenneth Waltz revisits Rousseau's parable. Assume that 5 men who have acquired a rudimentary ability to speak and to understand each other happen to come together at a time when all of them suffer from hunger. The hunger of each will be satisfied by the 5th part of a stag, so they agree to cooperate in a project to trap one. But also the hunger of any one of them will be satisfied by a hare, so, as a hare comes within reach, one of them grabs it. The defector obtains the means of satisfying his hunger, but in doing so permits the stag to escape. His immediate interest prevails over consideration for his fellows. 1959.167-8. Waltz argues that the metaphor of the stag hunt provides a basis for understanding the problem of coordinating the interests of the individual versus the interests of the common good, and the payoff between short-term interests and long-term interests. In the self-help system of international politics, the logic of self-interest mitigates against the provision of collective goods, such as security or free trade. In the case of the latter, according to the theory of comparative advantage, all states would be wealthier in a world that allowed freedom of goods and services across borders. But individual states, or groups of states like the European Union, can increase their wealth by pursuing protectionist policies providing other states do not respond in kind. Of course, the logical outcome is for the remaining states to become protectionist, international trade collapses, and a world recession reduces the wealth of each state. Thus the question is not whether all will be better off through cooperation, but rather who will likely gain more than another. It is because of this concern with relative gains issues that realists argue that cooperation is difficult to achieve in a self-help system. For a fuller discussion, see ch. 7. Key points. Statism is the centerpiece of realism. This involves 2 claims. First, for the theorist, the state is the preeminent actor and all other actors in world politics are of lesser significance. Second, state sovereignty signifies the existence of an independent political community, one which has juridical authority over its territory. Key criticism: statism is flawed both on empirical, challenges to state power from above and below, and normative grounds, the inability of sovereign states to respond to collective global problems such as famine, environmental degradation, and human rights abuses. Survival: the primary objective of all states is survival. This is the supreme national interest to which all political leaders must adhere. Key criticism: are there no limits to what actions a state can take in the name of necessity? Self-help: no other state or institution can be relied upon to guarantee your survival. Key criticism: self-help is not an inevitable consequence of the absence of a world government, self-help is a logic that states have selected. Moreover, there are historical and contemporary examples where states have preferred collective security systems, or forms of regional security communities, in preference to self-help. Conclusion: Realism and the Globalization of World Politics. The chapter opened by considering the often repeated realist claim that the pattern of international politics, wars interrupted for periods characterized by the preparation for future wars, have remained constant over the preceding 25 centuries. Realists have consistently held that the continuities in international relations are more important than the changes, but many find this to be increasingly problematic in the present age of globalization. But the importance of realism has not been diminished by the dynamics of globalization. It is not clear that economic interdependence has made war less likely. The state continues to be the dominant unit in world politics. And globalization should not be seen as a process that is disconnected from the distribution of power in the international system. In this sense, this current phase of globalization is fundamentally tied to westernization and, to be even more specific, Americanization. Not surprisingly, Leading realist thinkers have been quick to seize on the apparent convergence between our post-9/11 experience and the cycle of violence predicted by the theory. There were, however, some apparent contradictions in the realist account of the conflict. To begin with, the attacks on the U.S. homeland were committed by a non-state actor. Had one of the significant norms of the Westphalian Order become unhinged, namely, that war happens between sovereign states? Not only was the enemy a global network of Al-Qaeda operatives, their goal was unconventional in that they did not seek to conquer territory but challenge by force the ideological supremacy of the West. Set against these anomalies, the leading states in the system were quick to identify the network with certain territorial states, the Taliban government of Afghanistan being the most immediate example, but also other pariah states who allegedly harbored terrorists. The United States was quick to link the overthrow of Saddam Hussein's Iraq with its global war on terror. Moreover, rather than identifying the terrorists as transnational criminals and using police enforcement methods to counter their threat, the USA and its allies defined them as enemies of the state who had to be targeted and defeated using conventional military means. For realists such as John Gray and Kenneth Waltz, 9/11 was not the beginning of a new era in world politics so much as a case of business as usual. See their essays in Booth and Dunn 2002. What matters most, argues Waltz, are the continuities in the structural imbalance of power in the system and the distribution of nuclear weapons. Crises are to be expected because the logic of self-help generates periodic crises. Their analysis is a stark rejoinder to the more idealist defenders of globalization who see a new Pacific world order emerging out of the ashes of the previous order. According to realists, 9/11 was never going to trigger a new era in governance. The coalition of the willing that was forged in the immediate aftermath was, in Waltz's terms, a mile wide, but only an inch deep. How prophetic those words have proven to be. The war against Iraq was executed by the USA, with the UK being the only significant diplomatic and military ally. Not only did most states in the world oppose the war, leading American realists were public in their condemnation. See Box 5.2. Iraq, they argued, could have been deterred from threatening both the security of the United States and its neighbors in the Middle East. Furthermore, a costly military intervention followed by a lengthy occupation in the Middle East has weakened the USA's ability to contain the rising threat from China. In short, the Bush presidency has not exercised power in a responsible and sensible manner. Behind the rhetoric of universal values, the USA has used the war to justify a wide range of policy positions that strengthen its economic and military power while undermining various multilateral agreements on arms control, the environment, human rights, and trade. Realists do not have to situate their theory of world politics in opposition to globalization per se, rather, what they offer is a very different conceptualization of the process. What is important about a realist view of globalization is the claim that rudimentary transnational governance is possible, but at the same time it is entirely dependent on the distribution of power. Given the preponderance of power that the USA holds, it should not be a surprise that it has been one of the foremost proponents of globalization. The core values of globalization, liberalism, capitalism, and consumerism, are exactly those espoused by the United States. At a deeper cultural level, realists argue that modernity is not, as liberals hope, dissolving the boundaries of difference among the peoples of the world. From classical realists such as Rousseau to structural realists such as Waltz, protagonists have argued that interdependence is as likely to breed mutual vulnerability as peace and prosperity. And while questioning the extent to which the world has become any more interdependent in relative terms, realists insist that the state is not going to be eclipsed by global forces operating either below or above the nation-state. Nationalism, realists have continuously reminded us, remains a potent force in world politics. Box 5.2 Realism against wars, an unlikely alliance? Realists are often portrayed as being advocates of an aggressive foreign policy. Such a representation has always lacked credibility. Hans Morgenthau opposed the U.S. war against the North Vietnamese on the grounds that it defied a rational understanding of the national interest. he believed that U.S. goals were not attainable without unreasonable moral liabilities and military risks. M. J. Smith 1986, 158. The US-led war against Iraq in 2003 is the most recent example of realism's counsel against the use of force. As the intense round of negotiations were underway in the Security Council, in the autumn of 2002, 34 leading realist thinkers co-signed an advert in the New York Times entitled "War with Iraq is not in America's national interest," original emphasis. John J. Mearsheimer and Stephen M. Walt developed this position further in early 2004. Why, they asked, had the USA given up on the policy of deterrence which proved to be successful during the Cold War? They end the article with a bold, and some might say prescient, conclusion. This war would be one the Bush administration chose to fight but did not have to fight. Even if such a war goes well and has positive long-range consequences, it will still have been unnecessary. And if it goes badly, whether in the form of high U.S. casualties, significant civilian deaths, a heightened risk of terrorism, or increased hatred of the United States in the Arab and Islamic world, then its architects will have even more to answer for. Mearsheimer and Walt 2003, 59. There are good reasons for thinking that the 21st century will be a realist century. Despite efforts of federalists to rekindle the idealist flame, Europe continues to be as divided by different national interests as it is united by a common good. As Jacques Chirac put it in 2000, a united Europe of states was much more likely than a United States of Europe. Outside Europe and North America, many of the assumptions which underpin the post-war international order, particularly those associated with human rights, are increasingly being seen as nothing more than a Western idea backed by economic dollars and military divisions. If China continues its rate of economic growth, it will be more economically powerful than the USA by 2020, Mearsheimer 1990, 398. By then, realism leads us to predict that Western norms of individual rights and responsibilities will be under threat. Rather than transforming global politics in its own image, as liberalism has sought to do in the 20th century, the West may need to become more realist in order for its traditions and values to survive the 21st. Question 1. How does the Melian dialogue represent key concepts such as self-interest, the balance of power, alliances, capabilities, empires, and justice? 2. Do you think there is one realism, or many? 3. Do you know more about international relations than an Athenian student during the Peloponnesian War? 4. Do realists confuse a description of war and conflict for an explanation of why it occurs? 5. Is realism anything more than the ideology of powerful, satisfied states? 6. How would a realist explain the war on terrorism? 7. Will the West have to learn to be more realist, and not less, if its civilization is to survive in the 21st century? 8. What is at stake in the debate between defensive and offensive realism? 9. Is structural realism sufficient to account for the variation in the behavior of states? 10. Can realism help us to understand the globalization of world politics? Guide to further reading. For a general survey of the realist tradition. Greco, J.M. 1997, Realist International Theory and the Study of World Politics, in M.W. Doyle and G.J. Eikenberry, eds, New Thinking in International Relations Theory, Westview Press. A Comprehensive Critical Appreciation of Realist International Theory. Guzani, S. 1998, Realism in International Relations and International Political Economy, London, Routledge. Provides an understanding of the evolution of the realist tradition. Smith, M.J. 1986, Realist Thought from Weber to Kissinger, Baton Rouge, Louisiana State University Press. An excellent discussion of many of the seminal realist thinkers. Wald, S.M. 2002, The Enduring Relevance of the Realist Tradition, in I. Katznelson and H. V. Milner, eds, Political Science, The State of the Discipline, New York, W. W. Norton. A state-of-the-art exposition of the realist tradition. 20th century classical realism. Carr, E.H. 2001, The 20 Years Crisis 1919 to 1939, An Introduction to the Study of International Relations, London, Palgrave. An Important Critique of Liberal Idealism. Morgenthau, H.J. 1946, Scientific Man vs. Power Politics, Chicago, University of Chicago Press. A Key Statement of Realist Political Philosophy. 1948, Politics Among Nations, The Struggle for Power and Peace, New York, Alfred A. Knopf. A foundational text for the discipline of international relations. Structural Realism. Baldwin, D.A. 1993, Neorealism and Neoliberalism, The Contemporary Debate, New York, Columbia University Press. This fine collection takes the debate further. Keohane, R. ed. 1986, Neorealism and Its Critics, New York, Columbia University Press. This collection of essays includes key chapters by Waltz, an interesting defense of realism by Robert Gilpin, and powerful critiques by Richard Ashley, Robert Cox, and J. G. Ruggie. Mearsheimer, J. 2001, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, New York, W. W. Norton. This is the definitive account of offensive realism. Waltz, K. 1979, Theory of International Politics, Reading, Massachusetts, Addison Wesley. This the exemplar for structural realism. Neoclassical Realism. Rose, G. 1998, Neoclassical Realism and Theories of Foreign Policy, World Politics, 51, 144-72. An important review article that is credited with coining the term neoclassical realism. Schweller, R.L. 1996, Neorealism Status Quo Bias, What Security Dilemma, Security Studies, 5, 90-121. One of the leading neoclassical realist attempts to demonstrate the status quo bias of Waltz's version of structural realism. Zakaria, F. 1998, From Wealth to Power, The Unusual Origins of America's World Role, Princeton, New Jersey, Princeton University Press. Puts forth his theory of state-centric realism. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith 4e. Notes. 1. Realism, Realpolitik, and Raison d'etat are broadly interchangeable. In this chapter, realism with an uppercase R will be used to signify the general tradition. When discussing particular realists, or types of realism, such as historical realism, lowercase r will be used. 2. A number of critical histories of the field of international relations have recently challenged the notion that the interwar period was essentially idealist in character. Both Peter Wilson, 1998, and Brian C. Schmidt, 1998, argue that it is simply a myth that an idealist paradigm dominated the study of international relations during the interwar period of the field's history. 3. Weber is rightly regarded by Smith as the theorist who has shaped 20th-century realist thought, principally because of his fusion of politics with power. Chapter 6. Liberalism. Tim Dunn. Reader's Guide. The practice of international relations has not been accommodating to liberalism. Whereas the domestic political realm in many states has witnessed an impressive degree of progress, with institutions providing for order and justice, the international realm in the era of the modern state system has been characterized by a precarious order and the absence of justice. The introductory section of the chapter will address this dilemma before providing a definition of liberalism and its component parts. Section 2 considers the core concepts of liberalism, beginning with the visionary internationalism of the Enlightenment, through to the idealism of the interwar period, and the institutionalism which became dominant in the second half of the 20th century. The third and final section considers liberalism in an era of globalization. In particular, it contrasts a status quo reading of the liberal project with a radicalized version which seeks to promote and extend cosmopolitan values and institutions. Introduction. Although realism is regarded as the dominant theory of international relations, liberalism has a strong claim to being the historic alternative. In the 20th century, liberal thinking influenced policy-making elites and public opinion in a number of Western states after the First World War, an era often referred to in academic international relations as idealism. There was a brief resurgence of liberal sentiment at the end of the Second World War with the birth of the United Nations, although this beacon of hope was soon extinguished by the return of Cold War power politics. In the 1990s, liberalism appeared resurgent as Western state leaders proclaimed a new world order and intellectuals provided theoretical justifications for the inherent supremacy of their liberal ideas over all other competing ideologies. After September 11, the pendulum has once again swung towards the realist pole as the USA and its allies have sought to consolidate their power and punish those whom they define as terrorists and the states that provide them with shelter. How do we explain the divergent fortunes of liberalism in the domestic and international domains? While liberal values and institutions have become deeply embedded in Europe and North America, the same values and institutions lack legitimacy worldwide. To invoke the famous phrase of Stanley Hoffmann's, international affairs have been the nemesis of liberalism. The essence of liberalism, Hoffmann continues, is self-restraint, moderation, compromise and peace, whereas the essence of international politics is exactly the opposite, troubled peace, at best, or the state of war. Hoffmann 1987, 396. This explanation comes as no surprise to realists, who argue that there can be no progress, no law, and no justice, where there is no common power. Despite the weight of this realist argument, those who believe in the liberal project have not conceded defeat. Liberals argue that power politics itself is the product of ideas, and crucially, ideas can change. Therefore, even if the world has been inhospitable to liberalism, this does not mean that it cannot be remade in its image. While the belief in the possibility of progress is one identifier of a liberal approach to politics, Clark 1989, 49-66, there are other general propositions that define the broad tradition of liberalism. Perhaps the appropriate way to begin this discussion is with a four-dimensional definition, Doyle 1997, 207. First, all citizens are juridically equal and possess certain basic rights to education, access to a free press, and religious toleration. Second, the legislative assembly of the state possesses only the authority invested in it by the people, whose basic rights it is not permitted to abuse. Third, a key dimension of the liberty of the individual is the right to own property, including productive forces. Fourth, liberalism contends that the most effective system of economic exchange is one that is largely market-driven and not one that is subordinate to bureaucratic regulation and control, either domestically or internationally. When these propositions are taken together, we see a stark contrast between liberal values of individualism, tolerance, freedom, and constitutionalism, and conservatism, which places a higher value on order and authority and is willing to sacrifice the liberty of the individual for the stability of the community. Although many writers have tended to view liberalism as a theory of government, what is becoming increasingly apparent is the explicit connection between liberalism as a political and economic theory and liberalism as an international theory. Properly conceived, liberal thought on a global scale embodies a domestic analogy operating at multiple levels. 1 Like individuals, states have different characteristics. Some are bellicose and war-prone, others are tolerant and peaceful. In short, the identity of the state determines its outward orientation. Liberals see a further parallel between individuals and sovereign states. Although the character of states may differ, all states are accorded certain natural rights, such as the generalized right to non-intervention in their domestic affairs. On another level, the domestic analogy refers to the extension of ideas that originated inside liberal states to the international realm, such as the coordinating role played by institutions and the centrality of the rule of law to the idea of a just order. In a sense, the historical project of liberalism is the domestication of the international. Liberals concede that we have far to go before this goal has been reached. Historically, liberals have agreed with realists that war is a recurring feature of the anarchic state system. But unlike realists, they do not identify anarchy as the cause of war. How, then, do liberals explain war? As Box 6.1 demonstrates, certain strands of liberalism see the causes of war located in imperialism, others in the failure of the balance of power, and still others in the problem of undemocratic regimes. And ought this to be remedied through collective security, commerce, or world government? While it can be productive to think about the various strands of liberal thought and their differing prescriptions, Doyle 1997, 205-300, given the limited space permitted to deal with a broad and complex tradition, the emphasis below will be on the core concepts of international liberalism and the way in which these relate to the goals of order and justice on a global scale. Point 2. Box 6.1 Liberalism and the Causes of War, Determinants of Peace. One of the most useful analytical tools for thinking about differences between individual thinkers or particular variations on a broad theme such as liberalism is to differentiate between levels of analysis. For example, Kenneth Waltz's Man, the State, and War, 1959, examined the causes of conflict operating at the level of the individual, the state, and the international system itself. The table below turns Waltz on his head, as it were, in order to show how different liberal thinkers have provided competing explanations, across the three levels of analysis, for the causes of war and the determinants of peace. At the end of the chapter, the discussion will return to a tension that lies in the heart of the liberal theory of politics. As can be seen from a critical appraisal of the fourfold definition presented above, liberalism pulls in two directions. Its commitment to freedom in the economic and social spheres leans in the direction of a minimalist role for governing institutions, while the democratic political culture required for basic freedoms to be safeguarded requires robust and interventionist institutions. This has variously been interpreted as a tension between different liberal goals, or more broadly as a sign of rival and incompatible conceptions of liberalism. Should a liberal polity, no matter what the size or scale, preserve the right of individuals to retain property and privilege, or should liberalism elevate equality over liberty so that resources are redistributed from the strong to the weak? When we are looking at politics on a global scale, it is clear that inequalities are far greater, while at the same time our institutional capacity to do something about them is that much less. As writers on globalization remind us, the intensification of global flows in trade, resources, and people has weakened the state's capacity to govern. Closing this gap requires nothing short of a radical reconfiguration of the relationship between territoriality and governance. Key points. The liberal tradition in political thought goes back at least as far as the thinking of John Locke in the late 17th century. From then on, liberal ideas have profoundly shaped how we think about the relationship between government and citizens. Liberalism is a theory of both government within states and good governance between states and peoples worldwide. Unlike realism, which regards the international as an anarchic realm, liberals seek to project values of order, liberty, justice, and toleration into international relations. The high-water mark of liberal thinking in international relations was reached in the interwar period in the work of idealists who believed that warfare was an unnecessary and outmoded way of settling disputes between states. Domestic and international institutions are required to protect and nurture these values. But note that these values and institutions allow for significant variations, which accounts for the fact that there are heated debates within liberalism. Liberals disagree on fundamental issues such as the causes of war and what kind of institutions are required to deliver liberal values in a decentralized, multicultural international system. An important cleavage within liberalism, which has become more pronounced in our globalized world, is between those operating with a positive conception of liberalism, who advocate interventionist foreign policies and stronger international institutions, and those who incline towards a negative conception, which places a priority on toleration and non-intervention. Core ideas in liberal thinking on international relations. Immanuel Kant and Jeremy Bentham were two of the leading liberals of the Enlightenment. Both were reacting to the barbarity of international relations, or what Kant graphically described as the lawless state of savagery, at a time when domestic politics was at the cusp of a new age of rights, citizenship, and constitutionalism. Their abhorrence of the lawless savagery led them individually to elaborate plans for perpetual peace. Although written over 2 centuries ago, these manifestos contain the seeds of core liberal ideas, in particular the belief that reason could deliver freedom and justice in international relations. For Kant, the imperative to achieve perpetual peace required the transformation of individual consciousness, republican constitutionalism, and a federal contract between states to abolish war, rather than to regulate it as earlier international lawyers had argued. This federation can be likened to a permanent peace treaty, rather than a superstate actor or world government. The 3 components of Kant's hypothetical treaty for a permanent peace are outlined in box 6.2. Kant's claim that liberal states are pacific in their international relations with other liberal states was revived in the 1980s. In a much-cited article, Michael Doyle argued that liberal states have created a separate peace, 1986, 1151. According to Doyle, there are 2 elements to the Kantian legacy: restraint among liberal states and international imprudence in relations with non-liberal states. Although the empirical evidence seems to support the democratic peace thesis, it is important to bear in mind the limitations of the argument. In the first instance, for the theory to be compelling, believers in the thesis need to provide an explanation as to why war has become unthinkable between liberal states. Kant had argued that if the decision to use force was taken by the people, rather than by the prince, then the frequency of conflicts would be drastically reduced. But logically, this argument implies a lower frequency of conflicts between liberal and non-liberal states, and this has proven to be contrary to the historical evidence. An alternative explanation for the democratic peace thesis might be that liberal states tend to be wealthy, and therefore have less to gain, and more to lose, by engaging in conflicts than poorer authoritarian states. Perhaps the most convincing explanation of all is the simple fact that liberal states tend to be in relations of amity with other liberal states. War between Canada and the USA is unthinkable, perhaps not because of their liberal democratic constitutions, but because they are friends. Went 1999, 298-9, with a high degree of convergence in economic and political matters. Indeed, war between states with contrasting political and economic systems may also be unthinkable because they have a history of friendly relations. An example here is Mexico and Cuba, which maintain close bilateral relations despite their history of divergent economic ideologies. Box 6.2 Immanuel Kant's Perpetual Peace, a Philosophical Sketch. First definitive article, the civil constitution of every state shall be republican. If, as is inevitably the case under this constitution, the consent of the citizens is required to decide whether or not war is to be declared, it is very natural that they will have great hesitation in embarking on so dangerous an enterprise. But under a constitution where the subject is not a citizen, and which is therefore not republican, it is the simplest thing in the world to go to war. For the head of state is not a fellow citizen, but the owner of the state, and a war will not force him to make the slightest sacrifice so far as his banquets, hunts, pleasure palaces and court festivals are concerned. Kant 1991, 99-102. Second definitive article, the right of nations shall be based on a federation of free states. Each nation, for the sake of its own security, can and ought to demand of the others that they should enter along with it into a constitution, similar to a civilone, within which the rights of each could be secured. But peace can neither be inaugurated nor secured without a general agreement between the nations, thus a particular kind of league, which we will call a Pacific Federation, is required. It would be different from a peace treaty in that the latter terminates one war, whereas the former would seek to end all wars for good. It can be shown that this idea of federalism, extending gradually to encompass all states and thus leading to perpetual peace, is practicable and has objective reality. Kant 1991, 102-5. Third definitive article, cosmopolitan right shall be limited to conditions of universal hospitality. The peoples of the earth have thus entered in varying degrees into a universal community, and it has developed to the point where a violation of rights in one part of the world is felt everywhere. The idea of a cosmopolitan right is therefore not fantastic and overstrained, it is a necessary complement to the unwritten code of political and international right, transforming it into a universal right of humanity. Kant 1991, 105-8. Irrespective of the scholarly search for an answer to the reasons why liberal democratic states are more peaceful, it is important to note the political consequences of this hypothesis. In 1989, Francis Fukuyama wrote an article entitled The End of History, which celebrated the triumph of liberalism over all other ideologies, contending that liberal states were more stable internally and more peaceful in their international relations. Fukuyama 1989, 3-18. Other defenders of the democratic peace thesis were more circumspect. As Doyle recognized, liberal democracies are as aggressive as any other type of state in their relations with authoritarian regimes and stateless peoples. Doyle 1995b, 100. How, then, should states inside the liberal zone of peace conduct their relations with non-liberal regimes? How can the positive Kantian legacy of restraint triumph over the historical legacy of international imprudence on the part of liberal states? These are fascinating and timely questions which will be taken up in the final section of the chapter. 2 centuries after Kant first called for a Pacific Federation, the validity of the idea that democracies are more pacific continues to attract a great deal of scholarly interest. The claim has also found its way into the public discourse of Western states' foreign policy, appearing in speeches made by U.S. presidents as diverse as Ronald Reagan, William Jefferson Clinton, and George W. Bush. Less crusading voices within the liberal tradition believe that a legal and institutional framework must be established that includes states with different cultures and traditions. Such a belief in the power of law to solve the problem of war was advocated by Jeremy Bentham at the end of the 18th century. Establish a common tribunal and the necessity for war no longer follows from a difference of opinion. Lourdes 1992, 416. Like many liberal thinkers after him, Bentham showed that federal states such as the German Diet, the American Confederation, and the Swiss League were able to transform their identity from one based on conflicting interests to a more peaceful federation. As Bentham famously argued, between the interests of nations there is nowhere any real conflict. Cobden's belief that free trade would create a more peaceful world order is a core idea of 19th century liberalism. Trade brings mutual gains to all the players, irrespective of their size or the nature of their economies. It is perhaps not surprising that it was in Britain that this argument found its most vocal supporters. The supposed universal value of free trade brought disproportionate gains to the hegemonic power. There was never an admission that free trade among countries at different stages of development would lead to relations of dominance and subservience. The idea of a natural harmony of interests in international political and economic relations came under challenge in the early part of the 20th century. The fact that Britain and Germany had highly interdependent economies before the Great War, 1914-18, seemed to confirm the fatal flaw in the association of economic interdependence with peace. From the turn of the century, the contradictions within European civilization, of progress and exemplarism on the one hand and the harnessing of industrial power for military purposes on the other, could no longer be contained. Europe stumbled into a horrific war, killing 15 million people. The war not only brought an end to 3 empires but also was a contributing factor to the Russian Revolution of 1917. The First World War shifted liberal thinking towards a recognition that peace is not a natural condition but is one which must be constructed. In a powerful critique of the idea that peace and prosperity were part of a latent natural order, the publicist and author Leonard Woolf argued that peace and prosperity required consciously devised machinery. Lourdes 1992, 465. but perhaps the most famous advocate of an international authority for the management of international relations was Woodrow Wilson. According to this U.S. president, peace could only be secured with the creation of an international organization to regulate the international anarchy. Security could not be left to secret bilateral diplomatic deals and a blind faith in the balance of power. Just as peace had to be enforced in domestic society, the international domain had to have a system of regulation for coping with disputes and an international force which could be mobilized if nonviolent conflict resolution failed. In this sense, more than any other strand of liberalism, idealism rests on the domestic analogy, Shiganami 1989, 94-113. In his famous 14-point speech, addressed to Congress in January 1918, Wilson argued that a general association of nations must be formed to preserve the coming peace. The League of Nations was to be that general association. For the League to be effective, it had to have the military power to deter aggression and, when necessary, to use a preponderance of power to enforce its will. This was the idea behind the collective security system which was central to the League of Nations. Collective security refers to an arrangement where each state in the system accepts that the security of one is the concern of all, and agrees to join in a collective response to aggression. Roberts and Kingsbury 1993, 30. It can be contrasted with an alliance system of security, where a number of states join together usually as a response to a specific external threat, sometimes known as collective defense. In the case of the League of Nations, Article 16 of the League's Charter noted the obligation that, in the event of war, all member states must cease normal relations with the offending state, impose sanctions, and, if necessary, commit their armed forces to the disposal of the League Council should the use of force be required to restore the status quo. The League's constitution also called for the self-determination of all nations, another founding characteristic of liberal idealist thinking on international relations. Going back to the mid-19th century, self-determination movements in Greece, Hungary, and Italy received support among liberal powers and public opinion. Yet the default support for self-determination masked a host of practical and moral problems that were laid bare after Woodrow Wilson issued his proclamation. What would happen to newly created minorities who felt no allegiance to the self-determining state? Could a democratic process adequately deal with questions of identity? Who was to decide what constituency was to participate in a ballot? And what if a newly self-determined state rejected liberal democratic norms? The experience of the League of Nations was a disaster. While the moral rhetoric at the creation of the League was decidedly idealist, in practice states remained imprisoned by self-interest. There is no better example of this than the United States' decision not to join the institution it had created. With the Soviet Union outside the system for ideological reasons, the League of Nations quickly became a talking shop for the satisfied powers. Hitler's decision in March 1936 to reoccupy the Rhineland, a designated demilitarized zone according to the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, effectively pulled the plug on the League's life support system. It had been put on the critical list following the Manchurian crisis in 1931 and the Ethiopian crisis in 1935. According to the history of the discipline of international relations, the collapse of the League of Nations dealt a fatal blow to idealism. There is no doubt that the language of liberalism after 1945 was more pragmatic. How could anyone living in the shadow of the Holocaust be optimistic? Yet familiar core ideas of liberalism remained. Even in the early 1940s, there was recognition of the need to replace the League with another international institution with responsibility for international peace and security. Only this time, in the case of the United Nations, there was an awareness among the framers of the Charter of the need for a consensus between the great powers in order for enforcement action to be taken, hence the veto system, Article 27 of the Union Charter, which allowed any of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council the power of veto. This revision constituted an important modification to the classical model of collective security, Roberts 1996, 315. With the ideological polarity of the Cold War, the UN procedures for collective security were stillborn, as either of the superpowers and their allies would veto any action proposed by the other. 3. It was not until the end of the Cold War that a collective security system was put into operation, following the invasion of Kuwait by Iraq on August 2, 1990, see case study. An important argument advanced by liberals in the early post-war period concerned the state's inability to cope with modernization. David Mitrani, 1943, a pioneer integration theorist, argued that transnational cooperation was required in order to resolve common problems. His core concept was ramification, meaning the likelihood that cooperation in one sector would lead governments to extend the range of collaboration across other sectors. As states become more embedded in an integration process, the cost of withdrawing from cooperative ventures increases. This argument about the positive benefits from transnational cooperation is one which informed a new generation of scholars, particularly in the USA, in the 1960s and 1970s. Their argument was not simply about the mutual gains from trade, but that other transnational actors were beginning to challenge the dominance of sovereign states. World politics, according to pluralists, as they are often referred to, was no longer an exclusive arena for states, as it had been for the first 300 years of the Westphalian state system. In one of the central texts of this genre, Robert Keohane and Joseph Nye, 1972, argued that the centrality of other actors, such as interest groups, transnational corporations, and international non-governmental organizations, INCOs, had to be taken into consideration. Here the overriding image of international relations is one of a cobweb of diverse actors linked through multiple channels of interaction. Case study: the 1990-1 Gulf War and collective security. Iraq had always argued that the sovereign state of Kuwait was an artificial creation of the imperial powers. When this political motive was allied to an economic imperative, caused primarily by the accumulated war debts following the 8-year war with Iran, the annexation of Kuwait seemed to be a solution to Iraq's problems. The Iraqi president, Saddam Hussein, also assumed that the West would not use force to defend Kuwait, a miscalculation which was fueled by the memory of the support the West had given Iraq during the Iran-Iraq War. The so-called fundamentalism of Iran was considered to be a graver threat to international order than the extreme nationalism of the Iraqi regime. The invasion of Kuwait on August 2, 1990 led to a series of UN resolutions calling for Iraq to withdraw unconditionally. Economic sanctions were applied while the US-led coalition of international forces gathered in Saudi Arabia. Operation Desert Storm crushed the Iraqi resistance in a matter of 6 weeks, January 16 to February 28, 1991. The 1990-1 Gulf War had certainly revived the UN doctrine of collective security, although a number of doubts remained about the underlying motivations for the war and the way in which it was fought. For instance, the coalition of national armies was controlled by the USA rather than by a UN military command as envisaged in the charter. President George H. Bush declared that the war was about more than one small country, it was about a big idea, a new world order. The content of this new world order was peaceful settlement of disputes, solidarity against aggression, reduced and controlled arsenals, and just treatment of all peoples. Although the phenomenon of transnationalism was an important addition to the international relations theorists' vocabulary, it remained underdeveloped as a theoretical concept. Perhaps the most important contribution of pluralism was its elaboration of interdependence. Due to the expansion of capitalism and the emergence of a global culture, pluralists recognized a growing interconnectedness in which changes in one part of the system have direct and indirect consequences for the rest of the system. Little 1996, 77. Absolute state autonomy, so keenly entrenched in the minds of state leaders, was being circumscribed by interdependence. Such a development brought with it enhanced potential for cooperation as well as increased levels of vulnerability. In his 1979 work Theory of International Politics, the neorealist Kenneth Waltz attacked the pluralist argument about the decline of the state. He argued that the degree of interdependence internationally was far lower than the constituent parts in a national political system. Moreover, the level of economic interdependence especially between great powers was less than that which existed in the early part of the 20th century. Waltz concludes, if one is thinking of the international political world, it is odd in the extreme that interdependence has become the word commonly used to describe it, 1979, 144. In the course of their engagement with Waltz and other neorealists, early pluralists modified their position. Neoliberals, for as they came to be known, conceded that the core assumptions of neorealism were indeed correct, the anarchic international structure, the centrality of states, and a rationalist approach to social scientific inquiry. Where they differed was apparent primarily in the argument that anarchy does not mean durable patterns of cooperation are impossible. The creation of international regimes matters here as they facilitate cooperation by sharing information, reinforcing reciprocity, and making defection from norms easier to punish, ch. 17. Moreover, in what was to become the most important difference between neorealists and neoliberals, developed further in ch. 7, the latter argued that actors would enter into cooperative agreements if the gains were evenly shared. Neorealists dispute this hypothesis. What matters is a question not so much of mutual gains as of relative gains. In other words, a neorealist state has to be sure that it has more to gain than its rivals from a particular bargain or regime. There are two important arguments that set neoliberalism apart from democratic peace liberalism and the liberal idealists of the interwar period. First, academic inquiry should be guided by a commitment to a scientific approach to theory building. Whatever deeply held personal values scholars maintain, their task must be to observe regularities, formulate hypotheses as to why that relationship holds, and subject these to critical scrutiny. This separation of fact and value puts neoliberals on the positivist side of the methodological divide. Second, writers such as Keohane are critical of the naive assumption of 19th-century liberals that commerce breeds peace. A free trade system, according to Keohane, provides incentives for cooperation but does not guarantee it. Here he is making an important distinction between cooperation and harmony. Cooperation is not automatic, Keohane argues, but requires planning and negotiation, 1986b, 11. In the following section we see how contemporary liberal thinking maintains that the institutions of world politics after 1945 successfully embedded all states into a cooperative order. Key points. Early liberal thought on international relations took the view that the natural order had been corrupted by undemocratic state leaders and outdated policies such as the balance of power. Prescriptively, Enlightenment liberals believed that a latent cosmopolitan morality could be achieved through the exercise of reason and through the creation of constitutional states. In addition, the unfettered movement of people and goods could further facilitate more peaceful international relations. Although there are important continuities between Enlightenment liberal thought and 20th century ideas, such as the belief in the power of world public opinion to tame the interests of states, liberal idealism was more programmatic. For idealists, the freedom of states is part of the problem of international relations and not part of the solution. Two requirements follow from their diagnosis. The first is the need for explicitly normative thinking, how to promote peace and build a better world. Second, states must be part of an international organization, and be bound by its rules and norms. Central to idealism was the formation of an international organization to facilitate peaceful change, disarmament, arbitration, and, where necessary, enforcement. The League of Nations was founded in 1920 but its collective security system failed to prevent the descent into World War in the 1930s. Liberalism and globalization. When applying liberal ideas to international relations today, we find two clusters of responses to the problems and possibilities posed by globalization. Before outlining these, let us briefly return to the definition of liberalism set out at greater length earlier, the four components being, juridical equality, democracy, liberty, and the free market. As we will see below, these same values can be pursued by very different political strategies. The first alternative is that of the liberalism of privilege, Richardson 1997, 18. According to this perspective, the problems of globalization need to be addressed by a combination of strong democratic states in the core of the international system, robust regimes, and open markets and institutions. For an example of the working out of such a strategy in practice, we need to look no further than the success of the liberal hegemony of the post-1945 era. The U.S. writer, G. John Eikenberry, is an articulate defender of this liberal order. In the aftermath of the Second World War, the USA took the opportunity to embed certain fundamental liberal principles into the regulatory rules and institutions of international society. Most importantly, and contrary to realist thinking, the USA chose to forsake short-run gains in return for a durable settlement that benefited all states. According to Eikenberry, the USA signaled the cooperative basis of its power in a number of ways. First, in common with liberal democratic principles, the USA was an example to other members of international society insofar as its political system is open and allows different voices to be heard. Foreign policy, like domestic policy, is closely scrutinized by the media, public opinion, and political committees and opposition parties. Second, the USA advocated a global free trade regime in accordance with the idea that free trade brings benefits to all participants. It also has the added advantage, from the hegemon's point of view, of being cheap to manage. Third, the USA appeared to its allies at least as a reluctant hegemon that would not seek to exploit its significant power political advantage. Fourth, and most importantly, the USA created and participated in a range of important international institutions that constrained its actions. The Bretton Woods system of economic and financial accords and the NATO Security Alliance are the best examples of the highly institutionalized character of American power in the post-1945 period. Advocates of this liberal hegemonic order note wryly that it was so successful that allies were more worried about abandonment than domination. Box 6.3 George W. Bush and Liberalism in American Foreign Policy. The 20th century ended with a single surviving model of human progress, based on non-negotiable demands of human dignity, the rule of law, limits on the power of the state, respect for women and private property and free speech and equal justice and religious tolerance. America cannot impose this vision, yet we can support and reward governments that make the right choices for their own people. In our development aid, in our diplomatic efforts, in our international broadcasting, and in our educational assistance, the United States will promote moderation and tolerance and human rights. And we defend the peace that makes all progress possible. When it comes to the common rights and needs of men and women, there is no clash of civilizations. The requirements of freedom apply fully to Africa and Latin America and the entire Islamic world. The peoples of the Islamic nations want and deserve the same freedoms and opportunities as people in every nation. And their governments should listen to their hopes. Excerpt from President George W. Bush, graduation speech at West Point, U.S. Military Academy, New York, June 1, 2002. Available at www.whitehouse.gov/NewSL releases. The post-1945 system of regulatory regimes and institutions has been successful in part due to the fact that they exist. In other words, once one set of institutional arrangements becomes embedded, it is very difficult for alternatives to make inroads. There are two implications that need to be teased out here. One is the narrow historical window that exists for new institutional design, the other is the durability of existing institutions. In terms of American hegemony, this means that, short of a major war or a global economic collapse, it is very difficult to envisage the type of historical breakpoint needed to replace the existing order. Eikenberry, 1999, 137. Let us accept for a moment that the neoliberal argument is basically correct. The post-1945 international order has been successful and durable because U.S. hegemony has been of a liberal character. The logic of this position is one of institutional conservatism. In order to respond effectively to global economic and security problems, there is no alternative to working within the existing institutional structure. This is a manifesto for managing an international order in which the Western states who paid the start-up costs of the institutions are now experiencing significant returns on their institutional investment. At the other end of the spectrum, the current order is highly unresponsive to the needs of weaker states and peoples. According to the United Nations Development Programme, the resulting global inequality is grotesque. One statistic is particularly graphic: the richest 20% of the world's population holds 3/4 of the income, the poorest 20% receive only 1.5%. Given that liberalism has produced such unequal gains for the West and the rest, it is not surprising that the hegemonic power has become obsessed with the question of preserving and extending its control of institutions, markets, and resources. When this hegemonic liberal order comes under challenge, as it did on September 11, the response is uncompromising. It is noticeable in this respect that President George W. Bush mobilized the language of liberalism against Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and also Iraq. He referred to the 2003 war against Iraq as Freedom's War, and the term liberation is frequently used by defenders of Operation Iraqi Freedom. Given the primacy of the neoconservative ideology underpinning the Bush presidency, one needs to proceed with caution when advancing the claim that many liberal principles underpin contemporary American foreign policy. Nevertheless, the official discourse of U.S. foreign policy overlaps in interesting ways with a number of liberal values and ideas. Rhodes 2003, as can be seen in Bush's speech at the West Point graduation ceremony in June 2002. A key opening theme in the speech is how force can be used for freedom. We fight, as we always fight, for a just peace. Bush then goes on to locate this argument in historical context. Prior to the 21st century, great power competition manifested itself in war. Today, the great powers share common values such as a deep commitment to human freedom. In his State of the Union address of 2004, he even declared that our aim is a democratic peace. Box 6.3 further illustrates the connections between liberalism, democracy promotion, and the Bush foreign policy. The potential for liberalism to embrace imperialism is a tendency that has a long history. Doyle 1986, 1151-69. We find in Machiavelli a number of arguments for the necessity for republics to expand. Liberty increases wealth and the concomitant drive for new markets. Soldiers who are at the same time citizens are better fighters than slaves or mercenaries, and expansion is often the best means to promote a state's security. In this sense, contemporary U.S. foreign policy is no different from the great expansionist republican states of the pre-modern period such as Athens and Rome. Few liberals today would openly advocate imperialism, although the line between interventionist strategies to defend liberal values and privileges and imperialism is very finely drawn. Michael Doyle advocates a policy mix of forcible and non-forcible instruments that ought to be deployed in seeking regime change in illiberal parts of the world. See Box 6.4. This strategy of preserving and extending liberal institutions is open to a number of criticisms. For the sake of simplicity, these will be gathered up into an alternative to the liberalism of privilege that we will call radical liberalism. An opening objection made by proponents of the latter concerns the understanding of liberalism embodied in the neoliberal defense of international institutions. The liberal character of those institutions is assumed rather than subjected to critical scrutiny. As a result, the incoherence of the purposes underpinning these institutions is often overlooked. The kind of economic liberalization advocated by Western financial institutions, particularly in economically impoverished countries, frequently comes into conflict with the norms of democracy and human rights. 3 examples illustrate this dilemma. First, the more the West becomes involved in the organization of developing states' political and economic infrastructure, the less those states are able to be accountable to their domestic constituencies, thereby cutting through the link between the government and the people which is so central to modern liberal forms of representative democracy. Hurrell and Woods 1995, 463. Second, in order to qualify for Western aid and loans, states are often required to meet harsh economic criteria requiring cuts in many welfare programs. the example of the poorest children in parts of Africa having to pay for primary school education, Booth and Dunn 1999, 310, which is their right according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, is a stark reminder of the fact that economic liberty and political equality are frequently opposed. Third, the inflexible response of international financial institutions to various crises in the world economy has contributed to a backlash against liberalism per se. Richard Falk puts this dilemma starkly: there is, he argues, a tension between the ethical imperatives of the global neighborhood and the dynamics of economic globalization, 1995a, 573. Radical liberals argue that the hegemonic institutional order has fallen prey to the neoliberal consensus, which minimizes the role of the public sector in providing for welfare, and elevates the market as the appropriate mechanism for allocating resources, investment, and employment opportunities. Box 6.4 Defending and Extending the Liberal Zone of Peace. As we have seen, advocates of the democratic peace thesis believe that liberal states act peacefully towards one another. Yet this empirical law does not tell liberal states how to behave towards non-liberal states. Should they try to convert them, thereby bringing them into the zone of peace, or should they pursue a more defensive strategy? The former has not been successful in the past, and in a world of many nuclear weapon states, crusading could be suicidal. For this reason, Michael Doyle suggests a dual-track approach. The first track is preserving the liberal community, which means forging strong alliances with other like-minded states and defending itself against illiberal regimes. This may require liberal states to include in their foreign policy strategies like the balance of power in order to contain authoritarian states. The second track is more expansionist and aims to extend the liberal zone by a variety of economic and diplomatic instruments. Doyle categorizes these in terms of inspiration, hoping peoples living in non-democratic regimes will struggle for their liberty; instigation, peace-building and economic restructuring; and intervention, legitimate if the majority of a polity is demonstrating widespread disaffection with their government and/or their basic rights are being systematically violated. Doyle concludes with the warning that the march of liberalism will not necessarily continue unabated. It is in our hands, he argues, whether the international system becomes more pacific and stable, or whether antagonisms deepen. We must be willing to pay the price in institutional costs and development aid to increase the prospects for a peaceful future. This might be cheap when compared with the alternative of dealing with hostile and unstable authoritarian states. Doyle 1999. A second line of critique pursued by radical liberals concerns not so much the contradictory outcomes but the illiberal nature of the regimes and institutions. To put the point bluntly, there is a massive democratic deficit at the global level. Issues of international peace and security are determined by only 15 members of international society, of whom only 5 can exercise a power of veto. In other words, it is hypothetically possible for up to 200 states in the world to believe that military action ought to be taken, but such an action would contravene the UN Charter if one of the permanent members was to cast a veto. If we take the area of political economy, the power exerted by the West and its international financial institutions perpetuates structural inequality. A good example here is the issue of free trade, which the West has pushed in areas where it gains from an open policy, such as in manufactured goods and financial services, but resisted in areas that it stands to lose, agriculture and textiles. At a deeper level, radical liberals worry that all statist models of governance are undemocratic, as elites are notoriously self-serving. These sentiments underpin the approach to globalization taken by writers such as Danielle Archibugi, David Held, Mary Calder, and Jan Artskold, among others, who believe that global politics must be democratized. Held and McGrew 2002. Held's argument is illustrative of the analytical and prescriptive character of radical liberalism in an era of globalization. His diagnosis begins by revealing the inadequacies of the Westphalian order, or the modern state system, which is conventionally dated from the middle of the 17th century. During the latter stages of this period, we have witnessed rapid democratization in a number of states, but this has not been accompanied by democratization of the Society of States, held 1993. This task is increasingly urgent given the current levels of interconnectedness, since national governments are no longer in control of the forces which shape their citizens' lives. For example, the decision by one state to permit deforestation has environmental consequences for all states. After 1945, the UN Charter set limits to the sovereignty of states by recognizing the rights of individuals in a whole series of human rights conventions. But even if the UN had lived up to its charter in the post-1945 period, it would still have left the building blocks of the Westphalian order largely intact, namely, the hierarchy between great powers and the rest, symbolized by the permanent membership of the Security Council, massive inequalities of wealth between states, and a minimal role for non-state actors to influence decision-making in international relations. In place of the Westphalian and UN models, Held outlines a cosmopolitan model of democracy. This requires, in the first instance, the creation of regional parliaments and the extension of the authority of such regional bodies, like the European Union, which are already in existence. Second, human rights conventions must be entrenched in national parliaments and monitored by a new International Court of Human Rights. Third, reform of the UN, or the replacement of it, with a genuinely democratic and accountable global parliament. Without appearing to be too sanguine about the prospects for the realization of the cosmopolitan model of democracy, Held is nevertheless adamant that if democracy is to thrive, it must penetrate the institutions and regimes which manage global politics. Radical liberals place great importance on the civilizing capacity of global society. While the rule of law and the democratization of international institutions is a core component of the liberal project, it is also vital that citizens' networks are broadened and deepened to monitor and cajole these institutions. These groups form a linkage between individuals, states, and global institutions. It is easy to portray radical liberal thinking as utopian, but we should not forget the many achievements of global civil society so far. The evolution of international humanitarian law, and the extent to which these laws are complied with, is largely down to the millions of individuals who are active supporters of human rights groups like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, FOC 1995b, 164. Similarly, global protest movements have been responsible for the heightened sensitivity to environmental degradation everywhere. This emphasis on what Richard Falk calls globalization from below is an important antidote to neoliberalism's somewhat status quo-oriented worldview. But just as imperialism can emerge from a complacent liberalism of privilege, the danger for radical liberals is naivete. How is it that global institutions can be reformed in such a way that the voices of ordinary people will be heard? And what if the views of peoples rather than states turn out to be similarly indifferent to global injustice? There is a sense in which radical liberal thought wants to turn back the clock of globalization to an era in which local producers cooperated to produce socially responsible food in the day and wove baskets or watched street theater in the evening. It is not clear that such an organic lifestyle is preferable to purchasing relatively inexpensive goods from a multinational supermarket outlet or finding entertainment on multi-channel television. Perhaps the least plausible aspect of the radical liberal project is the injunction to reform global capitalism. Just how much of a civilizing effect is global civil society able to exert upon the juggernaut of capitalism? And can this movement bridge the globalization divide in which democratic institutions are territorially located while forces of production and destruction are global? Key points. The victor states in the wartime alliance against Nazi Germany pushed for a new international institution to be created. The United Nations Charter was signed in June 1945 by 50 states in San Francisco. It represented a departure from the League in two important respects. Membership was near universal and the great powers were able to prevent any enforcement action from taking place which might be contrary to their interests. In the post-1945 period, liberals turned to international institutions to carry out a number of functions the state could not perform. This was the catalyst for integration theory in Europe and pluralism in the United States. By the early 1970s, pluralism had mounted a significant challenge to realism. It focused on new actors, transnational corporations, non-governmental organizations, and new patterns of interaction, interdependence, integration. Neoliberalism represents a more sophisticated theoretical challenge to contemporary realism. Neoliberals explain the durability of institutions despite significant changes in context. In their view, institutions exert a causal force on international relations, shaping state preferences and locking them into cooperative arrangements. Democratic peace liberalism and neoliberalism are the dominant strands in liberal thinking today. Conclusion. The euphoria with which liberals greeted the end of the Cold War in 1989 has dissipated to a large extent by September 11 and the War on Terror. The pattern of conflict and insecurity that we have seen at the beginning of the 21st century suggests that liberal democracy remains at best an incomplete project. Images and narratives from countries in every continent: Afghanistan, Liberia, Chechnya, Colombia, Burundi, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Iraq, Myanmar, Zimbabwe, and so on, remind us that in many parts of the world, anti-liberal values of warlordism, torture, intolerance, and injustice are daily occurrences. Moreover, the reasons why these states have failed can to some extent be laid at the door of liberalism, particularly in terms of its promotion of often irreconcilable norms of sovereignty, democracy, national self-determination, and human rights. Hoffman, 1995-6, 169. A deeper reason for the crisis in liberalism is that it is bound up with an increasingly discredited Enlightenment view of the world. Contrary to the hopes of Bentham, Hume, Kant, Mill, and Paine, the application of reason and science to politics has not brought communities together. Indeed, it has arguably shown the fragmented nature of the political community, which is regularly expressed in terms of ethnic, linguistic, or religious differences. Critics of liberalism argue that the universalizing mission of liberal values, such as democracy, capitalism, and secularism, undermines the traditions and practices of non-Western cultures. Gray, 1995, 146. When it comes to doing intercultural politics, somehow liberals just don't seem to take no for an answer. The Marxist writer Immanuel Wallerstein has a nice way of expressing the dilemma over universalism. Liberals view it as a gift of the powerful to the weak, which places them in a double bind. To refuse the gift is to lose, to accept the gift is to lose. In Brown, 1999. At the outset, the chapter pointed to a tension within liberalism. The emphasis on personal liberty, unfettered trade, and the accumulation of property can lend itself to a society riven with inequality, suspicion, and rivalry. Pulling in the opposite direction, liberalism contains within it a set of values that seek to provide for the conditions of a just society through democratic institutions and welfare-oriented economies. Projecting this tension onto a global stage leads to two possibilities for liberalism in an era of globalization. The neoliberal variant is one where relatively weak institutions try to respond to the challenge of coordinating the behavior of states in a decentralized international order. In this world, economic growth is unevenly distributed. As a consequence, preventive military action remains an ever-present possibility in order to deal with chaos and violence produced by dispossessed communities and networks. The more progressive model, advocated by radical liberals, seeks to heighten regulation through the strengthening of international institutions. This is to be done by making institutions more democratic and accountable for the negative consequences of globalization. The charge of utopianism is one that is easy to make against this position and hard to refute. In so doing, liberals of a radical persuasion should invoke Kant's axiom that ought must imply can. Questions. 1. Do you agree with Stanley Hoffman that international affairs are inhospitable to liberalism? 2. What arguments might one draw upon to support or refute this proposition? 3. Was the language of international morality, used by liberal idealists in the interwar period, a way of masking the interests of Britain and France in maintaining their dominance of the international system after the First World War? 4. Should liberal states promote their values abroad? Is force a legitimate instrument in securing this goal? 5. How much progress, if any, has there been in liberal thinking on international relations since Kant? 6. Are democratic peace theorists right, but for the wrong reasons? 7. Which strategy of dealing with globalization do you find more convincing, those who believe that states and institutions should maintain the current order or those who believe in reform driven by global civil society? 8. Is there a fundamental tension at the heart of liberalism between liberty and democracy? If so, how is this tension played out in the international domain? 9. Are liberal values and institutions in the contemporary international system as deeply embedded as neoliberals claim? 10. What liberal ideas, if any, have informed the George W. Bush administration's foreign policy? Guide to further reading. Liberalism in International Relations. Brown, C., Nardin, T., and Renger, N. eds. 2002, International Relations in Political Thought, Texts from the Ancient Greeks to the First World War, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. See especially the readings from Classical Liberal Thought in sections 7, 8, and 9. Doyle, M. 1997, Ways of War and Peace, New York, W. W. Norton. The best textbook on the principal theories of international relations. There are over 100 pages of analysis on liberalism in the book. See also, in a shorter and modified form, his article, Doyle, M. 1986, Liberalism and World Politics, American Political Science Review, 80, for 1151-69. Hoffman, S. 1987, Janus and Minerva, Boulder, Kernel, Westview Press 394-436. An excellent account of liberalism and its troubled relationship to international relations. Richardson, J.L. 1997, Contending Liberalisms, Past and Present, European Journal of International Relations, 3, 15-33. A thorough overview of liberalism in political thought and in international relations. Parts of the argument in this chapter mirror Richardson's article. Smith, M.J. 1992, Liberalism and International Reform, in T. Nardin and D. Maple, eds., Traditions of International Ethics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press 201-24. A comprehensive piece that draws out the premises of liberalism and in particular the belief in international organization. Wald, S. 1998, International Relations, One Worlds, Many Theories, Foreign Policy, 110, 29-46. Not only does this contain a useful short overview of liberalism, it highlights the imperfect application of liberal theory in practice. Liberalism in American and British Foreign Policy. Cox, M., Eikenberry, G.J., and Inoguchi, T. eds. 2000, American Democracy Promotion, Impulses, Strategies, and Impacts, Oxford, Oxford University Press 1-17. See especially the introduction which puts U.S. democracy promotion in context. Booth, K. and Dunn, T. eds. 1999, The Interregnum, Controversies in World Politics 1989-1999, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Contains a range of perspectives on the pattern of world power in the 1990s. Held, D., and McGrew, A. eds. 2002, The Global Transformation Reader, 2nd ed., Cambridge, Polity Press. A useful collection of essays with many contributors who represent radical liberalism. Paul, T.V., and Hall, J.A. eds. 1999, International Order and the Future of World Politics, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. See especially the essay on the role of liberal institutions by G. John Eikenberry, Liberal Hegemony and the Future of American Post-War Order, 123-45. Rhodes, E. 2003, The Imperial Logic of Bush's Liberal Agenda, Survival, 45, 131-54. The article advances an important argument about the liberal values incorporated in the Republican presidency of George W. Bush. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis_Smith 4e. Notes. 1. The term domestic analogy was used by Hedley Bull and later developed by Hidemi Shiganami. 2. Doyle classifies liberalism into the following strands: liberal pacifism, liberal imperialism, and liberal internationalism, 1986, 1151-69. 3. Between 1945 and 1990, there were 232 resolutions vetoed. Between 1990 and April 2004 there were only 17 vetoed. 4. Many of the leading pluralists of the 1970s embraced neoliberalism in the 1980s. Neoliberalism is often referred to in the literature as neoliberal institutionalism. 5. This is one statistic among many that throws the naive optimism of some liberal internationalists into sharp relief. For a detailed empirical analysis of globalization and development, see the UN Human Development Report 2003, freely available on the web at http://hdr.undp.org/report/global/2005/pdf/hdr05_chapter_1.pdf. Statistic found on p.36. Chapter 7. Contemporary Mainstream Approaches, Neorealism and Neoliberalism. Stephen L. Lamy. Reader's Guide. This chapter reviews the core assumptions of neorealism and neoliberalism and explores the debate between these intellectual siblings that has dominated mainstream academic scholarship in international relations in the United States. Realism and neorealism, and to some extent neoliberalism, have also had a profound impact on U.S. foreign policy. Neorealists dominate the world of security studies and neoliberals focus on political economy and more recently on issues like human rights and the environment. These theories do not offer starkly contrasting images of the world. Neorealists state that they are concerned with issues of survival. They claim that neoliberals are too optimistic about the possibilities for cooperation among states. Neoliberals counter with claims that all states have mutual interests and can gain from cooperation. Both are normative theories of a sort, biased towards the state, the capitalist market, and the status quo. The processes of globalization have forced neorealists and neoliberals to consider similar issues and address new challenges to international order. In the introduction, I discuss the various versions of neoliberalism and neorealism and ask the reader to consider how theory shapes our image of the world. Each theory represents an attempt by scholars to offer a better explanation for the behavior of states and describe the nature of international politics. Similarly, the more policy-relevant versions of these theories prescribe competing policy agendas. The next section reviews three versions of neorealism: Waltz's structural realism, Grieco's neorealism or modern realism, with its focus on absolute and relative gains, and what security scholars call offensive and defensive realism or neorealism. The third section of the chapter reviews the assumptions of neoliberal and neoliberal institutionalist perspectives. The fourth section focuses on the neo-neo debate. This is a debate that many U.S. scholars think is the most important intellectual issue in international relations today. Many other scholars see it as not much of a debate at all. It is a debate about refining common assumptions and about the future role and effectiveness of international institutions and the possibilities of cooperation. However, it is not a debate between mainstream and critical perspectives. It is a debate between rule makers and it leaves out the voices on the margins or the rule takers. In the fifth section of the chapter, I review how neorealists and neoliberal thinkers react to the processes of globalization. The chapter concludes with a suggestion that we are only seeing part of the world if we limit our studies to the neo-perspectives and the neo-neo debate. Introduction. The debate between neorealists and neoliberals has dominated mainstream international relations scholarship in the United States since the mid-1980s. Two of the major U.S. journals in the field, International Organization and International Security, are dominated by articles that address the relative merits of each theory and its value in explaining the world of international politics. Neorealism and neoliberalism are the progeny of realism and liberalism respectively. They are more than theories, they are paradigms or conceptual frameworks that define a field of study, and define an agenda for research and policy making. As previous chapters on liberalism and realism have suggested, there are many versions and interpretations of each paradigm or theory. Some realists are more hardline on issues such as defense or participation in international agreements, while other realists take more accommodating positions on these same issues. The previous chapter on liberalism provides a useful description of the varieties of this theory, and this chapter will explore those that have the greatest impact on academic discourse in the United States and on the people who develop U.S. foreign policy. This chapter will also show the considerable differences in how the scholarly and policy world define and use the labels neorealism and neoliberalism. For most academics, neorealism refers to Kenneth Waltz's theory of international politics, 1979. Waltz's theory emphasizes the importance of the structure of the international system and its role as the primary determinant of state behavior. Yet, most scholars and policy makers use neorealism to describe a recent or updated version of realism. Recently, in the area of security studies, some scholars use the terms offensive and defensive realism when discussing the current version of realism, or neorealism. In the academic world, neoliberal generally refers to neoliberal institutionalism or what is now called institutional theory by those writing in this theoretical domain. However, in the policy world, neoliberalism means something different. A neoliberal foreign policy promotes free trade or open markets and Western democratic values and institutions. Most of the leading Western states have joined the US-led chorus, calling for the enlargement of the community of democratic and capitalist nation-states. There is no other game in town. The financial and political institutions created after the Second World War have survived, and these provide the foundation for current political and economic power arrangements. In reality, neoliberal foreign policies tend not to be as wedded to the ideals of democratic peace, free trade, and open borders. National interests take precedence over morality and universal ideals, and, much to the dismay of traditional realists, economic interests are given priority over geopolitical ones. For students beginning their study of international relations, these labels and contending definitions can be confusing and frustrating. Yet, as you have learned in your reading of previous chapters in this volume, understanding these perspectives and theories is the only way you can hope to understand and explain how leaders and citizens alike see the world and respond to issues and events. This understanding may be more important when discussing neorealism and neoliberalism because they represent dominant perspectives in the policy world and in the U.S. academic community. There are clear differences between neorealism and neoliberalism, however, these differences should not be exaggerated. Robert Keohane, in Baldwin 1993, a neoliberal institutionalist, has stated that neoliberal institutionalism borrows equally from realism and liberalism. Both theories represent status quo perspectives and are what Robert Cox calls problem-solving theories, ch. 10. This means that both neorealism and neoliberalism address issues and problems that could disrupt the status quo, namely, the issues of security, conflict, and cooperation. Neither theory advances prescriptions for major reform or radical transformation of the international system. Rather, they are system maintainer theories, meaning that adherents are generally satisfied with the current international system and its actors, values, and power arrangements. These theories address different sets of issues. In general, neorealist theory focuses on issues of military security and war. Neoliberal theorists focus on issues of cooperation, international political economy, and, most recently, the environment. For neoliberal institutionalists, the core question for research is how to promote and support cooperation in an anarchic and competitive international system. For neorealists, the core research question is how to survive in this system. A review of the assumptions of each theory and an analysis of the contending positions in the so-called Neos debate and a discussion of how neoliberals and neorealists react to the processes of globalization follows. Key points. The neo-neo debate has been the dominant focus in international relations theory scholarship in the USA for the last 10 to 15 years. More than just theories, neorealism and neoliberalism represent paradigms or conceptual frameworks that shape individuals' images of the world and influence research priorities and policy debates and choices. There are several versions of neorealism or neoliberalism. Neoliberalism in the academic world refers most often to neoliberal institutionalism. In the policy world, neoliberalism is identified with the promotion of capitalism and Western democratic values and institutions. Rational choice approaches and game theory have been integrated into neorealist and neoliberal theory to explain policy choices and the behavior of states in conflict and cooperative situations. Neorealist and neoliberal theories are status quo-oriented problem-solving theories. They share many assumptions about actors, values, issues, and power arrangements in the international system. Neorealists and neoliberals study different worlds. Neorealists study security issues and are concerned with issues of power and survival. Neoliberals study political economy and focus on cooperation and institutions. Neorealism. Kenneth Waltz's theory of structural realism is only one version of neorealism. A second group of neorealists, represented by the scholarly contributions of Joseph Grieco, 1988a and 1988b, have integrated Waltz's ideas with the ideas of more traditional realists, such as Hans Morgenthau, Raymond Aron, Stanley Hoffmann, and Robert Gilpin, to construct a contemporary or modern realist profile. A third version of neorealism is found in security studies. Here scholars talk about offensive and defensive realists. These versions of neorealism are briefly reviewed in the next few pages. Structural realism. Waltz's neorealism is distinctive from traditional or classical realism in a number of ways. First, realism is primarily an inductive theory. For example, Hans Morgenthau would explain international politics by looking at the actions and interactions of the states in the system. Thus, the decision by Pakistan and India to test nuclear weapons would be explained by looking at the influence of military leaders in both states and the long-standing differences compounded by their geographic proximity. All of these explanations are unit or bottom-up explanations. Neorealists, such as Waltz, do not deny the importance of unit-level explanations, however, they believe that the effects of structure must be considered. According to Waltz, structure is defined by the ordering principle of the international system, which is anarchy, and the distribution of capabilities across units, which are states. Waltz also assumes that there is no differentiation of function between different units. The structure of the international system shapes all foreign policy choices. For a neorealist, a better explanation for India and Pakistan's nuclear testing would be anarchy or the lack of a common power or central authority to enforce rules and maintain order in the system. In a competitive system, this condition creates a need for weapons to survive. Additionally, in an anarchic system, states with greater power tend to have greater influence. A second difference between traditional realists and Waltz's neorealism is found in their view of power. To realists, power is an end in itself. States use power to gain more power and thus increase their influence and ability to secure their national interests. Although traditional realists recognize different elements of power, for example, economic resources and technology, military power is considered the most obvious element of a state's power. Waltz would not agree with those who say that military force is not as essential as it once was as a tool of statecraft. As recent conflicts in Russia, Iraq, Sudan, Lebanon, and Sri Lanka suggest, many leaders still believe that they can resolve their differences with force. For neorealists, power is more than the accumulation of military resources and the ability to use this power to coerce and control other states in the system. Waltz and other neorealists see power as the combined capabilities of a state. States are differentiated in the system by their power and not by their function. Power gives a state a place or position in the international system, and that shapes the state's behavior. During the Cold War, the USA and the USSR were positioned as the only two superpowers. Neorealists would say that such positioning explains the similarities in their behavior. The distribution of power and any dramatic changes in that distribution of power help to explain the structure of the international system. Specifically, states will seek to maintain their position or placement in the system. The end of the Cold War and the disintegration of the Soviet Empire upset the balance of power and, in the eyes of many neorealists, increased uncertainty and instability in the international system. Waltz concurs with traditional realists when he states that the central mechanism for order in the system is balance of power. The renewed emphasis on the importance of the United Nations and NATO and their interventions in crisis areas around the world may be indicative of the major powers' current search for order in the international system. Waltz would challenge neoliberal institutionalists who believe that we can manage the processes of globalization merely by building effective international institutions. See case study. He would argue that their effectiveness depends on the support of major powers. Case study 1: The underbelly of globalization, toxic waste dumping in the global south. Families in several villages near Abidjan, Ivory Coast awoke one summer morning to a horrible smell of rotten eggs, and many were suffering with burning eyes and nosebleeds. Eventually, 10 people died, thousands sought medical care, and children developed sores and blisters. The number of people seeking medical care overwhelmed the healthcare system in this region, and demonstrations against the government led to arrests and the resignation of key political officials. This is the kind of political and human security problem that we will see more of as the industrialized North dumps its waste and worn-out computers and cell phones on the poor South. What was the cause of this problem, and are there not laws or treaties aimed at addressing these kinds of issues? The source of this environmental and medical crisis was a stinking slick of black sludge that had been illegally dumped in 18 areas around Abidjan by tanker trucks hired by a local company with no experience in properly disposing of toxic materials. A Swiss oil and metals trading corporation that also leased the ship hired this local company. The Probo Koala had brought this deadly mix to the Ivory Coast from Amsterdam. Trafigura, the global trading firm, planned on properly disposing the petrochemical wastes in Amsterdam. But once fumes overcame workers cleaning the ship in Amsterdam, the Dutch disposal company stopped the process, ordered an analysis of the wastes, and alerted Dutch government authorities. An early analysis of the toxic waste showed concentrations of chemicals that could paralyze a person's nervous system and could kill. When the Amsterdam Waste Disposal Company raised its price because of this danger, the Probo Koala was allowed to take back its waste and sailed for Estonia to pick up Russian oil products and then on to Western Africa. Officials from Trafigura notified Ivorian officials that the ship was carrying toxic wastes, but they were still allowed to land in Abidjan. Both company officials and the government of the Ivory Coast were well aware that there were no facilities in Abidjan for properly disposing of this waste. The Ivorian company, Tommy, hired tanker trucks that were loaded with the toxic wastes from the Probo Koala. During the night, the tankers dumped their loads in 18 areas around the city of Abidjan. The disposal and dumping of toxic wastes is a global problem. As environmental regulations in the north become more stringent, corporations move to the south for dumping. Wastes follow the path of least resistance. Global corporations look for countries with weak laws and without the capacity or will to enforce any national or international laws aimed at regulating the waste disposal market. Who is responsible for this problem? How should it be managed? Neoliberal institutionalists believe that we can establish regimes or governing arrangements to manage trade in toxic wastes and prevent illegal dumping. In fact, a previous dumping incident in Koko, Nigeria, was a catalyst for a conference and treaty to govern the transnational movement of toxic wastes. At the Basel Convention in 1989, the Global South wanted an absolute ban on all toxic waste trade, and the Global North lobbied for a much weaker treaty. The first version of this treaty was ratified in 1992, and revisions in 1994 and 1998 have essentially banned the export of hazardous waste from north to south. Yet, enforcement depends on the cooperation of citizens, global corporations, and governments at all levels. At the time, this was considered a victory for the poor and advocates for environmental justice and human security for all. Unfortunately, the Ivory Coast case shows how difficult it is to manage the processes of globalization and to control those individuals who place profits over the well-being of people. For more information, Basel Action Network. A third difference between realism and Waltz's neorealism is each one's view on how states react to the condition of anarchy. To realists, anarchy is a condition of the system, and states react to it according to their size, location, domestic politics, and leadership qualities. In contrast, neorealists suggest that anarchy defines the system. Further, all states are functionally similar units, meaning that they all experience the same constraints presented by anarchy and strive to maintain their position in the system. Neorealists explain any differences in policy by differences in power or capabilities. Both Belgium and China recognize that one of the constraints of anarchy is the need for security to protect their national interests. Leaders in these countries may select different policy paths to achieve that security. A small country such as Belgium, with limited resources, responds to anarchy and the resulting security dilemma by joining alliances and taking an activist role in regional and international organizations, seeking to control the arms race. China, a major power and a large country, would most likely pursue a unilateral strategy of increasing military strength to protect and secure its interests. Relative and absolute gains. Joseph Grieco, 1988a, is one of several realist/neorealist scholars who focuses on the concepts of relative and absolute gains. Grieco claims that states are interested in increasing their power and influence, absolute gains, and, thus, will cooperate with other states or actors in the system to increase their capabilities. However, Grieco claims that states are also concerned with how much power and influence other states might achieve, relative gains, in any cooperative endeavor. This situation can be used to show a key difference between neoliberals and neorealists. Neoliberals claim that cooperation does not work when states fail to follow the rules and cheat to secure their national interests. Neorealists claim that there are two barriers to international cooperation: cheating and the relative gains of other actors. Further, when states fail to comply with rules that encourage cooperation, other states may abandon multilateral activity and act unilaterally. The likelihood of states abandoning international cooperative efforts is increased if participants see other states gaining more from the arrangement. If states agree to a ban on the production and use of landmines, all of the signatories to the treaty will be concerned about compliance. Institutions will be established to enforce the treaty. Neorealists argue that leaders must be vigilant for cheaters and must focus on those states that could gain a military advantage when this weapons system is removed. In some security situations, landmines may be the only effective deterrent against a neighboring state with superior land forces. In this situation, the relative gains issue is one of survival. In a world of uncertainty and competition, the fundamental question, according to Grieco and others who share his view of neorealism, is not whether all parties gain from the cooperation, but who will gain more if we cooperate. Security studies and neorealism. Recently, security studies scholars, primarily in the USA, have suggested a more nuanced version of a realism that reflects their interests in understanding the nature of the security threats presented by the international system and the strategy options states must pursue to survive and prosper in the system. These two versions of neorealism, offensive and defensive realism, many scholars in this area prefer to be called modern realists and not neorealists, are more policy relevant than Waltz and Grieco's version of neorealism and, thus, may be seen as more prescriptive than the other versions. Jervis 1999. Box 7.1 Core Assumptions of Neorealists. States and other actors interact in an anarchic environment. This means that there is no central authority to enforce rules and norms or protect the interests of the larger global community. The structure of the system is a major determinant of actor behavior. States are self-interest oriented, and an anarchic and competitive system pushes them to favor self-help over cooperative behavior. States are rational actors, selecting strategies to maximize benefits and minimize losses. The most critical problem presented by anarchy is survival. States see all other states as potential enemies and threats to their national security. This distrust and fear creates a security dilemma, and this motivates the policies of most states. Offensive neorealists appear to accept most of Waltz's ideas and a good portion of the assumptions of traditional realism. Defensive neorealists suggest that our assumptions of relations with other states depend on whether they are friends or enemies. When dealing with friends such as the European Union, the assumptions governing U.S. leaders are more akin to those promoted by neoliberals. However, there is little difference between defensive and offensive neorealists when they are dealing with expansionary or pariah states, or traditional enemies. John Mearsheimer, 1990, 1994/5, an offensive realist in security studies, suggests that relative power and not absolute power is most important to states. He would suggest that leaders of countries should pursue security policies that weaken their potential enemies and increase their power relative to all others. In this era of globalization, the incompatibility of states' goals and interests enhances the competitive nature of an anarchic system and makes conflict as inevitable as cooperation. Thus, talk of reducing military budgets at the end of the Cold War was considered by offensive neorealists to be pure folly. Leaders must always be prepared for an expansionary state that will challenge the global order. Moreover, if the major powers begin a campaign of disarmament and reduce their power relative to other states, they are simply inviting these expansionary states to attack. John Mearsheimer and Stephen Walt, 2003, were critical of the decision by George W. Bush to go to war in Iraq. They argue that the Bush administration inflated the threat by misleading the world about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction and its links to terrorists who might attack the USA in the future. More importantly for security neorealists, this war was unnecessary because the containment of Iraq was working effectively and there was no compelling strategic rationale for this war. The war with Iraq will cost the USA billions of dollars and it has already required a tremendous commitment of US military forces. With Iraq, Afghanistan, and the global war on terrorism, the US military is overextended. The unilateralism of the Bush administration concerns both offensive and defensive neorealists because it hurts the absolute and relative power of the USA. Defensive neorealists Robert Jervis, 1999, and Jack Snyder, 1991, claim that most leaders understand that the costs of war clearly outweigh the benefits. The use of military force for conquest and expansion is a security strategy that most leaders reject in this age of complex interdependence and globalization. War remains a tool of statecraft for some, however, most wars are seen by citizens and leaders alike to be caused by irrational or dysfunctional forces within a society, such as excessive militarism or ethno-nationalism. Defensive neorealists are often confused with neoliberals. Although they have some sympathy for the neoliberal argument that war can be avoided by creating security institutions, for example, alliances or arms control treaties, that diminish the security dilemma and provide mutual security for participating states, they do not see institutions as the most effective way to prevent all wars. Most believe that conflict is simply unavoidable in some situations. First, aggressive and expansionary states do exist and they challenge world order and, second, simply in pursuit of their national interests, some states may make conflict with others unavoidable. Defensive neorealists are more optimistic than are offensive neorealists. However, they are considerably less optimistic than neoliberals for several reasons. Jervis 1999. First, defensive neorealists see conflict as unnecessary only in a subset of situations, for example, economic relations. Second, leaders can never be certain that an aggressive move by a state, for example, support for a revolutionary movement in a neighboring state, is an expansionary action intended to challenge the existing order or simply a preventive policy aimed at protecting their security. Third, Defensive realists challenge the neoliberal view that it is relatively easy to find areas where national interests might converge and become the basis for cooperation and institution building. Although they recognize that areas of common or mutual interests exist, defensive neorealists are concerned about non-compliance or cheating by states, especially in security policy areas. Key points. Kenneth Waltz's structural realism has had a major impact on scholars in international relations. Waltz claims that the structure of the international system is the key factor in shaping the behavior of states. Waltz's neorealism also expands our view of power and capabilities. However, he agrees with traditional realists when he states that major powers still determine the nature of the international system. Structural realists minimize the importance of national attributes as determinants of a state's foreign policy behavior. To these neorealists, all states are functionally similar units, experiencing the same constraints presented by anarchy. Structural realists accept many assumptions of traditional realism. They believe that force remains an important and effective tool of statecraft and balance of power is still the central mechanism for order in the system. Joseph Grieco represents a group of neorealists or modern realists who are critical of neoliberal institutionalists who claim states are mainly interested in absolute gains. Grieco claims that all states are interested in both absolute and relative gains. How gains are distributed is an important issue. Thus, there are two barriers to international cooperation: fear of those who might not follow the rules and the relative gains of others. Scholars in security studies present two versions of neorealism or modern realism. Offensive neorealists emphasize the importance of relative power. Like traditional realists, they believe that conflict is inevitable in the international system and leaders must always be wary of expansionary powers. Defensive realists are often confused with neoliberal institutionalists. They recognize the costs of war and assume that it usually results from irrational forces in a society. However, they admit that expansionary states willing to use military force make it impossible to live in a world without weapons. Cooperation is possible, but it is more likely to succeed in relations with friendly states. Neoliberalism. As the previous chapter on liberalism indicates, there are a number of versions of the theory and all have their progeny in contemporary neoliberal debates. David Baldwin, 1993, identified four varieties of liberalism that influence contemporary international relations: commercial, republican, sociological, and liberal institutionalism. The first, commercial liberalism, advocates free trade and a market or capitalist economy as the way towards peace and prosperity. Today, this view is promoted by global financial institutions, most of the major trading states, and multinational corporations. The neoliberal orthodoxy is championed by popular authors like Thomas Friedman, 2005, and argues that free trade, private property rights and free markets will lead to a richer, more innovative, and more tolerant world. Republican liberalism states that democratic states are more inclined to respect the rights of their citizens and are less likely to go to war with their democratic neighbors. In current scholarship, this view is presented as democratic peace theory. These two forms of liberalism, commercial and republican, have been combined to form the core foreign policy goals of many of the world's major powers. In sociological liberalism, the notion of community and the process of interdependence are important elements. As transnational activities increase, people in distant lands are linked and their governments become more interdependent. As a result, it becomes more difficult and more costly for states to act unilaterally and to avoid cooperation with neighbors. The cost of war or other deviant behavior increases for all states and, eventually, a peaceful international community is built. Many of the assumptions of sociological liberalism are represented in the current globalization literature dealing with popular culture and civil society. Liberal institutionalism or neoliberal institutionalism is considered by many scholars to present the most convincing challenge to realist and neorealist thinking. The roots of this version of neoliberalism are found in the functional integration scholarship of the 1940s and the 1950s and regional integration studies of the 1960s. These studies suggest that the way towards peace and prosperity is to have independent states pool their resources and even surrender some of their sovereignty to create integrated communities to promote economic growth or respond to regional problems. CCH 25. The European Union is one such institution that began as regional community for encouraging multilateral cooperation in the production of coal and steel. Proponents of integration and community building were motivated to challenge dominant realist thinking because of the experiences of the two world wars. Rooted in liberal thinking, integration theories promoted after the Second World War were less idealistic and more pragmatic than the liberal internationalism that dominated policy debates after the First World War. The third generation of liberal institutional scholarship was the transnationalism and complex interdependence of the 1970s, Keohane and Nye 1972-1977. Theorists in these camps presented arguments that suggested that the world had become more pluralistic in terms of actors involved in international interactions and that these actors had become more dependent on each other. Complex interdependence presented a world with four characteristics: 1. Increasing linkages among states and non-state actors; 2. A new agenda of international issues with no distinction between low and high politics; 3. A recognition of multiple channels for interaction among actors across national boundaries; and 4. The decline of the efficacy of military force as a tool of statecraft. Complex interdependence scholars would suggest that globalization represents an increase in linkages and channels for interaction, as well as in the number of interconnections. Neoliberal institutionalism or institutional theory shares many of the assumptions of neorealism. However, its adherents claim that neorealists focus excessively on conflict and competition, and minimize the chances for cooperation even in an anarchic international system. Neoliberal institutionalists see institutions as the mediator and the means to achieve cooperation among actors in the system. Currently, neoliberal institutionalists are focusing their research on issues of global governance and the creation and maintenance of institutions associated with managing the processes of globalization. For neoliberal institutionalists, the focus on mutual interests extends beyond trade and development issues. With the end of the Cold War, states were forced to address new security concerns like the threat of terrorism, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and an increasing number of internal conflicts that threatened regional and global security. Graham Allison, 2000, states that one of the consequences of the globalization of security concerns like terrorism, drug trafficking, and pandemics like HIV/AIDS is the realization that threats to any country's security cannot be addressed unilaterally. Successful responses to security threats require the creation of regional and global regimes that promote cooperation among states and the coordination of policy responses to these new security threats. Robert Keohane, 2002b, suggests that one result of the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the USA was the creation of a very broad coalition against terrorism, involving a large number of states and key global and regional institutions. Neoliberals support cooperative multilateralism and are generally critical of the preemptive and unilateral use of force as is condoned in the 2002 Bush Doctrine. Most neoliberals would believe that the US-led war with Iraq did more to undermine the legitimacy and influence of global and regional security institutions that operated so successfully in the First Gulf War, 1990-1, and continue to work effectively in Afghanistan. The core assumptions of neoliberal institutionalists include: states are key actors in international relations, but not the only significant actors. States are rational or instrumental actors, always seeking to maximize their interests in all issue areas. In this competitive environment, states seek to maximize absolute gains through cooperation. Rational behavior leads states to see value in cooperative behavior. States are less concerned with gains or advantages achieved by other states in cooperative arrangements. The greatest obstacle to successful cooperation is non-compliance or cheating by states. Cooperation is never without problems, but states will shift loyalty and resources to institutions if these are seen as mutually beneficial and if they provide states with increasing opportunities to secure their international interests. The neoliberal institutional perspective is more relevant in issue areas where states have mutual interests. For example, most world leaders believe that we will all benefit from an open trade system, and many support trade rules that protect the environment. Institutions have been created to manage international behavior in both areas. The neoliberal view may have less relevance in areas in which states have no mutual interests. Thus, cooperation in military or national security areas, where someone's gain is perceived as someone else's loss, a zero-sum perspective, may be more difficult to achieve. Key points. Contemporary neoliberalism has been shaped by the assumptions of commercial, republican, sociological, and institutional liberalism. Commercial and republican liberalism provide the foundation for current neoliberal thinking in Western governments. These countries promote free trade and democracy in their foreign policy programs. Neoliberal institutionalism, the other side of the neo-neo debate, is rooted in the functional integration theoretical work of the 1950s and 1960s and the complex interdependence and transnational studies literature of the 1970s and 1980s. Neoliberal institutionalists see institutions as the mediator and the means to achieve cooperation in the international system. Regimes and institutions help govern a competitive and anarchic international system, and they encourage, and at times require, multilateralism and cooperation as a means of securing national interests. Neoliberal institutionalists recognize that cooperation may be harder to achieve in areas where leaders perceive they have no mutual interests. Neoliberals believe that states cooperate to achieve absolute gains, and the greatest obstacle to cooperation is cheating or non-compliance by other states. The neo-neo debate. By now it should be clear that the neos debate is not particularly contentious, nor is the intellectual difference between the two theories significant. As was suggested earlier in the chapter, neorealists and neoliberals share an epistemology. They focus on similar questions and agree on a number of assumptions about man, the state, and the international system. A summary of the major points of contention is presented in Box 7.2. If anything, the current neoliberal institutionalist literature appears to try hard to prove that they are a part of the neorealist/realist family. As Robert Jervis, 1999, 43, states, there is not much of a gap between the two theories. As evidence of this, he quotes Robert Keohane and Lisa Martin, 1999, 3. For better or worse, institutional theory is a half-sibling of neorealism. Box 7.2. The main features of the neorealist/neoliberal debate. 1. Both agree that the international system is anarchic. Neorealists say that anarchy puts more constraints on foreign policy and that neoliberals minimize the importance of survival as the goal of each state. Neoliberals claim that neorealists minimize the importance of international interdependence, globalization, and the regimes created to manage these interactions. 2. Neorealists believe that international cooperation will not happen unless states make it happen. They feel that it is hard to achieve, difficult to maintain, and dependent on state power. Neoliberals believe that cooperation is easy to achieve in areas where states have mutual interests. 3. Neoliberals think that actors with common interests try to maximize absolute gains. Neorealists claim that neoliberals overlook the importance of relative gains. Neoliberals want to maximize the total amount of gains for all parties involved, whereas the neorealists believe that the fundamental goal of states in cooperative relationships is to prevent others from gaining more. 4. Neorealists state that anarchy requires states to be preoccupied with relative power, security, and survival in a competitive international system. Neoliberals are more concerned with economic welfare or international political economy issues and other non-military issue areas such as international environmental concerns. 5. Neorealists emphasize the capabilities, power, of state over the intentions and interests of states. Capabilities are essential for security and independence. Neorealists claim that uncertainty about the intentions of other states forces states to focus on their capabilities. Neoliberals emphasize intentions and preferences. 6. Neoliberals see institutions and regimes as significant forces in international relations. Neorealists state that neoliberals exaggerate the impact of regimes and institutions on state behavior. Neoliberals claim that they facilitate cooperation, and neorealists say that they do not mitigate the constraining effects of anarchy on cooperation. Adapted from Baldwin 1993, 4-8. The following reviews key aspects of this debate. With regard to anarchy, both theories share several assumptions. First, they agree that anarchy means that there is no common authority to enforce any rules or laws constraining the behavior of states or other actors. Neoliberal institutionalists and neorealists agree that anarchy encourages states to act unilaterally and to promote self-help behavior. The condition of anarchy also makes cooperation more difficult to achieve. However, neorealists tend to be more pessimistic and to see the world as much more competitive and conflictive. To most neorealists, international relations is a struggle for survival, and in every interaction, there is a chance of a loss of power to a future competitor or enemy. For neoliberal institutionalists, international relations is competitive. However, the opportunities for cooperation in areas of mutual interest may mitigate the effects of anarchy. Some scholars suggest that the real difference between the neos is that they study different worlds. The neoliberal institutionalists focus their scholarship on political economy, the environment, and human rights issues. Neoliberals work in what we once called the low politics arena, issues related to human security and the good life. Their assumptions work better in these issue areas. Neorealists tend to dominate the security studies area. They study issues of international security or what was once called the high politics issues. Many neorealists assume that what distinguishes the study of international relations from political science is the emphasis on issues of survival. For neoliberal institutionalists, foreign policy is now about managing complex interdependence and the various processes of globalization. It is also about responding to problems that threaten the economic well-being, if not the survival, of people around the world. Foreign policy leaders must find ways to manage financial markets so that the gap between rich and poor does not become insurmountable. These same leaders must find ways to deal with toxic waste dumping that threaten clean water supplies in developing states. The anodyne for neoliberal institutionalists is to create institutions to manage issue areas where states have mutual interests. Creating, maintaining, and further empowering these institutions is the future of foreign policy for neoliberal institutionalists. Neorealists take a more state-centric view of foreign policy. They recognize international relations as a world of cooperation and conflict. However, close to their traditional realist roots, neorealists see foreign policy as dominated by issues of national security and survival. The most effective tool of statecraft is still force or the threat of force, and, even in these times of globalization, states must continue to look after their own interests. All states, in the language of the neorealists, are egoistic value maximizers. Neorealists accept the existence of institutions and regimes and recognize their role as tools or instruments of statecraft. From a neorealist view, states work to establish these regimes and institutions if they serve their interests, absolute gain, and they continue to support these same regimes and institutions if the cooperative activities promoted by the institution do not unfairly advantage other states, relative gains. Neorealists also would agree that institutions can shape the content and direction of foreign policy in certain issue areas and when the issue at hand is not central to the security interests of a given state. Neoliberals agree that, once established, institutions can do more than shape or influence the foreign policy of states. Institutions can promote a foreign policy agenda by providing critical information and expertise. Institutions also may facilitate policy making and encourage more cooperation at local, national, and international levels. They often serve as a catalyst for coalition building among state and non-state actors. Recent work on environmental institutions suggests that they can promote changes in national policies and actually encourage both national and international policies that address environmental problems. Haas, Keohane, and Levy 1993. A major issue of contention in the debate is the notion that institutions have become significant in international relations. Further, they can make a difference by helping to resolve global and regional problems and encourage cooperation rather than conflict. Neoliberal institutionalists expect an increase in the number of institutions and an increase in cooperative behavior. They predict that these institutions will have a greater role in managing the processes of globalization and that states will come to the point where they realize that acting unilaterally or limiting cooperative behavior will not lead to the resolution or management of critical global problems. Ultimately, neoliberal institutionalists claim that the significance of these institutions as players in the game of international politics will increase substantially. Neorealists recognize that these institutions are likely to become more significant in areas of mutual interest, where national security interests are not at stake. However, the emphasis that states place on relative gains will limit the growth of institutions and will always make cooperation difficult. For neorealists, the important question is not will we all gain from this cooperation, but who will gain more. What is left out of the debate? One could argue that the neo-neo debate leaves out a great number of issues. Perhaps with a purpose, it narrows the agenda of international relations. It is not a debate about some of the most critical questions like why war, or why inequality in the international system. Remember, this is a debate that occurs within the mainstream of international relations scholarship. Neorealists and neoliberal institutionalists agree on the questions, they simply offer different responses. Some important issues are left out and assumptions about international politics may be overlooked. As a student of international relations, you should be able to identify the strengths and weaknesses of a theory. Let us consider three possible areas for discussion: the role of domestic politics, learning, and political globalization. Both theories assume that states are value maximizers and that anarchy constrains the behavior of states. But, what about domestic forces that might promote a more cooperative strategy to address moral or ethical issues? Neorealist assumptions suggest a sameness in foreign policy that may not be true. How do we account for the moral dimensions of foreign policy, such as development assistance given to poor states which have no strategic or economic value to the donor? Or how do we explain domestic interests that promote isolationist policies in the USA at a time when system changes would suggest international activism might result in both absolute and relative gains? We may need to challenge Waltz and ask if the internal makeup of a state matters. All politics is now global and local, and neorealists especially, but also neoliberals, must pay attention to what goes on inside a state. Issues of political culture, identity, and domestic political games must be considered. We must assume that leaders and citizens alike learn something from their experiences. The lessons of two world wars prompted Europeans to set aside issues of sovereignty and nationalism and build an economic community. Although some neoliberal institutionalists recognize the importance of learning, in general neither theory explores the possibility that states will learn and may shift from a traditional self-interest perspective to an emphasis on common interests. There may be a momentum to cooperation and institution building that both theories underestimate. Can we assume that institutions and cooperation have had some impact on conditions of anarchy? Both neorealists and neoliberals neglect the fact the political activities may be shifting away from the state. A number of scholars have suggested that one of the most significant outcomes of globalization is the emergence of global or transnational political advocacy networks, Keck and Sickink 1998. Institutions promoted primarily by these advocacy networks have had a major impact on human rights issues such as child labor and security. Key points. The neo-neo debate is not a debate between two polar opposite worldviews. They share an epistemology, focus on similar questions, and agree on a number of assumptions about international politics. This is an intra-paradigm debate. Neoliberal institutionalists and neorealists study different worlds of international politics. Neorealists focus on security and military issues. Neoliberal institutionalists focus on political economy, environmental issues, and, lately, human rights issues. Neorealists explain that all states must be concerned with the absolute and relative gains that result from international agreements and cooperative efforts. Neoliberal institutionalists are less concerned about relative gains and consider that all will benefit from absolute gains. Neorealists are more cautious about cooperation and remind us that the world is still a competitive place where self-interest rules. Neoliberal institutionalists believe that states and other actors can be persuaded to cooperate if they are convinced that all states will comply with rules and cooperation will result in absolute gains. This debate does not discuss many important issues that challenge some of the core assumptions of each theory. For example, neorealism cannot explain foreign policy behavior that challenges the norm of national interest over human interests. Globalization has contributed to a shift in political activity away from the state. Transnational social movements have forced states to address critical international issues and in several situations that have supported the establishment of institutions that promote further cooperation, and fundamentally challenge the power of states. Neoliberals and neorealists on globalization. As I suggested earlier in this chapter, most neorealists do not think that globalization changes the game of international politics much at all. States might require more resources and expertise to maintain their sovereignty, but neorealists think most evidence suggests that states are increasing their expenditures and their jurisdictions over a wide variety of areas. Ultimately, we still all look to the state to solve the problems we face, and the state still has a monopoly over the legal use of coercive power. Most neorealists assume that conditions of anarchy and competition accentuate the concerns for absolute and relative gains. As Waltz suggested in a recent article on the topic, terms of political, economic, and military competition are set by the larger units of the international political system, Waltz 2000, 53. Waltz recognizes that globalization presents new policy challenges for nation-states, but he denies that the state is being pushed aside by new global actors. The state remains the primary force in international relations and has expanded its power to effectively manage the processes of globalization. What neorealists are most concerned with is the new security challenges presented by globalization. Two examples follow. Neorealists are concerned with the uneven nature of economic globalization. Inequality in the international system may be the greatest security threat in the future. People without food are inclined to seek change, and often that change will be violent. Economic globalization can also accentuate existing differences in societies, creating instability in strategic regions, thereby challenging world order. Most neorealists would claim that forces of globalization challenge sovereignty. However, states have not lost their authority and control. Yet, globalization has had a significant impact on domestic politics and the existing power structures. Transnational social movements, XMOs, and global advocacy networks have successfully shifted many political issues away from the state. For example, some neorealists are concerned that the power and security of the state are being undermined by political movements seeking to force states to make new rules that control the use of nuclear and conventional weapons. These movements deftly use the press, the internet, and activist networks to challenge many of the core assumptions of the dominant realist/neorealist policy perspective. Realists and neorealists tend to favor elitist models of decision-making, especially in security areas. Some neorealists have expressed concern that globalization might contribute to an unwanted democratization of politics in critical security areas, ch 13. Their concern is that expertise will be overwhelmed by public emotions. Box 7.3 Neoliberalism and its current critics. Critical voices. Free trade theorists claim that the rising tide will lift all boats, providing broad, economic benefits to all levels of society. The evidence so far clearly shows that it lifts only yachts. Barker and Mander 1999, 4. After 20 years of carefully following international economic rules such as free trade, price deregulation, and privatization as promoted by the neoliberal Washington Consensus, several Latin American countries have elected new governments that are more concerned about uneven economic growth and greater inequalities within their countries. Venezuela, Bolivia, and Ecuador have new leaders who are hostile to privatization schemes and who are not afraid of nationalizing foreign corporations to address much-needed social programs in their countries. Many of these socialist governments are supported by native peoples or indigenous groups who are concerned with the foreign ownership of natural resources like coal, oil, and gas. Danny Roderick, 1997, argues that globalization raises the mobility of capital, making it very difficult for governments to tax profit. Thus profits from energy resources are not available for social programs like health, education, and poverty reduction. The leader of this 21st century socialist revolution is Hugo Chavez, the president of Venezuela. He is building a Latin American coalition to challenge U.S. military and political hegemony and neoliberal orthodoxy in the Latin American region and the world. Neoliberal defenders. The benefits of globalization are clear to neoliberal free market advocates, and these advocates believe that those who fight against these processes suffer from global phobia and neglect to appreciate key benefits of a global economy. First, the more global the economy, the more manufacturers or producers in a given country can take advantage of commodities, production processes, and markets in other countries. Second, globalization encourages the diffusion of knowledge and technology, which increases the opportunities for economic growth worldwide. Third, the rich countries and corporations in the global north have capital that they will lend to developing states for economic growth if these states accept the rules of the neoliberal economic system. Fourth and finally, if trade barriers are minimal and government takes a minor role in trying to manage their economy, the chances for government corruption and political interference are greatly reduced. Most neoliberals have incredible faith in the market and believe that globalization will encourage further economic integration among public and private actors in the economy. Private forms of economic integration are increasing across the world. Banks, investment firms, and industries are merging, linking Europe with the USA, China with Africa, and Russia with Colorado. Neoliberals predict that the globalization momentum will increase due to the declining costs of transportation, technology, and communications. Distance is disappearing. Adapted from Baylis et al. 1998. Most of the discussion of globalization among neoliberals falls into two categories: 1. A free market commercial neoliberalism that dominates policy circles throughout the world, and 2. Academic neoliberal institutionalism that promotes regimes and institutions as the most effective means of managing the globalization process. The end of the Cold War was the end of the Soviet experiment in command economics, and it left capitalism and free market ideas with few challengers in international economic institutions and national governments. Free market neoliberals believe that governments should not fight globalization or attempt to slow it down. These neoliberals want minimal government interference in the national or global market. From this perspective, institutions should promote rules and norms that keep the market open and discourage states that attempt to interfere with market forces. Other more social democratic neoliberals support institutions and regimes that manage the economic processes of globalization as a means to prevent the uneven flow of capital and other resources that might widen the gap between rich and poor states. Recent demonstrations against global economic institutions in the USA and Europe suggest that there are many who feel that the market is anything but fair. People marching in the streets of London and Seattle called for global institutions that provide economic well-being for all and for reformed institutions that promote social justice, ecological balance, and human rights. See Box 7.3. The critics of economic globalization state that governments will have to extend their jurisdictions and intervene more extensively in the market to address these concerns, as well as open the market and all of its opportunities to those people now left out. Given the current neoliberal thinking, this kind of radical change is unlikely. Key points. Neorealists think that states are still the principal actors in international politics. Globalization challenges some areas of state authority and control, but politics is still international. Neorealists are concerned about new security challenges resulting from uneven globalization, namely, inequality and conflict. Globalization provides opportunities and resources for transnational social movements that challenge the authority of states in various policy areas. Neorealists are not supportive of any movement that seeks to open critical security issues to public debate. Free market neoliberals believe globalization is a positive force. Eventually, all states will benefit from the economic growth promoted by the forces of globalization. They believe that states should not fight globalization or attempt to control it with unwanted political interventions. Some neoliberals believe that states should intervene to promote capitalism with a human face or a market that is more sensitive to the needs and interests of all the people. New institutions can be created and older ones reformed to prevent the uneven flow of capital, promote environmental sustainability, and protect the rights of citizens. Conclusion: narrowing the agenda of international relations. Neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism are status quo rationalist theories. They are theories firmly embraced by mainstream scholars and by key decision-makers in many countries. There are some differences between these theories, although these differences are minor compared to the issues that divide reflectivist and rationalist theories and critical and problem-solving theories, ch. 10. In scholarly communities, neorealism generally represents an attempt to make realism more theoretically rigorous. Waltz's emphasis on system structure and its impact on the behavior of states leads one to conclude that international relations is not explained by looking inside the state. Neorealists who reduce international politics to microeconomic rational choice or instrumental thinking also minimize the idiosyncratic attributes of individual decision-makers and the different cultural and historical factors that shape politics within a state. These more scientific and parsimonious versions of neorealism offer researchers some powerful explanations of state behavior. However, do these explanations offer a complete picture of a given event or a policy choice? Does neorealist scholarship narrow the research agenda? Recently, neorealist scholars were criticized for their inability to explain the end of the Cold War and other major transformations in the international system. Neorealists minimize the importance of culture, traditions, and identity, all factors that shaped the emergence of new communities that helped to transform the Soviet Empire. Contributions by neorealists in security studies have had a significant impact on the policy community. Both defensive and offensive neorealists claim that the world remains competitive and uncertain, and the structure of the international system makes power politics the dominant policy paradigm. This fits with the interests and belief systems of most military strategists and foreign policy decision-makers in positions of power in the world today. This continues the realist tradition that has dominated international politics for centuries, and it suggests that the criticisms of the realist/neorealist tradition may be limited to the academic world. However, critical perspectives, inside and outside the academic world, are causing some realists/neorealists to re-examine their assumptions about how this world works. Certainly, defensive neorealists represent a group of scholars and potential policy advisors who understand the importance of multilateralism and the need to build effective institutions to prevent arms races that might lead to war. There is some change, but the agenda remains state-centric and focused on military security issues. Neoliberalism, whether the policy variety or the academic neoliberal institutionalism, is a rejection of the more utopian or cosmopolitan versions of liberalism. U.S. foreign policy since the end of the Cold War has involved a careful use of power to spread an American version of liberal democracy, peace through trade, investment, and commerce. In the last few years, U.S. foreign policy has promoted business and markets over human rights, the environment, and social justice. Washington's brand of neoliberalism has been endorsed by many of the world's major powers and smaller trading states. The dominant philosophy of statecraft has become a form of pragmatic meliorism, with markets and Western democratic institutions as the chosen means for improving our lives. Again, we see a narrowing of choices and a narrowing of the issues and ideas that define our study of international politics. Neoliberal institutionalism, with its focus on cooperation, institutions, and regimes, may offer the broadest agenda of issues and ideas for scholars and policy makers. Neoliberal institutionalists are now asking if institutions matter in a variety of issue areas. Scholars are asking important questions about the impact of international regimes and institutions on domestic politics and the ability of institutions to promote rules and norms that encourage environmental sustainability, human rights, and economic development. It is interesting that many neoliberal institutionalists in the USA find it necessary to emphasize their intellectual relationship with neorealists and ignore their connections with the English school and more cosmopolitan versions of liberalism, CCH 6. The emphasis on the shared assumptions with neorealism presents a further narrowing of the agenda of international politics. A neoliberal institutional perspective that focuses on the nature of international society or community and the importance of institutions as promoters of norms and values may be more appropriate for understanding and explaining contemporary international politics. Every theory leaves something out. No theories can claim to offer a picture of the world that is complete. No theory has exclusive claims to the truth. Theories in international politics offer insights into the behavior of states. Realists and neorealists give great insights into power, conflict, and the politics of survival. However, neorealism does not help us understand the impact of economic interdependence on state behavior or the potential effects of institutions and regimes on domestic politics. Here is where neoliberal institutionalism helps us construct a picture of international politics. Theories empower some actors and policy strategies and dismiss others. Neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism are theories that address status quo issues and consider questions about how to keep the system operating. These theories do not raise questions about the dominant belief system or the distribution of power, and how these may be connected to conditions of poverty and violence. As you continue your studies in international politics, be critical of the theories being presented. Which theories explain the most? Which theory helps you make sense of this world? What does your theory leave out? Who or what perspective does the theory empower? Who or what view of the world is left out? Questions. 1. What are the similarities between traditional realism and neorealism? 2. What are the intellectual foundations of neoliberal institutionalism? 3. What assumptions about international politics are shared by neoliberals and neorealists? What are the significant differences between these two theories? 4. How do you react to those who say that the neo-neo debate is not much of a debate at all? Is this merely an academic debate, or has this discussion had any influence on foreign policy? 5. Do you think globalization will have any impact on neorealist and neoliberal thinking? Is either theory useful in trying to explain and understand the globalization process? 6. What do defensive and offensive neorealists believe? How important are their theories to military strategists? 7. What is the difference between relative and absolute gains? What role do these concepts play in neorealist thinking? In neoliberal thinking? 8. How might the proliferation of institutions in various policy areas influence the foreign policy process in major, middle-ranking, and small states? Do you think these institutions will mitigate the effects of anarchy as neoliberals claim? 9. Why do you think neorealism and neoliberalism maintain such dominance in U.S. international relations scholarship? 10. If we study international politics as defined by neorealists and neoliberal institutionalists, what are the issues and controversies we would focus on? What is left out of our study of international politics? Guide to further reading. General surveys with excellent coverage of the neorealist and neoliberal perspectives. Doyle, Michael, 1997, Ways of War and Peace, New York, W. W. Norton. Discusses the antecedents to neorealism and neoliberalism. Excellent sections on Hobbes and structural realism and varieties of liberalism. Halliday, F. 1994, Rethinking International Relations, Vancouver, University of British Columbia Press. Lively and honest analysis of the current theoretical debates. Mandelbaum, M. 2002, The Ideas That Conquered the World, New York, Public Affairs. An excellent review of the core ideas of peace, democracy, and free market capitalism. Liberalism is discussed as the sole surviving ideology as the Cold War ended. For the more advanced student of international relations. Smith, S., Booth, K., and Zalewski, M. eds. 1996, International Relations Theory and Beyond, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press. Excellent on critical theory and challenges to rationalist approaches. For more information on the neoliberal/neorealist debate. Baldwin, D. ed. 1993, Neorealism and Neoliberalism, The Contemporary Debate, New York, Columbia University Press. Includes reflections on the debate section with articles by Grieco and Keohane. Doyle, M., and Eikenberry, G.J. eds. 1997, New Thinking in International Relations Theory, Boulder, Kernel, Westview Press. The chapters by Grieco on realism and world politics and Weber on institutions and change are very useful. Kegley, C. ed. 1995, Controversies in International Relations Theory, Realism and the Neoliberal Challenge, New York, St. Martin's Press. The first part of the text includes excellent chapters by Waltz, Holsty, Doyle, and Grieco. Security and Neorealism. Brown, M.E., Lynn Jones, S.M., and Miller, S.E. eds. 1995, The Perils of Anarchy, Contemporary Realism and International Security, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press. A collection of essays from International Security. Mearsheimer, J. 2003, The Tragedy of Great Power Politics, New York, W. W. Norton. The author presents the basics of his offensive realist theory of world politics and uses historical evidence to support his position that all states seek to survive by maximizing their power. And Walt, S. 2003, An Unnecessary War, Foreign Policy, January-Feb 51-9. The article raises several serious concerns about how the Bush administration distorted the facts to justify the war with Iraq. Neoliberalism and Neoliberal Institutionalism. Allison, G. 2000, The Impact of Globalization on National and International Security, in J.S. Nye and J.D. Donahue, eds., Governance in a Globalizing World, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution Press 72-85. A very useful survey. Friedman, T. 2005, The World is Flat, A Brief History of the 21st Century. New York, Farrar, Straus, and Giroux. Friedman's latest popular book promoting the benefits of globalization and arguing for all of us to adjust to a new global environment. Haas, P., Keohane, R., and Levy, M. eds. 1993, Institutions for the Earth, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press. An excellent collection of case studies asking if institutions have any impact on international, regional, and domestic environmental policies. Nye, J., and Donahue, J. eds. 2000, Governance in a Globalizing World, Washington, D.C., Brookings Institution Press. Explores the meaning of globalization, its impact on nation-states, and how globalization might be managed to solve global problems and serve the interests of humankind. Roderick, D. 1997, Has Globalization Gone Too Far? Washington, D.C., Institute for International Economics. Roderick offers some interesting arguments for more control of the global markets and other economic forces. Jurgen, D., and Stanislaw, J. 2002, The Commanding Heights, The Battle for the World Economy, New York, Touchstone. A basic review of the global economy that covers every region in the world. It has been developed as a very accessible television series. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/UK/org/Baylis_Smith 4E. Chapter 8. Marxist Theories of International Relations. Stephen Hobden, Richard Wynne Jones. Reader's Guide. This chapter will introduce, outline, and assess the Marxist contribution to the study of international relations. Having identified a number of core features common to Marxist approaches, the chapter discusses four strands within contemporary Marxism which make particularly significant contributions to our understanding of world politics: world system theory, Gramscianism, critical theory, and new Marxism. The chapter argues that no analysis of globalization is complete without an input from Marxist theory. Indeed, Marx was arguably the first theorist of globalization, and from the perspective of Marxism, the features often pointed to as evidence of globalization are hardly novel, but are rather the modern manifestations of long-term tendencies within the development of capitalism. Introduction: the continuing relevance of Marxism. With the end of the Cold War and the global triumph of free market capitalism, it became commonplace to assume that the ideas of Marx, and his numerous disciples, could be safely consigned to the dustbin of history. The great experiment had failed. While communist parties retained power in China, Vietnam, and Cuba, they did not now constitute a threat to the hegemony of the global capitalist system. Rather, in order to try to retain power, these parties were themselves being forced to submit to the apparently unassailable logic of the market by aping many of the central features of contemporary capitalist societies. One of the key lessons of the 20th century, therefore, would appear to be that Marxist thought leads only to a historical dead end. The future is liberal and capitalist. Yet despite this, Marx and Marxist thought more generally refused to go away. The end of the Soviet experiment and the apparent lack of a credible alternative to capitalism may have led to a crisis in Marxism, but 2 decades later there appears to be something of a renaissance. There are probably 2 reasons why this renaissance is occurring, and why Marxists walk with a renewed spring in their step. First, for many Marxists the communist experiment in the Soviet Union had become a major embarrassment. In the decades immediately after the October Revolution, most had felt an allegiance to the Soviet Union as the first workers' state. Subsequently, however, this loyalty had been stretched beyond breaking point by the depravities of Stalinism, and by Soviet behavior in its post-Second World War satellites in Eastern Europe. What was sometimes termed actually existing socialism was plainly not the communist utopia that many dreamed of and that Marx had apparently promised. Some Marxists were openly critical of the Soviet Union. Others just kept quiet and hoped that the situation, and the human rights record, would improve. The breakup of the Soviet bloc has, in a sense, wiped the slate clean. This event reopened the possibility of being able to argue in favor of Marx's ideas without having to defend the actions of governments that justify their behavior with reference to them. Moreover, the disappearance of the Soviet Union has encouraged an appreciation of Marx's work less encumbered by the baggage of Marxism-Leninism as a state ideology. The significance of this is underlined when it is realized that many of the concepts and practices that are often taken as being axiomatic of Marxism do not in fact figure in Marx's writings. These include the vanguard party, democratic centralism, and the centrally directed command economy. Second, and perhaps more importantly, Marx's social theory still retains formidable analytical purchase on the world we inhabit. The vast bulk of his theoretical efforts consisted of a painstaking analysis of capitalism as a mode of production, and the basic elements of his account have not been bettered. Indeed, with the ever-increasing penetration of the market mechanism into all aspects of life, it is arguable that Marx's forensic examination of both the extraordinary dynamism and the inherent contradictions of capitalism are even more relevant now than in his own time. A particular strength of Marx's work is his analysis of crisis. Liberal accounts of capitalism suggest that free markets will move towards equilibrium and will be inherently stable. Our day-to-day lived experience suggests otherwise. The 1987 stock market crash and the Asian financial crisis of the late 1990s demonstrate that global capitalism continues to be rocked by massive convulsions which have enormous implications for the lives of individuals around the globe. On Marx's account, such convulsions, and their baleful human consequences, are an inherent and inescapable part of the very system itself. Compared to realism and liberalism, see ch5, ch6, and ch7, Marxist thought presents a rather unfamiliar view of international relations. While the former portray world politics in ways which resonate with those presented in the foreign news pages of our newspapers and magazines, Marxist theories aim to expose a deeper, underlying indeed hidden truth. This is that the familiar events of world politics, wars, treaties, international aid operations, etc. all occur within structures which have an enormous influence on those events. These are the structures of a global capitalist system. Any attempt to understand world politics must be based on a broader understanding of the processes which operate within global capitalism. In addition to presenting an unfamiliar view of world politics, Marxist theories are also discomfiting, for they argue that the effects of global capitalism are to ensure that the powerful and wealthy continue to prosper at the expense of the powerless and the poor. We are all aware that there is gross inequality in the world. Statistics concerning the human costs of poverty are truly numbing in their awfulness. The issue of global poverty is further discussed in ch 27. Marxist theorists argue that the relative prosperity of the few is dependent on the destitution of the many. In Marx's own words, accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery, agony of toil, slavery, ignorance, brutality at the opposite pole. In the next section we will outline some of the central features of the Marxist approach, or historical materialism as it is often known. Following on from this, subsequent sections will explore some of the most important strands in contemporary Marx-inspired thinking about world politics. We should note, however, that given the richness and variety of Marxist thinking about world politics, the account that follows is inevitably destined to be partial and to some extent arbitrary. Our aim in the following is to provide a route map that we hope will encourage readers themselves to explore further the work of Marx and of those who have built on the foundations he laid. Key points. Marx's work retains its relevance despite the collapse of Communist Party rule in the former Soviet Union. Of particular importance is Marx's analysis of capitalism, which has yet to be bettered. Marxist analyses of international relations aim to reveal the hidden workings of global capitalism. These hidden workings provide the context in which international events occur. The essential elements of Marxist theories of world politics. In his inaugural address to the Working Men's International Association in London in 1864, Karl Marx told his audience that history had taught the working classes the duty to master for themselves the mysteries of international politics. However, despite the fact that Marx himself wrote copiously about international affairs, most of this writing was journalistic in character. He did not incorporate the international dimension into his theoretical mapping of the contours of capitalism. This omission should perhaps not surprise us. The sheer scale of the theoretical enterprise in which he was engaged, as well as the nature of his own methodology, inevitably meant that Marx's work would be contingent and unfinished. Marx was an enormously prolific writer and his ideas developed and changed over time. Hence, it is not surprising that his legacy has been open to numerous interpretations. In addition, real-world developments have also led to the revision of his ideas in the light of experience. A variety of schools of thought have emerged, which claim Marx as a direct inspiration, or whose work can be linked to Marx's legacy. This chapter will focus on 4 strands of contemporary Marxist thought that have all made major contributions to thinking about world politics. Before we discuss what is distinctive about these approaches, it is important that we examine the essential elements of commonality that lie between them. First, all the theorists discussed in this chapter share with Marx the view that the social world should be analyzed as a totality. The academic division of the social world into different areas of inquiry, history, philosophy, economics, political science, sociology, international relations, etc. is both arbitrary and unhelpful. None can be understood without knowledge of the others. The social world had to be studied as a whole. Given the scale and complexity of the social world, this entreaty clearly makes great demands of the analyst. Nonetheless, for Marxist theorists, the disciplinary boundaries that characterize the contemporary social sciences need to be transcended if we are to generate a proper understanding of the dynamics of world politics. Another key element of Marxist thought, which serves further to underline this concern with interconnection and context, is the materialist conception of history. The central contention here is that processes of historical change are ultimately a reflection of the economic development of society. That is, economic development is effectively the motor of history. The central dynamic that Marx identifies is tension between the means of production and relations of production that together form the economic base of a given society. As the means of production develop, for example through technological advancement, previous relations of production become outmoded, and indeed become fetters restricting the most effective utilization of the new productive capacity. This in turn leads to a process of social change whereby relations of production are transformed in order to better accommodate the new configuration of means. Developments in the economic base act as a catalyst for the broader transformation of society as a whole. This is because, as Marx argues in the preface to his contribution to the critique of political economy, the mode of production of material life conditions the social, political, and intellectual life process in general. Thus the legal, political, and cultural institutions and practices of a given society reflect and reinforce in a more or less mediated form the pattern of power and control in the economy. It follows logically, therefore, that change in the economic base ultimately leads to change in the legal and political superstructure. For a diagrammatical representation of the base superstructure model, see Fig 8.1. Class plays a key role in Marxist analysis. In contrast to liberals, who believe that there is an essential harmony of interest between various social groups, Marxists hold that society is systematically prone to class conflict. Indeed, in the Communist Manifesto, which Marx co-authored with Engels, it is argued that the history of all hitherto existing societies is the history of class struggle, Marx and Engels 1967. In capitalist society, the main axis of conflict is between the bourgeoisie, the capitalist, and the proletariat, the workers. Despite his commitment to rigorous scholarship, Marx did not think it either possible or desirable for the analyst to remain a detached or neutral observer of this great clash between capital and labor. He argued that philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. Marx was committed to the cause of emancipation. He was not interested in developing an understanding of the dynamics of capitalist society simply for the sake of it. Rather, he expected such an understanding to make it easier to overthrow the prevailing order and replace it with a communist society, a society in which wage labor and private property are abolished and social relations transformed. Figure 8.1 The base superstructure model. Box 8.1 Indicators of world inequality. More than 1.2 billion people live on less than $51 per day. In 1990 the average American was 38 times richer than the average Tanzanian. By 2005 this had risen to 61 times richer. More than 1.1 billion people lack access to clean water. Average incomes in more than 50 developing countries are now at a lower level than they were in 1990. In 21 countries a larger proportion of the people are hungry. In 14 countries a higher proportion of children are dying before reaching the age of 5, and in 34 countries life expectancy has decreased. Tariffs on manufactured goods from the developing world are 4 times higher than those on manufactured goods from other OECD countries. 1/6 of the world's adults are illiterate, 2/3 of the world's illiterates are women. In the developed world subsidies to agricultural producers are 6 times higher than overseas development aid. More than 10 million children die every year from easily preventable diseases. A child born in Zambia today is less likely to live past the age of 30 than a child born in 1840 in England. In Africa only 1 child in 3 completes primary education. In sub-Saharan Africa a woman is 100 times more likely to die in childbirth than women in high-income OECD countries. African countries pay out $40 million every day on debt repayment. Sources: World Bank, United Nations Development Programme, Jubilee Research. It is important to emphasize that the essential elements of Marxist thought, all too briefly discussed in this section, are also essentially contested. That is, they are subject to much discussion and disagreement even among those contemporary writers who have been influenced by Marxist writings. There is disagreement as to how these ideas and concepts should be interpreted and how they should be put into operation. Analysts also differ over which elements of Marxist thought are most relevant, which have been proven to be mistaken, and which should now be considered as outmoded or in need of radical overhaul. Moreover, there are substantial differences between them in terms of their attitudes to the legacy of Marx's ideas. The work of the new Marxists draws far more directly on Marx's original ideas than does the work of the critical theorists. Indeed, the latter would probably be more comfortable being viewed as post-Marxists than as straightforward Marxists. But even for them, as the very term post-Marxism suggests, the ideas of Marx remain a basic point of departure. Key points. Marx himself provided little in terms of a theoretical analysis of international relations. His ideas have been interpreted and appropriated in a number of different and contradictory ways, resulting in a number of competing schools of Marxism. Underlying these different schools are several common elements that can be traced back to Marx's writings. World system theory. The origins of world system theory. The origins of world system theory can be traced back to the first systematic attempt to apply the ideas of Marx to the international sphere, that is, to the critique of imperialism advanced by a number of thinkers at the start of the 20th century, see Brewer 1990. The most well-known and influential work to emerge from this debate is the pamphlet written by Lenin, and published in 1917, called Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. Lenin accepted much of Marx's basic thesis, but argued that the character of capitalism had changed since Marx published the first volume of Capital in 1867, Marx 1992. Capitalism had entered a new stage, its highest and final stage, with the development of monopoly capitalism. Under monopoly capitalism, a two-tier structure had developed within the world economy, with a dominant core exploiting a less developed periphery. With the development of a core and periphery, there was no longer an automatic harmony of interests between all workers. The bourgeoisie in the core countries could use profits derived from exploiting the periphery to improve the lot of their own proletariat. In other words, the capitalists of the core could pacify their own working class through the further exploitation of the periphery. Lenin's views were developed by the Latin American dependency school, the writers of which developed the notion of core and periphery in greater depth. In particular, Raoul Prebys argued that countries in the periphery were suffering as a result of what he called the declining terms of trade. He suggested that the price of manufactured goods increased more rapidly than that of raw materials. So, for example, year by year it requires more tons of coffee to pay for a refrigerator. As a result of their reliance on primary goods, countries of the periphery become poorer relative to the core. These arguments were developed further by writers such as André Gunder Frank and Enrique Fernando Cardoso. It is from the framework developed by such writers that contemporary world system theory emerged. The key features of Wallerstein's world system theory. In order to outline the key features of world system theory, we shall concentrate on the work of perhaps its most prominent protagonist, Immanuel Wallerstein. For Wallerstein, history has been marked by the rise and demise of a series of world systems. The modern world system emerged in Europe at around the turn of the 16th century. It subsequently expanded to encompass the entire globe. The driving force behind this seemingly relentless process of expansion and incorporation has been capitalism, defined by Wallerstein as a system of production for sale in a market for profit and appropriation of this profit on the basis of individual or collective ownership, 1979, 66. Within the context of this system, all the institutions of the social world are continually being created and recreated. Furthermore, and crucially, it is not only the elements within the system which change. The system itself is historically bounded. It had a beginning, has a middle, and will have an end. In terms of the geography of the modern world system, in addition to a core-periphery distinction, Wallerstein added an intermediate semi-periphery. According to Wallerstein, the semi-peripheral zone has an intermediate role within the world system, displaying certain features characteristic of the core and others characteristic of the periphery. Although dominated by core economic interests, the semi-periphery has its own relatively vibrant indigenously owned industrial base, see Fig 8.2. Because of this hybrid nature, the semi-periphery plays important economic and political roles within the modern world system. In particular, it provides a source of labor that counteracts any upward pressure on wages in the core and also provides a new home for those industries that can no longer function profitably in the core, for example, car assembly and textiles. The semi-periphery also plays a vital role in stabilizing the political structure of the world system. According to world system theorists, the three zones of the world economy are linked together in an exploitative relationship in which wealth is drained away from the periphery to the center. As a consequence, the relative positions of the zones become ever more deeply entrenched, the rich get richer while the poor become poorer. Together, the core, semi-periphery, and periphery make up the geographic dimension of the world economy. However, described in isolation, they provide a rather static portrayal of the world system. In order to understand the dynamics of their interaction over time, we must turn our attention to the temporal dimensions of Wallerstein's description of the world economy. These are cyclical rhythms, secular trends, contradictions, and crisis. It is these, when combined with the spatial dimensions, which determine the historical trajectory of the system. Figure 8.2 Interrelationships in the world economy. The first temporal dimension, cyclical rhythms, is concerned with the tendency of the capitalist world economy to go through recurrent periods of expansion and subsequent contraction, or more colloquially, boom and bust. Whatever the underlying processes responsible for these waves of growth and depression, it is important to note that each cycle does not simply return the system to the point from which it started. Rather, if we plot the endpoint of each wave, we discover the secular trends within the system. Secular trends refer to the long-term growth or contraction of the world economy. The third temporal feature of the world system is contradictions. These arise because of constraints imposed by systemic structures which make one set of behavior optimal for actors in the short run and a different, even opposite, set of behavior optimal for the same actors in the middle run. Wallerstein 1991a, 261. For Wallerstein, one of the central contradictions is underconsumption. This refers to the situation where it is in the interests of capitalists to have well-paid workers so that they can consume the items that they produce. It is also in their interest to reduce wage levels in order to increase profitability. In practice, it is not possible to fulfill both of these aims. The pressure of the capitalist system means that, to remain profitable, capitalists seek to reduce wages, though this also reduces consumption. Contradictions in the world economy arise from the fact that the structure of the system can mean that apparently sensible actions by individuals can, in combination, or over time, result in very different and possibly unwelcome outcomes from the ones originally intended. In the context of the world system, Wallerstein reserves the term crisis to refer to a very specific temporal occurrence. Crisis constitutes a unique set of circumstances that can only be manifested once in the lifetime of a world system. It occurs when the contradictions, secular trends, and cyclical rhythms combine in such a way as to mean that the system cannot continue to reproduce itself. Thus, a crisis within a particular world system heralds its end and replacement by another system. Controversially, Wallerstein argues that the end of the Cold War, rather than marking a triumph for liberalism, indicates its imminent demise. Wallerstein 1995. This has sparked a crisis in the current world system that will involve its demise and replacement by another system. Such a period of crisis is also a time of opportunity. When a system is operating smoothly, behavior is very much determined by its structure. In a time of crisis, however, actors have far greater agency to determine the character of the replacement structure. Much of Wallerstein's recent work has been an attempt to develop a political program to promote a new world system that is more equitable and just than the current one. Wallerstein 1998, 1999, 2006. Even more contentious, particularly in the light of recent discussion of an imperial United States, is his claim that the American power is in rapid decline, and that its recent military adventures are a confirmation of such a decline. Wallerstein 2003, 2004. From this perspective, to focus on globalization is to miss out on what is truly novel about the contemporary era. Indeed, for Wallerstein, current globalization discourse represents a gigantic misreading of current reality. Wallerstein 2003, 45. Those phenomena evoked by globalization are manifestations of a world system that emerged in Europe during the 16th century to incorporate the entire globe, a world system now in terminal decline. Recent developments in world system theory. Various writers have built on the framework established by Wallerstein, Denmark et al. 2000. Christopher Chase Dunn, for example, lays much more emphasis on the role of the interstate system than Wallerstein. He argues that the capitalist mode of production has a single logic in which both politico-military and exploitative economic relations play key roles. In a sense, he attempts to bridge the gap between Wallerstein's work and that of the new Marxists, discussed below, by placing much more of an emphasis on production in the world economy and how this influences its development and future trajectory. See Chase Dunn 1998. André Gunder Frank, one of the most significant dependency school writers, has launched a significant critique of Wallerstein's work, and of Western social theory in general. He argues not only that the world system is far older than suggested by Wallerstein, Frank and Gills 1996, it is also an offshoot of a system that originated in Asia, Frank 1998. His work builds on that of Janet Abu-Lughod. She has challenged Wallerstein's account of the emergence of the modern world system in the 16th century, arguing that, during the medieval period, Europe was a peripheral area to a world economy centered on the Middle East. Abu-Lughod 1989. Frank argues that the source of the capitalist world economy was not in Europe, rather, the rise of Europe occurred within the context of an existing world system. Hence social theory, including Marxism, which tries to examine Western exceptionalism, is making the mistake of looking for the causes of that rise to dominance in the wrong place, Europe, rather than within the wider, global context in which it occurred. Key points. World system theory can be seen as a direct development of Lenin's work in imperialism and the Latin American dependency school. Immanuel Wallerstein and his work on the modern world system makes a key contribution to this school. Wallerstein's work has been developed by a number of other writers who have built on his initial foundational work. Gramscianism. In this section we discuss the strand of Marxist theory that has emerged from the work of the Italian Marxist Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci's work has become particularly influential in the study of international political economy, where a neo-Gramscian or Italian school is flourishing. Here we will discuss Gramsci's legacy, and the work of Robert W. Cox, a contemporary theorist who has been instrumental in introducing his work to an international relations audience. Antonio Gramsci, 18,913–1937, was a Sardinian and one of the founding members of the Italian Communist Party. He was jailed in 1926 for his political activities, and spent the remainder of his life in prison. Although he is regarded by many as the most creative Marxist thinker of the 20th century, he produced no single, integrated theoretical treatise. Rather, his intellectual legacy has been transmitted primarily through his remarkable prison notebooks, Gramsci 1971. The key question which animated Gramsci's theoretical work was why had it proven to be so difficult to promote revolution in Western Europe? Marx, after all, had predicted that revolution, and the transition to socialism, would occur first in the most advanced capitalist society, but, in the event, it was the Bolsheviks of comparatively backward Russia that had made the first breakthrough, while all the subsequent efforts by putative revolutionaries in Western and Central Europe to emulate their success had ended in failure. The history of the early 20th century seemed to suggest, therefore, that there was a flaw in classic Marxist analysis. But where had they gone wrong? Gramsci's answer revolves around his use of the concept of hegemony. For Gramsci, hegemony reflects his conceptualization of power. He develops Machiavelli's view of power as a centaur, half beast, half man, a mixture of coercion and consent. In understanding how the prevailing order was maintained, Marxists had concentrated almost exclusively on the coercive practices and capabilities of the state. On this understanding, it was simply coercion, or the fear of coercion, that kept the exploited and alienated majority in society from rising up and overthrowing the system that was the cause of their suffering. Gramsci recognized that while this characterization may have held true in less developed societies, such as pre-revolutionary Russia, it was not the case in the more developed countries of the West. Here the system was also maintained through consent. Consent, on Gramsci's reading, is created and recreated by the hegemony of the ruling class in society. It is this hegemony that allows the moral, political, and cultural values of the dominant group to become widely dispersed throughout society and to be accepted by subordinate groups and classes as their own. This takes place through the institutions of civil society, the network of institutions and practices that enjoy some autonomy from the state, and through which groups and individuals organize, represent, and express themselves to each other and to the state, for example, the media, the education system, churches, voluntary organizations, etc. Several important implications flow from this analysis. The first is that Marxist theory needs to take superstructural phenomena seriously, because while the structure of society may ultimately be a reflection of social relations of production in the economic base, the nature of relations in the superstructure are of great relevance in determining how susceptible that society is to change and transformation. Gramsci used the term historic block to describe the mutually reinforcing and reciprocal relationships between the socio-economic relations, base, and political and cultural practices, superstructure, that together underpin a given order. For Gramsci and Gramscians, to reduce analysis to the narrow consideration of economic relationships, on the one hand, or solely to politics and ideas on the other, is deeply mistaken. It is the interaction that matters. Another crucial implication is for political practice. If the hegemony of the ruling class is a key element in the perpetuation of its dominance, then society can only be transformed if that hegemonic position is successfully challenged. This entails a counter-hegemonic struggle in civil society, in which the prevailing hegemony is undermined, allowing an alternative historic bloc to be constructed. Gramsci's writing reflects a particular time and a particular, and in many ways unique, set of circumstances. This has led several writers to question the broader applicability of his ideas, see Burnham 1991, Germain and Kenny 1998. But the most important test, of course, is how useful ideas and concepts derived from Gramsci's work prove to be when they are removed from their original context and applied to other issues and problems. It is to this that we now turn our attention. Robert Cox, The Analysis of World Order. The person who has done most to introduce Gramsci to the study of world politics is the Canadian scholar Robert W. Cox. He has developed a Gramscian approach that involves both a critique of prevailing theories of international relations and international political economy, and the development of an alternative framework for the analysis of world politics. To explain Cox's ideas, we would like to begin by discussing one particular sentence in his seminal 1981 article Social Forces, States, and World Orders, Beyond International Relations Theory. The sentence, which has become one of the most often quoted lines in all of contemporary international relations theory, reads as follows: "Theory is always for someone, and for some purpose." 1981, 128. It expresses a worldview that follows logically from the Gramscian and broader Marxist position that has been explored in this chapter. If ideas and values are, ultimately, a reflection of a particular set of social relations, and are transformed as those relations are themselves transformed, then this suggests that all knowledge, of the social world at least, must reflect a certain context, a certain time, a certain space. Knowledge, in other words, cannot be objective and timeless in the sense that some contemporary realists, for example, would like to claim. One key implication of this is that there can be no simple separation between facts and values. Whether consciously or not, all theorists inevitably bring their values to bear on their analysis. This leads Cox to suggest that we need to look closely at those theories, those ideas, those analyses that claim to be objective or value-free, and ask who or what is it for, and what purpose does it serve. He subjects realism, and in particular its contemporary variant neorealism, to thoroughgoing critique in these grounds. According to Cox, these theories are for or serve the interests of those who prosper under the prevailing order, that is the inhabitants of the developed states, and in particular the ruling elites. Their purpose, whether consciously or not, is to reinforce and legitimate the status quo. They do this by making the current configuration of international relations appear natural and immutable. When realists, falsely, claim to be describing the world as it is, as it has been, and as it always will be, what they are in fact doing is reinforcing the ruling hegemony in the current world order. Cox contrasts problem-solving theory, that is theory which accepts the parameters of the present order, and thus helps legitimate an unjust and deeply iniquitous system, with critical theory. Critical theory attempts to challenge the prevailing order by seeking out, analyzing, and, where possible, assisting social processes that can potentially lead to emancipatory change. One way in which theory can contribute to these emancipatory goals is by developing a theoretical understanding of world orders that grasps both the sources of stability in a given system, and also the dynamics of processes of transformation. In this context, Cox draws upon Gramsci's notion of hegemony and transposes it to the international realm, arguing that hegemony is as important for maintaining stability and continuity here as it is at the domestic level. According to Cox, successive dominant powers in the international system have shaped a world order that suits their interests, and have done so not only as a result of their coercive capabilities, but also because they have managed to generate broad consent for that order even among those who are disadvantaged by it. For the two hegemons that Cox analyzes, the United Kingdom and the United States, the ruling, hegemonic idea has been free trade. The claim that this system benefits everybody has been so widely accepted that it has attained common sense status. Yet the reality is that while free trade is very much in the interests of the hegemon, which, as the most efficient producer in the global economy, can produce goods which are competitive in all markets, so long as they have access to them, its benefits for peripheral states and regions are far less apparent. Indeed, many would argue that free trade is a hindrance to their economic and social development. The degree to which a state can successfully produce and reproduce its hegemony is an indication of the extent of its power. The success of the United States in gaining worldwide acceptance for neoliberalism suggests just how dominant the current hegemon has become, see case study. But despite the dominance of the present world order, Cox does not expect it to remain unchallenged. Rather, he maintains Marx's view that capitalism is an inherently unstable system, riven by inescapable contradictions. Inevitable economic crises will act as a catalyst for the emergence of counter-hegemonic movements. The success of such movements is, however, far from assured. In this sense, thinkers like Cox face the future on the basis of a dictum popularized by Gramsci, that is, combining pessimism of the intellect with optimism of the will. Recent Gramscian writing. More recent Gramscian writing, including notable contributions by Mark Rupert, 1995, 2000, Rupert and Solomon, 2005, and W. I. Robinson, 1996, 2004, continue to display this characteristically Gramscian combination of pessimism and optimism in their case, a search for plausible alternative futures within a capitalist system that both regard as increasingly globalized as well as a central focus on the question of hegemony. Robinson's most recent work, 2004, posits the formation of a transnational capitalist class and traces the emergence of a transnational state existing alongside more traditional nation-states, a state form that the author considers increasingly anachronistic. Indeed, on Robinson's reading, and in contrast with Cox's analysis of earlier periods, in the 21st century it is increasingly this transnational capitalist class, rather than any particular nation-state, that wields hegemonic power. Case study: the politics of neoliberalism. A very good example of the hegemonic power of the United States, many Marxists would argue, is the success that it has had in getting neoliberal policies accepted as the norm throughout the world. The set of policies most closely associated with the neoliberal project, in particular reduction of state spending, currency devaluation, privatization, and the promotion of free markets, are, revealingly, known as the Washington Consensus. Many would argue that these are common sense policies and that those third world countries that have adopted them have merely realized that such economic policies best reflect their interests. However, Marxists would argue that an analysis of the self-interest of the hegemon, and the use of coercive power, provide a more convincing explanation of why such policies have been adopted. The adoption of neoliberal policies by third world countries has had a number of implications. Spending on health and education has been reduced, they have been forced to rely more on the export of raw materials, and their markets have been saturated with manufactured goods from the industrialized world. It does not take a conspiracy theorist to suggest that these neoliberal policies are in the interests of capitalists in the developed world. There are three main areas where the adoption of neoliberal policies in the third world is in the direct interest of the developed world. First, there is the area of free trade. We need not enter into arguments about the benefits of free trade, but it is clear that it will always be in the interest of the hegemon to promote free trade. This is because, assuming it is the most efficient producer, its goods will be the cheapest anywhere in the world. It is only if countries put up barriers to trade, to protect their own production, that the hegemon's products will be more expensive than theirs. Second, there is the area of raw materials. If third world countries are going to compete in a free trade situation, the usual result is that they become more reliant on the export of raw materials, because their industrial products cannot compete in a free trade situation with those of the developed world. Again, this is in the interest of the hegemon, as increases in the supply of raw material exports mean that the price falls. Additionally, where third world countries have devalued their currency as part of a neoliberal package, the price of their exported raw materials goes down. Finally, when third world governments have privatized industries, investors from North America and Europe have frequently been able to snap up airlines, telecommunications companies, and oil industries at bargain prices. Duncan Green, 1995, gives an eloquent description of the impacts of neoliberalism on Latin American counties. If neoliberal policies appear to have such negative results for third world countries, why have they been so widely adopted? This is where the coercive element comes in. Through the 1970s and 1980s and continuing to today, there has been a major debt crisis between the third world and the West. This debt crisis came about primarily as a result of excessive and unwise lending by Western banks. Third world countries were unable to pay off the interest on these debts, let alone the debt itself. They turned to the major global financial institutions such as the International Monetary Fund for assistance. Although the IMF is a part of the United Nations, it is heavily controlled by Western countries, in particular the United States. For example, the United States has 18% of the votes, while Mozambique has only 0.07%. In total, the 10 most industrialized countries have over 50% of the votes. For third world countries, the price of getting assistance was that they would implement neoliberal policies. Only once these were implemented, and only on condition that the policies were maintained, would the IMF agree to provide aid to continue with debt repayment? Hence Marxists would argue that a deeper analysis of the adoption of neoliberal policies is required. Such an analysis would suggest that the global acceptance of neoliberalism is very much in the interests of the developed world and has involved a large degree of coercion. That such policies seem natural and common sense is an indication of the hegemonic power of the United States. Key points. Drawing upon the work of Antonio Gramsci for inspiration, writers within an Italian school of international relations have made a considerable contribution to thinking about world politics. Gramsci shifted the focus of Marxist analysis more towards superstructural phenomena. In particular, he explored the processes by which consent for a particular social and political system was produced and reproduced, and through the operation of hegemony. Hegemony allows the ideas and ideologies of the ruling stratum to become widely dispersed, and widely accepted, throughout society. Theorists such as Robert W. Cox have attempted to internationalize Gramsci's thought by transposing several of his key concepts, most notably hegemony, to the global context. Critical theory. There are, without doubt, many overlaps between critical theory and Gramscian approaches to the study of world politics. As we saw in the previous section, Robert W. Cox refers to his own Gramsci-influenced approach as critical theory. Moreover, both Gramscianism and critical theory have their roots in Western Europe of the 1920s and 1930s, a place and a time in which Marxism was forced to come to terms not only with the failure of a series of attempted revolutionary uprisings, but also with the rise of fascism. Nevertheless, there are differences between them. Contemporary critical theory and Gramscian thoughts about international relations draw upon the ideas of different thinkers, with differing intellectual concerns. In addition, there is a clear difference in focus between the two strands, with those influenced by Gramsci tending to be much more concerned with issues relating to the subfield of international political economy than critical theorists. Critical theorists, on the other hand, have involved themselves with questions concerning international society, international ethics, and security. In this section we introduce critical theory and the thought of one of its main proponents in the field of international relations, Andrew Linklater. In addition, we will briefly introduce critical security studies, an approach to the study of security that draws on both critical theory and Gramscian influences. Critical theory developed out of the work of the Frankfurt School. This was an extraordinarily talented group of thinkers who began to work with each other in the 1920s and 1930s. As left-wing German Jews, the members of the school were forced into exile by the Nazis' rise to power in the early 1930s, and much of their most creative work was produced in the United States. The leading lights of the first generation of the Frankfurt School included Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and Herbert Marcuse. A subsequent generation has taken up the legacy of these thinkers and developed it in important and innovative ways. The best known is Jürgen Habermas, who is regarded by many as the most influential of all contemporary social theorists. Given the vast scope of critical theory writing, we can do no more here than introduce some of the key features. The first point to note is that their intellectual concerns are rather different from those of most other Marxists in that they have not been much interested in the further development of analysis of the economic base of society. They have instead concentrated on questions relating to culture, bureaucracy, the social basis and nature of authoritarianism, the structure of the family, and on exploring such concepts as reason and rationality as well as theories of knowledge. Frankfurt School theorists have been particularly innovative in terms of their analysis of the role of the media, and what they have famously termed the culture industry. In other words, in classical Marxist terms, the focus of critical theory is almost entirely superstructural. Another key feature is that critical theorists have been highly dubious as to whether the proletariat in contemporary society does in fact embody the potential for emancipatory transformation in the way that Marx had believed. Rather, with the rise of mass culture and the increasing commodification of every element of social life, Frankfurt School thinkers have argued that the working class has simply been absorbed by the system and no longer represents a threat to it. This, to use Marcuse's famous phrase, is a one-dimensional society to which the vast majority simply cannot begin to conceive an alternative. Finally, critical theorists have made some of their most important contributions through their explorations of the meaning of emancipation. Emancipation, as we have seen, is a key concern of Marxist thinkers, but the meaning that they give to the term is often very unclear and deeply ambiguous. Moreover, the historical record is unfortunately replete with examples of unspeakably barbaric behavior being justified in the name of emancipation, of which imperialism and Stalinism are but two. Traditionally, Marxists have equated emancipation with the process of humanity gaining ever greater mastery over nature through the development of ever more sophisticated technology, and its use for the benefit of all. But early critical theorists argued that humanity's increased domination over nature had been bought at too high a price, claiming that the kind of mindset that is required for conquering nature slips all too easily into the domination of other human beings. In contrast, they argued that emancipation had to be conceived in terms of a reconciliation with nature, an evocative if admittedly vague vision. By contrast, Habermas's understanding of emancipation is more concerned with communication than with our relationship with the natural world. Setting aside the various twists and turns of his argument, Habermas's central political point is that the route to emancipation lies through radical democracy. That is, it is through a system in which the widest possible participation is encouraged not only in word, as is the case in many Western democracies, but also in deed, by actively identifying barriers to participation, be they social, economic, or cultural, and overcoming them. For Habermas and his many followers, participation is not to be confined within the borders of a particular sovereign state. Rights and obligations extend beyond state frontiers. This, of course, leads him directly to the concerns of international relations, and it is striking that Habermas's recent writings have begun to focus on the international realm. However, thus far, the most systematic attempt to think through some of the key issues in world politics from a recognizably Habermasian perspective has been made by Andrew Linklater. Andrew Linklater has used some of the key principles and precepts developed in Habermas's work in order to argue that emancipation in the realm of international relations should be understood in terms of the expansion of the moral boundaries of a political community, see ch. 31. In other words, he equates emancipation with a process in which the borders of the sovereign state lose their ethical and moral significance. At present, state borders denote the furthest extent of our sense of duty and obligation, or at best, the point where our sense of duty and obligation is radically transformed, only proceeding further in a very attenuated form. For critical theorists, this situation is simply indefensible. The goal is therefore to move towards a situation in which citizens share the same duties and obligations towards non-citizens as they do towards their fellow citizens. To arrive at such a situation would, of course, entail a wholesale transformation of the present institutions of governance. But an important element of the critical theory method is to identify and, if possible, nurture tendencies that exist within the present conjuncture that point in the direction of emancipation. On this basis, Linklater identifies the development of the European Union as representing a progressive or emancipatory tendency in contemporary world politics. If true, this suggests that an important part of the international system is entering an era in which the sovereign state, which has for so long claimed an exclusive hold on its citizens, is beginning to lose some of its preeminence. Given the notorious pessimism of the thinkers of the Frankfurt School, the guarded optimism of Linklater in this context is indeed striking. Critical Security Studies. Critical Security Studies, CSS, is the name given to a trend in the study of security issues that has gained prominence in recent years, in particular through the work of Keith Krause and Mike Williams, 1997, Ken Booth, 1991, 2004, and Richard Wynne Jones, 1995, 1999. CSS combines influences from Gramscianism and critical theory with aspects of peace research and the so-called alternative defense thinking. In contrast to much mainstream security thinking, in the West at least, CSS refuses to accept the state as the natural object of analysis, arguing that, For much of the world's population, states are part of the security problem rather than a provider of security. Instead, proponents of CSS tend to argue that it is beholden on security analysts to place individual human beings at the center of their analysis. Like Linklater, they regard their work as supporting and nurturing emancipatory tendencies, for it is only through emancipation that security can ultimately be assured. Key points. Critical theory has its roots in the work of the Frankfurt School. Habermas has argued that emancipatory potential lies in the realm of communication and that radical democracy is the way in which that potential can be unlocked. Andrew Linklater has developed on critical theory themes to argue in favor of the expansion of the moral boundaries of the political community and has pointed to the European Union as an example of a post-Westphalian institution of governance. New Marxism. In this section we examine the work of writers who derive their ideas more directly from Marx's own writings. These new Marxists have returned to the fundamental tenets of Marxist thought and sought to reappropriate ideas that they regard as having been neglected or somehow misinterpreted by subsequent generations. On this basis they have sought both to criticize other developments within Marxism, and to make their own original theoretical contributions to the understanding of contemporary trends. In this section we will introduce the work of two writers associated with this strand of Marxist thought, Justin Rosenberg and Benno Teschke, who have used key elements of Marx's writings to critique other theoretical approaches to international relations and globalization theory. Justin Rosenberg, Capitalism and Global Social Relations. The focus of Rosenberg's analysis is the character of the international system and its relationship to the changing character of social relations. His starting point is a critique of realist international relations theory. In particular, Rosenberg challenges realism's claim to provide an ahistorical, essentially timeless account of international relations by analyses of the differences in the character of international relations between the Greek and Italian city-states. A touchstone of realist theory is the similarity between these two historical cases. Rosenberg, however, describes the alleged resemblances between these two eras as a gigantic optical illusion. Instead, his analysis suggests that the character of the international system in each period was completely different. In addition, he charges that attempts to provide an explanation of historical outcomes during these periods, working purely from the interstate level, is not feasible, as, for example, in realist accounts of the Peloponnesian War. Finally, Rosenberg argues that realist attempts to portray international systems as autonomous, entirely political realms founder because in the Greek and Italian examples this external autonomy was based on the character of internal and in each case different sets of social relations. As an alternative, Rosenberg argues for the development of a theory of international relations that is sensitive to the changing character of world politics. This theory must also recognize that international relations are part of a broader pattern of social relations. His starting point is Marx's observation, Rosenberg 1994, 51, that it is always the direct relationship of the owners of the conditions of production to the direct producers, which reveals the innermost secret, the hidden basis of the entire social structure, and with it the political form of the relation of sovereignty and dependence, in short, the corresponding specific form of the state. In other words, the character of the relations of production permeate the whole of society right up to, and including, relations between states. The form of the state will be different under different modes of production, and as a result the characteristics of interstate relations will also vary. Hence, if we want to understand the way that international relations operate in any particular era, our starting point has to be an examination of the mode of production, and in particular the relations of production. In his more recent work Rosenberg has turned his critical attention to globalization theory, Rosenberg 2000-2006. He argues that globalization is a descriptive category denoting the geographical extension of social processes. That such social processes have become a global phenomenon is beyond dispute, and a theory of globalization is needed to explain what and why this is happening. Such a theory, for Rosenberg, should be rooted in classical social theory. But instead of this, a body of globalization theory has emerged premised on the claim that the supposed compression of time and space that typifies globalization requires a whole new social theory in order to explain contemporary developments. But on Rosenberg's reading, this body of theory has produced little in terms of explaining the processes. Moreover, the events of the early 21st century were not those predicted by globalization theory. As a result, globalization theory is best understood as a product of changes that occurred in the last years of the 20th century, and in particular the political and economic vacuum created by the collapse of the Soviet Union, rather than an adequate explanation of them. A proper explanation, rooted in classical social theory, would examine the underlying social relations which have led to the capitalist system becoming dominant throughout the globe. Benno Teschke, Social Property Relations. In a major contribution to the Marxist literature on international relations, Benno Teschke, 2003, provides not only a critique of existing international relations theory, but also, through the concept of social property relations, a means of analyzing changes in the constitution and practices of actors in the international system. Teschke's work can be seen as building on Rosenberg's observation that social relations provide the starting point for an analysis of international relations, in particular through presenting an analysis of how system transformation occurs, and describing the major transitions of the past millennium. A social property approach examines the way in which class relations, forms of exploitation, and control of the means of production have changed in different historical epochs. Teschke argues that such an approach is applicable to all geopolitical orders, 2003, 47. A major claim of his analysis is that rather than one major change between the feudal and modern international system, there have been two major transformations between feudal and early modern, dominated by absolutist monarchies, and between early modern and modern, capitalist states. Both these periods of change were gradual periods of transformation during which the international system comprised more than one type of actor, during the former transition a mixture of feudal and absolutist states, during the latter absolutist and capitalist states. The practice of international relations was different during each of these three periods, reflecting the character of social property relations dominant in each epoch. Such an analysis leads to the claim that the significance of the Treaty of Westphalia, seen by most international relations theorists as the major transition to modernity, has been overstated. Instead, Westphalia constitutes the point at which absolutist rather than capitalist states became the key actors of the international system. The modern international system only started to emerge with the appearance of the first capitalist state, Britain. This capitalist state form reflected the development of capitalist property relations. Since the 17th century, the capitalist state has become the prominent state form. As a result, the practices of international relations have changed, reflecting, Teschke argues, developments in the character of social property relations. Key points. New Marxism is characterized by a direct, appropriation of the concepts and categories developed by Marx. Rosenberg uses Marx's ideas to criticize realist theories of international relations, and globalization theory. He seeks to develop an alternative approach which understands historical change in world politics as a reflection of transformations in the prevailing relations of production. For Benno Teschke, the study of social property relations provides the means for analyzing the key elements of international relations, and the transitions between one international system and another. Conclusion: Marxist theories of international relations and globalization. As outlined in the first chapter of this book, globalization is the name given to the process whereby social transactions of all kinds increasingly take place without account for national or state boundaries, with the result that the world has become one relatively borderless social sphere. The particular trends pointed to as typifying globalization include, the growing integration of national economies, a growing awareness of ecological interdependence, the proliferation of companies, social movements, and intergovernmental agencies operating on a global scale, and a communications revolution which has aided the development of a global consciousness. Marxist theorists would certainly not seek to deny that these developments are taking place, nor would they deny their importance, but they would reject any notion that they are somehow novel. Rather, in the words of Chase Dunn, they are continuations of trends that have long accompanied the expansion of capitalism, 1994-97. Marx and Engels were clearly aware not only of the global scope of capitalism, but also of its potential for social transformation. In a particularly prescient section of the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels 1967, 83-4, for example, they argue that the bourgeoisie has through its exploitation of the world market given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. All old established national industries have been destroyed or are daily being destroyed. They are dislodged by new industries, whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw material, but raw material drawn from the remotest zones, industries whose products are consumed, not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe. According to Marxist theorists, the globe has long been dominated by a single integrated economic and political entity, a global capitalist system which has gradually incorporated all of humanity within its grasp. Within this system, all elements have always been interrelated and interdependent. National economies have long been integrated to such an extent that their very nature has been dependent on their position within a capitalist world economy. The only thing new is an increased awareness of these linkages. Similarly, ecological processes have always ignored state boundaries, even if it is only recently that growing environmental degradation has finally allowed this fact to permeate into public consciousness. The growth of multinational corporations certainly does not signify any major change in the structure of the modern capitalist system. Rather, they form part of a long-term trend towards the further integration of the global economy. Neither is international contact between those movements which oppose the prevailing political and economic order a new development. In fact, as even the most cursory examination of the historical record will amply attest, such movements, be they socialist, nationalist, or ecological in character, have always drawn inspiration from, and forged links with, similar groups in other countries. Finally, the much vaunted communications revolution is the latest manifestation of a long-term trend. While the intensity of cross-border flows may be increasing, this does not necessarily signify the fundamental change in the nature of world politics proclaimed by so many of those who argue that we have entered an era of globalization. Marxist theorists insist that the only way to discover how significant contemporary developments really are is to view them in the context of the deeper structural processes at work. When this is done, we may well discover indications that important changes are afoot. Many Marxists, for example, regard the delegitimation of the sovereign state as a very important contemporary development. However, the essential first step in generating any understanding of those trends regarded as evidence of globalization must be to map out the contours of global capitalism itself. If we fail to do so, we will inevitably fail to gauge the real significance of the changes that are occurring. Another danger of adopting an ahistoric and uncritical attitude to globalization is that it can blind us to the way in which reference to globalization is increasingly becoming part of the ideological armory of elites within the contemporary world. Globalization is now regularly cited as a reason to promote measures to reduce workers' rights and lessen other constraints on business. Such ideological justifications for policies which favor the interests of business can only be countered through a broader understanding of the relationship between the political and economic structures of capitalism. As we have seen, the understanding proffered by the Marxist theorists suggests that there is nothing natural or inevitable about a world order based on a global market. Rather than accept the inevitability of the present order, the task facing us is to lay the foundations for a new way of organizing society, a global society which is more just and more humane than our own. Questions. 1. How would you account for the continuing vitality of Marxist thought? 2. How did Lenin's approach to international relations differ from that of Marx? 3. How useful is Wallerstein's notion of a semi-periphery? 4. Assess Warren's criticisms of world system theory. 5. Evaluate Rosenberg's critique of globalization theory. 6. In what ways does Gramsci's notion of hegemony differ from that employed by realist international relations writers? 7. How has Linklater developed critical theory for an international relations audience? 8. How do Marxist theorists view the notion of globalization? 9. What do you regard as the main contribution of Marxist theory to our understanding of world politics? 10. How useful is the notion of emancipation used by critical theorists? 11. Do you agree with Cox's distinction between problem-solving theory and critical theory? 12. Assess V. Dollarstein's claim that the power of the United States is in decline. Guide to further reading. Marx, K., and Engels, F. 1848, The Communist Manifesto, London, Bookmarks. An Ideal Introduction to Marx's Thinking. Morton, A. 2007, Unraveling Gramsci, Hegemony and Passive Revolution in the Global Political Economy, London, Pluto Press. A discussion of the contemporary relevance of Gramsci. Teschke, B. 2003, The Myth of 1648, Class, Geopolitics and the Making of Modern International Relations, London, Verso. A powerful alternative reading of the development of international relations. Wallerstein, 1. 1974, 1980, 1989, The Modern World System, San Diego, Cal, Academic Press. The most complete account of the world system approach to the study of international relations. Wynne-Jones, R. 1999, Security, Strategy and Critical Theory, Boulder, Kernel, Lynn Renner. The first 3 chapters provide an introduction to some of the key intellectual concerns of the Frankfurt School, while the remainder outline critical security studies. Online Resource Center. Visit the online resource center that accompanies this book to access more learning resources on this chapter topic at www.oxfordtextbooks.co.uk/uk/org/Baylis-Smith-4e. Chapter 9. Social Constructivism. Michael Barnett. Reader's Guide. This chapter provides an overview of constructivist approaches to international relations theory. Constructivism's antecedents are located in the 1980s and in a series of critical reactions to mainstream international relations theory in the United States, namely neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism. These theories emphasized the distribution of power and the unwavering pursuit by states of power and wealth, and minimized the power of ideas. Constructivism countered by highlighting how ideas define and can transform the organization of world politics, shape the identities and interests of states, and determine what counts as legitimate action. Although initially given a cold reception, constructivism quickly gained credibility and popularity in the 1990s due to the end of the Cold War, the enduring insights of sociological and critical theory, and the ability to generate novel accounts of world politics. Although there are important differences among constructivists, they share several commitments that generate a distinctive approach for understanding how the world is made and remade through human action. Introduction. Constructivism rose very quickly from rather humble beginnings to become one of the leading schools in international relations. Now constructivism is widely recognized for its ability to capture important features of global politics and is viewed as an important theory of international relations. Although there are various versions of constructivism, they share a common concern with how ideas define the international structure, how this structure shapes the identities, interests, and foreign policies of states, and how state and non-state actors reproduce that structure and at times transform it. The concern with the making and remaking of world politics underscores constructivism's strong interest in global change. Although constructivism has investigated various features of global change, in this chapter I will focus on 2. The convergence by states around similar ways for organizing their domestic and international life, and how norms become internationalized and institutionalized, that is, globally accepted to the point that they constrain what states and non-state actors do and influence their ideas of what is legitimate behavior. Constructivist arguments thus help us understand some elementary features of the globalization of world politics. The main constructivist tenets. Before proceeding to identify constructivism's tenets, two caveats are in order. Constructivism is a social theory and not a substantive theory of international politics. Social theory is broadly concerned with how to conceptualize the relationship between agents and structures. For instance, how should we think about relationship between states and the structure of international politics? Substantive theory offers specific claims and hypotheses about patterns in world politics. For instance, how do we explain why democratic states tend not to wage war on one another? In this way, constructivism is best compared to rational choice. Rational choice is social theory that offers a framework for understanding how actors operate with fixed preferences which they attempt to maximize under a set of constraints. It makes no claims about the content of those preferences, they could be wealth or religious salvation. Nor does it assume anything about the content of these constraints, they could be guns or ideas. Rational choice offers no claims about the actual patterns of world politics. For instance, neorealism and neoliberalism subscribe to rational choice, but they arrive at rival claims about patterns of conflict and cooperation in world politics because they make different assumptions about the effects of anarchy. Like rational choice, constructivism is a social theory that is broadly concerned with the relationship between agents and structures, but it is not a substantive theory. Constructivists, for instance, have different arguments regarding the rise of sovereignty and the impact of human rights norms on states. In order to generate substantive claims, scholars must delineate who are the principal actors, what are their interests and capacities, and what is the content of the normative structures. Also, there are many different types of constructivism. Some draw from the insights of James March, John Mayer, and organizational theory, and others from Michel Foucault and discourse analysis. Some prioritize agents and others structures. Some focus on interstate politics and others transnationalism. There are differences over the possibility of social science. Different empirical puzzles drive different approaches. These fault lines have spawned a proliferating number of labels. Neoclassical, modernist, postmodern, naturalistic, thick, thin, linguistic, narrative, weak, strong, systemic, holistic. This development should not be surprising. All schools have internal rivalries. Still, there is unity within such diversity. Constructivism is about human consciousness and its role in international life, Ruggie 1998, 856. This focus on human consciousness suggests a commitment to idealism and holism, which, according to Wendt, 1999, represent the core of constructivism. Idealism demands that we take seriously the role of ideas in world politics. The world is defined by material and ideational forces. But these ideas are not akin to beliefs or psychological states that reside inside our heads. Instead, these ideas are social. Our mental maps are shaped by collectively held ideas such as knowledge, symbols, language, and rules. Idealism does not reject material reality but instead observes that the meaning and construction of that material reality is dependent on ideas and interpretation. The balance of power does not objectively exist out there waiting to be discovered, instead states debate what is the balance of power, what is its meaning, and how they should respond. Constructivism also accepts some form of holism or structuralism. The world is irreducibly social and cannot be decomposed to the properties of already existing actors. The emphasis on holism does not deny agency but instead recognizes that agents have some autonomy and their interactions help to construct, reproduce, and transform those structures. Although the structure of the Cold War seemingly locked the United States and the Soviet Union into a fight to the death, leaders on both sides creatively transformed their relations and, with it, the very structure of global politics. This commitment to idealism and holism has important implications for how we think about and study world politics. but in order to appreciate its insights requires that we learn more about its conceptual vocabulary, and in order to demonstrate the value of learning this second language I will contrast constructivism's vocabulary with that of rational choice. The core observation is the social construction of reality. This has a number of related elements. One is the emphasis on the socially constructed nature of actors and their identities and interests. Actors are not born outside and prior to society, as individualism claims. Instead, actors are produced and created by their cultural environment. Nurture, not nature. For instance, what makes an Arab state is not the fact that the populations speak Arabic but rather that there are rules associated with Arabism that shape the Arab state's identity, interests, and foreign policies that are deemed legitimate and illegitimate. Another element is how knowledge, that is symbols, rules, concepts, and categories, shapes how individuals construct and interpret their world. Reality does not exist out there waiting to be discovered. Instead, historically produced and culturally bound knowledge enables individuals to construct and give meaning to reality. This constructed reality frequently appears to us an objective reality, which relates to the concept of social facts. There are those things whose existence is dependent on human agreement and those things whose existence is not. Brute facts, such as rocks, flowers, gravity, and oceans, exist independent of human agreement and will continue to exist even if humans disappear or deny their existence. Social facts are dependent on human agreement and are taken for granted. Money, refugees, terrorism, human rights, and sovereignty are social facts. Their existence depends on human agreement, they will only exist so long as that agreement exists, and their existence shapes how we categorize the world and what we do. The social construction of reality also shapes what is viewed as legitimate action. Do we only choose the most efficient action? Do the ends justify the means? Or, is certain action just unacceptable? The earlier distinction between constitutive and regulative rules parallels the conceptual distinction between the logic of consequences and the logic of appropriateness. The logic of consequences attributes action to the anticipated costs and benefits, mindful that other actors are doing just the same. The logic of appropriateness, however, highlights how actors are rule-following, worrying about whether their actions are legitimate. The two logics are not necessarily distinct or competing. What is viewed as appropriate and legitimate can affect the possible costs of different actions. The more illegitimate a possible course of action appears to be, the higher the potential cost for those who proceed on their own. The United States' decision to go into Iraq without the blessing of the Security Council meant that other states viewed the USA's actions as illegitimate, were less willing to support it, and thus raised the costs to the United States when it went ahead. By emphasizing the social construction of reality, we also are questioning what is frequently taken for granted. This points to several issues. One is a concern with the origins of those social constructs that now appear to us as natural and are now part of our social vocabulary. Sovereignty did not always exist, it was a product of historical forces and human interactions that generated new distinctions regarding where political authority resided. The category of weapons of mass destruction is a modern invention. Although individuals have been forced to flee their homes ever since Adam and Eve were exiled from Eden, the political and legal category of refugees is only a century old. See case study. To understand the origins of these concepts requires attention to the interplay between existing ideas and institutions, the political calculations by leaders who had ulterior motives, and morally minded actors who were attempting to improve humanity. Also of concern are alternative pathways. Although history is path-dependent, there are contingencies, historical accidents, the conjunction of material and ideational forces, and human intervention that can force history to change course. The events of September 11, 2001 and the response by the Bush administration arguably transformed the direction of world politics. This interest in possible and counterfactual worlds works against historical determinism. Alexander Wentz, 1992, claim that anarchy is what states make of it, calls attention to how different beliefs and practices will generate divergent patterns and organization of world politics. See box 9.1. A world of Mahatma Gandhis will be very different from a world of Osama bin Laden's. Case study: social construction of refugees. Who is a refugee? Why does this category matter, and how has it changed? There are many ways to categorize people who leave their homes, including migrants, temporary workers, displaced peoples, and refugees. Prior to the 20th century, refugee as a legal category did not exist, and it was not until the First World War that states recognized peoples as refugees and gave them rights. Who was a refugee? Although many were displaced by the First World War, Western states limited their compassion to Russians who were fleeing the Bolsheviks. It was easier to accuse a rival state of persecuting its people, only they were entitled to assistance from states and the new refugee agency, the High Commissioner for Refugees. However, the High Commissioner took his mandate and the category and began to apply it to others in Europe who also had fled their country and needed assistance. Although states frequently permitted him to expand into other regions and provide more assistance, states also pushed back and refused to give international recognition or assistance to many in need, most notably when Jews were fleeing Nazi Germany after the Second World War, and as a consequence of mass displacement, states re-examined who could be called a refugee and what assistance they could receive. Because Western states were worried about having obligations to millions of people around the world, they defined a refugee as an individual outside the country of his origin owing to a well-founded fear of persecution as a consequence of events that occurred in Europe before 1951. In other words, their definition excluded those outside Europe who were displaced because of war or natural disasters because of events after 1951. Objecting to this arbitrary definition that excluded so many, the new refugee agency, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, working with aid agencies and permissive states, seized on events outside Europe and argued that there was no principled reason to deny to them what was given to Europeans. Over time, the political meaning of refugee came to include anyone who was forced to flee their home and crossed an international order, and eventually states changed the international legal meaning to reflect the new political realities. Now, in the contemporary era, we are likely to call someone a refugee if he is forced to flee his home because of man-made circumstances, and do not worry if he has crossed an international border. To capture the idea of those who flee but are still in their homeland, we use the term internally displaced peoples. One reason why states wanted to differentiate statutory refugees from internally displaced peoples is because they have little interest in extending their international legal obligations to millions of people and do not want to become too involved in the domestic affairs of states. Still, the concept of refugees has expanded impressively over the last 100 years, and the result is that there are millions of peoples who are now entitled to forms of assistance that are a matter of life and death. Constructivists also examine how actors make their activities meaningful. Following Max Weber's 1949-81 insight that we are cultural beings with the capacity and the will to take a deliberate attitude toward the world and to lend it significance, constructivists attempt to recover the meanings that actors give to their practices and the objects that they construct. These derive not from private beliefs but rather from culture. In contrast to the rationalist presumption that culture, at most, constrains action, constructivists argue that culture informs the meanings that people give to their action. Sometimes constructivists have presumed that such meanings derive from a hardened culture. But because culture is fractured and because society is comprised of different interpretations of what is meaningful activity, scholars need to consider these cultural fault lines and treat the fixing of meanings as an accomplishment that is at the essence of politics. Some of the most important debates in world politics are about how to define particular activities. Development, human rights, security, humanitarian intervention, sovereignty are all important orienting concepts that can have any number of meanings. States and non-state actors have rival interpretations of the meanings of these concepts and will fight to try to have collectively accepted their preferred meaning. Box 9.1 Alexander went on the three cultures of anarchy. The deep structure of anarchy is cultural or ideational rather than material. Owens understood this way, we can see that the logic of anarchy can vary. Different cultures of anarchy are based on different kinds of roles in terms of which states represent self and other. There are three roles, enemy, rival, and friend, that are constituted by, and constitute, three distinct macro-level cultures of international politics, Hobbesian, Lockean, and Kantian, respectively. These cultures have different rules of engagement, interaction logics, and systemic tendencies. The logic of the Hobbesian anarchy is well known, the war of all against all. This is the true self-help system, where actors cannot count on each other for help of even to observe basic self-restraint. Survival depends solely on military power. Security is deeply competitive, a zero-sum affair. Even if what states really want is security rather than power, their collective beliefs force them to act as if they are power-seeking. The Lockean culture has a different logic, because it is based on a different role structure, rivalry rather than enmity. Like enemies, rivals are constituted by representations about self and other with respect to violence, but these representations are less threatening. Unlike enemies, rivals expect each other to act as if they recognize their sovereignty, their life and liberty, as a right, and therefore not to try to conquer or dominate them. Unlike friends, however, the recognition among rivals does not extend to the right to be free from violence in disputes. The Kantian culture is based on a role structure of friendship, within which states expect each other to observe two simple rules: 1. Disputes will be settled without war or the threat of war, the rule of nonviolence, and 2. They will fight as a team if the security of anyone is threatened by a third party. Wendt 1999:43, 279, 251, 298-9. The very fact that these meanings are fixed through politics, and that once these meanings are fixed they have consequences for the ability of people to determine their fate, suggests an alternative way of thinking about power. Most international relations theorists treat power as the ability of one state to compel another state to do what it otherwise would not, and tend to focus on the material technologies, such as military firepower and economic statecraft, which have this persuasive effect. Constructivists have offered two important additions to this view of power. The forces of power go beyond material, they also can be ideational. Consider the issue of legitimacy. States, including great powers, crave legitimacy, the belief that they are acting according to and pursuing the values of the broader international community. There is a direct relationship between their legitimacy and the costs with the course of action. The greater the legitimacy, the easier time they will have convincing others to cooperate with their policies; the lesser the legitimacy, the more costly the action. This means, then, that even great powers will frequently feel the need to alter their policies in order to be viewed as legitimate or bear the consequences. Further evidence of the constraining power of legitimacy is offered by the tactic of naming and shaming by human rights activists. If states did not care about the reputation and the perception that they were acting in a manner that was consistent with prevailing international standards, then such a tactic would have little visible impact. It is only because law-breaking governments want to be perceived as acting in a manner that is consistent with international norms that they can be taunted into changing their conduct. Moreover, the effects of power go beyond the ability to change behavior. Power also includes how knowledge, the fixing of meanings, and the construction of identities allocate differential rewards and capacities. If development is defined as per capita income, then some actors, namely states, and some activities, namely industrialization, are privileged. However, if development is defined as basic needs, then other actors, namely peasants and women, gain voice, and other activities, namely small-scale agricultural initiatives and cottage industries, are visible. International humanitarian law tends to assume that combatants are men and civilians are women, children, and the elderly. Consequently, as Box 9.2 relates, men and women might be differentially protected by the laws of war. Although there is tremendous debate among constructivists over whether and how they are committed to social science, there is some common ground. To begin, they reject the unity of science thesis, that is, that the methods of the natural sciences are appropriate for understanding the social world. Instead, they argue that the objects of the natural world and the social world are different in one crucial respect. In the social world, the subject knows herself through reflection upon her actions as a subject not simply of experience but of intentional action as well. Humans reflect on their experiences and use these experiences to inform their reasons for their behavior. Atoms do not. What necessitates a human science, therefore, is the need to understand how individuals give significance and meaning to their actions. Only then will we be able to explain human action. Consequently, the human sciences require methods that can capture the interpretations that actors bring to their activities. Max Weber, a founding figure of this approach, advocated that scholars employ Verstehen to recreate how people understand and interpret the world. To do so, scholars need to exhibit empathy, to locate the practice within the collectivity so that one knows how this practice or activity counts, and to unify these individual experiences into objectively, though time-bound, explanations. Ruggie 1998, 860. Box 9.2 Charlie Carpenter on the effects of gender on the lives of individuals in war-torn societies. International agencies mandated with the protection of war-affected civilians generally aim to provide protection in a neutral manner, but when necessary they prioritize the protection of the especially vulnerable. According to professional standards recently articulated by the International Committee for the Red Cross, special attention by organizations for specific groups should be determined on the basis of an assessment of their needs and vulnerability as well as the risks to which they are exposed. If adult men are most likely to lose their lives directly as a result of the fall of a besieged town, one would expect that, given these standards, such agencies would emphasize protection of civilian men in areas under siege by armed forces. Nonetheless, in places where civilians have been evacuated from besieged areas in an effort to save lives, it is typically women, children, and the elderly who have composed the evacuee population. While in principle all civilians are to be protected on the basis of their actions and social roles, in practice only certain categories of population, women, elderly, sick, and disabled, are presumed to be civilians regardless of context. Thus, gender is encoded within the parameters of the immunity norm, while in principle the innocent civilian may include other groups, such as adult men, the presumption that women and children are innocents, whereas adult men may not be means that women and children signify civilian in a way that unarmed adult male does not. Similarly, gender beliefs are embedded in the concept of especially vulnerable populations. In this context, it never would have occurred to protection agencies to evacuate men and boys first, even if they had had the chance. Carpenter 2003:662, 677, 673-4. Most constructivists remain committed to causality and explanation, but insist on a definition of causality and explanation that is slightly different from conventional usage. A highly popular view of causality is that independent and dependent variables are unrelated and that a cause exists when the movement of one variable precedes and is responsible for the movement of another variable. Constructivists, though, add that structures can have a causal impact because they make possible certain kinds of behavior and thus generate certain tendencies in the international system. Sovereignty does not cause states to behave one particular way, instead, it produces them and invests them with certain capacities that make possible certain kinds of behaviors. Being a sovereign state, after all, means that states have certain rights and privileges that other actors in world politics do not. States are permitted to use violence, though within defined limits, while non-state actors that use violence are, by definition, terrorists. Knowing something about the structure, therefore, does important causal work. Constructivists also are committed to explanatory theory, but reject the idea that explanation requires the discovery of timeless laws. In fact, it is virtually impossible to find such laws in international politics. The reason for their absence is not because of some odd characteristic of international politics. Instead, this elusiveness exists for all the human sciences. As Karl Popper observed, the search for timeless laws in the human sciences will be forever elusive because of the ability of humans to accumulate knowledge of their activities, to reflect on their practices and acquire new knowledge, and to change their practices as a consequence. Accordingly, constructivists reject the search for laws in favor of contingent generalizations, Price and Rehusmit 1998. Constructivists use a variety of methods. They adopt ethnographic and interpretive techniques in order to recreate the meanings that actors bring to their practices and how these practices relate to social worlds. They employ large and quantitative studies in order to demonstrate the emergence of a world culture that spreads specific practices, values, and models. They use genealogical methods to identify the contingent factors that produce the categories of world politics that are subsequently taken for granted. They utilize structured, focused comparisons in order better to understand the conditions under which norms diffuse from one context to another. They even use computer simulations to model the emergent properties of world politics. Throughout, though, constructivists have attempted to interpret evidence as it relates to alternative explanations. Although they have largely positioned their claims against neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism, they have clarified the differences by contrasting constructivism with rational choice. The presumption, then, is that these are rival social theories. In many ways, they are. Rational choice treats actors as pre-social, constructivism as social. Rational choice treats interests as fixed, constructivism as constructed by the environment and interactions. Rational choice holds that the only effect of the environment is to constrain and regulate the actions of already constituted actors. Constructivism adds that it also can construct the actors' identities and interests. Rational choice uses the logic of consequences to understand behavior. Constructivism adds the logic of appropriateness. Given that rationalists and constructivists adopt such different frameworks for thinking about world politics, some scholars argue that these social theories are incommensurable, that is, they cannot be combined or reconciled because they contain opposing assumptions and capture different features of reality. Consequently, the only kind of possible relationship is some form of pluralism, and any attempt at a grand synthesis, the mother of all social theories, will produce either a theoretic mutant or theoretical imperialism. For much the same reason, other scholars ridicule a gladiatorial, winner-take-all, competition. Other scholars look for points of connection and evaluate the relative strengths of each approach in order to see when they might be combined to enrich our understanding of the world. One possibility is strategic social construction, Finmore and Sikink 1998. Actors attempt to change the norms that subsequently guide and constitute state identities and interests. Human rights activists, for instance, try to encourage compliance with human rights norms not only by naming and shaming those who violate these norms, but also by encouraging states to identify with these norms because it is the right thing to do. Another possibility is to consider the relationship between the normative structure and strategic behavior. Some use constructivism to identify how identity shapes the state's interests and then turn to rational choice for understanding strategic behavior. In this view, the American identity shapes national interests, and then the structure of the international system informs its strategies for pursuing those interests. Yet some scholars go further and argue that the cultural context shapes not only identities and interests of actors but also the very strategies they can use as they pursue their interests. In other words, while game metaphors are most closely associated with game theory and rational choice, some constructivists also argue that the normative structure shapes important features of the game, including the identity of the players and the strategies that are appropriate. Not all is fair in love, war, or any other social endeavor. For decades Arab nationalism shaped the identities and interests of Arab states, contained norms that guided how Arab leaders could play the game of Arab politics, and encouraged Arab leaders to draw from the symbols of Arab politics to try to maneuver around their Arab rivals and further their own interests. How Arab leaders played out their regional games was structured by the norms of Arab politics. They had very intense rivalries, and as they vied for prestige and status they frequently accused each other of being a traitor to the Arab nation or harming the cause of Arabism. But rarely did they use military force. Until the late 1970s the idea of relations with Israel was a virtual taboo, violated by Egyptian Anwar Sadat's trip to Jerusalem in 1977 and separate peace treaty in 1979. Arab states did not respond through military action but rather by evicting Egypt from the Arab League, and then Sadat paid the ultimate price for his heresy when he was assassinated in 1981. In general, these examples of the connections between constructivism and rational choice remind us that we should be open to and utilize as many approaches as possible as we try to enrich our understanding of how the world works. Key points. Constructivists are concerned with human consciousness, treat ideas as structural factors, consider the dynamic relationship between ideas and material forces as a consequence of how actors interpret their material reality, and are interested in how agents produce structures and how structures produce agents. Knowledge shapes how actors interpret and construct their social reality. The normative structure shapes the identity and interests of actors such as states. Social facts such as sovereignty and human rights exist because of human agreement, while brute facts such as mountains are independent of such agreements. Social rules are regulative, regulating already existing activities, and constitutive, making possible and defining those very activities. Social construction denaturalizes what is taken for granted, asks questions about the origins of what is now accepted as a fact of life and considers the alternative pathways that might have produced and can produce alternative worlds. Power can be understood not only as the ability of one actor to get another actor to do what she would not do otherwise but also as the production of identities and interests that limit the ability of actors to control their fate. Although the meanings that actors bring to their activities are shaped by the underlying culture, meanings are not always fixed and the fixing of meaning is a central feature of politics. Although constructivism and rational choice are generally viewed as competing approaches, at times they can be combined to deepen our understanding of global politics. Constructivism and global change. Constructivism's focus on how the world hangs together, how normative structures construct the identities and interests of actors, and how actors are rule-following, might seem ideal for explaining why things stay the same but useless for explaining why things change. This is hardly true. Constructivism claims that what exists need not have and need not, inviting us to think of alternative worlds and the conditions that make them more or less possible. Indeed, constructivism scolded neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism for their failure to explain contemporary global transformations. The Peace of Westphalia helped to establish sovereignty and the norm of non-interference, but in recent decades various processes have worked against the principle of non-interference and suggested how state sovereignty is conditional on how states treat their populations. World orders are created and sustained not only by great power preferences but also by changing understandings of what constitutes a legitimate international order. Until the Second World War the idea of a world organized around empires was hardly illegitimate, now it is. One of today's most pressing and impressive issues concerning global change is the end of history and the apparent homogenization of world politics, that is, the tendency of states to organize their domestic and international lives in similar ways and the growing acceptance of certain international norms for defining the good life and how to get there. Below I explore two concepts that figure centrally in such discussions: diffusion and the internationalization and institutionalization of norms. A central theme in any discussion of global change is diffusion. Stories about diffusion concern how particular models, practices, norms, strategies, or beliefs spread within a population. Constructivists have highlighted two important issues. One is institutional isomorphism, which observes that those organizations that share the same environment will, over time, resemble each other. In other words, if once there was a diversity of models within the population, over time that diversity yields to conformity and convergence around a single model. There used to be various ways to organize state structures, economic activity, free trade agreements, and on and on. But now the world is organized around a nation-state, States favor democratic forms of governance and market economies, and most international organizations now have a multilateral form. It is possible that the reason for this convergence is because states now realize that some institutions are just superior to others. An additional possibility is that states are looking alike because they want acceptance, legitimacy, and status. For instance, one explanation for the recent wave of democratization and elections is that states now accept that democratic elections are a more efficient and superior way to organize politics. It also could be, though, that lots of states have decided to turn democratic and run elections not because they were persuaded that it would be more efficient but rather because they wanted to be viewed as part of the modern world and receive the benefits associated with being a legitimate state. How do things diffuse? Why are they accepted in new places? One factor is coercion. Colonialism and great power imposition figured centrally in the spread of capitalism. Another factor is strategic competition. Heated rivals are likely to adopt similar weapons systems in order to try to stay even on the military battlefield. States will also adopt similar ideas and organizations for at least 4 other reasons. Formal and informal pressures can cause states to adopt similar ideas because doing so will bring them needed resources. States want resources, and in order to attract these resources they will adopt and reform their institutions in order to signal to various communities that they are part of the club and are utilizing modern techniques. In other words, they value these new institutions not because they truly believe that they are superior, but rather because they are symbols that will attract resources. Eastern European countries seeking entry into the European Union adopted various reforms not only because they believe that they are superior but also because they are the price of admission. Also, during periods of uncertainty when states are unsure of how to address existing challenges, they are likely to adopt those models that are perceived as successful or legitimate. Political candidates in newly democratizing countries reorganize their party and campaign organizations in order to increase their prospects of electoral victory. Towards that end, they draw from those models of success, largely from the American context, not necessarily because they have evidence that the American campaign model is truly better, but rather because it appears modern, sophisticated, and superior. Furthermore, frequently states adopt particular models because of their symbolic standing. Many third world governments have acquired very expensive weapons systems that have very little military value because they convey to others that they are sophisticates and are a part of the club. Iran's nuclear ambitions might owe to its desire for regional dominance, but it also could be that it wants to own this ultimate status symbol. Finally, professional associations and expert communities also diffuse organizational models. Most associations have established techniques, codes of conduct, and methodologies for determining how to confront challenges in their area of expertise. They learn these techniques through informal interactions and informal settings such as in universities. Once these standards are established, they become the industry standard and the accepted way of addressing problems in an area. Part of the job of professional associations and expert networks is to communicate these standards to others. Doing so makes them agents of diffusion. Economists, lawyers, military officials, arms control experts, and others diffuse practices, standards, and models through networks and associations. If the American way of campaigning is becoming increasingly accepted around the world, it is in part due to a new class of professional campaign consultants that have converged around a set of accepted techniques and are ready to peddle their wares to willing customers. Discussions of diffusion also draw attention to the internationalization of norms. Norms are standards of appropriate behavior for actors with a given identity. Norms of humanitarianism, citizenship, military intervention, human rights, trade, arms control, and the environment not only regulate what states do, they also can be connected to their identities and thus expressive of how they define themselves and their interests. Norms not only constrain behavior because actors are worried about the costs of doing so, they also constrain behavior because they are connected to a sense of self. Civilized states are expected to avoid settling their difference through violence, not because war might not pay but rather because it violates how civilized states are expected to act. Human rights activists aspire to reduce human rights violations not only by naming and shaming those who violate these rights, but also by persuading potential violators that human rights are tied to their identity as a modern, responsible state. The domestic debates on the USA's treatment of enemy combatants concerned not only whether torture worked, but also whether it is a legitimate practice for civilized states. These expectations of what constitutes proper behavior can diffuse across the population to the point that they are taken for granted. Norms, therefore, do not simply erupt but rather evolve through a political process. A central issue, therefore, is the internationalization and institutionalization of norms, or what is now called the life cycle of norms, see Box 9.3. Although many international norms have a taken for granted quality, they have to come from somewhere and their path to acceptance is nearly always rough and rocky. Although most states now recognize that prisoners of war have certain rights and cannot be subjected to summary executions on the battlefield, this was not always the case. These rights originated with the emergence of international humanitarian law in the late 19th century, and then slowly spread and became increasingly accepted over the next several decades in response to considerable debate regarding how to minimize the horrors of war. Now most states accept that prisoners of war have rights, even if those rights are not fully observed. Several decades ago many scholars and jurists objected to the very idea of humanitarian intervention because it violated sovereignty's principle of interference and allowed great powers to try to become sheep in wolf's clothing. Over the last 15 years, though, there is a growing acceptance of humanitarian intervention and a responsibility to protect when states are unable or unwilling to protect their citizens, then the international community inherits that responsibility. This revolutionary concept emerged through fits and starts and in response to tragedies such as Rwanda, and was propelled by various states and humanitarian organizations. Box 9.3 Finmore and Sikink on the 3 stages of the life cycle of norms. Norm emergence. This stage is typified by persuasion by norm entrepreneurs who attempt to convince a critical mass of states to embrace new norms. Norm entrepreneurs call attention to issues or even create issues by using language that names, interprets, and dramatizes them. Norm entrepreneurs attempt to establish frames that resonate with broader public understandings and are adopted as new ways of talking about and understanding issues. Norm entrepreneurs need a launching pad to promote their norms, and will frequently work from non-governmental organizations and with international organizations and states. In most cases, for an emergent norm to reach a threshold and move toward the second stage, it must become institutionalized in specific sets of international rules and organizations. After norm entrepreneurs have persuaded a critical mass of states to become norm leaders and adopt new norms, the norm reaches a critical threshold or tipping point. Norm cascade. The second stage is characterized more by a dynamic of imitation as the norm leaders attempt to socialize other states to become norm followers. The exact motivation for this second stage, where the norm cascades through the rest of the population, in this case, states, may vary, but a combination of pressure for conformity, desire to enhance international legitimation, and the desire of state leaders to enhance their self-esteem facilitate norm cascades. These processes can be likened to socialization. To the degree that states and state elites fashion a political self or identity in relationship to the international community, the concept of socialization suggests that the cumulative effect of many countries in a region adopting new norms is akin to peer pressure. Norm internalization. The third stage is norm internalization. Norms acquire a taken for granted quality and are no longer a matter of debate and thus are automatically honored. For example, few people today discuss whether women should be allowed to vote, whether slavery is useful, or whether medical personnel should be granted immunity during war. Adapted from Finmore and Sikink 1998, 894-905. Among the various consequences of institutional isomorphism and the internationalization of norms, 3 are noteworthy. There used to be a myriad of ways to organize human activities, but that diversity has slowly but impressively yielded to conformity. Yet just because states look alike does not mean that they act alike. After all, many states gravitate towards particular models not because they really think that the model is better but in order to improve their legitimacy. These states, then, can be expected to act in ways that are inconsistent with the expectations of the model. For instance, if governments are adopting democratic forms of governance and elections solely for symbolic reasons, then we should expect the presence of democratic institutions to exist alongside authoritarian and illiberal practices. There also is a deepening sense of an international community. The internationalization of norms suggests that actors are increasingly accepting standards of behavior because they are connected to a sense of self that is tied to the international community. These norms, in other words, are bound up with the values of the international community. To the extent that these values are sh plus ard, then it becomes possible to speak of an international community. A third consequence is socialization, the process by which states and their societies take on the identities and interests of the dominant peer group in international society. Diffusion rarely goes from the Third World to the West, instead, it travels from the West to the Third World. The International Society of States began as a European society and then expanded outward. The internationalization of this society and its norms shaped the identities and foreign policy practices of new members. In other words, the convergence on similar models, the internationalization of norms, and the possible emergence of an international community should not be mistaken for a world without power and hierarchy. In general, the constructivist concern with international diffusion and the internationalization of norms touches centrally on global change because of the interest in a world in motion and transformation. Key points. The recognition that the world is socially constructed means that constructivists can investigate global change and transformation. A key issue in any study of global change is diffusion, captured by the concern with institutional isomorphism and the life cycle of norms. Although diffusion sometimes occurs because of the view that the model is superior, frequently actors adopt a model either because of external pressures or its symbolic legitimacy. Institutional isomorphism and the internationalization of norms raise issues of growing homogeneity in world politics, a deepening international community, and socialization processes. Conclusion. This chapter surveyed the global historical, intellectual, and disciplinary forces that made constructivism a particularly attractive way for thinking about international politics. It invites students to imagine the continuities and transformations of international politics. It explores why the world is organized in the way it is, considers the different factors that shape the durable forms of world politics, and seeks alternative worlds. In doing so, it challenges received wisdoms and opens up new lines of inquiry. Although many in the discipline treat it as strange the claim that ideas can shape how the world works, in fact what is strange is a view of a world devoid of ideas. After all, is it even possible to imagine such a world? What would it look like? Is it even possible to imagine a world driven only by materialist forces? What would it look like? Constructivism challenged the discipline's mainstream on its own terms and on issues that were at the heart of its research agenda. Its success has sometimes led to the false impression that constructivism is a substantive theory and not the social theory that it is. As such, it is much more and much less than meets the eye. It is much less because it is not properly a theory that can be viewed as a rival to many of the theories in this volume. It offers no predictions about enduring regularities or tendencies in world politics. Instead, it suggests how to investigate them. Consequently, it is much more than meets the eye because it offers alternative ways of thinking about a range of concepts and issues, including power, alliance formation, war termination, and military intervention, the liberal peace, and international organizations. What of the future of constructivism? It depends on which version of constructivism we are discussing. Constructivists generally accept certain commitments, including idealism, holism, and an interest in the relationship between agents and structures. They also accept certain basic claims, such as the social construction of reality, the existence and importance of social facts, the constitution of actors' identities, interests, and subjectivities, and the importance of recovering the meaning actors give to their activities. But they also exhibit tremendous differences. Although sometimes these disagreements can appear to derive from academic posturing, the search for status, and the narcissism of minor differences, in fact there also can be much at stake, as suggested in ch. 10. These differences will exist as long as constructivism exists. This is healthy because it will guard against complacency and enrich our understanding of the world. Questions. 1. What were the silences of neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism? 2. How did international relations scholars use critical and sociological theory to address important issues overlooked by neorealism and neoliberal institutionalism? 3. What is the core of constructivism? 4. Do you find constructivism a useful approach for thinking about world politics? 5. Do you agree that we should try to understand how actors make meaningful their behavior in world politics? Or is it enough to examine behavior? 6. How are meanings fixed in world politics? 7. Do you think that constructivism adds richness and complexity at the expense of our desire to understand patterns in world politics? 8. What sort of relationship can exist between rational choice and constructivism? 9. What do you think are the core issues for the study of global change, and how does constructivism help you address those issues? Alternatively, how does a constructivist framework help you identify new issues that you had not previously considered? 10. What sorts of questions are opened up by thinking about socialization in world politics? 11. How does the concept of diffusion help you understand why and how the world has changed? Guide to further reading. Adler, E. 2003, Constructivism, in W. Carl Neas, B. Simmons, and T. Riss, eds, Handbook of International Relations, Thousand Oaks, Cal, Sage. A terrific overview of the origins and fundamentals of constructivism and its relationship to existing theories of international politics. Barnett, M. 1998, Dialogues in Arab Politics, Negotiations in Regional Order, New York, Columbia University Press. Examines how Arab leaders played the game of Arab politics and, in doing so, transformed the very nature of Arab politics. An example of how constructivists might think about how strategic action is shaped by a normative structure. Carpenter, C. 2003, Women and Children First, Gender, Norms, and Humanitarian Evacuation in the Balkans 1991-1995, International Organization, 57, 4, Vol 661-94. Fearon, J. and Wente. 2003, Rationalism vs. Constructivism, in W. Carl Neas, B. Simmons, and T. Riss, eds, Handbook of International Relations, Thousand Oaks, Cal, Sage. A very useful exposition of how rational choice and constructivism overlap, written by two of the leading proponents of each approach in international relations. Finmore, M., and Sickink, K. 1999, International Norms and Political Change, in P. Katzenstein et al. eds, Explorations and Controversies in World Politics, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT Press. 2001, Taking Stock, the Constructivist Research Program in International Relations and Comparative Politics, Annual Review of Political Science.